get into real estate but don't know where to start?
Well, what I would say is to join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today. Well, hello. Happy Friday. Is it Friday? I don't know what day it is. Happy day to you. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm having a pretty good day so far. Got to look at a couple of houses today, and I come back and check my system and see we got more leads to call. So I'm about to call some people back. Not even just leads. Yeah, I guess they're leads. They're not really deals yet because I don't know if they're deals. All I know is that my virtual assistant spoke to them, got them on the phone, found out about their house, and they do want to sell. So it's up to us to call them back to see if there's something there. For those who don't know, my name is Chris Monroe, the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, and we're about to do this real estate talk. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can reach some of these people. So this particular house here that I'm about to call first, let's see here. That's not that one. Look like we got 2, maybe 3 leads to call. 2 for sure, I know. One of them here is up in, what is that, 63135. So I guess that's the Ferguson area. Ooh, Ferguson. Aren't you afraid? Be very afraid. It's Ferguson. So I'm about to call them up and see if we can work a deal with them. Who all we got up in here watching and lurking? Let's see, we got a few viewers chopped in, popped in, because you never know when I'm going to just start up a live. Just start a live. You know, we do go live each and every Monday night, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. We do that each and every Monday night. Got some heavy hitters coming up for you in the month of March and in the month of April. I think we're pretty much fully booked for the next 8 weeks or so. So be making sure you hit that subscribe button if you ain't subscribed. If you're watching on the YouTube, make sure you, if you're watching in the Woke Real Estate Investors Group, which is a free Facebook group. I don't know why you haven't joined it if you haven't already. I know some people are watching in there right now, but boom, there it is. It's the free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors Group on Facebook. Make sure you join that up and get in here and do some more of that woke stuff. Let's see what we got here. Edward from Chicago, Chi-Town in the building. What up, man? Good to see you on a Friday. So I actually sent the text message over to this lady to tell her I'll give her a call within the next 10 minutes. And I think she wrote back. Let me see. She said yes. So we're about to call Donna and see if we can work a deal with her. Now, with this particular deal, it looks like the house was on the MLS for about 4 months or so, and it did not sell. She was asking $77,000 for it on the MLS, but when she spoke to my assistant, she said she wanted $79,900. So she went up. How you gonna go up on a house that didn't even sell? Nevertheless, we're gonna talk to her and see what her real situation is. Looks like a pretty good house from the pictures and things, which I might be able to show you before we go off. But I'm going to give them a call. But while you're watching, please do me this one favor: hit the like button, hit the share button, and subscribe. Just hit the little thumbs up, the wow. Even if you're watching on a replay, I don't care. Just let me know you came in. Put something in there. All right. All right. Let's see if I can get this lady on the phone here, Miss Donna. Donna, it's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath up in the Ferguson area. Say they're selling because they're moving. I'm going to re-ask that question to make sure that's a real answer, because I don't like that answer. Why you selling? We're moving. Duh, we know you're moving. You ain't going to be in it because we're going to buy your house. Duh, that's not really a real answer. The roof is about 5 years old. Looks like plumbing, electrical, foundation, all the stuff looks good. The basement is partially finished. It's not a walkout basement. And the ARV looks like it's somewhere in the 50s or 60s range, not anywhere near 70. So I don't know. This may not be a deal, may not be a wholesale deal, but it's possible to be a terms deal where we let's go ahead and take over those payments. But we don't have that information yet. The only information I have is what I just said. And when I looked up on the system, it looks like she owes about 40,000 on it. Now, what makes her think she's gonna make $30,000 profit on a house she just bought a year ago? I have no idea. But we're gonna take her temperature and see what we can do. So let's get Miss Donna on the phone. So like I said, this video helps you out in any type of way. Give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share. Please do. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Periscope. Let's give Donna a call. So she don't want to answer.
Hello.
Hi, yes, this is Chris. This is Donna.
Yeah, hey, Chris.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
All is well. All is well. I saw that you spoke to my assistant in regards to your house up on Godfrey. I was gonna, yeah, I was just giving you a follow-up call to see if there's something we can do. We're definitely interested in it.
Okay, but where are you at is the question.
Oh, here we go. Where we at? I don't know. Well, so basically, I don't know if my assistant told you what we do is buy houses for cash in any condition, regardless of how much you owe. We buy them in different ways. It just depends. We just try to make it, a win-win situation to make sure that it's, something beneficial to you and something where we can actually eventually make money on. Because, we are in the business to try to make money on property. We're not trying to, get it for a penny or anything like that. But I saw that your house was listed on the MLS for a little bit or something like that.
Yeah, just for a little bit. It was just cold and Craigslist from the same person. And it actually had some showings, but I had chosen not to do it at the time. I was going to wait till the spring. And so that's why it kind of sat there.
Oh, so you had.
So I wasn't able for them to come see the house. So no one had seen the house.
Oh, so they just had it listed, but people wanted to view it, but you didn't let them see it, basically?
Right.
Oh, wow. Why would you do that?
Well, I was sick for one, like I say, and the other, I was sick, and then I just decided not to do it at that time.
Oh, okay. So timing just wasn't right for you, huh?
Right.
Okay.
There were like 4 people that had actually wanted to see it.
Oh, wow. So what is the condition of the house? Is it in pretty good shape? Does it need any repairs or anything?
It's a very solid permanent house. As far as the walls, they're very solid. No leakage in the basement. The basement is solid. The basement, I don't know if you saw from the pictures. Did you see pictures?
I did. Let me see here. I did see some pictures online here. It looks like you put some, let's see here. What is this? You got a nice antique sofa in there. Is that yours? That maroon sofa and living room set there?
It's red, actually. Yeah, that's mine.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. You really know how to decorate a place, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
So that helps the house out, too. But also, I've done a lot of remodeling to this house. I've done a lot. I don't know if you saw from the pictures, but I have ceramic tile in the kitchen. I have newer cabinets. I have newer what do you call it? Countertops. I have put a hole in the wall from the kitchen to the living room so you can see straight through.
Oh, wow.
And that's done real well. And then I also put a little room downstairs in the basement.
Oh, okay.
I saw that it's like pink, but it's a room downstairs in the basement that could be like an office or something with a big closet down there.
Oh,
and
wow.
Then also, I don't know if you saw from the pictures, but I turned my garage into a living area.
Oh, so it's not a garage anymore. So that's another like bedroom or something like that.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not a bedroom. I'm getting the electricity in there. I have some getting more electricity in there so that it can heat and cool. It has the floor down though, and it does have some the walls up, but you can still it's not permanent. If you wanted to take it down, or the owner wanted to take it down, because you can see the top of the garage from inside, so that wall doesn't go all the way up.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's like a sitting room. That's how I have it now, and it's real nice right now in the spring and the fall. You know, we got good temperature. But like I say, I'm planning on putting electricity in there. It's not going to even cost that much. Probably about $200-$300.
Oh, okay. So you really did a lot of work to this place, huh?
Yeah, and then I also have a privacy fence. Did you see that?
Let's see here. I don't see any outdoor pictures. Let me see. I'm still scrolling through the pictures here. I'm in the living room. You got a pretty good, nice book collection there as well, I see.
Yeah, I do.
So you really staged this place up.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So
that's why I don't want to. I don't want to sell it for nothing, and I'm not. So, because I put a lot of money into it.
Right. And so I saw you had it listed for, it looks like about 70, let's see, what was it, 77,000, something like that?
Yeah, but now I'm asking 79,980,000.
Oh, you went up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I told your partner, your secretary, or whoever she was.
Oh, okay. So you already got a place to move to and stuff already, or what made you
Yeah, it's actually a job. I was planning on moving, but now a job has come up where I'm gonna I won't need my home. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. You're gonna be leaving St. Louis?
No, I'm not gonna leave St. Louis.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Oh, okay. I see you play the organ too. You pretty good with the instruments as well, I see.
No, I don't play the organ. That's more of the kids like to come and mess around on it, you know.
Okay. So yeah, you got pretty good style here, I see. So that's good. So your biggest thing is more so getting the price you want, or is it more about making the deal exactly what you want it to be? What is the biggest thing? A quick sale or the price?
I'm not necessarily in that big of a hurry, so I'm not gonna say a quick sale. I will say the price. Like I said, I want to get what the reason why I'm asking for so much, or maybe not so much, but reason why I'm where I'm at is because I put so much into this house financially, and then as well I haven't taken more. I haven't line of credit because that's what I use to finish the basement and things of that nature. So, that's why I'm where I'm at.
Right. Yeah, you want to definitely, have a good investment where you get a return back and get your money back and make a little something. Nothing wrong with that. Right. So are you planning on just putting it back up on the MLS eventually or something like that, or?
Possibly. I'll probably do a sale by owner, or either I might list in Section 8.
Oh, so you would be open to just renting it out?
Somebody with good credit and all of that. I'm not gonna rent it out to anybody. I've had rental property. I know how that goes.
I know that, right? That's definitely a whole job in itself, managing property. I was gonna say, you sure you want to get into that business?
I've been in that business.
Right. If you were to rent it, what did you think? What do you think you would rent it for if you were to rent it out?
Probably about $1,100.
$1,100.
Somewhere around there.
Because this is a 2-bedroom, right? Or is it more than that?
It's a 2-bedroom.
So get $1,100 for a 2-bedroom. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's and this is over in the Ferguson area, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you want to get 80,000 for it, and you want to do. So would you consider taking a monthly payment for it until you were paid off in full?
Well, what do you mean by monthly? How would we do that? I can't see because I have an equity line of credit. What to pay off? I have got to pay that off. So I mean, as far as the house payment, how does that work?
Yeah, so basically we do this all the time. What we do is we will actually buy your house. We actually close through a real estate attorney and everything. So everything's actually drawn up properly through the paperwork. We will actually buy your house. We will actually, most of the time, we would either take over the payments that you have on the loan you have, or we would just pay something to you over that amount, depending on what the numbers are, so that you can actually have an income coming in to cover that debt that's on the property. You said you had a home equity line of.
Is that like an assumption to assuming the loan?
It's something similar to it, but it's not necessarily assumption. It's just like that, but without all of that paperwork. Basically, we would just take over those payments and make that payment on your behalf, and we would be responsible for all of the maintenance and repairs for the property going forward. So it's nothing like renting it to Section 8 or anything like that, because you will be dealing with tenants, toilets, and anything else that comes up with that house. But when we buy, you don't have to do any of that stuff. You just collect the payment. Basically, you don't have to deal with anything in regards to the house whatsoever. So it just makes it an easy transition for you.
Pay me a large amount. So you're talking about paying me some and over what over that amount, over the amount of the house.
I don't know exactly what the numbers would be, but I will tell you, just to be honest, we can pay more for your house in that situation. But when we buy houses for cash, we don't buy them for retail value at all. When we pay outright cash up front, we couldn't do anything like that, just being honest with you. If you want to be at the top of the market, we usually tell people to go ahead and just list it on the MLS, or, if you're willing to do something more creative, we can buy your house for a higher purchase price, probably closer to what you're asking for, if you were interested in doing something creative where, like I said, we will make a monthly payment for it for a period of time, and basically just do it that way. And that way you can go ahead and move on and go to your new job. You don't have to deal with the house, deal with managing property or any of that type of stuff. So it just removes all the pain of being a landlord, basically.
Right.
So it just makes it an easier deal for you.
Possible, depending on what that amount is. Yes.
Okay. And so, yeah, that's the biggest thing. So it's like I said, we can get you a higher purchase price because we're buying it over time versus paying it all right now, cash up front. When we buy a house upright, cash up front, we can't pay full value for it, because we would be losing money to do that, to be honest with you. It wouldn't even that we wouldn't make money, we would lose. And you understand that. You're an investor.
Is this something that you generally do and have done quite a bit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We do it all the time. We do it for people that are just want to sell their house for, about market value, that just have been on the MLS and didn't sell for whatever reason. Sometimes we're able to do it and actually stop pre-foreclosures and things like that, so people won't lose their house to the bank. We'll buy it, catch a loan up, and take over the payments so that they don't have to deal with that. So, I mean, we can get really creative with this stuff. We don't do real estate like most people, where we just try to beat you up and say, I'll give you $2 for your house. That's not going to do you any good, right?
No.
Right. So we just give you a couple of options, and you can actually, weigh it out, see what works for you, see if that makes sense for you and your needs, and try to, get your house sold. And we close when you're ready. So we pretty much make it an easy, smooth transition for you.
Okay.
Well, so I can actually get you some information on that as well. So let me ask you this first. So let's see, you wanted to get, 79.9 for your house. Is that correct?
Right.
Is that the best that you can do?
Pretty much. Maybe a little less, but pretty much.
Okay, so about that much, pretty much. And then about how much did you still owe on it?
Well, I owe on my equity line. See, I'm not getting a lot of money. I owe on my equity line of credit about 42, and I owe on my mortgage 42, and my equity line of credit about 20.
Okay, so about 62 plus closing costs and stuff is what you'd be in it for. Okay, that makes sense. So the line of credit, is that has to be paid back in a certain time? Is that on an adjustable rate or something like that?
It is, I think, I have to check it, but I think it's now on a fixed rate. It was on adjustable, but I think it's now on a fixed. I'm not sure, because those equity line of credits are really something.
Yeah.
So I would have to check on that for you. But basically, I have been paying about, you can pay more, you always. But I've been paying like about $255 a month.
And that's on the HELOC part only, on the home equity line of credit part only?
Yes.
And then what about the regular mortgage? How much is that per month?
My mortgage is like $565, something like that.
565. Does that include the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance as well?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not bad. So PITI, so you're paying about 7, what's the 810, something like that altogether?
Close to that.
And then are there any HOA or home association fees or anything in that area?
No.
Good, good. Yeah, I found out we bought a house over in Glasgow Village. They had a HOA over there. I said, what the heck? They don't even cut the grass or anything. What a scam that was, right? So I'm like, they're just collecting money to do nothing. But yeah, good thing you don't have one. So 810, okay. So yeah, so what up? And so if we're able to work out everything, you said you would be looking to close about when?
Yeah, I mean, it worked out, where I'm good, soon.
Okay. So like 30 days, you think, or more than that?
30 to 45 days, something like that, 30 days, something like that, 30, 45, whatever.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that looks there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back in here and see what kind of numbers we can work for this. Are you able to text me your email address?
Sure.
Yeah, if you
take
it, you can just text it to me because I'll just take it off of there. I don't want to make any misspelling errors or anything. So yeah, if you just text it back to me with your email address, and we'll get you something over in writing that'll give you a couple of different options so that we can see if we can move forward and try to get this house bought and out of your hands here. Other than that, we are in St. Louis. That's correct. We have an office up near the airport on Woodson Road and St. Charles Rock Road and Woodson.
And where did you get my name and number from? Was that
actually no? So actually, it was on the MLS, like I said. So we saw that it was an expired listing. So a lot of times these houses go expired for some reason. Maybe the real estate agent didn't do right, or maybe the pricing wasn't right. But the world happens. So we just try to come in and see if we can present other options more than most people even know that are available, to see if we can create a win-win situation for everybody.
Oh, okay. So I'll text you my email. When will you be getting back with me?
You'll have something within the next 24 hours. And I'll also send you our company information as well, so you can do some background work, information on us and everything, and see who you're dealing with and everything. Like I said, my name is Chris with St. Louis Cash Buyers. Did you have any other questions for me before I let you go?
No, that's about it.
All right, Donna. I'll be back in contact with you soon here.
All right.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
I'll take that. All right. Bye.
Boom. What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Hopefully you learned something there. That was a lead that came in from an expired listing, meaning it was on the MLS for about 4 months. So she was pretty honest overall, but she kept some things out. I got her to open up eventually, but it wasn't true what she said. Oh, I was on the MLS and I didn't show anybody. It was on the MLS for about 4 months. Matter of fact, let me pull it back up on the system here. Looks like this was on the MLS for, oh man, what did I do to the size? Looked like this was on the MLS for about, or the multiple listing service, where you put it if you're gonna put it with the real estate agent, 123 days or more. Really more like, 123 days on market. What's that, 4 months? That's a long time. The marketplace told you your price was too high, Ms. Donna, but I'm not going to be the one to tell you that. I'm just going to present you with these other offers and see if we can work a deal out. So the only way this deal would work is a terms deal, and because she owes about $62,000 when you count her $20,000 home equity line of credit and her $42,000 regular mortgage. So about $62K, and then she wants to make some money on top of it, which is nothing wrong with it. If she keeps this loan in her name, we can work the deal out. So what did you think about that call? Let's see here. You say, bye, Donna, LOL. We got Instagram chiming in now. IG at ChrisMonroeSTL. We're streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and my on the Woke Real Estate Investors Group on Facebook. How did you get my number? People always ask that question. So my number one answer for that question, you want to know what that is? It's on the internet. Everything's on the internet, right? It was on Google. You know, everybody on Google. If I really had to answer, if she pinned me down to make me do it. But I just told her, yeah, it was on, you know, your house was on the MLS and it was an expired listing. Nobody gave her the number, but you know, at this point, does it matter? You know, well, my internet messing up over here. Internet messing up. But at this point, does it matter how I got their number? Googled you. Everybody's on the internet. That's the real answer. Okay, cool. I didn't answer it. You're right. I didn't answer. Let me see if we got some questions over here. If this video provided you any type of value, give it a like, give it a thumbs up, give it a share. Even you over here on Instagram, hit that little share button right there. Share it and put it right into somebody's inbox. Let them know we own them. Yeah, just like that. So let me see if I got some questions over here on this thing here. What up, Chris? This the county? Yeah, this is in St. Louis County, up in Ferguson. Ooh, Ferguson. But it's a beautiful house, as you just saw there. Some of the pictures I showed on the live stream here. You shared it. Thank you. I appreciate it. You love my energy. I love your energy. And I thank you for the hearts. Thanks for all of the lovings. I love it. Stay woke. That's right, Rick. Stay woke. Stay woke. Stay woke. I wind up broke. Let's see here. Found the motivation. LOL. Exactly. Hello, Asia. How are you? Welcome to the broadcast over watching on Periscope. So give this video a thumb up. I only got a couple of likes on here. Y'all can't get no more likes than that. Come on, man. That's the price of admission. Just to click a little like, click a little thumbs up, click a little something. Come on now. Don't be playing. How does creative work? Good question. It works by one, asking good questions, just like I just asked her. What is going to be the best case scenario for her? How do you want things to do? How do you feel about this? You know, what do you see this playing out? I see where her numbers come from now, because I was looking on here. It says she owes about 40,000. She says she owe about 42. That's close enough. And then she told me about that home equity line of credit, which is not showing up on my system here. And if you want a system like this to be able to see what people owe and all that type of stuff, go to wokesource.com. Wokesource.com. That's the site. Try it out for free, 7-day trial. You'll see how you can find out all the information about anybody nationwide, all across the United States. Find out how much they owe. See if the house is vacant. See if the house got absentee owner. Who owns the property? All that information is all right here at the click of a mouse. So let me see here. How do you find expired leads? I found expired leads at wokesource.com. I pulled a list of expired leads, skip traced them. Yeah, it actually is PropStream. It's just a free trial. I made a domain for it. Wokesource.com is PropStream. So just try it out for free. Go on there and do that, and then you'll be hooked. You'll be like, man, I should have had this the first day I started in real estate. Why was I doing all this work and stressing out and trying to figure it out when everything's right here? All that information. You can run your comps right on there and everything. MLS data, all that. So let's see here. Let me go back up. You got a lot of questions on here. Good night. All these questions. So how does creative work? I skipped over it. So how does creative work? It starts off with one, asking good questions. Find out how we can work a deal with them. Would they consider taking a monthly payment until we pay them off in full? That's the question I asked her. And you see how she said, well, I don't know. How does that work? I want them to say, how does that work? So I can pitch it. They just gave me permission to sell them, other than me just coming in and say, yeah, man, I could buy your house on terms. I could buy your house on a lease option. I could buy your house on a wraparound mortgage. I could buy your house on a sandwich lease option, or any of that other stuff. You don't want to talk like that. You want to talk regular to people. I ain't got to tell them what it's called and all that right now. We can break that down in detail over time, but I want to build that rapport, let her know that we're friends. I'm here to help her in any way I can. Even if she doesn't sell the house to me, I'm here to be her friend. Does that make sense? I'm your friend to the end. So let me see here. So yeah, so creative just means we're going to basically, or terms is really what it really would be called, not creative. Terms, meaning we're going to buy over a length of time. We're going to make payments over time to pay that house off versus just a lump sum of money right now. See, people think you have to buy a house, lump sum of money right now, but that's not necessarily true. You don't have to. And some people also believe that you have to pay off the loan every time you pay off a house. When you buy a house, got to pay off the loan. That's not true. The loan can stay in place and I'm buying your house. Make sense? Loan stay in place, buy your house with the financing still there. Banks do it all the time. When you buy a house and you got a mortgage, and you look up like, hey, I'm paying Aquin. Next thing you know, I'm paying PennyMac. Next thing you know, I'm paying Mr. Cooper. Next thing you know, I'm paying one of these other mortgage companies, Rushmore, whoever this other dumb company I just dealt with, all these different mortgage companies. They sell your loans to each other. So why can't we sell the house and keep the loan in place just like y'all doing, right? They don't want you doing that. Don't get me wrong. But it can be done. I'll put it that way. And to learn more about that, just go to wokerealestate.com. I got over 100 free training videos right there at wokerealestate.com to check that out. And you'll see, exactly how to do that. Good question. So let me see here. What do you do to determine the price for someone willing to do a subject to? Well, first, it's all about asking that question. How much did you want for your house, Mr. Seller? She said, I want $79,900. $79,900. Is that the best that you can do? Is that the best that you can do? Very important to do that pause. You got to ask questions and pause and let them vent it out. Let them say all the stuff they want to say. They might say, oh, I got to get this much. Oh, I got to complain. Let them complain. That's fine. Do all that. But you're going to come on back around and see me before you know. I'll see you before you see me. So that's what it's all about. Asking that good question. That don't mean she's going to get that number. She said she need to be about 79. She's not getting 79. I'm going to offer about 75. Probably even less than that, 72. 72 and you'll make 10 grand, because I see what she owes. She owes 62. Why am I paying too much more than that? If she was able to get that and walk away with say 5K in pocket, she might take that. So 62 plus 5, 67. What if I offered her 67 and say, I'll give you $5,000 down. You walk with your $5,000, I'll take over those payments you got. And I got a house for $5,000 plus closing costs, $6,000 for a whole house with financing in place. Come on now. See, that's all creative. Let's get back to that first question I answered about creative. See, that's knowing how to deal work, knowing how to manage the deal, how to work the deal, how to make things come together. Is this giving you any value? Let me know. Give me some thumbs up. I'm not getting enough likes over here. I don't know about this. I don't know. I'm about to end this stream, man. I ain't getting no thumbs up. I'm about to quit this whole stream. Y'all ain't into this. Y'all don't want to know this stuff, man. Y'all into it over here on Instagram. I don't know what they doing over here. I only got a couple likes. Where the other likes at? What's up now? Come on now. Why are you playing with me? We got 18 viewers on here and we ain't getting no thumbs up. Come on, man. I'm working for likes. So let's see here. What do you do? Okay. So that answers that question to determine the price. Determine the price. You want to get it as low as possible. That's our whole goal for this whole conversation for everything here. How can, on a creative terms deal, how can I get this house for little or nothing down? Goal number one, little or nothing down. Low monthly payments for as long as humanly possible. That's my main goal. Little or nothing down, low monthly payments for as long as humanly possible. That's my 3 goals right there. But I do want to make it a win-win where she actually feel like she won and we won as well. I don't want to beat her up and I want to give it what you owe on at 62. That's not, is that really beneficial to her? That's not really no gain to her. If she walked with 5K in pocket, she might be happy. Who knows? I can't say though. But I'm going to make that offer and see what she say. Matter of fact, I think she sent me her email address. Let me see. If she sent that email address, that shows she's serious. She sent that email address, baby. She sent it at yahoo.com. See, when I give them instructions and they go back and do it, that mean they serious. See, now she was all like, oh, I ain't sending it yet, or oh, I'll get to you when I get to you. But that's a level of motivation. See, my whole conversation is gauging motivation, building rapport. That's my whole reason for the call as well, along with those other 3 main things. But my real underlying theme is ask good questions, build rapport, gauge motivation. She seems highly motivated. Do you think so? How motivated do you think she is on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 is really motivated. 1, she like, How motivated is she? 1 to 10. What do you think? Let's see here. I like that goal is to help her and other people. I like the goal is to help people in their situation. Exactly. Yep, wokesource.com. That's the website. All the leads are on there. Exactly. Right there to help. Yep. All these people coming in my damn inbox. Get out of here. Okay, so I got about 7 more minutes before I get up out of here and do some more woke stuff. Any more questions, comments, concerns, drop them in here. Let's see. How do you determine the price for a terms deal? It's all about how low can you get it. That's a negotiation thing. It's all about if you can negotiate that thing low, lock it up low and let's flow. Just like a wholesale deal. You don't have to pay full top dollar. You want to get it as low as possible still, but you want to leave a little bit of meat on the bone so that they can get something out of the deal. You want them to feel like they won or they're not going to do it. Most of the times, unless they're like about to lose their house to the bank or something silly, you know what I mean? And so with her sounding motivated like that, it sounds like she's ready to go. So I'm going to send her the multiple offer strategy, which all of those, the way I actually do the multiple offer strategy, which I'm about to send her, is in the Woke Real Estate Investors group. It's in the files section. It's actually a whole paragraph in there that I send. It's a blurb. You might have to edit some pieces to make it make sense for your specific deal, but it puts 4 offers or 4 options right there. Or you can use my House Buying Brian app called Any Deal app. You can use that as well. Or you can just use the one in the Woke Real Estate Investors group. Okay, let's see here. WokeRealEstate.com. Yes. Can you repeat that, please? Repeat what? What am I repeating? Miss Sheena Tableau, number 75. Let's see here. Thanks for those hearts. How do I do likes? Just tap the little screen on the bottom right. But your likes are good over here on Instagram. On Instagram, I like y'all to share it in people inbox, straight in the inbox. Be aggressive with it. Be aggressive. No love. But all you over here, I need regular thumbs up over here on this Periscope, YouTube, and this Facebook. So how do I do likes here? So would that be wholesale deal for you, or are you trying to flip? It will not be a wholesale deal or a flip. I'm trying to buy this house and hold it. Buy and hold and sell it on a lease option. That's the exit strategy. I would like to buy, get control of this property, meaning I own it, and now I got it on terms, and I put somebody else in there, like she talking about some renting for $1,100. Property ain't gonna rent for no $1,100. That's too high. 2-bedroom for $1,100 up in Ferguson? You're dreaming. You're asleep. I don't see that happening. Maybe $850 to $900, but I don't think that's gonna work. Maybe, maybe a little more, but $1,100 seem high to me for a 2-bedroom up in there. I know that already. All her numbers high. Her price too high. Her rent, if she was to rent it out, is too high. So that ain't happening. Neither one of them. Just being real. So this is not a wholesale deal or a flip. This is a buy and hold. I want to buy it on terms and sell it on terms and stay in the middle and get passive cash flow for work that I did last year. So if I was able to get this deal locked up for a good deal, low enough, and take over those payments at $800 a month or whatever it is, and rent it back out to somebody on a lease option or a rent to own program for say $950, $900, somewhere in there, make that little $150 a month cash flow and a down payment on the front end. And I ain't got no money in the deal, and I'm just making cash flow over time. Make money over time. You don't have to make money all right now, big checks, but you can make it over time. Passive cash flow. Cash is not king, but cash flow is king. I want cash flow, not just cash flow. I want to make money every day, 7 days a week, even when I'm asleep for no reason. Okay. On a creative terms deal, will it still works? Let's see here. On creative terms deal, does it still work if price is close to ARV? Yes, works perfectly. That's the only way you can buy it. Anywhere near the ARV is on terms. The only way you can buy it. You cannot buy it for cash for the ARV. You know that because it's a wholesale deal. You got to do the 30% discount or whatever the discount is in your market. You got to do the discount on that. Then you got to count for repairs and things like that. And you got to account for your fee. You got to beat them up on price to do a wholesale deal. And I can't beat her up too much because she owes 62. And I think it's only worth about damn near what she owed on it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's worth more than 70, 65 to 70 on the high end. So I wouldn't be paying no more than that, just being honest, from what I've seen so far. And I just did a preliminary search. I didn't do an in-depth comparable search or anything like that. But good question. So you say her motivation is on 10, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here and take some more questions, but I'm gonna take one more over here on Instagram first. What's your email address? Chris@wokerealestate.com. That's my email. Chris@wokerealestate.com. Just put Chris, CHRIS, in front of that website. Chris@wokerealestate.com. That's my email address. Let me see what we got over here. Okay. Good stuff, brother. That's right. Feel free. Been using it for 2 years. Yep. What's a good number to get a hold of you for a JV? Shoot me an email, Chris@wokerealestate.com. I don't like to take a lot of phone calls because my phone rings way too much, and I got about 30 phone numbers, and I don't like to take a lot of phone calls. Unless you want to call me and say, here's a check. I'm going to call you, hand you a check. Just hand it over. But I'd rather for you just send an email, and if it's something that we can work out, we'll work it out from there. I'd rather do that because I get bombarded with stuff, and I don't want to be bombarded with stuff, like phone calls, because time is money. That's why I come on here to answer your questions. This is your time to ask your questions for free. Don't cost you no money. But if you want handheld and all that stuff, you want to get on a coaching program. You want to do all that. That's up to you. But good question there, Mark. Chris@wokerealestate.com. Shoot an email to that with the information for the property. I'll take a look at it. I need a JV closer tomorrow with a homeowner. So I just need a little help ASAP. Yep, let me know, Ralph. Send me the information on it. I'll try to see if I can help you out. Let's see here. What's the rent in that area? That area, I would think about 900, 850 to 900 for real. But when I sell on these lease options, I beat the rental market. I beat the rental market and I beat the MLS when I sell on a lease option. I sell at a higher purchase price and I sell it at a higher rent rate when I do these creative deals because the demand is 100 times bigger than the supply. There are people out here that are looking for houses that they can buy on terms. Does that make sense? There are people out here that are looking for houses they can buy on terms and tax money coming in right now too. So they can drop 5 or 10 grand. See, look at that phone ringing right now. I told you that phone be ringing. Let me take a live call so that I can get cussed out. Hello, thanks for calling. Hello, thanks for calling. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for your mother. I guess they hung up. So I tried to answer that, but I was going to have a live call right here on the fly for y'all. But I got to get off here in a second because I got a call I got to make in a second. Anyway, who lists a home? Who lists a home and doesn't want to show it? Exactly. That's why I say some of that, her conversation, that makes sense, but she is motivated, so we're going to work it out with her. We're going to send her the multiple offer strategy and see which knife she wants. She wants the knife or the gun. Which one you want? Either way, we're going to have some fun. Good one there. Mark Miller. That's right. So you said her motivation's a 4. Her motivation's an 8. I think her motivation's closer to that 8 to 10 range. Just closed my first owner finance deal yesterday. Oh, cool. Dang. Yeah, we got to get you on the show so you can tell us how it worked out. Let me know. I can't even see who that is because you're watching on the Woke Real Estate Investors group. And by the way, if you're watching in the group there, look in the description of the video. There's a link you need to click so it'll release this so it can show your name on the screen here. Because you're in a private Facebook group, it won't show your name without your permission. That's why it shows up as Facebook user. Okay, lock it up low and let's go. That's right, Rick. All right, the name of the app again so for the leads I use is wokesource.com. Wokesource.com. That's what I would say for that. Or you can just go to wokerealestate.com and go to the marketing page and you'll see every system that I use for the whole business. Go to wokerealestate.com, go to I want leads. It's going to say I want leads. Click that button and it'll show you every system I use to get leads, whether it's text messaging, ringless voicemail, cold calling, phone systems, VAs, all of that stuff is all there. I put everything on a system. WokeRealEstate.com. Check it out. Back to Facebook real quick. She said, is the group on Facebook? Yes, the Facebook group is Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook. Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook. That's right. Woke Real Estate. You got it. Okay, let me put that in there. That's on Facebook. Yeah. So what's the tool you say about house buying, Brian? That's called the Any Deal app. I think the website is theanydealapp.com. He has an app that he created just for that.
Hey, we up. Hey, we up.
So this guy, has he been trying to sell his house already and stuff, or what?
No, not really. It's just basically what this is. This is a friend of mine from high school. You know, live here in town still, and they reached out to me and said, "Hey, I know you do real estate. We got a friend trying to get him to sell a house. Can you talk to him?" I was like, that was about it. You know, I was like, well, yeah.
Perfect. I'd rather do that. That sounds like my type of stuff. I don't want them messing up nothing, saying too much, none of that.
Exactly. So I was like, yeah, it's like, you know, I reached out to the guy and said, hey, I can talk to you, help you. Just FYI, I'm not an agent, so I'm not going to charge you any fees or anything to help you out. As a matter of fact, you know, I don't charge you anything. You know, I don't charge you anything. And you know, whether I can help you or not, I'm not going to charge you anything. Just letting them know that there's, you know, no reason not to talk to me.
I like that. I might steal that pitch from you, Rich. I don't know. That sounded kind of good. I won't charge you nothing. I'm going to try to help you out. I won't charge you nothing.
That's right. Exactly, man. Exactly. So we talked, and basically, long story short, was I think he bought this with a girlfriend, and I guess within like a month or two of them moving in, it was freaking just a disaster. And so, you know, I guess she moved out, and
he's held. I guess the house is in his name that the girlfriend moved in with. And, that was the whole reason he bought the house. He's from I thought he was from the Illinois side, maybe not. But so basically he just wants out. He's like, it's a nightmare living situation, and I didn't want, I don't want it. I've got a person there now just so it's not vacant, so it's just basically covering the rent. And so he's owned it for about a year. It's got like
so is his pain more so seems like making that payment, or is it more so of he don't want to manage property with tenants, or is it, what is his real pain, or have you been able to discover it?
Yeah, he just wants out. I think it's just a painful personal situation. Like having that house reminds him of that, that horrible relationship, and he wants nothing to do with this house at all. He basically just wants to, walk out, wash his hands of it, and walk out as long as he can break even, kind of thing.
So the only thing that seemed like it might be something that may hold up something is possibly the tenant being in there, but I don't know. I guess we can cross that bridge when we get to it. You say there's a renter and they're paying, what are they paying here?
They're paying $1,200 in rent, and his monthly payment, which includes tax and insurance, is $1,120. So it basically clears $80 a month.
And that ain't enough to even cover maintenance and repairs when they come up.
Right.
So what is how long have they been in there? They've been in there a while, or they just got in?
A little bit. I'm trying to remember if he said. I can't remember if he said it was 6 months or 9 months.
I hope it's 6 months because we can help them then.
Yeah.
Because I want to get that renter out of there. That's how I look at these deals. I don't want a renter. We want a tenant buyer in there because we don't want to be messing with no maintenance, repairs, property management, and all that other wacky stuff.
Exactly. And Chris, if it's something that you want to be able to, you can do, that looks like you like to do it and add it to your portfolio, man, just toss me a bird dog. That's all I need. But I don't have to. I just, I would love to sit, like I said, work this with you up to the point of where I'm kind of learning what kind of things you're talking to them about and that kind of stuff. Because I admit it, this is a huge weakness in my game.
Well, we about to get you strong. Don't worry about that. We getting some reps in.
Right, exactly. We going for the max. We're going for reps.
Yeah, so that's the only thing, that's why I say, what is his real pain point? We can relieve him of all that pain, as long as we figure out something to do, one, with that tenant, and two, he's okay with that loan staying in his name temporarily. We can probably work something out with him. Anything beyond that, we can handle it. So we can give him a call if you're ready.
All right, man. Let me. You want to call on your end? You want me to give you the number?
No, you can call him. You can call him on a three-way.
Okay, I didn't know if your system or whatever over there. I didn't know if you needed to call it. Okay, cool. Hold on 1 second here. Let me add you in and call.
What up, everybody? Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Give it a like. Give it a share on the replay. You can't share it in the Woke Real Estate Investment Group, but when I put it on the replay, share that mug, like that mug, tag somebody in that thug. Hey, happy Tuesday to you. We're finna do a closing call potentially right now. So get your pens and your papers ready, baby. Time to go down. He calling them on the other end right now. What up, Ayla? What up, Angelo B? Closing some deals. We finna find out. What's up, Virginia? We finna find out. He calling on a three-way. Let's see if we can make something out of this. I don't know. We finna try to make lemonade out of lemons. Squeeze some juice.
Are you there? Yep. Chris, okay, cool. I got Vince on the phone.
Hey, Vince, this is Chris. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. So yeah, Rich was telling me a little bit about the house you're trying to sell up there, and so we were just trying to get back with you, see if we can work something out to where it's a win-win situation for you. I did have a question for you. There's some tenants in there now. How long are they planning on staying there? Are they supposed to be in for a certain amount of time or something like that?
Their 1 year lease ends in September, so they have through August.
Okay. And do you know if they are planning on staying or they want to move out, or you don't have a clue yet?
I haven't offered them anything, and we haven't talked about it yet. It's one of those things that I guess if I decide I'm not going to re-up it, then I'll let them know like next month or something.
So September. So they got about, what's this, May, June, July, August, September, 4 months. That'll go by real quick, won't it? All right, and so
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got 3 months because they'd have to be out by September 1st.
okay, and they've been pretty good tenants so far and stuff, I guess.
They've been fantastic tenants. I literally almost never hear from them. The only time I've heard from them was when there was a leak in the roof from the hailstorm that we had like 2 weeks ago, and I got that fixed up already.
Oh, okay. They didn't do any major damage, I guess.
No, it just made it to where there's a little leak, and then I had roofers go out there. They checked out the roof, said any damage it had, and I had it repaired for about $800 last Thursday.
Oh wow! So you had to come out of pocket for that?
I mean, I've been saving a little bit of their rent, so
yeah.
Luckily that kind of paid for it.
Wow! So they ate up all the little bit of profit you tried to make, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that can, that can happen when you have those houses. That's the only thing with that. So basically, how do you see everything playing out? What would be the best case scenario for you in this whole situation?
Honestly, if I could just walk away with it not owing anything. I don't even care about making money. I just don't want to owe anything.
So basically what you're saying is you're willing to sell it for what you owe on it?
Pretty much. I mean, if so long as it covers like taxes and everything, and then I can pull my fridge out of it.
I know that. Oh, you got a refrigerator in there that you want to keep?
Yeah, well, I bought a $3,000 refrigerator for the place.
Oh.
Because originally I was going to be where I lived, but things didn't really turn out well.
So that must be one of those nice stainless steel ones, double door, triple door, or something.
Yeah, double door, Samsung.
Oh wow. Yeah, nicer than mine. So I can understand that. So yeah, so we can definitely, so the house, I guess, is livable because somebody's living in there. There's not really much deferred maintenance or anything that you're aware of that the house still needs.
No, a lot of it. So I was the third owner of the house. The first owner, original old lady, had it built. Then I guess she had a boyfriend or something, moved out of it, and sold it to a dude who did a whole bunch of renovations, fixed up a lot of the systems in it. And then he turned around and sold it to me.
And how long have you had it for?
Just over a year.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty new to you.
Yeah, it was one of those things.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So we are definitely interested in buying it. The only thing is, so we can buy your house. The only thing is the loan would have to stay in your name temporarily for a period of time until we can get it cashed out in the future. Basically, we would take over the payments that you would have going to the bank, that $11.20 a month that covers the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. We would be 100% responsible for all of the maintenance, repairs, any other leaks that pop up, like the one that just popped up a couple of weeks ago. You wouldn't have to deal with any of that stuff. It would relieve you of all the responsibility of dealing with that house in pretty much every way. Is that something you would be open to?
I mean, as long as I had everything in writing and it shows the proof that you are the one taking care of this and I expected all that.
Definitely. So basically how it would work is just like a traditional sale. We will write up a purchase and sales agreement. We close the deal through a real estate attorney or through the title company here. They draw up all the documents and do a traditional closing. Like I said, the only thing is the loan will stay in your name for a period of time. Other than that, everything else, you won't have to deal with that house whatsoever. I mean, would that work for you, you think?
So like what kind of period of time are we looking at?
So basically what we do is we help people get qualified for loans. They basically may have a little bit of time of, say they have a low credit score or time on a job, or maybe their debt to income ratio is out of whack. With a little bit of help from us, we help them raise their score, get approved so that they can get their own mortgage, and they go cash it out at that time. And they cash us out, cash you out, and everything. But in the meantime and in between time, you don't have to do anything in regards to that house anymore. We relieve you of, like I said, all of the maintenance, repairs, tenant problems, whatever goes on with that house. You won't get a call from us because we will actually be buying a house. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's definitely, it's something we do all the time. We actually have done it a few times for people to stop them from actually having their house foreclosed on from the bank and different situations like that. A lot of people don't even know that other options are available other than just, putting it on the MLS and praying that somebody wants it. We can buy the house pretty easily, and we can make it a smooth transaction for you. So it would work out pretty easy. And
yeah, I don't really think it'd be a problem as long. I mean, I'd like to meet in person, kind of talk over a little bit more.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
I'd kind of like to see what your paperwork would look like and physically see the wording of everything. Because
again, it's kind of like how your partner was saying. You guys do some creative things, and I just want to see it for myself and have it double checked on my end.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, like I said, we close the deal through a real estate attorney and through the title company here, and so that's why we make sure that everybody's protected in the deal. All disclosures are signed off. You know that there's no surprises, there's no sneaky stuff, or nothing like that. So everything is done. Like I said, we close through a third party so that you're protected in the deal and we're protected in the deal. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yep. So other than that, did you have any other questions for me?
Not particularly. Not at this time, at least.
Okay, so basically, like I said, what we would have to do, if this was something that you would consider, we would draw up a purchase and sales agreement. We would send it over to you. It just basically says you agree to sell us the house, we agree to buy the house. We turn that in to the title company. They do their title search and everything, and then they set up a closing time for us. Now, if we're able to work all of this out, how soon would you like to close?
You'd have to let me give time to talk to my tenants real quick, just so they're aware of everything. But otherwise, I mean, I'm not really trying to hold on to it for very much longer. So as long as everything kind of goes well and I just kind of talk it over, then it'd probably be pretty quick.
Yep. So I mean, we can close when you're ready. I mean, that's how easy these deals are. A lot of people don't know that they can be just done. We turn in that paperwork. Like I said, they set up us a closing date, usually in a week or two or something like that. Sometimes a little longer, depending on what's going on. And we close the deal up, and we relieve you of all the pain of that house, because the house can definitely be a pain. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, so that's definitely an option that will work for you. Other than that, did you have any other questions or anything?
Just if you guys could kind of send me the paperwork you guys are talking about, just so I can kind of read it over.
Sure. So that's fine. So so what we'll do is draw up the purchase and sales agreement, and you say you owe about $148 approximately.
148.8. That was the buyout process last time I looked at it.
Okay, and your payment is about $11.20 per month. That includes the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance.
Yes.
And then, are there any HOA fees or anything in the area?
No, there's not any HOAs.
Okay, great. So, so other than that, I think we have everything we need for here. Other than that, we'll get that paperwork drafted up for you and send it over to you. Did you have any questions or anything, Rich? Perfect.
Yeah, and as far as meeting face to face, when would you like to do something like that?
Honestly, except for Friday, I'm open up to do it whenever we need to.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you look over everything we're going to send over to you and everything, and obviously, any questions, let us know, and then we can obviously meet face to face and so you can put names with faces and see that we're the real deal, and we're not the Melicans wouldn't have told you to talk to me if they didn't believe in me. So I know you're gonna hopefully I know that's already one leg up. So. But that's all I had, really. I don't know about you, Chris. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And also, Vince, I'll send you my website so you can do a little background check, research, whatever you want on us to make sure everything's legit. All you'll see is a bunch of happy people that they worked with us and like, man, they saved the day with the cape on. So, yeah. Other than that, we'll get that set up for you and get it over to you, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, perfect.
And thanks for your time, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Goodbye.
He hung up all together. Boom! What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Today's video is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up names, email addresses in a snap. Only pay for the match, as low as 15 cents per match, not per search, per match. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com. Pull the pain. That's right. That's what we did, Angelo. Let's see here. Right? He sounded like he about to cry when he said, very much so. That's right. You got to pull that pain like pulling teeth. Cry on my shoulder as you sign this agreement. I know that's right. Let's see. I hear the pain in his voice. Y'all ain't no joke, huh? What's up, Mikey Mo? What up, Quentin? What up? Stephen Flowers? What's up, Shantae? What's up, everybody? Derek Hibbler in the house. Bobby Blue, what up? All y'all in here watching. What's up? What's up? What's up? So what did y'all think about that call? Say Chris is like the Dr. Seuss of real estate. Dr. Seuss got them rhymes for him all the time for him. That's right. So did y'all have any questions or anything about what we just went through right there? Did that all make sense to you? So basically this house will be bought probably subject to the existing financing. They owed about, let me see here, $148, $11.20 a month. It's a tenant in there. So the only thing that kind of throws a monkey wrench in this is a tenant in it. I mean, it doesn't kill the deal, but we'll see. Here's Rich calling back. This call is being recorded for quality and training purposes. What's up, Rich?
Well, dang, that was smooth, wasn't it?
I make it look easy, don't I?
You there, Chris?
Yeah, I make it look easy, huh?
You there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm going to try it again. I don't hear you, buddy. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Give me a second to try to figure it out. If not, you can hang up on me.
Hang up on you, call you back. Hang up and call right back. Hang them up and call them right back. Hey. What's up, Glenn? Maybe I called back too quick. Virginia says, when there's pain, there's nothing you can say wrong, period. LOL, just get rid of it. And that's what I want to do for him. But how he going to call back when I'm calling him back? We all calling each other while I'm live streaming on my other phone while I'm at home. Boom. Maybe he got a phone issue. Let's hang up. I'll let him try to call me first. Doing big things. That's right. Big things popping. Another homeowner may be helped. So like I was saying, the only thing that may throw a monkey wrench in this deal is the tenant. You got a renter in there, and I typically don't like to do tenants. I like tenant buyers. I like tenant buyers do a non-refundable down payment or option consideration. The paperwork always says option consideration. The paperwork will never say deposit. We don't do any deposits. We want a non-refundable option consideration. It's your option to exercise. If you don't exercise the option, it's on you when we rent it out on a tenant buyer. But on a renter, as you see, he just had to come out of $800 a minute ago. Let me see. Let me try to call him back again. Phone doing some work. Yep, WokeSkipTracing.com. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's the site. You know we got to do a show together for sure, Glenn. Just tell me when. I'm there, man.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Rich?
Yeah, I can hear you now, buddy.
Great. I don't know what was going on there. Technology trying to stop us from being great.
I know, man. It's like, no, that was too smooth.
Yeah, so did that sound hard, just breaking it down in plain English? I didn't use the words subject to, wraparound mortgage, none of that stuff.
Right. No, it didn't at all, man. It was a lot smoother than I thought. You know, I tried that one time a long time ago. I probably had been doing this for about 2 years at the time. Talked to a guy, and I was like, yeah, you know, you can do it to where I can take over payments for you and whatever. And I figured, well, if he said yes, he was agreed to it, I'll find it. I'll find the paperwork. I'll find the contracts. But he was like, well, I don't know. He actually said yes at first. I was like, yeah, that sounds really good, actually. Go ahead and send it over. And I was digging around looking for something. He called me about 30 minutes later and said, man, I'm just really skeptical about everything staying in my name for a while. I was like, oh.
Well, see, that's the thing. Everything is not staying in their loans. See, that's why I like to ask those questions and make sure I touch every kind of objection they're going to hit me with. That old, oh, well,
Right.
I don't like everything staying in my name. Well, everything won't be staying in your name. Everything actually goes in our name. The only thing stays in your name is that loan temporarily for a period of time. And I don't even go into that unless they ask. If they ask, then I go into detail like I did. We're talking about what we do to help stabilize the property, cash it out, all of that, yada, yada, after they bring that objection. But if they don't object, I don't even go into that spiel. Because some people simply don't care. They're just glad you're taking it off their hand.
Right. True.
And
that's where I goofed up, you know, by telling him it was all staying in his name instead of him, you know, it wasn't. It wasn't because I didn't know it enough.
That exactly. The words that come out of your mouth have a direct reflection on what goes into that bank account. You can't say too much to them because you say the wrong thing, they get spooked. Like, huh?
Yep.
And I didn't even really pitch it right. I meant to say it totally different the way I was saying it. I usually start off with, we closed through a real estate attorney, but I didn't even bring that up until he raised that objection to say, well, I don't know.
Right.
Well, we do close our deals through a real estate attorney or through the title company here, which is really both, you know. But
right.
The attorney sounds more powerful, and the title company does have an attorney on staff anyway, and they're going to review all of this either way. So perfect. So yep, that's how we do it, man. Just do them like that.
Man, that was sweet. That was really sweet, man. I appreciate you letting me get on that call. I'd love to be on another call. I know you post a bunch of them and stuff, but maybe I'll just do it that way. But you know, if you want to let me know, just in case I miss it when you post one or something, if you got another one, I'd love to just kind of listen on a couple more, just make sure I got it down, because it makes sense. I mean, it's simple. It's just, I think, like I said, it's simple. It's just the whole, hey, the paperwork, you know, have the right paperwork and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Exactly. It can be complex. So really the main thing right now is a purchase and sales agreement, just to say we're going to buy the house. And the second document I need signed right now is an authorization to release information so we can get the exact payoff information from the mortgage company. Other than that, all the other closing documents and all that other riffraff is signed off at closing. I don't have to present these disclosures and all of this other stuff. And that's another mistake that I see a lot of people make. They try to have them sign 40 papers at the first meeting. That's too much. It's too much for them. You got to drip it on them. Drip.
Exactly. He's like, well, I want to make sure I meet up with you guys and meet you face to face and talk to you. And so,
sure.
I get it.
I love to meet him. I want to shake his hand, even though the coronavirus out here. I ain't scared.
Right, exactly.
I want to give him a hug. I'm going to give him a hug. No, I'm just playing.
Exactly. I know. I got a hazmat suit on. I'm going to give you a hug.
Exactly. So this actual call was recorded, and we're live on Facebook in the Woke Real Estate Investors Group. So you can go back and play it if you want to hear it. So if to see how it sounded and everything. And we post up a lot of them on the YouTube channel as well.
Okay. Awesome, man. I really do appreciate it. We appreciate you stepping up and being interested in it, man. So let's get it done, and that'd be awesome, man.
We'll see what we can pull out of this. If he's reasonable and cooperative, we can make something happen out of this deal.
Right.
Perfect. All right, Rich, I'll talk to you later.
Hey, thanks, Chris. You have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Boom. Y'all silly. What's up, Tasha Mack? Renee, you say, what's up, Chris? Can't wait to get my hat. You ain't get that hat yet? Let me see something. That hat should have been to you. Or did it ship out already? Because, we make them as you go. I don't know. Did you get one to say, I buy houses? Or did you customize it and make it say something different? Let me see here. Where was that? Where do I check that at? I don't even know. Is that bad when I don't even know? So, yeah, you can get your hat like this to say, I buy houses. Or you can get the visor. You can get the visor if you like visors. And they're all adjustable. Check it out. WokeRealEstate.com. Go to the shop page. WokeRealEstate.com and go to the page to go to where it say I want to shop. Boom, and you can shop right there. Get you some cool gear, contracts, cool gear, and coaching. That's right. Let's see here. Yeah, let me check your hat real quick if I can. Any questions or anything from you all? Did you all understand everything that happened in that deal? Oh yeah, you can customize the visor. You can make it say Renee buys houses. Whatever you want it to say, you can customize it exactly. Oh my gosh, here we go with this thing. How did I get caught in a CAPTCHA? Sign in. Let me see. Your hat should have been, let me see. Active, being fulfilled. Let me see here. Yeah, you should have it. Let's see here. Fulfillment was started. So yeah, it should be there in about, say, 3 to 4 days, I guess. So yeah, you should be getting it soon. Let's see here. I bet I have to get another one in. There you go. You didn't know you can customize it. So yeah, so in regards to that deal, like I said, we're going to try to lock it up. Lock them up. We're going to put him under contract for what he owes on it, the 148. You know what? I never even checked the ARV of that property. I think it's close to what he owes on it. Yeah, it's really no equity in the deal, really. It's worth about what he owes on it, from what I can tell. Matter of fact, let me pull up. You want to see what the house look like? I know y'all like pictures. You want to see what it looked like or no? Or no? That is the right house, right? Let me see here. Let me let y'all see what it looked like. How nice it is. Little brick house. Little 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That's what it looked like. Open floor plan. Big, I guess that's a dining room or something. Nice big white kitchen. All white everything. That's that. Cute little kitchen. I like that kitchen and stuff. I see why I say he want his refrigerator back. He got that stainless stove and stainless steel stuff in there. He want this stuff back. This is a nice house. Hell, I'm moving there myself. Sometimes you look at these houses like, wait a minute. Do I need to move in there? Fireplace? What more you want? That bathroom is all right. I mean, it's not modern, but it'll get the job done. The toilet will flush. What more you want out of a bathroom? It looked like it got a stand-up shower in the other one. So yeah, carpeted room. Nice little cute house right there. And this one, it was on the MLS. Cute house, huh? So yep, that's the house we're trying to buy, subject to existing financing. Look like they flipped it already. Yeah, they put money into it, fixing it up. They cared for it. Now these are the best deals because what could it need when it's already hooked up like that? All I gotta do is either continue that. You say donate that house to you. Ha ha, Virginia, get out of here. So 2 things, like I say, that can mess this deal. They really won't mess up the deal. That tenant, as long as that tenant is cooperative in either 1, changing over to become a tenant buyer, or 2, moving out, so I can install a tenant buyer. I don't want a renter, even though they've been good and they only got about 3 or 4 months left on their lease. I would still buy it, you know, as is, me personally, because I ain't scared, man. I'm a risk taker, man. Buy the house. How many $150,000 houses you can buy, you know, for a few thousand? I mean, this might cost me $35,000, $4,000 or so after paying out for the lead source and everything. Maybe cost about $4,000 out of pocket. How many $150,000? How many $150,000 houses could you buy for under $5,000 with financing in place? And that rent for $1,200, I probably can get that lease optioned out for more than $1,200. I think I can get 13 maybe, who knows. Plus the other big elephant in the room, when I switch it from the policy that it's on, depending on what kind he has. If he has a owner-occupied policy still, because some people don't switch it over because they don't know. When I install it, a tenant buyer, or whenever we buy it, I'm going to switch it to a non-owner occupied insurance policy, which will be cheaper than the one they're paying, which will reduce that $1,120 a month going out. It might drop it down to $1,000. Because some of these owner-occupied policies might be $120, $100 a month, but a non-owner occupied policy usually like $40, $50 a month, depending on how much you got. So let me see here. Renee says, I'm speaking to a seller that fixed it up already. What are they asking for it? It's almost market price. So yeah, they're asking what they owe on it. He owes about that much. He owes about $148,000. They just bought the house a year ago. So you know they haven't did anything to that mortgage. That's the only thing kind of downside about it. You still got 29 years on the mortgage. Matter of fact, let me see. Is it a 30-year mortgage? I didn't even ask him about that. Let me check something here. Yeah, 360 months. Ain't that 30 years? 30 years, baby. So yeah. Bro, is it possible to do a creative deal if a property has a mortgage and needs work? It is possible to do a creative deal as long as you have 1, a seller, and 2, a buyer. That's really all you need. How you structure the deal comes back down to deal structuring and things like that. So yeah, you can definitely do that. You can buy a house on terms and sell a house on terms. That's all I'm doing. Buying it on terms, get a great deal from a seller, and pass a good deal on to a buyer. The same thing you're doing when you're wholesaling. That's the same thing you're doing when you're doing wraparound mortgages and lease options and subject twos. Same stuff. You got to find a true deal that has some value somewhere. It don't have to be the price all the time. We can pay the price. That's not the problem. We want that payment low enough. And like we already got somebody in there paying $1,200. Even if they said, all right, we'll stay and we'll do a little bit more, maybe $1,250, or even stay at $1,200, and they be responsible for all of their own maintenance and repairs. That's all I want to do. I don't want to have the maintenance repairs. I want the cash flow for sure, and I want the house. So that's what we want. What about the deals that do a total rehab? How does that work? You can't buy them for that much. Even if it needs a total rehab, you can still only pay so much for these properties. You have to still do a formula to figure out what you can pay for it. You can pay so much on cash, which is usually the best way to do those. But if you don't have to do them all cash. You can do them on terms. Instead of going and using a hard money lender at 15% or whatever they're charging, 18%, you can finance it through the seller themselves, unless they have a mortgage. If they do have a mortgage, you can take over those payments of that mortgage while you fix up the house. You buy the house subject to, fix up the house, and then sell it on the MLS or whatever you plan on doing with it from that point. But you're going to need capital to do all of that. When you get into the fixing part, somebody's going to have to bring the money to fix it up, whether it's you as the person that brought the deal or some end cash buyer or some end buyer that understands this stuff, that understand they're getting a house with financing. Wouldn't that be more appealing to you to buy a house with financing already? It's one thing to get a house that just, I'm going to buy a house for cash. I'm going to buy a house this. How about buying one with financing in place? Wouldn't that be more appealing to a buyer? Wouldn't you want to buy a house with financing already? You would. So how many other people would? Because you got to remember, 76% of the marketplace cannot qualify for a loan. Maybe more after this loan. It might be 80%. Cannot qualify for a loan. So everybody thinking that the price is everything. Price is one thing, don't get me wrong. But the terms is everything. Terms is king. People say cash is king, but I don't think so in real estate. I think great terms is king. Thanks, brother. Let's see what you're saying here. Thanks, brother. I got a lead today. ARV is 350, has 120 mortgage, needs 40K in repairs. That's a wholesale deal. 350K ARV, 120 mortgage, needs 40K. What's that? 180 plus cost, maybe 200 all in, depending on what the seller want. Yeah, that's a wholesale deal. But if you can do it on terms, even better. What does the seller want? See, that's the question. If you can make that seller happy and make some end buyer happy and you get money in the middle, that's where you make and add value. That's where value is added. So would you just sell it to a sub to as an investor, to an investor? You can do that, but I wouldn't necessarily want to sell it subject to an investor. I would rather sell it on a wrap because I want to be able to foreclose on them in the event they don't act right. Because when you do a subject to, that's a lot of responsibility because remember, a subject to, a seller has no recourse. They cannot foreclose on you. When they sell their house subject to, they will never get that house back unless you give it back because they're going to deed that house over to you or your trust, depending on how you take title. They're giving their house away for all intents and purposes. So it's really not good to even have people sell their house on the subject to. It's better to buy on a wrap, depending on your exit strategy. So. Good question there, Virginia. Let's see here. That makes sense. I might have to partner with someone on this deal. Yeah, definitely. Partnerships is everything. Your net worth is your net worth, right? Something like that. Well, we've been on 35 minutes. So yeah, did y'all have any other questions, comments, concerns before I roll? Don't forget, we're going live this Monday night with the Fire Damage King, Elijah Rubin, on Monday, May 18th. 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. We're going to be chopping it up with him, talking about those fire damage properties. The following week, we're on talking about probate with Law Clerk on Demand, Deanna Britt out of Atlanta, talking about those probates. That's the 25th of May. Following that, the week after that, June 1st, we're on with the Mobile Home Elite Investors. That's right. They're coming on talking about those mobile homes. We're going to be on with them June 1st, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. What do we got? The 15th of June, we're on with Yana Epps talking about apartment investing, making millions with multifamily. She's going to be coming on, dropping some major value for us as well. We definitely want to pick the brains of the experts out here. The following week, I don't know, what is that? The 22nd, I think we're on with Andrea Stakes talking about virtual assistants. We're bringing on heavy hitters coming up in the month of May and June. So make sure you're tuned in right here wherever you're watching it at. Because I know right now we're watching it in the Woke Real Estate Investment Group, but we're going to probably repost this on YouTube because it was such good content. I don't like to waste my good content. I like to make sure that you're getting it, receive it. All right. And then the following week, what do we got? After that, we just booked in Andy on the 29th. Andy talking about credit. We're going to be on with her the 29th of June. So as you see, we got a lot of nice stuff coming up. Just Ask Andy on IG. We'll be on with her on the 29th of June. Just got her booked in. Yep, Just Ask Andy. So that's how we're going to do that. Let's see what we got here. Any more questions? He said he got offered $220 today, but wants a little more. So that's why I asked about creative finance. This property has a lot of potential. Owner just wants the highest offer. He's tired of landlording. Yeah, I mean, you can offer him that. You can offer him $221 if he take these terms, which are this. You know what good terms are to me, right? Little or nothing down, low monthly payments, and as long as period of time as I can possibly get. That's what I'm looking for. Little or nothing down, low monthly payments for a long period of time. That's where wealth is made in this business. How do you think you're going to get rich? Wholesaling? You can get rich doing it, but you won't get wealthy. You got to get wealthy. Hold some of those properties and avoid those taxes. Because, those taxes is your largest expense. You'll find that out when you start getting some bread. Virginia says, Chris, you're the bomb. No, you're the bomb, Virginia. Elijah, my guy, I need to be on that probate call too. Yep, you need to send us a schedule of these so we can write it down. So yeah, it's actually posted up. It's on the YouTube channel at ChrisMonroeSTL. Just look on there and it shows you the upcoming lives at ChrisMonroeSTL. In fact, I will be posting, I think maybe today. Maybe I will post that today, the links to all the videos that are coming up. We don't even have them all set up online yet, though. I just wanted to let y'all know heavy hitters are on the way. And if you want to be notified of these streams as they happen, all you got to do is text JV to 31996. That'll get you the notification right in your phone whenever we go live on those Monday nights. Text the keyword JV to 31996. Text JV to 31996 and you'll get the notification of when we go live. Thanks, bro, for giving us this free game. No problem, Angelo. You're getting money notifications, Chris. Ching, ching, all time. Yeah, somebody is chinging over here on my other phone. Let me see what they're talking about. Somebody trying to buy something tomorrow for $100 that I bought for $15. See, I've been flipping stuff before I got into real estate. I bought these bar stools for $15 and they're buying them for $100. Let me see. You want to see what they look like? Let me let you see them if I can. I got too many moving parts in here. Dang, where'd she go? Oh, she on Facebook. That's why. I was looking in the wrong thing. She want to get them delivered. I was going to see if I can fit one in my back seat and also measurement and length if possible. It's on the post, dum-dum. So let me let you see what these nice ones look like. Oh, man, I can't get to it. How do I do that? See, I was going to show you what they look like. Let's see here. See details. Is that how I do it? I hope so. So much of a hustler. I'm a hustler, homie. You a customer crony. So that's these nice little bar stools right here, if you can see them. Kind of cute, ain't they? Bought them for $15 for both of them. $15 total, and we're gonna sell them tomorrow for $100. So that's an $85 profit on something that was, how much time did it take? How much space did it take up? Let me see if I can make the picture bigger. Yeah, there we go. So you can actually see it. How they look to you. Cool. So that's that. And I already sold those nightstands behind it. If you can see those little nightstands behind it. Those ones, I don't know, those two pair of nightstands behind those chairs. Those I bought at not at an auction. I bought them at an estate sale for $40. Guess what somebody gave me for them nightstands? $275, baby. Bought them for $45, sold them for $275. So I've been flipping stuff. You know what I mean? This real estate money is nice money. But I'm used to that money where you're making 5 and 10 times your return on your money. For a $45 investment to get back $275, let me see, what's the profit on that? $275 minus 45, and I held them about a week and a half, 2 weeks. I made $230 on that one product. That's flipping stuff, baby. I don't want to let you know too much about that. So that's what we do in our spare time for fun. So let me see here. Answer any more questions. Was that call with one of your students? No, that was with Rich Groves. We do that Zoom call every other week on Tuesdays. Is that next week? Yeah, next week we'll be doing a Zoom call with him, as a matter of fact. 6 o'clock Central Time, we do the Hootie's House Buyers Club Zoom call with Rich Groves every other Tuesday. Real estate networking event. You can plug in if you go to stlviplist.com. You can actually be notified of when we do that. You can actually participate and get the link to the Zoom. stlviplist.com. That'll get you that notification. You can actually participate, or you can just watch it right here on the Woke Real Estate Investing Group, or you can watch it on YouTube at ChrisMonroeSTL or any of the other stations. All right, let's see. Yes, those are his students. If you're going to coach a program, he will walk you through his deals. That's right. We'll walk you through. Let's see here. Look at you. Get it. Do you have some e-commerce business or something? So yes, I do. I sell on eBay, Craigslist, OfferUp, Facebook, Let Go. You name it, we're there, baby. Etsy, estatesales.net. We're on all the sites. We got stuff. I got over 10,000 items per sale. Can you believe that? 10,000 items. That's a lot of stuff, ain't it? How much stuff do you need before you say that's too much? Y'all got me going all the way down the rabbit hole talking about this resale stuff. So that'll get you a few little dollars in your pocket to help you out. If you're not want to, you're like, I just need to make a few bucks. So like this is something we picked up yesterday. Nice little futon right there. Brand. They only had it for a month. Brand new, basically new. Nice little futon right there. Money making machine, baby. You know it. So I'm gonna put that up for like $175 or so. I bought that for $50. Oh, $50. So I'm gonna make triple on that, maybe a little more if somebody want to pay extra for a delivery or something. But there's money all in this game, man. Ain't no reason to be sitting up being broke. Don't be broke. Keep up hope and definitely stay woke. All right. So I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm supposed to have been off here a long time ago. What time is it? 7 o'clock? After 7 o'clock. All right. So like I said, don't forget to follow me on all social media outlets at ChrisMonroeSTL. That's Snapchat, that's Twitter, that's Instagram, that's YouTube. The YouTube channel has over 180 free real estate training videos. Or go to wokerealestate.com to access everything. wokerealestate.com. Everything you need from the rooter to the tutor in real estate. All right, so hopefully y'all have yourself a great rest of the day. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share, tag a buddy. Even if you're watching on a replay, leave a smart comment. Say, hey man, that ain't make sense to me. Hey man, how you do that? Hey man, say something. Let me know you came through. All right, so do what you do, be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me.
Today's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up phone numbers and email addresses with ease, with pricing as low as only 15 cents per match. Not per search, per match. If there's no number or email address, you don't pay. Get accurate data in just minutes. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com.
And we have. And we have. And we have. Mr. I stay. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Mr. I stay. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Mr. I stay. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Mr. I
Find more leads than you can even process. That's multiple listing service. That's the MLS for you real estate agents. Absentee owner information. Find the cash buyers and flippers in any market nationwide. Pull a pre-foreclosure list. And don't forget, you got to find those comps. Get nationwide access with multiple filters. Powered by PropStream at wokesource.com. Get your 7-day free trial today. Wokesource.com. That's wokesource.com.
Get your free real estate joint venture agreement and get notified of upcoming shows. Text JV to 636 330 1444.
Today's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up phone numbers and email addresses with ease, with pricing as low as only 15 cents per match, not per search, per match. If there's no number or email address, you don't pay. Get accurate data in just minutes. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com.
You may have heard the saying, the fortunes are in the follow-up. Now there's a brand new system that is great to help you cold call, text message, drop voicemails, and so much more, all automated. You don't have to remember anything. Just set it and forget it. All you have to do is speak to people. Check it out, wokereply.com. It's a multi-touch marketing campaign where you can schedule to send text, voicemail, email, and even live calls all on autopilot. Check it out today, wokereply.com. That's wokereply.com.
So I want to get into real estate, but don't know where to start.
Well, what I would say is to join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Today's video is being brought to you by futurecashflowclub.com. Futurecashflowclub.com. We're about to do some follow-up calls, talk to some sellers. We're going to see a couple of houses today, so somebody gonna have to sign this paper. Somebody gonna have to make that paperwork, get the paperwork to make that paperwork. So we about to get it started. Give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you care. We about to get it popping.
And we have. And we have. And we have. Mr. I Stay Woke. And Mr. I Stay
Woke. We in the building. So yes, I'm about to make some calls. What up? Tammy, I see you. Top Dog Credit in the building over here on IG. I'm streaming live on Instagram and on YouTube simultaneously, trying it out, trying to get my technology game all the way up. So I got a couple of people to call. Got a house here. Just came in maybe about 30 minutes ago or so. No, maybe about an hour ago. House up here in Hazelwood, Missouri, St. Louis County. Says he wants to sell. Let's see. He's asking $160,000 for the house. Looks like he's owned the house over 15 years. Let's see here. How soon do you want to sell? The next 1 to 2 months. And the property is tenant occupied. Tenant occupied. So let's call Jason up to see what he's talking about. So he sounds like a disgruntled landlord. Those are some of my favorites because they can be converted to creative, or they just sell the house at a low deep discount. But he's asking $160,000, and I can tell you already that's already retail before I can get deep in the weeds. But first thing first, let's get him on the phone and see if he's home. Jason with a mask on. This phone. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the audio on the phone.
Hello?
Hey, Jason, this is Chris. You had submitted some information, say you were looking to sell your house. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
All is well. Did I catch you at a good time?
Sure.
Great, yeah. So it says you were looking to sell the house over here in Hazelwood. Yeah, what's going on with it?
Nothing. Just have a tenant in there. He's good. I just don't really need to have it anymore. Doesn't matter. I can keep it or sell it.
Oh, okay. So this is just a rental property for you? Okay, I got you. How long has that tenant been
Yeah,
there?
it was. He's been in there almost 10 years. No, 8 years.
Oh, wow. Well, that sounds good. Like you got a good long-term tenant that's been paying on time, I guess, right?
Yep.
Well, that's a good thing. Is this tenant going to be staying there, or are you planning on having it vacant when you sell it?
I'd like him to stay. I mean, he's been good. He has a lease. He had a long-term lease. He was actually doing a lease to own that we've extended, but he's told me that he doesn't want to buy it. So
Oh, wow. So he set up as a
that's
rent to own person, and then he decided not to buy. I got you.
yeah. He's like, I don't really want to buy it.
Yeah.
Like, but I want to stay here. He likes it until his daughter's out of school. I think that's
Okay.
about 5 more years or something.
Perfect. So what I'm hearing is, so if we were to buy this property, we would be inheriting a tenant. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What is he paying for rent now?
$11.60.
Okay. 1160. Let's see here. Yep. And then how many beds and baths is it at this property?
It's 3 beds, like 2.5 baths. So full bathroom, and then 2 3/4 baths.
Perfect. Okay. So sounds like something we're definitely interested in. If we were able to agree on a price, would you be ready to get the process started today?
Sure.
Okay. Perfect. And so what kind of timeline are you on? When would you be looking to have this closed and be done with it and got your money and finished?
I don't have a timeline. Like I said, I can keep it or sell it. It doesn't matter to me.
Oh, okay. So you were more so just curious just to
So
see what you really could get for it. Is that what it is?
yeah, I mean, I'm not desperate, but
Okay.
but it would be nice to get rid of that. It's in me and my ex-wife's name, and it'd be nice to get it out of her. Get it done. Get one more thing, out of her name, I guess.
Makes perfect sense.
So
And then what do you think this house would appraise for? Like if we went through like the process of traditional.
appraisal, I think
Yeah.
it'd be probably near 200.
Okay. And then you were trying to get,
I just put 160 because I know, it's not, you guys aren't retailer,
yeah.
you guys aren't purchasing it as a retail. So,
So you're
and it really doesn't need any work. The guy that's renting is he does, that's what he does for a living, is bathrooms, kitchens, remodels and stuff like that. So he's actually, the way the lease is worked up, he was responsible for everything, except for AC and, except for heat and AC. So
the
he's
major.
upgraded the kitchen. He's upgraded the bathrooms. So.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound bad. So you've been doing real estate for a while, because most people don't even know about lease to own or any of that creative stuff.
Yeah, I was in the mortgage industry for about 22 years. I've had a bunch of rental properties. Sold them in 2019, and this is the original house that I bought when I was, 20 years old, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes perfect sense. So you've seen the market shift, go up, down, and now we're back to high interest rates, huh?
Yeah, I've been through everything. I've been through 2008, 2014, 2000,
So you're done with the landlording part of it, though, I guess, huh?
It's just, I'm I'm a single dad now. I have my kids most of the time out of the industry. You know, I am making, less than what I was before. So, you know, I'm working and reffing, and I'm the HOA director, and it's just one less thing for me to have to worry about, really.
Oh, that's right. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to pull up some comps for the property now, just so I can see. That's a 3-bed. They have it as a 3-bath. Oh, you said 2.5 bath, but they have it as a 3 for some reason on here.
Yeah, I mean, I say 2.5 because there's 2 3/4 baths. So.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
You know, there's.
All right, and so you said
2 of them have.
so no major repairs will be needed, roof, and all of that stuff. Nothing crazy. I mean, if anything, maybe something light cosmetic. Worst case scenario, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, maybe cosmetic, but probably not. He takes really good care of the property. He's like, and that's why I want to make sure that, like I do want him to stay there because he does take such good care of the property.
Yeah, and somebody that's been in that long, we rather let them stay as well because they know the property better than us. They live there. They've been there a long time. They're paying on time. No reason to disturb their life, right?
Right. Yeah, if they're paying, yeah. And if they're paying like clockwork, sometimes, and they take care of things, sometimes it's hard to find somebody like that. So.
Yeah, believe me, we keep at least one bad apple every once in a while that's got to be late or something, or don't, got an excuse, can't pay on time. Yeah, but that's
right.
How long is his lease for? When is it going to be ending?
I'll have to look it up. I know we redid it I think we redid it in 2022. So I think he still has 3 years left on the new lease. And then there's an extension built in that he can go 2 more years.
Is his option portion already expired? So he does have an option to buy it still, or has that expired already?
That's expired.
Okay, so he's just on the
realistically, I just redid the exact same lease with the option to buy at 150 in there, but he's already expressed, and it's one of those. I know he doesn't want to buy. I know I could, have an amendment signed that, yeah, we're removing the option to buy.
Makes perfect.
He would do that. He would sign that. Yeah.
Okay, Jason. So what I'm seeing here, I mean, and I'm just doing some rough calculations. I mean, we're not too far apart. I mean, if I was able to, run this by my underwriters and see if we can get this approved, say if they came back and say around 130, what would you say to something like that?
I'd say I'd keep it.
You keep it, huh?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would. I mean, 160 is probably my 155 would probably be my low. I know I could, like I said, I know I could retail it even with an agent. And I know I'd get at least 200, maybe more.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
ask. 7%.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there a reason you don't just list it on the market and see what you can get for it?
I don't want to have to go through the hassle.
Yeah, because they're going to nitpick everything.
Yeah, they're going to nitpick everything. Then I have to talk to the tenant. Okay, now we got to show it.
Mm-hmm.
You retail it. Most people that are going to pay retail price for that want to move into it. And that disrupts him. And he's been a very good tenant, very, very good tenant. So, I don't want to disrupt him. So,
right. Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, I keep it until he moves out, and then I retail it.
Yeah. I mean, did you make plans for that big chunk of money already? You going to take a big vacation or what?
Just pay off debt, pay down my house. I put a pool in over at my house, so I'd probably pay that off.
Yeah, that would be smart. One less bill to pay on, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I just sent it over, so they should tell me something here in a moment. I'll be getting a message back on what the offer would be from the information you're giving me. Is there anything else that I need to know as far as the property or anything?
No, I mean it had new windows, new front door about 10 years ago, 11 years ago. It's had new roof and siding put on. Those were around the same time, 10, 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay,
it
perfect.
has, when I left the house, it had an upstairs laundry, which is nice. It used to be a 4-bedroom, but the people I bought it from converted the 4th bedroom into the upstairs laundry. So,
Okay, perfect. And so also you had mentioned something about your wife. Is she gonna have, or ex-wife, is she gonna have to sign off on anything, or how's that gonna go?
yeah, she probably will, because every title company is stupid and they don't follow divorce decrees. So even though it says it's mine in the divorce decree, they'll still want her to sign. And I'm amicable with her.
Well, that's a good thing, because some people leave and it's a fight. I'll be like, man, just one little signature. We've come
Right.
across every.
No, dude, literally, I wrote the divorce decree. She had her lawyer look at it, agreed to it. We filed on March 12th. We were done on April 12th.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty recent. Oh, this last year, huh?
No, 2021.
Oh, all right. Right after the pandemic.
But
Cool.
yeah, but it was, everything was agreed to. She left in January of that year, and then got it done. I mean, just, hey, look, let's be fair. We have kids together, so why we could fight each other, or we can be cool. And whoever was in the wrong in this situation, we're both being cool. So
Makes perfect sense. All right, Jason, look like I got a message back here, and the offer actually came back higher than I anticipated. They say we can buy your house cash, take the tenant on, not a problem. Honor that lease just like you would like. We could actually, close at the timeline that you're ready, and looks like they can do 142,000, and we pay the closing costs.
come on, folks. All right, let me think about that.
What do you think about? I mean, what is your first initial thought?
Again, lower than what I'm hoping for.
We just try to make it a clean, easy sale for you. So that's the biggest thing. That's 142 cash. We pay the closing costs. That goes straight in your pocket. Unless you got to pay a mortgage or something. You got to pay a loan off or something with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they'll pay off the mortgage, and then the rest of those proceeds goes into Hip Pocket National Bank.
Right.
Have you heard that one before? That's an old school one there.
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah.
I mean, because I think that's something we can get done for you, and it will pretty much solve your problem, right?
Yeah, I don't really have a problem. Again, it's just if I can get what I need, what I want for it, it'll be something I'll think, I'll do. So it definitely be something I got to think about for a little bit.
Plus, as you know, there is no real estate commissions and fees or none of that stuff. Not a lot of nitpicky inspections. We take the house as is. So it really kind of, just makes it simple. I mean, would you be open to selling it in a more creative way, if we can come up on a price?
For example?
So what we've done in the past in situations like this, we would have a person that would like to sell. We would agree on a price. We would give them some now and the rest over time, taking full responsibility of maintenance, repairs, the tenants, the house. You would basically sell the house for all intents and purposes, just like any other sale. The only thing is you would get some of the money now and the rest of it over time. You think that would help you out at all?
it'd be something to consider if it, makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
You know,
Well,
it would be something I'd consider again if it makes sense. And
so what is your main goal then, Jason? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What would be like, the best case scenario? What are you trying to achieve within the end of this? I know you want to sell it, but what's the main thing that I'm missing?
I just to get my price. That's it. To get closer to that 160. That's where that would be my goal.
So there is a way we can come up to 160 purchase price, but it would be in a creative way. That would really be more so what you'll be looking at. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you're saying, I'm assuming like a large down payment, if I've got a mortgage, that's got to be paid off, obviously.
How much did you still owe on it?
I think I'm right at, I think I'm right close to like right around 100, between 100 and 105.
Oh, okay. So that's not bad. So yeah, like I said, what we typically would do in a situation like that, we would get you some money at closing, whatever we can determine, get you something at closing and put the rest of it over payments over time. But we would leave that loan in place that you're already paying, and we would take over those payments as well. So we basically would be making two payments, one payment to cover your loan amount and the second payment to cover your equity. So you would actually get your money out of this deal and you still sold the house at the price that you want. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's something I'd need to look at. I need to look at the paperwork and everything.
Okay. Well, I can definitely get you something over in writing to get you so you can basically know how this all works. Just because I know a lot of common questions that people ask, I basically made up a sheet that basically explains everything in detail so that you're not, there's a lot of questions like how do you handle insurance and how do you handle this and that. We kind of answer all of that in this email that I'll send you. Let me see. I think I have your email correct here at gmail.com. Okay, yeah, I have your email here. So I'm going to send you an email with a cash offer and a creative offer, and you can choose which one of those that will work best for you. Once I send that over, when do you think I should follow back up with you?
I don't know. Maybe early next week. I got maintenance to do on my house. I got to do stuff outdoor. I ref a lot of soccer, so I got reffing tonight, reffing this evening, reffing tomorrow evening. So.
Oh, you're a referee. Wow, that sounds
Tuesday
fun.
went. It's all right. It's adults mainly.
It keeps you busy, doesn't it?
They're pains in the asses. Yeah, keeps me busy, keeps me in shape.
Nothing wrong with that, because Father Time catch us all. So other than that, Jason, I think I have what I need for now. Did you have any questions for me before I let you go?
Nope.
All right. I'll be sending you a text right after this call, just so you know who you were on the phone with. Again, my name is Chris with St. Louis Cash Bars, and you have a good day, okay?
Thank you, Chris. You as well.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That was Mr. Jason. What do y'all think about that? How do you gauge his motivation level on a 1 to 10? 1 meaning little to no motivation, or 10, he's got motivation. I just haven't uncovered it yet. Because, sometimes they mask the motivation. He didn't just put in no form say he want to sell his house just because he want to sell his house. He got some pain. I don't know if I've uncovered it fully yet. So Alliance World gives him a 5. A 5. Oh, he's middle ground. A 5, 5, 5. So he's middle motivated. Not really motivated, but middle time motivated. And we are streaming live on Instagram and on YouTube right now. So yeah, this seller, he wasn't mean or anything, but he kind of is dragging his feet. But I think sometimes these type of people, you might have to go meet them or just have more conversations with them, build rapport, ask them about everything except for the house. Oh, you do refereeing. I don't care about refereeing. oh, you do this or that. I don't care about none of that. It's all good. But when you build that connection, that bond, they feel like they know you. Sometimes they get you over the hump. Now, I don't know if he's going to go run to a bunch of other people and say, hey, what would you give me for it? What would you give me for it? I'll give him exact purchase price, that 160. So if he owes about 100,000, we will leave that loan in place. If he owes that, that 60,000 in equity, we would give him some of it now and the rest over time, as long as the numbers make sense. I don't know if they will or not, because I'm just going to send them a generic multiple offer form that basically is going to break all this down. Cash offers this, creative offers this. This is a scenario how we could do it, but it really doesn't have any real numbers on it because I don't have any real numbers. So the way to get the real numbers is get his mortgage statement, underwrite the deal from that, and then we go from there. So hope this video helps you out. Give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share. Shouts out to the people that just jumping in. Who we got up in here? We got, what up, D? What up, Andre? What up, Janine? I see everybody up in here. So yeah, we're doing live seller calls today. Live seller calls. So that's what we got. Let's see who else we got on here. So that was Jason. There's Jason. I think we got another feller down here. Got to buy his house. What up? What up? Happy Saturday to you. About to go see a couple of houses today. One in Fenton. Go check his house out. The guy I spoke to yesterday. I'm gonna go see his house today. Buy his house. I don't want to see your house. I want to buy your house. Everybody want to see him. I don't care what that house look like. I care about that paperwork. I care about that check. I care about that cash flow. I care about that equity. I care about that money. Come on, man. That's what we're doing. So we was on the phone with that guy for 19 minutes. That was a long call. Damn. Who's the next victim? It is a nice house too, and the Zestimate say 212. 160 actually is probably not a bad price. Let me see something here. If 212 was the number, and I'm just gonna guess that as the number, probably not, but let's see. We know it's worth at least 200. 212 times 0.7 is 148. So yeah, we're not too far off. 142 is a good price to buy it at, to be honest. To buy it. Now, if I was wholesaling, I'd have to get it a little bit cheaper. But who knows? We'll see what happens with that. We got a already up and running property up here in Hazelwood, Missouri. So let's see who we got next on the chopping block. Gail. I talked to her yesterday. That lady that I didn't find out. I didn't give her an offer. Let's see here. Jeffrey. Is that who I spoke to? Cassandra. Did I talk to this lady? Oh, this is the one I missed that was involved. Yeah, I need to call her. 4-bed, 3-bath, 2638 square feet, downsizing because they're moving out of state. No major repairs needed. Good condition. Want to sell in the next month or two. Mortgage $279. Asking price $540,000. $540,000. Zestimate say 526. So she's probably at some full blown retail. And then the notes here say call back after 4:30. But that, my friends, was probably during the work week. This is a weekend, so we're going to call her right now. So let's call Miss Cassandra. So smash the thumbs up for the algorithm to boost the video up, share it out, and let's see what she's talking about. Cassandra.
Hi, this is Cassandra. Please leave me a message. I'll return your call as soon as possible.
She hard to reach. She hard to reach. Cassandra. Answer the phone, man. So what do you do if somebody don't answer? I mean, y'all should know this answer by now. I mean, this is kind of regular stuff. What do you do if they don't answer? Double tap. Double tap. 30 seconds later, I'm going to double tap. That's a new song for you.
Hello.
Hey, Cassandra, this is Chris with St. Louis Cash Buyers. How are you today?
Oh, good. I'm at my daughter's basketball game.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just try to catch you another time, okay?
Yeah, I can try and call you when I get home at this number if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Hope she wins, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Basketball game. I love them hard to get them ones. LOL, I have one right now. Yeah, hard to reach, hard to find out here, and we on the grind. All right, so Cassandra's at a basketball game. Let's see who else on the chopping block. Thought I had somebody else. Oh, there was a couple of other people. Hold up, hold your horses. Skirt. I had two people that I was supposed to call yesterday. Let's see what this is. They want retail for this too. Everybody want retail, but sometimes we can get them something creative and innovative. So this is down in Afton, South County on New Hampshire. Let me pull this house up. That's a nice house. It's a 3-bed, 1-bath. It looks like my house in Afton. The same house I already got. I already got one of these. I'm buying another one just like it for more. I bought the one I bought for way less. All right, they got a basement. At least this house has a basement. That helps. And they want full retail. Zestimate say $226. They want $225. Oh, what great discount. Thank you. How do you structure creative house if it's paid off? Good question, Alliance World. Rawr. How do you structure a creative deal if the house is paid off? We do what's called seller finance. And those are my favorite kind. Why is that? Because we can make the whole thing up. We can make up the price. We can make up the down payment. We can make up the monthly payment, which is really the secret sauce, meaning 0% interest possibly. We don't pitch it as 0% interest. We pitch it as principal payments only. Principal payments only. So that is basically converts to 0% interest. So we do a seller finance deal, and it's actually the best deals you can do. You can even give them a higher purchase price. So like this lady here, or man here, or whoever this is, that want $225 for this house, I can give you $230. I can give you $235. I can beat the market out. Especially if it's free and clear and you give me 0% interest, because think about it, I'm paying principal down fast. I ain't got no interest. When you got interest, that's what stretched that stuff out to 30, 40, 50 years, stupid stuff like that. But a person that has a free and clear property is the best kind of creative finance you can do, because you make the whole thing up. You can make it up with no payments. You can make it up in any way you want because they don't have a payment. So it helps them out. So I hope that helps you out, Alliance World. If you want to get more in depth and see how to actually structure that, make sure you check out the Future Cash Flow Club, futurecashflowclub.com. If you haven't signed up, what you waiting on? What you waiting on? You don't really want to learn this stuff for real. You're just saying it. You don't really want to know. You're just talking that talk. Futurecashflowclub.com. Get the elite package. We do weekly trainings that go over all of this stuff from the rooter to the tutor, how to actually execute these deals, how to talk to sellers, how to do the paperwork, all of the little details, the stuff that I don't really get on these live streams and do, because it's a lot of little details, a lot of gotchas. There's a lot of gotchas. We don't want you to get got. We want you to spin the block. So there we go. Let's call Mr. Man, whoever this is, on this Afton house. Let's see if it's still available. He wants, let me X that up. That's an old person. And this one here with a 630 area code. Yeah, the 630. Where is that at anyway? Where the 630 at? Anybody here from the 630? I don't even know where that's at. That sounds like that's in the mountains somewhere. But that's another story. Let's see if they answer the phone. Answer that phone. Answer. I went through the bio.
I've reached Joe Betterman with Better Retirement. I'm sorry, Mr. Call.
Oh, his name's Joe. Okay, Joe. I don't know what his name was. Joe. We got to double tap you, Joe. I'm sorry, man. We got to hit you. It's Saturday, man. No excuse. It's Saturday. We're on lunchtime, man. Come on, man. Answer that phone. I'm trying to get somebody locked in. Clock, locked in. And yeah, when you're structuring these deals too, that's another kind of problem. Like a person like him that's got equity, that first guy I spoke to, if he owes about $100,000, but he want 160, that $60,000 has to be addressed somewhere. And typically they want to get that out sooner rather than later. So we'll see how that goes. As a matter of fact, I didn't even text that guy and tell him to send me his email address, even though I already got it. I'll do that after this call. Call. Oh, Jean.
You've reached Joe Betterman with Better Retirement. I'm sorry I missed your call.
Yep, Joe don't want to answer, so we're gonna have to try him again at another time, man. Is what they do, man. Is what they do. Let's see here. Who's the next victim? So that was Joe. Oh, I say it right there, Joseph, and he's out of Illinois. So he's an absentee owner. He ain't even in St. Louis. He's in Aurora, Illinois, wherever that's at. That's what that 630 number is, I guess. Okay, that was Joe. And then who's this guy, girl? This house is in the same zip code. Damn, everybody leaving out of there. But this one wants 189. This is down in Afton as well. This is in Afton, Missouri. They want 189 for this one, but this is only a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. What is this, mass exodus out of Afton? Nobody want to be there? I'll buy it. It's a cute little brick house. Oh, that's cute. Perfect for a small family. 189. The Zestimate say 194. 2-bed, 1 bath, 1,000 square feet. It's got a jetted tub. Wait a minute. I need to test this tub out. Let me find out. Can I come over here? Can I get in that tub? The jetted tub? Oh, no. I want to get in. Let me in. Let me in now. Sometimes things be messing up though. It's got a basement, furnace and water heater look good. AC looks good. The house looks good. It's a nice looking house. Looks like it needs no repairs. We call this a pretty house. So let's call him up and see what he's talking about. He or she. I don't even know if it's a he or she. Could be both. Let's see. Yeah, they don't even have a name. What's that about? I don't care. I don't need your name. I'll ask you your name, buddy. I'll ask you. Let's record the call for quality and training, and let's. A cold call. It is kind of like a cold call.
Hi, you've reached Dane Sander with Sander Investments. You're important to me, and so is your call. So,
Dave. Investments. So this is a flip. Let me see. When did he buy this house? Is this a flip? He's something with an investment company. Let me pull it up on this other site right quick. Let me see what they. Let me do a little more digging. Was that my first time calling him or my second? Was that a double tap or a single tap? I don't even know. That's bad. That was my first time. Okay, so 3-bedroom, 1 bath. They got on here warranty deed. He got a 30-year mortgage, 361 months at $855 a month. He just bought it in 2021. So he's probably a disgruntled landlord too. And this house doesn't even look the same on here. Like he did some work to it. Like this old picture of it. It looked green on the outside. Is this the right house? This ain't even the same house. This house was a brick house. Hold on. Hold your horses. Skirt. Oh man. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, that ain't the right thing. I'm looking at the wrong house. Yeah, I'm gonna X that out. That was the wrong house. I'm looking like something ain't right. That don't even look like the same house. Okay. There it is. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 100% equity. So they have a free and clear property. Here's your information you were asking about, Alliance World.
A free and clear property is what this one is. 100% equity. And he bought it back in, I don't know when he bought it. It doesn't say on this house. But I'm going to call him again. Double tap. Let's see if we can buy this house. Call him again. What up, Joey? Propwire. Propwire.com. He don't want to answer. I did call the right number, right? Yep, I called the right number. He ain't answering. They don't like to answer. I thought people answered on the weekends. What's that about? How long we been on here for? 45 minutes? Yeah, that's long enough, I think. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Any other questions, comments, concerns before I go out here to this in-person appointment and buy this guy's house? As a matter of fact, let's call him and let him know I'm on the way. What time is it? 12? I'll tell him I'll be out there about 1. Let's call him up because he sounded pretty motivated yesterday. So I'm going to call him up, see if his motivation level is still the same, and say, I'm on the way. That was Jeffrey? Is that who that was? No, that's in Florida. Did I even speak to this dude? Oh, that's the dude that was being paid for me by him. Good thing I put him in this CRM because I sure can't remember these folks. I can't remember. This was Mr. Was it Paul? Yeah, that is Paul. My grandpa name, Paul. So he wanted $250 for it. He got offers at $230, $240. And this is out here in Fenton. And I told him I'm going to come out and see it today. So let's give him a call. So yeah, I should be out there about, let's tell him around 1:30 because I might want to make a stop. I don't like being in a rush to go out far away. He all the way out in Fenton, and I'm in North County. So it's South County, and he way out 30, 40 minutes from me. 40 minutes from me, man. Let's call Paul up and take his temperature, make sure he's still nice, highly motivated. And it's very important on this call to emphasize that when I come out, I'm not coming to see your house. I'm coming to buy your house.
Hello.
Hey, Paul, this is Chris. How are you today?
Not bad. How are you today, Chris?
All is well. I was just following up with you to see if today was a good day I can come out and check out the house there.
You're welcome to stop by whatever time you like.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like I can be out here shortly. So when I do come out, check it out, and everything makes sense, you'll be ready to get the process started today?
Maybe. I've still got an offer that's coming in this afternoon sometime. I haven't seen it yet though, so I can't speak to where it is for sure. But I mean, if you're talking about closing today, I mean, what do you mean by process?
Oh, I'm just meaning get the paperwork started so we can get the process going, open escrow, etc. So when I come out, I don't really come out just to see your house. I'm really coming to buy your house.
Gotcha. So I guess we can talk more when you get here. As to what that means. I mean, are you going to buy it today? Are you going to buy it tomorrow? Are you going to buy it? I mean, is there a close? Is you got to have something inspected, or what do you mean?
So yeah, what I mean is just getting the purchase agreement in place so we can secure those funds to the side, so we know that we're buying your property and we won't go and buy 2 other properties that we're looking at, because we buy a lot of houses in St. Louis. I don't know if I told you that or not. So I just want to make sure that if we are going to buy yours, I want to make sure we put those funds to the side so you can have it when it's closing day and we're ready to roll and everything's locked in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think maybe it's best if we just wait until I find out about this deal, because the deal that is supposed to be coming today already meets my price point, and they're established. I think I want to wait. The last time I did this, I got burnt, and I can't go through that process again. This is a reputable company. that has a solid reputation, and the price is right, or at least it's close enough. And so let me see what happens with this particular deal, and then I'll give you, and then you can give me a call back.
I don't know if you got my text I sent you yesterday. We're quite reputable as well. We help a lot of people with real estate problems in St. Louis. I don't know if you got a chance to check out our website, see all the great testimonials. People are praising us, saying, wow, you guys solved all of our problems, making it easy. And that's what we aim to do for you as well, Paul. Now,
I didn't get that. I don't recall getting I definitely didn't look at the website. So you might want to resend that to me, but I don't want to just walk in on a one-day thing like that. I'm not comfortable with that right now. I think about things before I just pull the trigger. I don't just go and pull the trigger.
Make perfect
like
sense.
that.
I would suggest nothing different. So yeah. And you said that they were going to beat your price point. What was price point again?
240. So they're actually at 237.5. So that was close enough for me.
And originally you wanted to get how much?
I originally priced it at 250. So hoping that I would get my 240. So that was where I was with it.
Right. And so I don't know if you remember our conversation from yesterday. We were going to present you with a cash offer, and we were going to present you with a creative offer where you can actually get the 250 that you originally wanted, which is a higher purchase price, and you get everything that you're looking to get achieved here pretty easily.
Well, I would be glad to show you the place and talk a little more with you if you would like to, but I can't promise you nothing at this point.
Okay. And so that other offer, you said that's coming in today?
It's supposed to be here today. They said within 24 hours. So that was last night at about 5 o'clock. So I assume that it'll be here today. I still have yet to see it, but that's what she told me.
Okay, that makes sense. So if there is
give you a much better.
Okay, go ahead.
I could give you a much better idea tomorrow after where I am after I hear back from them. So.
Okay, that makes sense. So I just want to make sure, so when they do present their offer, are you going to be going under contract with them to sell them the house, or are you going to come back and give me an opportunity to beat whatever they came with? I'm not sure I can beat them.
I'll definitely give you an opportunity, but I'm just going to have to be absolutely confident that whatever is in place is one that's guaranteed. I'm going to need, moving forward, I'm going to expect earnest money. After what happened last time, I'm going to expect earnest money, because I'm not going to be the one to chew off $1,000 on a rental deposit for an apartment and then the deal goes through because of somebody else. I can't keep burning $1,000 at a time on deposits on apartments.
Oh, someone made you lose $1,000?
Yeah, because they backed out of the deal, and I had put $1,000 deposit okay. So I'm not going that route no more.
That will never happen with us. As a matter of fact, we've even paid the deposit for people so that they can move into their next place, just to show you how serious we are. So I'll let you go ahead and explore that, Paul.
Okay, and you're welcome to stop out, or you're welcome to call back tomorrow, whichever one you like.
I think it's probably better to wait until they get you that offer that they're going to get you, and then once you got that in place, I'll beat their offer. I'm going to make a bold claim, Paul. I'm going to beat their offer. How about?
All right, that sounds good to me. So
nobody else is going to do that. They're going to tell you something and back out and trick you and do all this other stuff. What I say is what I mean. I'm a man of my word. Everything I say to do, I'm going to do it.
All right, so that's what I like to hear. So, give me a jingle tomorrow, and we'll talk a little more.
All right. So remember, before you take their offer, give me a call back, and I'll see what I can beat it and make it sweeter for you, and make it a good deal for you. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Thanks, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, soon. Bye-bye. Thanks, brother. What that mean when they say thanks, brother? Somebody let me know. What that mean? Is that like a friend zone thing? Like, or are you really connecting? What does that really mean? Thanks, brother. See, that's why I'm gonna be running out to people's houses. And I hope y'all learned something from that. I talked to this guy yesterday. He was highly motivated. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Rah. Then I called him today. Oh, I gotta wait for this other offer. Which is fine. I don't mind either way, to be honest. But so he's dealing with who's he dealing with? Open Door. He's dealing with Open Door. He's dealing with some other company, and then he's already been burned by somebody that made him lose $1,000. What are we gonna do about that? See, I'm gonna show him how to do it. I'm gonna fix them up. I'm gonna whip, tighten them up, one way or the other. But I already know my ace in the hole is still a creative deal. I can give you $250. As a matter of fact, I can give you $260. Because really, I can go probably as high as $275 if you really want the raw truth. Because this house ARV is like let me pull this house up again. What was this house? I think the house was worth over $300,000 fixed up, something stupid. And if he takes something creative, I can beat them, blow them out of the water. Yeah, the Redfin estimates say $295 by itself. And there's a house that just sold. Let's see, that's a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Ours is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. This one got about 300 more square feet, sold for $419. $419. Come on, man. $419,000 a comp. Now, how did they get to that number? Doesn't really matter. But there's others that sold for, let's see, $335. Another one sold for that was less square footage on a larger lot, and it's 5 years older. Matter of fact, that's on the same street. Is that the same street? I know ours is Summit Tree. This one on Summit Top. So this house sold for $335. So I think the ARV is over $300,000. And if you take terms, I could give you a good cash offer, which I'm probably in the same ballpark as those other people. $230, $240. Slam dunk. Let's go. But when it comes to this creative space, it's a made up number. It's made up. I ain't got to bring no money. I'll bring some money, but I don't have to bring $300,000. Does that make sense? Say if I can get into this deal for maybe 10 grand out of pocket, a $300,000 house for 10 grand out of pocket. We call that a slam dunk. That's like what? If you put 10 grand on a 300,000, what's that? That ain't even 10%. That ain't even 5%. That's like 3%, 3.5% down. That's an FHA loan, baby. Come on. And never qualify for it. So hopefully this video helped you out. Give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you care. And also, if you are looking to get more training into this stuff and get into the weeds, because there's a lot more to this stuff. This is just surface level conversations. More to this, futurecashflowclub.com is where you want to check it out. Get in there, futurecashflowclub.com. That is where you can actually get the elite package, get all the paperwork that you need to do these deals, purchase agreements, assignment agreements, cancellation agreements, addendums, all of that stuff. You can get all that there pretty easily. Let's see who we got over here. I see German. What up? He said, what up, Chris, over here on YouTube. Follow up. He's 777 in the building. Good to see you as well. Everybody over here. Any other questions, comments, concerns before I roll? Let's see what we got here. I got a message bringing you today from what is it called? STLGreenEats.com.
So I want to get into real estate, but don't know where to start.
Well, what I would say is to join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today. That's all you got to do, ladies and gentlemen. Try it out today. You can get a free trial if you want to do the intro package. But what I would say, let's see here. We have access to phone you as well on the elite package. Yep. With the elite package, you get direct access to me. Yep. You get stuck on a deal. You get, hey, I need some help. I'm stuck. I got the seller on the hook. They ready to go. Boom. We get in there. I might even help you close the deal. I might even partner with you on the deal. Come on, man. I mean, what better partner you want than Chris Monroe? Come on. Keep it real, raw. Keep it raw, real, man. FutureCashFlowClub.com. So hopefully this helped you out today. You all have a good rest of your day. Do what you do. Be who you be. And I'll see you before you see me.
And we have. And we have. And we have Mr. I Stay. Whoa, 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 and Mr. I Stay.
Find more leads than you can even process. That's multiple listing service. That's the MLS for your real estate agents. Absentee owner information. Find the cash buyers and flippers in any market nationwide. Pull a pre-foreclosure list. And don't forget, you got to find those comps. Get nationwide access with multiple filters. Powered by PropStream at wokesource.com. Get your 7-day free trial today. Wokesource.com. That's wokesource.com.
Get your free real estate joint venture agreement and get notified of upcoming shows. Text JV to 636-330-1444.
Today's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up phone numbers and email addresses with ease, with pricing as low as only 15 cents per match, not per search, per match. If there's no number or email address, you don't pay. Get accurate data in just minutes. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com.
You may have heard the saying, the fortunes are in the follow-up. Now there's a brand new system that is great to help you cold call, text message, drop voicemails, and so much more, all automated. You don't have to remember anything. Just set it and forget it. All you have to do is speak to people. Check it out, wokereply.com. It's a multi-touch marketing campaign where you can schedule to send text, voicemail, email, and even live calls all on autopilot. Check it out today, wokereply.com. That's wokereply.com.
Do you need funding for your real estate deals? Future Cash Flow Funding has exactly what you need. Whether you're looking to fix and flip, new construction loans, or if you even have rental properties, you can get the financing you need today. FutureCashFlowFunding.com. Check it out. FutureCashFlowFunding.com.
Let me ask you this before I let you go. As far as like a timeline, like say we decide to go ahead and move forward with this deal, how much time would we have to get everything out?
So we work with your timeline. That's a good question. We work with
Okay.
you. So if you know you need, a couple of weeks, you're fine. And the other thing I didn't tell you, we take the house as is. So take what you want, leave what you don't.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Johnson. This is Chris. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good. I got a message say that you were interested in selling the property on Central Parkway. Is that correct?
No, not Central Parkway. I never
Oh.
owned that property.
Which one are you selling?
I'm selling
Court. That's why I have to make sure. As I said, let me make sure, because sometimes that stuff gets twisted up, and you know how that goes, right?
Yeah. I just rented the property on Central Parkway for a long time.
Oh, okay. That's how they had you tied to that. They try to make you own it. You ain't even never owned it, huh?
Right. They actually just remodeled it and sold it a few weeks ago.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I saw that on there. I was like, this didn't have your name on it. It had some other company, and I was like, maybe that's their company name. So I was going to get to that point when we got to that point. But nevertheless, how's the day going so far?
It's a Monday.
Yep, busy Monday. We love it. So yeah, so this property here says in excellent condition, so we won't need to fix anything. Is that correct?
No, there's nothing needs to be fixed. I've only been there 2 years, and it was completely redone on the inside.
Oh, okay. That's how we bought our house, the same way. Somebody fixed it up 2 years before we got it. We were like, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like a great idea until, your kids grow up and move out, and now you're left with too much house that you really don't need.
Yeah, being an empty nester is always fun, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I no longer need, a stupid high mortgage payment. I'd like to travel more.
I know that's right. Get out and see the world. What kind of timeline are you guys on? When would you like to be done and out of this property?
Well, I'm still currently living in it, obviously. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe I would need 4 or 5 weeks once, an offer is made. Yeah, just to give me time to, pack everything, get everything out.
So the end of July would help out?
Yeah, it's end of July, beginning of August.
Okay. Yeah, no rush. I just like to make sure we're moving at the same pace because sometimes people are like, we want out tomorrow. Like, we can do it. But and then some people are like, well, maybe in, right before Christmas. So everybody's got their thing. So I always just like to ask and make sure,
Yeah. I'm looking to get out of it pretty soon, like, because who wants to move in the winter? Like, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
So it would definitely have to be like, early fall.
Have you already found a place to move to and stuff like that, or?
No, I haven't, but I've got good credit, so I plan to rent something, so that's not going to be an issue.
Oh, okay. So you're in the 800
I've
club
already.
just like me.
Huh?
You're in the 800 club just like me, huh?
Well, I'm close. I'm like the 750 club.
There you go. We're going to get you up there. Don't worry.
Hey, I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the right path, doing everything I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I've already been looking at different options as far as moving. So I kind of got an idea of where I want to be and what kind of, monthly price range I'm looking at. Getting approved, that's not really an issue to me.
Okay. Perfect. And so I think everything looks good from what you're telling me so far. What about the price? What are you thinking on that part?
I'm thinking to get myself out of it free and clear. I'm not really trying to make any money off of it because I know I haven't been there except, the 2 years. So I'm not expecting to make money off of this sale. I just don't want to have to spend money in order to sell it. So I just want to be able to get out from under my loan, which is about $255-ish.
Okay, yeah. So basically you would sell it for what you owe on it. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so I can walk away. There is options because, like I said, the whole entire upstairs has been completely redone from end to end. But the basement is still completely unfinished. But there is the plumbing downstairs for the third full bathroom. It's just not. It's all the plumbing is there, the pipes, the drains, everything's there. It's just not framed out.
Okay. So
there are options, right? There are options for improvement. I haven't been there long enough to do any of that stuff, and I really don't need it.
I know that's right. We don't need the bedrooms. Definitely don't need extra bathrooms.
I definitely don't need 4 bedrooms.
Okay. And so you said it was a high payment. What kind of payment is on the property?
I believe my payment. I pay over my monthly payment. I pay about $2,400 a month, but I believe my payment is somewhere around $2,200.
So that must include the taxes and insurance.
Well, yeah, I pay over towards my escrow and towards my principal. I give them, maybe like $160-ish, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the principal amount, and then there's like an extra $50 that goes towards escrow because I got tired of my payment was fluctuating.
Really? That's what they do. They put, especially these taxes. Did you get that letter in the mail?
Right.
That say taxes
Yeah. They just sent that to me. I'm like, oh no, I gotta sell this because if they're estimating that it's worth more, that's gonna make my payment go up next year. I don't want that.
Yep. Higher escrows, higher taxes, and possibly even higher insurance. So yeah, we definitely understand that. I got a stack of mail. I was like, what is all this coming from St. Louis County? All those properties we have. They said, yep, we're going up. I didn't even open them all up yet. I just opened a few. So
I can't even see what, as far as like Florissant, I understand they are building a lot of houses, but like, why? What are they doing in Florissant that's making these taxes on these houses go up so much? It's crazy.
The government wants some money from something. They got to get it from somebody. So that's the
my
easiest
6% ain't enough. Jesus.
We want more. We want 20%.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I worked on my credit previous to purchasing this home, so.
Right. So is there a reason you don't just like list it on the market or something like that to sell this property?
Well, this is my first purchased home, so I wasn't really clear on what that entails. And I did talk to my realtor who sold me the house, who was a family member of my husband, and she was kind of explaining, how to sell it and listing and the what's that, the commission off the sale. And I'm just like I kind of owe quite a bit. It doesn't leave much wiggle room, and I don't want to have to pay out of pocket someone's commission.
Yeah, they're gonna charge you about $10,000 in commissions plus closing costs, so you probably $15,000-$16,000 just to sell the property.
Right. That's kind of where I was at. I'm like, I don't want to have to pay that just to get out of this house, and I don't want to stay here because I don't know, what the market is going to do.
Exactly. So I'll just be honest with you, Ms. Johnson. This property is going to be hard to sell on the market. I mean, I just pulled it up here to see. They said, I guess you bought it for like $265 or something like that.
Yes.
It will probably only sell for about that much on the market, and who knows how long that would take. However, we do have an option that could help you in your situation, where what we do is buy the house, basically just like you want, buy it for what you owe on it. And what we would do is we would take over those payments, and we would make that monthly payment, relieving you of the debt and the liability of dealing with the property or dealing with the payment on the property, so you can move on and have a better life without dealing with this house. You think something like that would help you guys out?
That would. That definitely would.
Okay, so what I will do here is I will write up something here and get you something in writing so you can look it over, or do you already know that's what you guys want to do? You want to sell it?
Well, I'm going to want to speak to my husband, about this whole
Yeah.
situation. Like this call just kind of came out of nowhere. I received a text because I had I submitted some information a few 3-4 weeks ago ish, just seeing how I could sell my house before I talked to the realtor. And the other company, they was like, it's kind of too new. They didn't even want to give an offer at all.
Yeah, we can buy it. It's no problem for us because we deal in these low equity type situations all the time. Now, if somebody's going to come in and just buy it cash, they're probably going to tell you 200,000 or 180 or something real low.
Yeah.
And that's not realistic. We don't want to go upside down. We want you to come out
Right.
so you're coming out of pocket. And so when we do these types of deals, we even pay the closing costs, so you don't come out of pocket for anything. You just basically are done with the property. The only thing is the loan will stay in place, but the property would be transferred to us, and we would take over the payments and the responsibility.
Well, that's good. That's what I like to hear because I'm 100% in my payment history, so I like to keep it that way. But I also know I'm going to need moving money and expenses for that as well, so that definitely helps out.
100%. Now, as far as moving expenses, what do you estimate that to be, just to get you, out comfortably?
Maybe about $2,000. Not too much.
Okay, you're reasonable. Why isn't everybody like you, Ms. Johnson?
Because I'm a grown up.
I know, so it's real life. Just solve the problems. Don't cause no mess.
Nah, I'm very easy going. Like, it's not my first rodeo. I'm not in a bind where I have to sell this because I can't afford to pay for it. Like, I'm not in that kind of a situation.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to.
Yeah, I definitely.
That's probably the difference between me and someone else who's trying to sell their home. Like, if I get the correct offer, I'm open. Like, hey, let's move on with life.
Yeah, and no reason to stay playing around with this, paying these people for something we don't want to pay for.
Right. We can move on, and I can get in because I would prefer to live out of town.
Oh, okay. Most people move to Texas. A lot of people left St. Louis, went to Texas. You saw some people like that too?
Texas doesn't have enough beach area for me. Send me to Florida.
Right. Go south somewhere,
nothing north of here.
You had enough. So I think we have what we need for now. What do you think your husband's going to think about this?
Well, he's pretty go with the flow, or go with what your wife says.
I know that's right.
He wasn't keen on purchasing this house to begin with. He was like, "This is a lot of house, and we don't really need that much." And I was swooned by the glitz and the glamour. We had went on at least 50 house tours. So I wanted the sparkly, new, fresh, everything untouched. It's a one-owner house. Like, I even met the original owner who had it built. I have all of the original documents, like the handwritten notes from when he had the house built in the 60s. I have everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It'd be a nice little gift to give to the next owners.
Great. So do you go by Trish or Patricia?
Trish.
Okay, Trish, that's my sister's name. Our birthday is actually the same day too. So yeah, cool.
Crazy. Everybody thinks I'm saying Chris when I say Trish.
There you go. Rhyme with me, Chris and Trish.
Hey,
Huh?
there we go.
So I'm going to send you a text message with my information. So like I said, my
Okay.
name is Chris with St. Louis Cash Bars. If you can just text me back your email address, I'll get you something over in writing. You can look over with your husband. And if you do want to, if you have any questions, he has questions, anything, we can settle it from there. I live right in the neighborhood, so you're really right around the corner from me, pretty close, looks like. And we can get this thing going for you guys pretty easily.
So let me ask you this before I let you go. As far as like a timeline, like say we decide to go ahead and move forward with this deal, how much time would we have to get everything out?
So we work with your timeline. That's a good question. We work with you. So if you know you need, a couple of weeks, you're fine. And the other thing I didn't tell you, we take the house as is. So take what you want, leave what you don't. We take the property, like you got some furniture or something you don't want to just move, and like, hey, leave it here, we'll deal with it. So we make it really easy to sell the property.
That is really, really nice because we really had a lot going on when we moved into the house, coming from a rental property that we were in for 13 years. So it was a lot to move, and storage containers and dumpsters and just moving a lot of stuff was a lot. And I ended up throwing away a lot and just repurchasing new furniture.
Oh, there you go. And so that's what we all do. Get rid of it and get more stuff. So like I said, if you want to leave stuff there, like furniture and stuff like that you don't want, you can just leave it there. We deal with that. And we just try to make it a simple transition for you guys. Other than that, did you have any other questions for me for now before I let you go?
Not that I can think of. You've been great, Chris.
Perfect. So yeah, I'll just wait for you to write back your email address. I'll get you something over in writing here this afternoon, and we'll get the ball rolling for you.
All right, I'll get this going right now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Yeah. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Chris Monroe. R to the O-E. I flip houses, rent cars, and make money. I'm not no motherfucker dummy. This how we do.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh no, I'm here. Yeah, what did you think about it? I sent you an extra contract for it.
I can't hear you. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Not really, no.
Uh-oh, what did I do? Did I mess up something? How about now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I sent you actually a DocuSign with our purchase agreement. If you wanted to sell it, I didn't know if you got a chance to look at it.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing you said.
Can you hear me better now?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I wonder why it's doing that. I don't know what's going on with the phone here. I was trying to see, did you get it?
I'm getting a figure it out. I don't know if it's that or what.
Yeah, I was just trying to see, did you get a chance to look at the purchase agreement I sent you?
Hold on, let me get over to your phone real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
You said what?
I don't know why I can't hear me.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah, I was just trying to see, did you get a chance to see the purchase agreement I sent you about 6 days ago?
The thing that you sent me on the phone?
I sent you, it's actually through DocuSign. You should have got an email.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to see it?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, check your email. I'll resend it to you. Let me see if I can resend it.
I also want to know, I know they offered 6, but did you see if they want to offer 8? Or that just the number that...
Let me see what I got here. Let me pull it back up. Let's see here. Logging back in. I'm going to resend it to you because I got to see what was on there because we buy a lot of properties all over, so I don't want to tell you the wrong thing,
Right. True.
This is for King. Uh-oh.
Yep. 5413 King.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that one we put in for. So basically, for our purchase agreement, we put in that we would buy the property as is. We even would pay the closing costs with the title company to transfer it. And we put on here 7,000.
7,000. That you said.
Yes.
So that's all they're offering, 7.
Yeah, 7,000. We pay the closing costs, and we.
Okay, that's fine. We send me the stuff today, and then we'll fill it out.
Okay. Did you want me to put her name on there as well? Your girlfriend? She said she's on the title.
Yeah, her name's on there too. Yeah, she got to sign off on it too.
If you can send me a text with her email address as well, I'll add her to the DocuSign so she can sign off as well.
Okay.
All right. All right. Any other questions for me before I let you go?
No, that's fine.
All right. That'll work. Thank you.
All right.
Boom. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. So we got a verbal commitment. Somebody's going to sell their building up in St. Joseph, Missouri. Never been there. Find more leads than you can even process. That's multiple listing service. That's the MLS for your real estate agents. Absentee owner information. Find the cash buyers and flippers in any market nationwide. Pull a pre-foreclosure list. And don't forget, you got to find those comps. Get nationwide access with multiple filters. Powered by PropStream at wokesource.com. Get your 7-day free trial today. Wokesource.com. That's wokesource.com. Here, St. Joseph, Missouri. We're gonna put them under contract for $7,000. I think I can sell for about 15. So if everything works like I'm planning, make a quick 8K and never had to go see the house, never see the building. It's not a house, it's actually a commercial building. But what's going on? Good to see you. What's up? Mike buys houses. Smooth face. Is your face really smooth? Smooth face 29. What up? Belton, I see you. Marshawn, what up? Good to see you all. Hopefully you're having a good day after hump day, Thursday. So yeah, we are trying to get some people locked up today. I'm just waiting on this guy to send his email address and see if we can add this girl, this female, onto his agreement so we can get it signed off and get this thing in escrow and try to get the deal done. So let's correct it real quick and add her. So yeah, come in hot. I didn't know he was gonna get a contract in the first 10 seconds, but it's something I sent about 6 days ago. Came from Facebook marketing. Facebook marketing. We're gonna paste that. We're gonna put. Let me make sure I got her name right. And we're gonna add this here. We're gonna say next. And then we're gonna add her at the bottom here so she can sign as well. Ooh, excuse me, as well. Seller. The seller. Miss Rachel. He on a property with his girlfriend. Forget wife, girlfriend. You gonna get a property with your girlfriend? What you trying to do? Be married? So we're gonna add her on here. Make sure that makes sense. Yeah, you working on something, Mike? What you working on? You cooking up something over there, or you just acting like you're cooking up something? Don't be acting. Let's see. Let me pull this up and make sure I got this name right. But they sound motivated, so they agreed to sell it for $7,000. I'm gonna go ahead and try to market this bad boy out. Let's see if we can get this done. After he signs the contract, you don't know he's gonna get put to work because I'm not even in town right now. Well, I'm not in town anyway. I wouldn't be in town anyway. It's 100% virtual deal. So when you're dealing with a virtual deal, many times you can have the actual seller of the property help you sell the property. And that's the beauty of it. 54. I'm putting in the wrong address. By sending me pictures. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make them do the work. Do the work before the work and after the work. Let me see here. Let me make sure I got her name right. Because I don't want to send this over and be wrong. Yep, that's right. Got everything right. King Hill Drive, $100 earnest money. Purchase price $7,000. 60-day inspection period. And then I'm going to put on here close on or before. I'm going to change that. I'm going to say 31 October. I'm going to give myself a long time to close it out. Does that mean 60 days? Correct. Boom. Well, who keep texting me? People keep 60 days. That's right. I put long inspection periods, long times. Yeah, 60 days. I mean, you know, if they really want to sell, we can buy it. Well, I'm not really like, ooh, this, I need to change his name. Does this say Ray? He got his middle name on here, and I don't like when stuff say that. Well, it don't matter. I think it'll be okay. So yeah, we got a deal right out the gate. We're gonna send this contract to him. Once he gets the contract, then we start on our dispositions, and try to work this property out here. I do not have boots on the ground up there though. That's the only tricky part. You know anybody in St. Joseph, Missouri? Because I don't even know how far that is from here. Let me see what this is on a map. I never even looked. Is that bad? I just started working the deal. So this, like I said, this deal or lead came from Facebook marketing. We got some Facebook ads going statewide. And so with it being statewide, oh damn, it's all the way over there by, where is it set on the map? St. Joseph. Sheesh. So it's north of Kansas City. Okay, I see where it's at. It's about, it looked like maybe an hour north of Kansas City, if I was to guess. On the Missouri side, St. Joseph, Missouri. Okay, so yeah, that's where they're at. And we're gonna see if we can work something out with this. I ain't really trying to go up there, and I ain't. So let me text this guy back, and then we're gonna get on the next phone call. I'm gonna put in here verbal agreed to 7,000. Contract sent. I should have got them down to 6. Hell, because like I said, I think I could sell for maybe somewhere between 12 and 15. But hey, if we get 15, that's 8K in the pockets. Ooh, what can you do with an extra 8K, Mike? Would that help you out a little bit? Would that make you feel better? And would it make me feel better, especially on a property I ain't even got to go see it. All I got to do is talk on the phone and see if they home. So we got a couple more people to call. I got about several leads in here that I should have been talking to already, but we're going to do like that. So yeah, let's see who's next as a victim. Let's see who's next as a victim. Call the next person. So he called me. I was on the phone with somebody else, and then they called me, and I was getting ready to start this live. So I was like, hell, let's get it. Let's go. What's up, Mr. Bailey? So yeah, I'm about to make a couple more calls. Look like we got one verbal contract, verbal agreement. Do I get points for the verbal? I get points for the closing. I don't even want no verbals. I don't want no contracts. I want closings. I only count closings because you can have a full board of deals like we always do, but they only count when they get to. Okay, so who's next? Let's pull back up my seller leads and let's get somebody on the phone and see if they home. I got this new light. It looks like it helps because look, I was dark right there, but now I'm light. Bright light. Let's see. Aaron, who's Aaron? And then who's this? 6 hours ago, some kind of scammer on a bad phone number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that number ain't even good, so I can't call that. Let's talk to Mary Lynn. Somebody named Mary Lynn out in Chesterfield. Okay, so Mary Lynn wants asking price $525. Asked about the mortgage. She's saying it's being worked out. That's what she told my VA. She wants to talk Wednesday afternoon. Oh, damn, I'm supposed to call her yesterday. I didn't notice that. My bad. Selling it all is cash. Back market value is about $500,000, and she wants $525. Let me see. It looked like it's listed on Zillow. They want $589 for this house on Zillow. And it's been listed for 112 days. I want to know why it hasn't sold yet. Why hasn't this property sold yet? That's what I want to know. So let's call Mary Lynn and see if she's our friend or if she's talking crazy. Hope not. Hope she's talking about selling the property. Let's see what we got here. So we're waiting on him to sign his contract. Once he signs, we can send it and dispose that bad boy because we'll have equitable interest in the property, which is what we look to get, equitable interest. And in our contract, it states we can put it on the MLS. So give me a second here. Let's see, I got a call. All right, where's her phone number? Mary Lynn. Maryland. Is it Maryland or is it Maryland? Oh, Maryland. M-A-R-A. Maryland. 314. It's time for some follow-up calls, y'all. It's time for some follow-up calls, y'all. Follow up. Follow up. Pick up the phone. Let's go. Hello. So let's go. Let go. And then we want to record all calls for quality and training purposes. Let's see what she's talking about. Maryland.
I'm sorry, the party you are trying to reach has not set up voicemail on 31.
Well, how'd you know they was going to do that? They never answer on the first call. They never answer. But that doesn't deter me because we're going to go and try again. Here we go. Give her a second, then I'll call again. Okay. We'll look at that in a minute. Put that in my note stack back there. All right, let's try to call Marilyn again. Answer the phone, lady. Answer the damn phone. She'll be like, who is this? You may have heard the saying, the fortunes are in the follow-up. Now there's a brand new system that is great to help you cold call, text message, drop voicemails, and so much more, all automated. You don't have to remember anything. Just set it and forget it. All you have to do is speak to people. Check it out, wokereply.com. It's a multi-touch marketing campaign where you can schedule to send text, voicemail, email, and even live calls all on autopilot. Check it out today, wokereply.com. That's wokereply.com.
I'm sorry.
So we'll try her again in a little bit. Let's see who else is on here. I want to call this guy back in Florida. I forgot he wanted me to call him back too. When you don't do your follow-up calls like you should, you get backed up like this. I get backed up and I just hit everybody at once. Let me call, what is his name? Jack. There he is, down in Florida. Cape Coral. Cape Coral. Is it Cape Coral or Cape Coral? He's 80 years old. I'm gonna call him from my Florida line, Florida only. Hey, Jack, this is Chris. How are you today?
I'm good. You?
Staying cool. That's what I'm trying to do. You know, it's been pretty hot out.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Just about anywhere you go.
Yeah, you can't hide out from it. It's probably even hot in Canada.
Believe that. I do.
Most definitely. So yeah, I just wanted to get back with you about the house over there. So I can see how we can work out any details, answer any questions, see what we need to do to move forward.
Well, I guess I don't fully understand how it is that this is going to work out for me the way it is. Basically, what you're doing is you're, purchasing the house. It looks like for basically $800,000, and then I can sit and ponder about my nest egg for 30 years or whatever. And I guess I had something different in mind and how we would handle that. I don't know what kind of changes you can make, but like if it were to be a $200,000 at closing, something like that, and then the 400 balance or the 200 balance, then on a time thing, but something that didn't go out quite as far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only and I did have a question about the property there too, Jack. Do they have any restrictions in regards to like short-term rentals, things like that there?
Has it?
Are there any restrictions like HOA restrictions or anything like that as far as short-term rentals or things like that? So no.
Not at all. That's the way I'm going to propose it, because I'm not getting much of. It's taking me a while to get back. You to get back to me to see if we could actually work something out. So, that's exactly the way I was going to present it. It's turnkey. As is, furniture included, so on and so forth, and other than a few personal items.
And then
it's ready today.
Perfect. And so you said originally that you could possibly do $100,000 down. Was that $100,000 down just to catch up the arrears of the loan, or is this what you needed in your pocket?
Well, this is what the only thing that I'm going to be getting out of it. At that point, is the $100,000, and I'm saying that might be a workable thing if it were a couple $100,000, and then we had, a note for the other $200,000.
So what is the plan? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the plan to clear the $90,000 in arrears on the property?
What is the plan?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. What is the plan to get that resolved with the lender?
Well, with the lender, it takes basically $700,000, and it's yours.
Yeah, I understand that part, but what our plan was is to reinstate the loan to make it just stay in place. And so to catch up the arrears, it's about $90,000. That's what I had in my notes here. What do we do to get that part caught up?
Well, I guess I'm in a total loss now with what your plan was to basically buy the house for the arrears.
No, we were to buy it for the 1.1 million like you wanted, which was the purchase price you wanted. And for us to be able to do that, we would have to structure something creative where we would keep the underlying debt of $697,000 approximately, leave that in place and just continue making that payment. And we would have to structure something separate for your equity left in the property, approximately another $300,000.
Which I'm saying that's not going to work for me.
Oh, so
that's not enough.
So it wouldn't work for you.
That's my nest egg. And that I've got to have more than $100,000. I did explain to you that we are 80ish, and this is where we live.
Okay.
So looking for a place to stay, and you're just saying, well, go ahead, here's $100,000 to get you on your way.
So were you looking to just purchase another property, or you were looking for a place to rent, or what was your thing you were looking for?
Well, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but that would be a little more open, if I had $200,000 to work with. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna just be honest with you, Jack. That would really kill the deal for us because we have to put a lot of money into the property. You know what I mean? Because that's why I said we still have to address that $90,000 in arrears. Our plan was, and that's what I was trying to make sure, was that $100,000 that you needed down to catch up the $90,000 in arrears, or was that what you needed for you to be able to move forward to your next place?
Okay, then why don't you walk through this? What do I get out of this deal?
You get
$100,000.
So you get the full purchase price. So the number one thing you get is the exact price you're asking for, which is 1.1 million. But for us to come up to that price, we have to structure something creative, because if we just buy it just cash outright, we would probably be around 650, 700,000, which means you wouldn't get any money. We want to make sure you're getting some money for selling your property at the full price that you're asking for. So that's why we were looking at structuring something more creative like this for you. But for to structure something creative, we have to, one, address the arrears with the bank, which is approximately 90,000. That has to either be brought current or something have to be done with that so we can keep the loan in good standing, because we would just keep that loan in place and continue paying it, no problem. But so that takes care of the lender, the loan part of it. But for the second part of it, your equity, which is approximately 400,000. If we were to give you $100,000 down and make some type of payment to you or to your heirs, if you wanted to structure it that way, because it doesn't have to be 30 years. We can set it up to where, it's a shorter time frame. So for example, we did one with someone where we set it up to where we made payments to them and we set it up on a 10-year balloon, which means it need to be paid within a 10-year time frame. So we could structure something like that on this, if that was, helpful to make sure you get all of your equity cashed out without having to wait 30 years.
Okay, and I don't know, run some numbers for me here. You're saying that if you did it that way, I guess first off, the bank is going to have to be good with paying the arrears.
Yeah, so they're definitely happy to take that. So say if we called them today and say, hey, what's your wiring instructions? We want to catch this loan up and put it in good standing. They would say, sure. They'd send us the wiring instructions. We'll wire them the money over and the loan will be in good standing again, just like nothing ever happened. And it would put, positive reporting on your credit going forward and things like that. So that would put the bank in good position and your loan in good position, and you will sell your house. However, for the second portion, which is your equity, so out of that 1.1 million, that purchase price you want, that $400,000 difference, we would structure something creative with that, which would be giving you a down payment and structuring it where we would make you payments over time to get you cashed out in full and made whole on the property, which would get you your full asking price and have the price and stop the house from going into foreclosure. Because we don't want that to go into that. We would rather save that and get you as much money as possible.
Okay, then talk some hard numbers here to me. Tell me what you're saying. I get $100,000 at closing.
Correct.
And then you're saying $300,000. Let's say it was over 10 years.
Yeah.
And that would be not at $500 a month. You're paying it off in that period of time? No, you're not. You're talking about giving me a stipend to just let it linger for 10 years.
Yeah, so we would get it cashed out, sometime within that time frame. That's correct. It may not be the whole 10 years. It might be 5 years, but we could structure it where it would be a balloon payment due in full in 10 years or less. So that would either go.
But what would the monthly amount be that I would get with having this CD?
Yeah, so hold on. Let me check here. Let me pull up a calculator.
I ran too. So I'm talking.
Because your monthly payment on the house loan right now is, you say, about $2,200, or how much was it again?
I don't know. It was 2306 or something. If I were to continue back in.
Okay.
Back to March, of 2020. It was like 2307.
Okay. So if we were to do a $300,000, yeah. So if we even structured it as something like that, say $500 a month, I mean, would that help you out?
No, $500. Having a hard time with that.
So what sounds good to you?
That's not getting a real good return on basically I lending you $300,000, right?
So what sounds good to you? What is the lowest you think you could do as a monthly payment?
I'm talking 10 years at 120 months, and it takes $2,500 a month would pay it off.
I understand. So with their payment of $2,306 approximately, and additional $2,500 a month to you, that would be about $5,000 a month. That would probably kill the deal on our end because we couldn't cash flow for that amount. So it wouldn't be anything in the deal worth us, putting the money into it. So I'm trying to figure what would be suitable for you as far as a monthly payment to collect for a period of time until we get you cashed out.
Well, the period of time is whatever you put on that piece of paper. You aren't going to bust your ass and get that done earlier, are you?
Well, it depends. Every case is different. We do want to cash flow it, and we do want to recoup our $100,000 investment plus any updates and repairs we do to the property, because it's always going to be more expenses than we ever think. Plus the closing costs. There's a lot of expenses, rolled into this that we would be taking the brunt on. We would front the money basically on every part of that. So we want to make sure that it cash flows and makes sense for us and for you. We want to make sure it's a mutually beneficial deal here. So
I've been working with a Airbnb verbal. I had another house renting. This house, I was looking at close to $500 a night. You can do that on a short-term rental.
Possibly.
And
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I'm just.
Yeah.
And you're telling me you have a hard time then getting, with $15,000 coming in a month paying me $2,500.
Well, that loan, we'd have to pay that loan, that $2,300 a month, plus any, any other additional fees, utilities. We have to furnish the property if we were to do that exit strategy. I mean, there's a lot of expenses to go. I didn't want to, go down that long rabbit hole, but we can. There's a lot of expenses that come into running, a short-term rental or even a traditional rental. Any of this, there's expenses. We would cover all of that.
I just did that, and I said, the furniture in here is dated, certainly, but if it's warm, it's friendly, it's open, and it's very much a desired location.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And others,
so what as far as a monthly amount would be suitable for you?
I think we're coming around full circle several times here. First, you're telling me that you're not budging with the 100,000. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything. I'm just trying to structure a deal. I can't say if we can or can't. It depends on what our payments are and our situation. But that could possibly kill the deal. Too much on the front end like that could kill a deal. I'm just being upfront with you, Jack, like I've always been from our first conversation. If we put too much in on the front end, it would make it not appealing. Just being honest, because we still have to address that 90,000 in arrears, unless you want to pay that out of your money. Then we still have to address, 100,000 to you. Then we have closing costs, any updates to the property, any utilities going forward, all of the other expenses in regards to holding real estate, which they are very expensive. We pay all of that. So we have to come up with all of the money for the whole deal, all of the money and all of the responsibility, the maintenance, the management, all of this stuff costs money. Somebody got to pay it.
Oh, I'm very familiar with it.
So we're willing to pay, but only to a certain point. So that's why I'm just asking, as far as if we were to do $100,000 down and to structure something on the $300,000 in equity that would be remaining, how can we structure that makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside?
You went 10 years and you went 1,600. That's 200,000. I just, I'm trying to get the two of them balanced in my mind, because I'm dealing with, I have to live yet, probably another 80 years we have got it figured.
You're going to live to be 160 years old? Oh, wow. Give me some of that stuff you're drinking. I want some.
I got stuff that I take, right? Yeah. My wife named Lump. But she's doing well also. So anyway, I guess where I'm stuck is I'm just stuck on what's coming home to Jack here, and right now we're talking about 100,000, and then you're talking about 300 going to be sitting in your property at that point, making you money, and I don't get a piece of it.
Oh yeah, you get your full price. So in essence, after the loan, you're getting exactly what you're asking for. $400,000 in your pocket. It's just over time. It's not going to be in one big chunk. That $100,000 down, if we were able to do that, that would put that $100,000 in your pocket at closing. That's what you walk away with, cash in hand. The remaining $300,000 in equity would be made over time. So we are able to structure something that actually solves your problem, sells the property as is condition, get you your full asking price. I mean, it sounds like a good situation, Jack.
No, I'm not saying it is a good situation, yes, and I just have to come out of it well. That's my concern.
Because, You know, and if we just go back, say if we were just to buy it outright, just cash, we would only be around 650, close to 700 cash buying it just done. That wouldn't give you any money, and that's really anybody that would buy it cash. I looked at the comps and the numbers. A straight cash purchase that's being done, you wouldn't really net anything. This way, you're getting exactly what you're asking for.
Chris, I've had, and I have an $825,000 cash purchase offer, and another one that's you know, higher than that. But I was wanting to get maybe be more creative so that I could get, you know, closer to the $1.1 million, which is less than worth, but.
Yeah. So at 1.1 million, just to be clear, we're paying over retail. We're not even paying retail price. We're paying over retail. So only because or if we're able to structure something creative, we can pay more like that. So, you know, with you, you know, like I say, if you want to leave the money or the payments or this whole thing set up to where it's structured to go to your wife or your heirs or whoever you want it to, we can help set that all up to make sure that they are receiving these funds each and every month until it's paid off.
Okay, what would be your incentive to sell it?
I'm sorry, what is our incentive to?
I think, as I see it, I think it's going to be a vacation rental for whoever purchases, and it's going to do well. And I don't understand why they would sell it.
Well, we would either sell it or refinance it at some point in the future. We don't hold these properties, you know, forever. On average, we hold the properties between 7 and 10 years. That's just on average. That doesn't mean, you know, every case is different because things change, rules change, laws change. Something may come in next month and say, you know what, this area can no longer do any type of short-term rentals, or this area has an HOA and they don't allow this. Things change in real estate. You know that. As a matter of fact, Airbnb itself all across the United States has been taking a hit. I don't know if you know that or not, but, you know, there's a lot of things that change. And so when things change, we have to be able to pivot to still either cash flow a property, sell a property, liquidate it. And if we pay over retail at $1.1 million, it's going to be hard to sell it at that. Who we're going to sell it to? You know what I mean? If we don't structure it in a way that makes sense to some other end buyer in the future. Which is all the risk that we're taking. And we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're putting money into it. Not just a promise. We're putting money in your pocket at closing. So if we were to structure this like this, with $100,000 down, and setting up a payment on your equity, which is approximately $300,000, what about that would not work for you?
Okay, so you're saying all this is hinged on whether or not you can work with banks and pay off the arrears.
So we would have to figure something to do with those arrears. Now that's why I say there's a lot of moving parts here, and that's why I try to break it down into pieces. You know, if it's about 90,000 in arrears, either that would have to be paid, or we may be able to structure something where it gets put on the back of the loan, where we would just have to pay it part of the loan, but that's probably going to raise, you know, the monthly payment and raise the interest rates, because, you know, all the interest rates are up now. What's your interest rate now, Jack?
Well, I don't even know. It went to 4.5 when I last.
Yeah. So
more expensive.
Yeah. So if we were able to structure something where either that was either paid at $90,000, or we were able to get the bank to put that on the back of the loan some type of a way, they're probably going to increase the interest rate on the property as well. See, that's what I say. There's a lot of moving parts that we would have to deal with. This wouldn't be any of your problem, by the way, Jack. We would structure all of this.
Well, it is my problem because it'll determine whether or not you can do what you say you're going to do. I think that makes it my problem. Because when I'm working with a loan modification, they came back and they said they weren't interested. Currently, this was at 6th August, but I do have an appeal process.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing, Jack. When you're trying to do those loan modifications, they're going off your income. So if your income does not support the loan modification, they won't do it. But we do have some strategies where we're able to get around a lot of those things, just depending on the situation.
Right.
But if all else fails, they're going to want that $90,000 in arrears in their bank account that hasn't been paid in a couple of years. So they're going to want that money.
Well, I know what they're on, and that's some of the things that I know people have gone in and negotiated that away. It's because of what are, and this is all came about with between COVID, a couple of hurricanes. It's something that they've been doing financially to forgive.
Oh wow, that's cool. So yeah, if they were able to do that, then that helps out a whole lot right there. That takes care of a huge obstacle. It's an obstacle, it can be overcome, but it's still, somebody has to go through it, has to run that gauntlet.
Okay. Well, you've explained yourself well, and I understand where you're coming from. And I keep looking, I guess, and it's getting more and more certain that sell it outright.
So you telling me you had somebody that was willing to buy it for $825? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Is there a reason you did not sell it to them?
Yeah, I want more money.
More money. I know that's right. So, I'm sure our purchase price is higher than everybody else's because, like I said, we're paying over retail at $1.1 million. So,
Well, that depends on what buying it, or you're buying it empty and a lot of things. And you haven't seen the property either. So
that's correct.
I've got a 170-foot of seawall here, and I'm on Port River Canal that there aren't any others like it.
Right. So, is it something you need to look into more, or what kind of questions did you have as far as making a decision?
Oh, your questions, and I understand totally what you're up against and what your plan would be when going into it, and that you stand firm with basically what you've told me, and that it just isn't right for me. I just think that I can get someone to work with me where I can get more cash back to me sooner than what you've extended to me.
How much sooner are you looking to get?
Well, I'm just talking about, between the two items where my cash is concerned. One is the carry, how much we carry and how much we put down. My $400,000 and how it's going to be dispersed back to me. And I just know for a fact that $500 a month that you had on your offer is just that, an offer.
And it's just an offer. Exactly that. And I know you said stand firm. We're just having a conversation. So none of this is stand firm until we can, figure out what makes sense. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out, what is it that you would like it to be? I understand the down payment part. What do you want it to be as far as the monthly payment part on your $300,000 in equity, if we were able to do the $100,000 down?
How is it structured? The amount that we put into, let's say we've got the 300,000 that you're working on, and we're going to pay it off. Let's say, Aaron, you'd say make it a 7 or 10 year balloon. What is the highest monthly payment I can look at if I'm going 7 to 10 years? 10 years.
I mean,
at 300. That's $2,500 a month, if without any interest. Period. That's what it would be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean, we don't. So our thing is, we want to get it as low as possible. Because like I said, we're looking to cash flow. We're putting the money in to hopefully get money back over time in the future. So it's not like we're going to get it back, tomorrow or something. It's gone. Once we wire over $100,000 plus all the other expenses, that money's gone until we make it back. It's going to take time to make it all back, which we're fine with making an investment, but we're just trying to figure out, where would you want to be on a monthly payment that makes you happy? That's something we can actually do.
Well, tell me this: if we go into this, it sounds like you're taking it kind of pretty lightly. That it would be something that I could hand you the keys to the house, and you could rent it tomorrow. And you're telling me about all these expenses that you're going to incur in order to do that, like working with somebody like Grubo or Airbnb, and they take care of the other things unless you do your own management. I don't know, but
yeah,
that's where I don't follow you. You've got all this tremendous surge of money that you got to take care of. When you've come in and you paid $90,000 to take care of the arrears, and you're giving me $100,000, so you get $200,000 involved in a property that's worth $1 million.
Plus closing costs.
20%.
Yeah.
Big deal. Closing with who?
But that's still real money. You know what I mean? If it's $200,000 to get into a deal, that's real money that's gone into the deal, and we don't get that back for years to come. That's not coming back next week or next month. It takes a while to get that back, which we're willing to make that investment, but we just want to make sure you're happy with everything and it makes sense to you, where you're actually getting exactly what you're asking for, $1.1 million for the property. We're taking over the underlying debt subject to of approximately $700,000. We make that payment to the bank, and then we make a separate payment for your equity, which would be approximately $300,000 after that $100,000 payment at closing. So as far as a monthly, I mean, ideally we would want to be about where it's at already at the 2,300, but I'm trying to structure it in a way to where you actually get more out of it, and we don't know how long it's going to take until we do something different with this property. So that's why we just structure them with a 10-year balloon or something like that, so that there is a deadline date. This whole $400,000 that we are buying it for, that's giving it to you, is going in your pocket sometime within that time frame. It might be 5 years, it might even be 3 years, but I'm not going to give you a promise we can't deliver on. So I'd be realistic and just say, if we set it up on a 10-year balloon, you get all your money. I mean, what about that would not work for you?
The 5 month.
So how much? So $500 a month wouldn't work. What would work for you?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. What's the minimum? I don't know. think. First off, you're cutting it off with the outline. There's no more you can put down. You got 100,000. You're telling me you're stretching it at 100,000, but you make a $300,000 10-year deal.
So what is it? What would it need to be as far as a monthly payment to you to make you feel good? Because remember, you're getting 100,000 in pocket first, so you got that to spend and do whatever you want to with. Then you're getting a monthly payment over time, so you're getting your full equity, full asking price. And like I said, I don't know any other way to get you over retail for the property, $1.1 million.
I keep saying that. I don't agree with it, but I understand that I'm getting a fair price for it, yes, in today's market.
Yeah, because you know that, I mean, with you being a real estate agent, say if you listed it and put it on the MLS for $1.1 million, you won't get the full 1.1 million. It would be a whole lot less, right?
For a million and a quarter, and then hopefully I negotiate to 100.
So what is the biggest thing for you, Jack? Is it more important that you get more of the money sooner?
The 300,000, yeah, it's got to be a more. It'd be nice if it were 7 years instead of 10. And if we were talking about
1,500. So you're saying if I can get this structured in a way where we can buy your property for the full price of $1.1 million, $100,000 down, keep that loan in place, set up something for your equity for the $300,000, $1,500 a month with a balloon payment in 15 years. Oh, I'm sorry, in 7 years, $1,500 a month in 7 years, you'll be ready to get the process started today?
7 years, let's see. Okay, tell me again how the 300,000 is over 7 years. What is that set up as? A CD?
No, it's not a CD. It would be set up. What we do is we set up through a third-party servicing company, and they make that monthly payment to your lender, and they make a monthly payment to you each and every month. Usually it's on autopilot. So it's not a CD. It's just a monthly payment that you will receive for your equity each and every month.
And what do I have backing up?
So we can.
What backs up my 300,000?
I'm glad you asked that. So you would get the exact same documents that the bank has: a promissory note and a mortgage, basically structured as a second lien position on the property. Just like the bank has a first lien position, you would have second lien position to secure your interest in the property. The same exact documents that the bank use.
So something goes south, what protects me being second man on total hair?
Well, the lender is going to be first position, so you could only be in second position. So you will always have that second spot in it. So the only way to get in first position is to pay off the first. So they will be paying out $700,000. So we couldn't do anything with the property. It would always have, you would have a lien position in the property to secure your interest. So say if we were to sell it 3 years from now or something, you would have to be paid off. Your lender and you would need to be paid off in full for us to sell it or refinance it or do something with it, say 3 years from now.
Okay.
So we do everything in our power to protect you in the deal. The same documents that the bank has, you would have those as well.
Okay. Okay. Let me. Can I noodle on that a bit?
Yeah.
And get back to that. I think we're closer to something I can live with here. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. And if you could, Jack, while you're doing that, if it's possible, if you can get a copy of your mortgage statement, that would help us as far as making sure we get everything proper for our documentation. If you can get a copy of that, because it'll have a copy of your mortgage statement. It'll tell your interest rate, the arrears, all of that stuff. If you have the most recent one, that would help a lot. So we can make sure we get everything structured properly.
I can just send you a screenshot.
Yeah, a screenshot will be perfect. Exactly. And then ponder on that.
I'm going to walk through this one more time.
Sure.
Because you sounded like you were supposed to possibly working this one out at $100,000 down. And I'm just going to go over my thing. What you have to do with the bank, that's your business. But with me, we're talking about $100,000 down. And then $300,000 note, promissory note, that you were willing to set it up for 7 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. We can set it up for a 7-year balloon, which means it needs to be paid off. Your equity needs to be paid off in full within that 7 years. That can be 2 years from now. That can be the full 7 years from now. Either way, it needs to be paid off in full. Your equity.
Okay, but you will pay $1,500 a month while we're working towards that. Is that correct?
If we can do that, correct.
What do you mean, if we can do that?
If we can set it up to do $1,500 a month to you and pay your underlying debt, that's what I was asking. Would that be something that would work for you?
Gotcha. Okay, let me just make sure I've got my numbers right in my head. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
And my wife is she's been in the banker, I guess. She's got a master's degree in accounting, so she knows numbers, and some things she'll just tell me, are you out of your fucking mind or what?
Right.
I just gotta make sure I'm not doing something really stupid.
Yeah, and that's good. Check with your wife, make sure she's happy with everything. But like I say, it actually solves your whole problem and gives you exactly what you're asking for. It's really kind of clean and simple, I think. But check with her, see if that makes sense to her and you. And if you have any questions, we can reconvene and have another conversation about it. Because I want to make sure everything makes sense to everybody. I want to make sure she's happy, you're happy, and we make this work for you.
Yep. Okay, and I'll send you a mortgage statement.
Perfect. Other than that, any questions before I let you go now, Jack?
No, that's good. I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me, and let's see if we can play and let's make a deal. The other thing is that we come to an agreement like this, and you're saying you don't even know if you're going to use it as a vacation rental, but how much time do I have? Let's say we're going to close this deal in 30 days, something like that. How much time do I have to get out of the house?
How much time do you need?
Well, I'm going to take, I don't know.
I mean, we're really flexible on that, Jack. So, you know, I don't want to yeah, we're really flexible on that. So I want to make sure that we actually make it so you can, you know, move to wherever you're going to move to. So we can work with you. We're flexible on all of that stuff. So.
Okay, and you're pretty sure that this deal that you're talking about is going to be a turnkey, or you want me to get rid of my furniture?
We would take the property as is. You don't have to get rid. So this is my thing, Jack. My whole goal is to make this easy for you. I'm not looking to make you do a bunch of work, a bunch of getting rid of stuff, a bunch of this, you know, all of that stuff. That's our selling proposition. We make it a clean, easy sale for you. You know, we're not trying to make you rush to hurry up and find a place to move to. We know it takes time. You know, find a place to get rid of stuff for and donate and do yard sales. And, you know, all of this stuff is hard enough. Our whole thing is make this easy for you, Jack.
Got it.
All right. Any other questions?
No, I thank you for your time, and I will send that to you as soon as I can find it, little sucker. Back to you.
Perfect.
I don't know. Within a day.
No problem. Yeah, take your time, and we'll reconvene, and we'll get the details ironed out, and get this thing set up for you pretty easily. All right.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Thank you. You have a good day. Okay.
Yeah, you have a blessed rest of your day as well.
All right. Bye-bye. Boom. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We make the process easy. You like that? Are we still in my closing terms? I see y'all taking notes over there. Got your ink pens ready. So what you think about that call? So when it comes to these creative deals like this, you're not going to close them in the first phone call. That's like our third call. We're still working out the details to try to make it structured properly. You're not going to close them on the first call. You have to go through the process and go through the steps. So I'm gonna, I got a call coming in that I got to take right now, guys. So I'm going to catch y'all on a later thing. Post in the comments what you think about this video. Follow me on all social media outlets at ChrisMonroeSTL. That's Snapchat, that's Twitter, that's Instagram, that's Facebook, that's YouTube, that's TikTok. And you know we on Clubhouse. Check me out. I'll try to save this video and I might repost it too. So with all that being said, do what you do. Be who you be. And I'll see you before you see me. Woo! Peace.
270 if I just throw a tentative there. But owner financing, that is definitely something I would be interested in. Did you have because I'm not seeing the details of the terms here, did you have an idea of what that monthly payment would look like?
Yes, ma'am. Where are you seeing the listing at?
I'm seeing it on Zillow. Should I check on Redfin or maybe
it should be up there, but I'm not sure if the ones that don't have that.
Oh, I do see. I see some details now on Redfin. So I see only 10% as a down payment instead of 20. Up to 30-year terms, 5-year prepayment penalty, no balloon payment. Okay, so I got an idea of the terms here. 270 down payment, $27,000, monthly payment $2,044 at 9.5% interest. So, you know, I'm definitely going to counter that. You know, I know you have other. How long have you had it listed up there?
I think a week.
Okay, so I know it's fresh, and I'm sure you want to go with the highest and best offer. I do close quickly. I'm a serious investor, and I work with a lot of investors that would definitely take this on with me. For the down payment, I'm going to go ahead and counter and say $15,000 down, and then I wanted to counter that interest if possible and go in at 7% interest, but we can shorten the length of the term there. Maybe we can do, instead of 360 payments, maybe we do it over 300. So you're still
trying to wholesale this to someone else?
No, keep and rent it out. But it's gotta make sense with you.
Term.
Excuse me?
Why do you want a shorter term?
Oh, I was just offering that to you. We can definitely do the 360 payments. I was offering that because I wanted to come in at $15,000 down, and I didn't want to do the 9.5 interest.
We on Clubhouse.
7% interest.
Streaming live.
I can give you a 40-year term to decrease your payment, and in lieu of decreasing both down payment and interest that much, I'll definitely take your offer into consideration. I will say that I was offered the same thing with more money down up front, so it's not likely that I would.
Is there a reason you didn't take that?
I understand. Less money up front, but I'll take your offer. If that's something that I'm interested in pursuing, I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good. And then one more thing, because I missed this part. And all offers, I have to get it approved with my partner. I'm just looking over a few things here. I do like the street, but it can only collect about $700 a month in rent?
No, the whole performance offers $2,500. So
okay, 25.
The main house you can do as a long-term rental for about $1,700. And the tiny home you can do as a long-term rental for about $800. And as a short-term rental, you can get more. I don't remember the occupancy rates off the top of my head for that, but the daily rates are in the hundreds for the tiny home, and I want to say $150 if you rented them out together as a single unit.
The seller is selling her.
Like as a single rental. So.
Oh, I do see the tiny home here. Is that tiny home the house that has that nice black and white bathroom countertop there? Is that inside the tiny one?
So the pictures they should go in order. The one with the tub is in the main house. The one with the shower is in the tiny home.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. And that does look pretty good. With that in mind, so we could do $2,500 in the one house, $800 we could collect in the tiny. So that puts us around 32.
And then $2,500 total.
Oh, total. Okay. Sorry.
$800 in the main house, $800 in the tiny house. If you rented them out together, you could get $2,500.
No, he said she's a student. No, this is Colleen on Clubhouse.
Because I do want to send
We're streaming live on Clubhouse, actually doing the close-a-thon. I'll be coming up in a few minutes here, calling these sellers.
And send it over to you.
Yeah, you can just text me an offer. If we accept your offer, we'll be sending the agreement over for you guys to sign.
Okay, sounds good. And what was that other offer you received? What did they offer to put down?
Yes, ma'am. They offered to put down the full $27,000.
The full 27. Okay, so we got to kind of come up a little bit. All right, I'm going to talk this over with my partner. I'll check out these terms and see what the best is we can do for you. But thank you so much for taking my call. I look forward to talking to you soon.
Yes, ma'am. What was your name?
Colleen. And what was your first name? Amanda? Morgan. I'm so sorry, Morgan. I've talked to a few different sellers this morning, and my partner's on me to spend some money, so definitely trying to make a serious offer here shortly. Thank you.
Does she sound like a student?
I'll talk to you soon. You're okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need more than 10 minutes on that one, y'all, because I really got to look at everything. A creative offer, it's not something you just wing it. You don't just go ahead and promise something you can't deliver. So I really got to look at this and make sure that makes sense. I know for a fact that 9.5, I'm not liking that percent at all. And if it can, if the monthly payment's $2,044, but it can only cash flow $2,500. For me, it's not going to be a deal. I'm going to play with some numbers, but honestly, I don't think this one is a go. And I used up I think I'm right at my 10 minutes there. So yeah, that was my try, but I'll fall to the mercy of the judges on this one.
Yeah.
We got Los in the building. What's up, Los? We're on round 2 of the close of done.
That's what's up. I heard, you sound good all the time as usual.
Thank you.
So we got about
She's
110
definitely
people
a
in
seasoned
Clubhouse
investor,
right now.
right?
Gonna get
She's
some
got
more
her
people in the room.
terms laid out. She wants
She sound like a
9.5
pro.
interest,
Oh, okay.
9.5%
I'll let her know.
interest. She wants, 27 down. Like, she's the analytical seller. That's your typical analytical seller. Motivation won't really appeal to her too much. She's got multiple properties. There wasn't a pain point for me to really press on, and spending too much time with rapport with her, I'm not going to get too far. She wants to talk turkey. Like, she wants to talk about these numbers, and that's it. So
I wonder why she didn't take the deal that she already got. Somebody offered exactly what she's asking for. Why isn't that one done yet, Mrs. Seller?
Right,
I get straight to the meat and potatoes too.
I definitely should. I regret not asking her that.
Yeah.
And I felt like saying that too. Like, it seems like you already got this figured out. You got your offer. Why not move forward with that one? That's a great point, Chris. Great point there. All right, Kirk, give it to me straight. What did I get? Scale 1 to 10 on report.
All right, so I'm not by the thing right now, so my hand's a little wet, so you got to read off the categories and I'm going to answer that.
I got
so before, I'm going to give you a 10. You did build good rapport over time.
A 2 for report? It's 1 to 5. Oh, 1 to 5.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, dang, okay, thank you. I need that 10, but what you think, a 5 then?
Okay, next one.
Tonality. How was my tonality? How I spoke to her?
Close-a-thon. The judges are scoring.
Okay. Sales process.
Give this video a thumbs up. Give it a like. Give it a share. I'll be going as a call in a moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a score on that one. But you did come back to the to the deal and ask you to do it creatively. I was wondering that in White and actually like Chris said, right? She got somebody that had offered her full price. Why not go with that offer? I thought you was gonna say that, but you hung up on it.
Right. So, I knew I was like right at 9 minutes. I'm like, man. But no, I definitely should have asked that. What about for the creative offer? 1 to 5.
I'm gonna give you a score on that one, only because you didn't jump on one at the last moment. She'd be like, so I didn't say that last, but the creative offer.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'll be a fan for the creative offer. That was.
I definitely should have jumped on that. For verbal, you gotta give me a 0 because I didn't get a verbal.
You ain't getting that.
Yep. Nope. So I get a 0 on that. But y'all, this is the reality of it. I am really good on the phone.
Y'all can hear this loud and clear, correct? Let me know in the chat. You can hear everything clearly, right?
A lot of times people will come to me when they can't get their seller signed, and I handle it like it's cake work. But you never know who you're going to talk to. You never know what kind of seller you're going to get. You never know how that call's going to go. This is the reality of it. Who do we have next? Seth, are you going next?
Yeah, let's get it. I already got my stuff up.
All right, let's get it. I got a scorecard. I'm writing it down.
Cedric is going up next.
Who's going to control Seth's clock? Who's got the clock for Seth?
I can do the clock for you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank
My
you.
man, Jeff, bro.
All right, I'm going to mute up. Go ahead, do your thing.
Hey, sis, start with are you in the spreadsheet?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Okay, can you start with Dover Street, line 36?
I don't talk to LLC.
Nah, man, I'm about to say, I know you playing.
Right, LLC. Yeah, that's just his phone, but I'm gonna put it closer.
Nah, just for real though, I really don't talk to LLC.
Hey, I understand you, Cedric.
I don't be having no time to waste.
I understand that too. This would be a good call for folks to hear you because we already know before you call, when you're talking to a person who owns a business, they're gonna be a lot like the individuals that Colleen just spoke with. So you got to build rapport a lot differently than you can with the seller. Maybe like that one you had got last week, right? But he was an investor too. Was that property in the LLC?
No, it wasn't. But they had plenty of properties. But she was in LLC. She did have a business though. She knew what she was talking about. So yeah, I got you. Let me get invited to the cookout again. Y'all, I went back to the recording, right? And I listened to it. I had no idea that this woman told me that her
sister died or something like that. I was like, and I kind of skipped over it.
Well, your ass was like, great.
And I was like, say, I got invited to a repast. I'm like,
wow.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what I'm talking about.
Pull out the barbecue chicken.
Yeah,
Let me get a slice of that pie. Hold on. No.
yeah. I'm calling y'all.
We live.
My boy. Hi, good morning. My name is Cedric. I was actually reaching out in regards to the property on Dover Street. Is that still available?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha, my friend. How much are you looking to get for that one again? I think my assistant just sent me over that information, but she wanted me to check it out since I'm in the Houston area.
Okay, I have a price on the website for $179.9.
$179.9. Okay, got you covered. And I see you have an LLC, my friend. Is this like an investment property for you?
Yeah, this is what we do too.
Gotcha, nice. All right, so when we talk a little bit about the condition, I mean, is this like kind of like your HGTV property where it's everything's just fixed up, or does it need some work?
No, I bought it as it is, and I'm telling us I'm just trying to flip it fast right now. So I bought it as it is, and I'm selling it as it is. So the house does need work.
Okay.
And it's cosmetic work, but it's a decent area, and it's a cute little house. It was actually a duplex.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
So it has 2 chickens, and it has 2 chickens, 2 kitchens, and 2 bedrooms. Yeah. So if there's people that are looking to invest in rent, there's a good way there because there's 2 there.
Okay. And I don't know if I caught this right, but you said it got 2 chickens, or you meant to say
It's a duplex? Oh, yes.
No, you're okay. All right. Let me ask you this: is this property, you guys own this property here for all out?
Yeah, it's ours. We bought it cash.
All right. So let me ask you this: is there a possibility that, and I'm not sure if you're open to this at all, are you open to doing anything creative on this? And taking like a down payment and kind of seller financing it or owner financing it?
Yeah. No, not at the moment. No.
You only want cash for this one?
Yeah. I wanted to get my money back. Yeah.
No, I understand. Yeah, that's how it is when it comes down to these properties for sure. Well, when it comes down to this property here, I know you're selling it as is. I mean, I think just with my offer, I don't think that I do the same thing that you do. So with this, I don't think that it will possibly be enough profit for us to hop in here, my friend. But yeah, I definitely appreciate your time.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, my friend.
Perfect. Quick disqualification to keep it moving. Disqualify and move on. I ain't talking about a lowball offer. He could have threw an offer out there. We're probably around 125, something like that. I mean, would that work?
Sure.
Hi, I was looking for Miss Star.
Miss Star?
Yeah, I was actually reaching out in regards to a property on 57th Street in Philadelphia.
How can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. Is that still available?
It is.
Gotcha covered. Okay. Well, my name is Cedric, by the way. I'm actually looking to write somebody a check today and get the process started and at least give me an investment property. Talk to me a little bit about the property. What's going on with it?
All right. So ask me a specific question and I'll answer it.
All right. So with this property, and are you the owner of the property here?
I'm handling the transaction, yes.
Are you the realtor?
No, I'm not a realtor.
Okay.
What are your questions?
Well, about this property.
She on his ass.
Let me just look it up because my assistant actually sent me over the information to check it out since I'm in the area. And I'm definitely looking to do some business here. Now, I mean, $87,000 for this one? $87,500, am I right? Okay, all right. Just with everything in the area that's going on, I mean, is there anything better that the seller can do on that price?
Make an offer. You want to make an offer? You can send
That house is trashy.
gmail.com. You want to make an offer. Are you an end buyer or hold?
Oh, this house is trash. Ooh. Can I share a screen on here? I can't share, can I?
Okay. That's I need you to be honest and tell me if you're an end buyer or wholesaler. I've been doing this for 12 years, and your speech sounds like a wholesaler.
Ah, she said it sounded like a wholesaler.
Yeah, well, I'm actually both. I'm an end buyer and a wholesaler. Sometimes I wholesale the properties. It doesn't make sense to rent it out and flip it. And you know the game, dealing with these properties. So I don't. I mean, I'm not sure if you're open to this. Are you open to JBing on this? If I can bring the end buyer, or if I buyer on this?
If you, yeah, absolutely. But I would be, but it's not a lot of room in the deal.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of room in the deal. We're actually going to get the seller down a little bit. So the way we JB is we just split our assignment, so we don't like our deals to be shopped and people put money on top of it because it's crowded field already.
That's exactly how I feel. I feel like if you bring in a seller,
He done found the pure wholesaler on Zillow.
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't do quite 50-50 on this one because it just ain't enough. And I have a whole team. We're not just a one-man show.
Of course.
So I have an acquisition that I pay, and then I have 2 DAs that we pay, and I just go. So it just depends on what you get your buyer in, how we'll split it, and we'll be transparent and let you know what we got on it and what we can give you for it. But I can't do 50-50. It's just not enough skin for me to do 50-50.
Okay. So we're talking about less than maybe 5K?
Right now.
And it's on the playing game.
Right now at 87.5. So that's what I'm saying. It really depends on where you come in at. You see what I'm saying?
I got you covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me do a little research on this here. If I can bring the buyer for you, that's don't mind. Here.
Yeah, if you can bring a buyer, and like I said, my husband is actually talking to the seller, I think this afternoon. So we'll get them down. So, just kind of like one of the things that I would recommend you do, right, is if you send it to one of your buyers, they're interested, and like, just kind of find out what works too.
Got you covered. Okay. All right. I'm going to text you about that and let you know. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Time waste with you, girl. What I'm looking like on time? 3 minutes. Right. I sure was going to switch the line on her. Is this an apartment that I'm looking at right now? Looks like an apartment.
Definitely looks like an apartment.
This is apartment B4.
It reached the last super.
Let's see. This next property is a condo. It looks like something. Can't tell. Look like an apartment though. Condo.
On to the next.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Hey, can we get a contract in 2 minutes? I'm gonna just send it to their email. What's your email, man? I'm gonna do what what did on the close of the what was his name?
Name.
Was on the shit.
You talking about name?
Yeah.
Call is forwarded.
They declined my calls now, man.
Which one was that one? The female slipper?
Yeah, it was a 17, North 17. I'm all the way down at the Marshall Street, bro.
Okay.
Marshall Street.
I built rapport with the wholesaler. Damn.
Supposed to sell the seller answer call is red. This one.
All right, good morning. I'm calling him back again. Wait a minute. Why they do that to me? I'm calling him back again.
Keep calling. Triple dial that button.
I'm sure my time gone.
Yeah, it just ran out.
I bet. Don't hang up. We good.
Woo! All righty, folks. I'm getting excited. Like, this competition is definitely fierce. We don't know what we're gonna get on the phone, y'all. This is not scripted. This is real life, okay? What do we got, Kurt, for rapport for LeCedric?
I'm gonna give him a 4 and 4. He did build rapport with that lady. I mean, matter of fact, that's pretty close. He didn't get on the other calls, right? But I think he did build rapport.
Now you gonna go from a 4 to a 3?
Huh? Because you didn't get the other calls, man. So I had to refresh and I had to PTO in my mind.
Okay, how about for tonality?
Clubhouse.
I give him a 5 for tonality.
We live on Clubhouse. Live close-a-thon, real estate close-a-thon.
It said you got the type of call I got last week, and it was some BS. It was some BS. Sales process. How about for sales process?
I gotta give it a 2 on the sales process. Again, he didn't get too much people, and then one lady, she wasn't getting much trouble. She was a wholesaler, so I mean, she was an investor, so she knew what was going on. Something was going on.
Okay, and then for creative offer.
It's gonna be 0-0.
Okay, and then for verbal 0 as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let me put this down. 0, 0.
Hey, real quick, while Kame's doing that, so for educational purposes, it's really important to understand and this is for the audience, so Cedric already knows this, but it's really important to understand the type of people that you're calling. So for sale by owners, there are good chances that wholesalers go on Zillow and put properties up for sale by owner. We have a property that we listed in San Antonio, and no, not in San Antonio. This one is in Montgomery. We had a property that we listed in Montgomery, Alabama, and I had somebody call me, and that person, I could tell they were a wholesaler, but they kept on talking to me as if they were a buyer. And so it creates a point of contention at the beginning of the call. So it's really important, and I think LeCedric did a good job at kind of, smoothing that over. But it's really important that we're being forthcoming about the things that we're doing in our strategies, so that we don't get jammed up, because that can really hurt you. But LeCedric, I thought you did a really good job on, smoothing that over with her.
I didn't even realize I was unmuted. I'm sorry, y'all. I agree with what Jeff said. It's very important because there can be tension there with that. And I think you did well, LeCedric, with that as well.
And real quick, right? And I like what Jeff said. Guys, by me being a judge, right? Do not take it as me, knowing everything, right? I'm just going by, what I'm hearing on stage. These are the professionals, so I'm just thankful that you can allow me to be a judge, but I'm not being on LeCedric. I'm just going by what I hear. This is not my main focus, but I'm a judge because of the real estate space. So LeCedric did an amazing job. All you guys are doing a job. I wouldn't even get up and make one phone call.
Yeah, it ain't no hard feeling, bro. I'm already understand.
LeCedric just like it yesterday. LeCedric ain't done that.
And then Meg, I didn't ask you to do my score because I know I lost. My call last week sucked. This week, same situation. I didn't get anywhere, so there wasn't no point. I'm out, y'all. But for Meg, for LeCedric, what do you have for report?
Hey, yeah. So for report, I gave him a 5 because he was really calm with the lady. He didn't feel overboard with her. He really tried to talk her into it. But the way she just was like, well, I've been doing this for 12 years. But I gave him a 5 for that. For tonality, I gave him a 5 because he was so calm and collected, tried to collect so much detail, but she wouldn't give him none. Sales, I gave him 2. Creative, I gave him a 0.
Send it over to Joseph too, Meg. Send it. Tell me it's a good JV deal. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I was talking to May in the background. Joseph, we got a good JV deal for you. We're going to be sent it over. Go ahead, Meg. Sorry. Go ahead. You're fine. I was at creative. I said I gave him a 0 for creative and a 0 for verbal. You said for tonality, how much? A 5, because of the way he like calmed her down a little bit. Because she was really hyper at her. Like she was just like trying to really get to the point, and he like broke her down a little bit. So I did like that. I gave him a 5 for tone. And the sales, I gave him a 2. Okay, got it. All right. Well, I'm gonna add these scores up in the background, Cedric. Listen, it's the luck of the draw. It's nothing you can do about it. Jeff, are you ready? I would love for Jeff to go next. Are you ready to get? Oh snap! I thought he was dialing right now. I heard something ringing in the back. Oh, there goes.
We're live on Clubhouse doing real estate closing calls through.
Chris, are you ready to go?
Am I ready to go?
Born ready. I'm sure Chris.
Are you ready? Is the real question. Where the end off at on here?
Cedric, what was the last person you spoke to so Chris knows where to pick up at?
I see these ones on Insinger Street. However you say that. Okay, Jennifer. Okay, I got you.
Okay, and then I'll start the clock as soon as somebody picks up for you. Or Jeff's back. Jeff, will you be able to handle the clock for Chris?
Yeah, I can do the clock for Chris.
All
okay,
right.
and then you're going right after Chris. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's call Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Is that right?
Are you on 42?
Yep, Jennifer. Let's call Jen and see if she let me win. All right, let's see. 267 number. She gonna be like, who's this calling from out of state? Man, I'm moving there, man. No, don't start lying. That's another tip while we call. Don't be lying to people, just be lying. Break all your credibility trying to cover up a lie you should have never told. All right, so let's see here. Let's see if she answers. Uh-oh, turn this phone up. Sound low. Can y'all hear that?
Please leave your message
Oh, we can hear.
672.
Straight to voicemail. Jennifer don't want to sell. She playing games. Double tap. Okay.
Please leave your message for 26726.
She don't want to talk to me. She don't like me already, y'all. I done lost. All right, let me see who else here. I'll try this next guy. This Salvatore. Salvatore, hello, my brother. Sell me your property now. That's not gonna work. All right. Numbers are another 215.
No, Don, I didn't win. It's between Chris, Cedric, and Jeff now. Go ahead, Chris.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 2 1.
They don't want to talk to me. They know I'm gonna close their ass. No, I'm just. All right, let's see here. Let's try him twice. Salvador.
Hello.
Hey, this is Chris. I was calling about your house you listed online to sell. How are you today?
Great.
Great. Is it still available?
Yes.
Great. Let me see. I got some notes from my teammate. I was trying to figure out. Let's see here. This is the one at 2807, right?
Yep.
All right. I see it had a price increase a couple days ago. What happened? Some work got done to it or something? Or?
Well, who are you?
My name is Chris, and I'm going to buy your property. I saw it on Zillow, and I'm looking to buy, but I see it's only 2 pictures on here. I was just trying to get some more information about it.
Okay. Well, it needs rehab. Needs everything.
So you're saying it's a full rehab?
You think?
Are you saying it needs everything?
Yep. I need, everything. You're not gonna go there and live there. You would go there and rehab it.
Well, that's exactly what I'm looking for, is an investment property. You think this would be something good for that?
Probably not, because I don't think you're gonna, how much money you're looking to make, because I'm not looking to sell it any cheaper than I have it listed.
Okay, and you had 365 on there.
Yep,
How did you come up with that amount?
that's how I came up with it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're gonna have to do research.
Well, I'm looking at the research here. The Zestimate says 331, and you want 365.
I know what the Zestimate says. I mean, I don't really care about the Zestimate. The Zestimate can say whatever it wants.
I definitely understand that. But if I have to put money into it, how much you think it's gonna take me to fix it all up?
100.
So if I buy it for 365, put 100 into it, I'm in it at 465, and I can sell it for what you think after all that.
Well, that's why I'm saying you're trying to make money off of it. I mean, I'm saying you probably can sell it for 5 after that, but you know, that to me that wouldn't be worth it.
So you think it's worth 500,000 all fixed up?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but like I said, this is more like a house for somebody who wants to live there, that wants to make it what they want and live there. Because I'm not trying to sell it as an investment to somebody to make money off. Because I got the 100,000 I can put into it. I don't feel like it.
I was just gonna ask you, why don't you put that 100,000 in there?
Well, I really don't feel like it. I don't feel like it's worth for me to do that. So,
Okay, I understand it. Is somebody living there now, or is vacant?
nobody lives there.
Okay. Well, I mean, the only other way that we are able to get to your price would be something more creative. Would you be open to something like that?
Probably not.
So cash and close fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no problem. I'm probably not your buyer. Good luck with everything. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bye bye. I only stayed on that call a little longer for the training, so y'all can hear how these people talk.
Definitely got points on that, Chris. I'm glad you stayed on a little bit longer. That was amazing.
Perfect. Hopefully y'all, because I really wouldn't have wasted that much energy on that person really from the rip. She's dreaming. So let's call the next one in Philadelphia. This one's in a trust. Okay, we got an advanced seller now. He talking my talk. All of my properties are held in a trust. Let's see what he's talking about.
For sure, 7 minutes.
All right. I didn't waste too much time on her. Damn good.
You're already good.
Miguel. Let's see what they time out. Hey, this is Chris. I was calling in regards to your property you listed on Zillow. How are you today? Oh, it's not for sale anymore? What happened? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, okay. Did you have any others that you would sell? Because y'all really like this one. I was looking. You say you're going to take it off the market. What you going to do? Rent it out or something?
No, keep it.
Okay, no problem. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take it off the internet then, fool.
Bye-bye for me.
I know. I'm just doing it for the training, you know. Just because there's extra questions, you can always ask people anyway. Practice on these losers. If you say, oh, I don't really like talking on the phone, practice your questions on losers if you want to get good. So let's keep it moving. He's no-go. Mr. That one in the trust, he says he's keeping a property. So let's talk to Miss Naomi. Naomi, how much money you owe me? Where's the number go? Naomi, 336. Somebody got a hot mic. Uh-oh, let me mute it. Yeah, hot mic. He cooking and stuff. He cooking on the call.
Kareem over there cooking that vegan food.
I know, eating good. He ain't even sharing none or nothing. All right, we're going to Wingo Hocking. Wow, where is this street at? Wingo Hocking. And
The person you have dialed is not able to receive calls at this time.
so what is that, like a block? What that means that do that?
When you're hocking.
Yeah, let me make sure I dial the right number. 336 754. All right, let me try again, even though it went straight. It's a North Carolina number.
The person you have dialed is not able to receive calls at this time.
Nope, no go on them. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan better not be lying.
Kareem, that shiitake mushroom is not gonna taste like bacon, bro. Sorry.
609 area code. Ryan.
Ew, why you coming at my mushrooms, bro? Is that what you cooking? Nah, I'm not cooking right now. You can hear me? You don't live in house.
It's just ringing. Ring, 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 ring.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
And then it's a damn Google number. How great is that? But looking at the Zillow listing on here, it looks kind of funky. 2-story row home with basement. Demo work has been started, been listed for 27 days without even one photo. Try them one more time. Cool. It's probably a wholesaler. But who would wholesale and not even put a picture up? Goddamn. 2-minute warning. Fizbo is for sale by
The
owner.
Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
The Google Voice subscriber. No answer. So hopefully he wants to talk turkey. Maybe not. Philadelphia be this tough, huh? That's how they act up in Philly.
Yeah, it's hard. It's tough in Philly.
That's why I stay in the Midwest.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available.
Yeah. I think that's gonna probably do it. I mean, what I got less than a minute or something?
You got like 20 seconds.
20 seconds. All right, everybody. If somebody don't answer, dust yourself off and try again. And that's what we did. So all we can do is talk to these people. And I'm gonna use mine for the help of the people, because I like to help people. Everybody's not your seller. Find out who is, qualify them, disqualify them, keep them moving, and that's that.
That's right. Chris, you did really well, and I loved your tonality on the call. I loved the questions you were asking. You could definitely see that Chris doesn't just talk about this, he actually does this. Kurt, what do you have for Chris for report?
So he didn't get through too much call except for that one. So I'm gonna give him a 4 for that report. You know, he was talking and everything to get to that, so I'm giving him a 4 for the report.
Okay, how about tonality?
Yeah, y'all be on phone with tonality, man. I'll give it a 5. Y'all all got your own way of doing it, but you guys are always on point. So
The point system is 1 through 5.
that's gonna be like a 2 because he just a 1. You know why? He just barely mentioned it and she wasn't interested in it. So that's the one he gets trying to get into.
Okay, creative.
We didn't get into that.
Okay, and then verbal.
We didn't get into that either.
All right, got it. All right. Kirk is a tough judge. He don't play no games. All right, Meg, how about for report? What did you get for report, Meg?
I gave him a 4 for report.
Got
I
it.
gave him a 5 for tonality.
Okay.
Because I liked how he did handle that lady, even though she was very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Sales, I gave him a 2. We didn't get no creative, so I gave him a 0. We didn't get a verbal, so I gave him a 0.
Okay, I have his points here. I'm going to add everything up from last week, this week, and after Jeff goes, I'll reveal what everybody's points are. All right, my guy Jeff Trimble, he is a beast on the phones. If you don't know who Jeff is, you're about to find out. Jeff is our next contestant in the close-a-thon. I'm excited to hear my guy Jeff go. I'm going to mute up. Jeff, you do your thing, and then who can do the clock for Jeff? Handle the clock, start the clock when he starts calling, when he actually talks to somebody. Okay, Central. All right, listen.
I'm running with Joseph here. So get my dialogue going.
Take us home, Jeff. Get a contract.
See what we can do. Let's see what we can do.
It's not a watch. This is actually listening. We're on Clubhouse. We're on Clubhouse streaming live here on YouTube as well.
Yeah, man, it's kind of crazy.
And this is the last caller for this morning. So we're doing a close-a-thon. We're talking to some for sale by owners. A lot of those are in Philadelphia. Yikes, that market sounds tough.
1 second here. Take your time. Take your time. Y'all, put some flames in the chat if this is helping you get over that fear of cold call, helping you see how closers talk to these sellers. Put some flames in the chat. Some flames in the chat. Y'all got the chat on fire. The chat on fire. Thank you, y'all. All right, listen. Jeff, you good? Yeah, there you go.
He's on the call now, y'all. Give this video a thumbs up. Give it a like. Give it a share. You're watching it. He said, where can we watch this? You watching it. It's Clubhouse. So it's audio only. That's why I put it on the live stream for you all's entertainment and educational purposes. So for those that don't know, my name is Chris Monroe. It's the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke. And we're doing some real estate calls. Closing calls, close-a-thon. Even though some of these people can't be closed. They ridiculous. Woo.
To the next lead. We're going to Franklin, Virginia.
VA. That's where I should have went.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jeff. Hello, Miss Mary. Is this Miss Mary that I'm speaking with?
No, it's Christina.
Okay. Well, hey, my name is Jeff. I was actually reaching out about a property that I had seen on Zillow, Hall Street.
Yes, 217, yes.
Okay, awesome. Is that property still available?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if you don't mind me asking, so I can properly address you, what did you say your name was? Susanna. Okay, Miss Susanna, are you, just so that I can understand how we're working together here, are you how related to the owners in this situation?
So this property is being wholesale. So I'm just helping find a buyer.
Understood.
And they ain't even clean it out. It's a wholesaler.
Well, that's not a problem at all. I kind of thought that. So we also wholesale as well, Susanna. And we actually run a pretty decent sized operation across multiple markets. So my question to you is, would you be open to doing a joint venture on this if we can bring a buyer in?
Let's see. I mean, I'm not the person wholesaling it. I'm just taking the calls. So
I got you. Okay. Well, hey, I actually got another call coming in. Let me take this and you take care of yourself, all right? Thank you. Move and groove. She bird dog in the wholesale. Daisy.
I'm saying they off the chain with it out here.
Boy, listen. She said I'm not the one wholesaling it. I'm actually just the one taking the calls. Ma'am, I don't want to talk to you then.
She ain't no decision maker at all.
Boy, what?
Like 0% decision making. Live seller calls. FISBOs for sale by owners. That one was in Franklin, Virginia.
Pro tip, anytime somebody got a Google Voice number for these for sale by owner leads, probably wholesale. Now, Robert, you know you about to get this work again for hanging up on your boy.
At the same thing.
You know we don't play that. Hey, Robert, how you doing? Oh, he answered. Then hung up again.
Ooh, he want that smoke, Jeff.
I'm coming with it. Hey, Robert, I think we got disconnected there, man. I know you probably didn't hang up on me. I'm so sorry about that. How you doing this morning? Who are you? I'm Jeff. Am I speaking with Mr. Robert? Jeff who? Jeff looking to buy the home on Jerry Court. Are you looking to sell it? Did you see the price? I do see the price, but are you looking to sell the property? If I can pay the 140? Yes, sir. Okay, well, while I quickly take a look at this, Mr. Robert, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come up with that price, sir? Have a good day. Okay, let's keep running, guys. I ain't gonna call him back.
What the hell going on here?
Well, these mofos, boy. This is why some of these sellers need realtors, because for this reason, negotiation skills on zilch.
4 minutes, 51 seconds.
Cool. This is in Virginia. Somebody just asked. Who is this? Jeff buying your house. Are you Robert selling? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Alright, that one's a busy number. I'm about to run out of leads here to call, guys. This is phone at the top, at the bottom. Hello? Hey, Mr. Wiggins? Well, sorry. Wrong guy? Wow. Alright, let's keep running, guys. What's my time looking like, Cedric?
3 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'll scroll back up to the top and see if I can.
Keep it moving. So I'll be going live today, probably on Instagram as well. I'm going to do a should I buy or say bye bye. You want to chime in on that? Make sure you follow me on IG, Instagram, and put it in the chat. Instagram.com/ChrisMonroeSTL. Make sure you follow me on IG. I'll be going live today, walking through a property. I think I'm going to see 2 houses today, but at least one for sure.
I'm sorry, but the person.
Two minutes.
I'm sorry, but the person.
Okay, we're using a smartphone. I use just my business phone for these types of calls, but yeah. Seconds.
Okay, I ain't gonna dial no more. Don't make sense.
Nah, I was just playing, bro. It was 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay. But it still don't make no sense to keep down, but I see if I can get one more person.
Yeah.
So we had 10 minutes to call sellers. It's a for sale by owner list, and he's dialing down. He didn't really get anybody this time. I got a crazy lady on mine for those of you that caught that part. Just wanted to let y'all catch this on the stream. We're streaming live.
Round 2. This is the last round.
We're streaming live on Clubhouse, so that's what you're hearing.
The Google subscriber you have called is
Google.
not available.
All right, I'm gonna put a pin in it right there. We can just go ahead and end it. Got enough time for another conversation. Yeah, so smartphone, I think you answered that already, Cedric. Why y'all laughing at me? Y'all was laughing at me in the chat. What'd I do?
You are hilarious, Ferry.
Hey, I just keep it real. And one thing that's awesome about hearing other people call is that you want to authentically be yourself. If you can authentically be yourself and put a sales process around that, then that's how you're able to be successful. Because people can hear through bullshit. People can hear when you gassing them up. Like Chris, I love what Chris said earlier when he said, "Don't be telling somebody you move into the area, so you're trying to do that." I don't personally do that. I shoot it straight. And if they like it, they like it. If they don't, it's okay, because there's a lot of other people who do like it, and those are the folks that I need to go get. So that's just how I move.
Matter of fact, that lady said, "I don't want nobody making money off my house." I'm like, what the hell? These people crazy. How they gonna control the future?
Right. And Chris, you asked some really good questions on that. Like you said, Chris, I know how you move because I know you a dog on the phone. Me and Chris' personality would have been like, okay, man, you have a wonderful day with selling the property. But he dug deeper, because at the end of the day, another question that could have been asked is, okay, well, if you don't mind me asking, if the tables were turned, would you purchase this property for this amount and put $100,000 into it? That could seem like it's being aggressive, but like these people need to hear part of the sales process. I told my team this on our team meeting yesterday. Sellers need to hear no. They need to hear that their asking is too high, because that is what is needed for them to come down on their price. That's the reason why you can have a seller in your CRM for 8 months and they're asking $200,000, and by that 8th month they reconcile with $130,000, $135,000. Situations have occurred and they've gotten offers that have anchored their reality of, okay, I'm not gonna get $200,000 for this property, and now I'm behind, so I really need to sell, and I know I'm only gonna be able to sell for $135,000. They can't get that medicine if you don't tell them that, hey, Chris, so I appreciate you for your time, but we're not gonna be able to pay that, but I wish you the best.
Yeah, somebody got to tell them no. I love it. They got to tell them no. The marketplace corrects us all. Realtors, wholesalers, investors, whatever you want to call yourself. The marketplace is always right. Forget what I think. What does the marketplace think? We say, hell no, so we ain't going to do it. And they got to hear it. I love that, Jeff.
Well, I like when Chris asked that question. This is ice. I like it. But then she backed up. She don't want to put that kind of money into it. So, I mean, just for the people in the audience that may try to get into this, is there a time when you would put more money into it that would make it over asking price, or, it's not even at market prices? Is there a time when you would do that as a investor?
Most
out there like that?
Sure, I can give you a price on paper, but I'm not giving them the cash. I can give them a price on a creative deal. I've made more money on deals that wholesalers can't touch, just to be honest with everybody here. A wholesale is a cash transaction, generally speaking, a cash lowball offer. But if we want to get retail or anywhere close to retail, that's where the creative play comes in. And when you get into creative, you can buy full-blown retail, no money down, start payments in 6 months, 0% interest. I mean, there's so many things you can do when you structure a creative deal if the seller is willing to to play ball, and they've been told no many times. Like Jeff was speaking about, these sellers that are told no, I'll tell them, hey, you've been getting lowballed all this time, huh? And they're like, yeah, they keep offering me 140. I want 200. So if there's a way we can get you to 200 and you can move on to bigger and better things, I mean, are you open to something more creative? Or would you be open to taking monthly payments? They'll say, well, I don't know how that works. And we break it down and we get the deal done. We give them the price because the price is only a factor of the deal. It's not the only factor. There's many factors inside of a deal.
And to add to what Chris said, you can absolutely work with properties that are turnkey. Those are great properties that you can do a novation. And we have yet to do a full-blown novation, which is putting a property on the market and sourcing an individual who's using conventional financing like an FHA loan, VA loan, something like that. But what we'll do is we'll take a property that, like that property I was telling you guys about that we listed in Montgomery. We actually went under contract on that property yesterday. So no cash buyers.
Oh, this shirt ain't even made no more.
We got it for $42,000. I think it was $42,500. Seller originally wanted $60,000 for it. The ARV on it is about $95,000 to $98,000. A person who's gonna live in it could probably put about maybe $15,000 to $20,000 in it and make it, ready for them to live in it, or maybe even an investor. When you put a property on the market, a lot of those people are willing to pay a premium because they understand the convenience of them not having to hunt for the deal. It's literally popping up on their screen. So that same deal that I was unable to move off market, we'll be making an $11,000 wholesale fee off of. We sold that contract for $53,500. So that's $12,000. No, I'm out for I think it's $12,500, something like that we're making off that deal. Now we do have to pay realtor commissions. So we won't net that. I think we're gonna have to pay the realtor like $1,600 or something like that. But that's pennies on the dollar for a deal that a lot of people would have thrown away. Now, when you're doing that, you gotta be forthcoming. Honesty is so important to me in general. That's how I am in every aspect of my life. So when you have a situation like that where a seller wants more than what buyers are able to pay off the market, you gotta have an honest conversation with them. Hey, Chris, so here's where we're at. None of my team is able to pay the amount that, you are requiring for us to pay for us to be able to make some money to feed our family. And, I hate that, but I actually have another option for you. If I can get you the amount that you are asking, I can net that to you. Would you be open to allowing us to market the property on the open market, the MLS? We're going to talk to all the realtors. We're going to do all of the negotiations. We're going to pay all of the commissions and any costs and costs that may be associated with it. But it allows us to net that amount for you. And we make our profit on the back end with the buyer. Would you be open to that? Now, if you've never pitched that before, you would think a seller is like, no, I'm not open to that. But a lot of people appreciate transparency and honesty because a lot of folks aren't doing that. And so when a seller can feel that, they'll trust you with their property. And we have made so much money this year listing properties that we could not move off market.
Come on, Jeff. That's what I'm talking about. You have to really understand their problem and really solve their problem. The cash deal is just one tool to do that. That may not be the only tool. Use other tools.
Yeah, I got Jeff, after you told me about that too, and I like how to pitch it. I pitched it to the seller with 7 properties. He's like, shoot, if you can get me with this, yeah, absolutely. I'm listening. I'll let you list all of them. I'm like, cool.
That is the exact word. If I could say the cookie cutter response that I normally get when we pitch it, that's what sellers say. The first thing that they want to know is, no, because I want to close in 30 days. I don't want to have to wait because I sold a house before and it took 60 days. Cedric, no, sir, I'm not saying that it's going to take that long. we are going to source a cash buyer that would pay just like myself and my investors would pay off market. They pay that on the market. So we're still able to get these deals closed out. As a matter of fact, with Cedric, we actually just closed the deal last month when it took us 18 days to close. And we placed the property on the market so we can still get that done. Oh, well, I mean, that's cool, but I ain't trying to do no repairs or no updates. I'm trying to sell it as is.
Talking about innovation.
That's no problem. We're still selling the property as is, where it is. You don't have to lift a finger. All of the risks and the heavy lifting is done on our side. You want this number, I'm telling you that I believe I can net you this number minus unpaid taxes, which is amazing. If I can get that for you and, take care of that, would you be open to us listening? Well, as long as you can get that from me, I don't care what you do with it. And there you go.
And you got to emphasize, we do all the heavy lifting. You don't have to do anything. We do all the heavy lifting. So because it depends on what these people are saying. Some of them are adamantly against paying a commission to a real estate agent. I'm selling them exactly what they asked for. I don't want to pay no commissions. Exactly. We'll pay the commission. There is no commission you'll pay. Oh, I don't want to do this. Well, exactly. We'll do that. I sell them back the thing that they said they want. Whatever they said they wanted, that's what I'm selling. Not what I want. What you want is what I'm selling you.
Exactly. And that's the reason why it's important to disqualify yourself. When I have a seller that's asking too much, I train my team to start disqualifying ourselves. ARV on the property, $200,000. They asking $160,000. That's not going to be a wholesale deal. It's not enough equity there. So we're going to qualify the seller. The first thing that we do to pull price is we just simply ask it. Hey, Chris, in the event that you could sell, where do you feel like you need to be? Not where do you think, where do you feel like you need to be? An emotional decision. The majority of the decisions that we make, y'all, are emotional decisions. Anybody in here that does not drive a Subaru has made an emotional decision. Subarus are one of the safest cars, hands down. If you drive any other car but a Subaru, we have made an emotional decision that we want this car for this reason, and that's okay. Once you understand sales psychology and understand that all sales is about emotional decisions, and if you can have a logical approach and sales process, you're going to increase your conversion on how you're able to handle those situations. So we disqualified ourselves. Hey, well, Chris, so we asked first. He tells us $160,000. Then we're going to state our values. Okay, well, Chris, I do understand you want $160,000, but if we could come in and take care of all the closing costs, get this closed out in the next 30 days. I know you said you had a tenant in there, and you really wanted to be able to sell it with the tenant. If we can inherit that tenant and make this as easy as possible, where do you feel like you need to be at on price at that point? I'm making you negotiate against yourself because maybe you weren't aware of that I was going to be doing all of those things. Now you're going to go down, maybe, potentially, not everybody. You might say, okay, well, if you're willing to do that, I'll do 152. Okay, cool. Now, Chris, and if I'm hearing you correctly, if my underwriters approve me at anything under the 152, are you telling me that that's not something you'll be willing to accept? I didn't say that our offer was going to be lower than 152, but I asked him if he would be willing to, if we brought him $150,500, does that mean that you're not going to accept that? The majority of the folks answer, well, it depends. What's their offer? Okay, why are we asking that? I want to know if that's negotiable. If they say it depends, if they say anything but no, their price is negotiable and they're going to get whatever offer we're going to give to them. On every seller that has a vacant property, we are pitching listing the property 110%. Those are the easiest ways. Nobody on planet Earth has a bigger buyers list than the MLS. The more properties you get on the MLS, the more eyes that are on your property, the higher your wholesale fee will be. So if you can get a vacant property, put a lockbox on there, we've moved properties on the MLS in 24 hours. I have listed a property, had somebody reach out to me put in an offer. I've had people ask me to cancel the listing. Like, it is crazy what you can do when you understand how to wholesale real estate, which is getting the property at a deep discount and finding people who are retail buyers. It is true wealth in that. And anybody that's been wholesaling for a little bit, you got wholesaling today is different than it was 12 to 18 months ago. And you got to get with the waves. I'm trying to tell y'all how we are doing what we're doing. We are listing 2 to 3 properties at a minimum each month. And our average assignment on the properties that we're listing is $18,500. Average assignment. We started listing properties in March, maybe February. Sometime in February and March. And we've done deals in Montgomery, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, Dallas, Texas. We've done deals in Florida. We've done deals. We did a deal in Rochester, New York. We listed a duplex in Rochester, New York. It got their closed. It's just crazy, guys. I wanted to share that with somebody who may be stuck in their business trying to wholesale like we did it 12 months ago. Don't do that because you're going to become obsolete.
Thank you for that, Jeff. And Don just sent over the $500 for whoever this winner is going to be. I need my scores for Jeff. I need my judges. Kirk, what do you got for report for Jeff? Oh my God, Kirk, go. Bank Barnes, the bank.
Okay. Chris Monroe. Rapport, 5, you know. Well, hold on. Back up. Sorry. You said rapport?
Yeah, for report.
And that's for the one seller that he did. Like, the seller he spoke directly about from some of the other calls that he did and answer in and out. That's my bad. So rapport, I did hear him on the phone that call, right? I'm gonna give him a 3 for rapport.
Okay. And then tonality.
So now is a 5. Jeff is smoother. Jeff is more like a coach, right? Like the way how Jeff speaks, you can tell he teaches. So he's more like a teacher coach to me. I like when you get on the phone. So definitely give him a 5 for that. And it's not just being 5, it's like reaching.
Perfect. Sales process.
We didn't quite get there. So yeah.
What do you want to get for that?
We didn't get there, so I gotta give a 0 for that. We didn't quite get it. So.
Okay, how about for creative?
We kind of didn't get there either.
And verbal, same
thing. We didn't get there either. It's just one of those weeks, man. You know, I'm judging on what I see, not his past skills. So I just want the audience to also understand that it's not about what can I do. It's about what I'm hearing right now. This moment, all these guys are freaking amazing. So, and again, Colleen, thank you for allowing me to be a judge.
Thank you for being a judge. I appreciate it. Jeff is very talented. He is very skilled on these phones, y'all. He is a beast. I love what Jeff just dropped on us, the gems he just dropped. Meg, what would you give for report? Oh, excuse me, I'm over here eating lunch. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Tonality, I gave him a 5 because he is very smooth on the phone with the seller.
Right.
I did give him a 5 for that. We didn't get this sale process like Kurt said, so I gave him a 0. We didn't get to see any creative, so I gave him a 0, and we didn't get no verbal, so I gave him a 0.
Okay, got it. So let me add this up really quickly. We got 10, 16 here.
And again, Pauline, hopefully you guys can hear me. We're only judging them based on what we're hearing right now in this moment. So it doesn't have nothing to do with them not being able to close deal. I'm just going by what I'm hearing right now in this moment. Okay?
No, Chris. No, Kurt.
Sorry.
Go ahead. What was you saying, Jeff?
No, I was saying I understand that y'all are doing exactly what y'all are supposed to be doing. Judging it just off of the calls, and we all understand that. So no, we appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Colleen, I just got a PPL lead in, a Hey, you want me to call it real quick?
Please call it. Go ahead. Okay. I want Jeff to show his skill set, y'all. I want y'all to see this because it's magical. So go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
Definitely got to call those quick because, you know, they going down the line, filling out forms.
Yeah, that's why I said, let me call this one real quick. Change my caller ID. Hey, good morning, Mr. Singh. How you doing? Good. Yeah, this is Jeff. I see that you just filled out some information about your property over there for Brighton Drive. No, you didn't fill out any information about your property there? Are you not interested in selling it? No, sir. Okay. Well, all right. Well, there must have been something going on. I don't know. Maybe somebody's going around here to get information. Do you happen to know anybody who is interested in selling the property? No, sir. Okay. Well, I appreciate you for your time nonetheless, man. You have a good one. Yes, sir. Okay. Bye-bye. That was a good.
Yeah, that's the game of pay per lead, pay per click, because you can definitely get some janky people, even though you pay for the lead. Damn.
Do you have different lead in your CRM you want to call, Jeff?
Yeah, I got some leads up. Let me see.
All right. I want them to see the skill set. I want everybody to see that.
Let's see what we got here.
Hey, y'all, we did this and we did physical leads, but I want to run this back because, but I'm not trying to make any excuses, but I do think we will be able to really show up and show out if we're calling actual leads, like leads, people that our assistants talk to, they want to sell, whether it's pay-per-click leads or cold calling leads that, you know, they want to receive that offer. I do want to run this back, y'all. We announced a winner today, but I want to have another competition in a couple weeks here.
So I'm about to end this actual live. Hopefully y'all got some good tips from it, got some good strategies. Don't forget to smash the like button if you haven't already. Give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share. Like I said, I'll probably be going live later today on IG at ChrisMonroeSTL. Follow me on all social media at ChrisMonroeSTL. I will catch you on the next one. So do what you do. Be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me. Peace in the Middle East. How was your weekend?
I worry about, waiting for today to call the title company because I really don't want to sell it to that guy. He maneuvered me to sign my signature before I even read the contract.
So you're saying that he had you sign something, a digital contract?
Yes, before I even get a chance to read anything.
Really?
He talked me into signing something I very regret now.
Did you get a copy of whatever they sent you?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because there may be, I may be able to look at it and see if there's a way you can get out of it.
Do you want to meet me today at 1:30?
1:30 today over at the house?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good. My text was, see, I cannot sell to anybody now because surely he is going to sue me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I can wait like 2-3 years after he forgets about it. Then I can sell it to you. Okay. But meanwhile, can you help me? I used to have a rental manager. I lived in Florida after I moved here. Someone was taking care of my house. So I just wonder if you can do that kind of business. Yeah. I forgot what the percentage they charge me.
Yeah, I can look into that and see what we can do to try to help you out. So basically, you would rather make the house make money over time without you having to deal with the property. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, we have a way to do that. That's not a problem.
Okay, very good. We talk about it at 1:30.
Okay, I'll see you over there then.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Cashflow Money Monroe. What up? What up, Michelle? What up, Food Seduction Live? What up, Sean? What up, House Flipping Macon? Chavez Bowman. Good to see you all. Thanks for jumping in. So I'm doing some real estate follow-up calls today. I'm going to be talking about getting a deal. So that's a lead I've been working on here for the last, I don't know.
So I want to get into real estate, but don't know where to start.
Well, what I would say is to join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today. 5 or 6 days. I don't know, it's been about a week, I guess. And she wants to sell me her house, but somewhere before she met me, somebody had her sign a phone or digital signature on her phone somehow and got her under contract. Now, I haven't seen this contract. I'm going to take a look at it, as I was just telling her on the phone there, to see what it is, because it's something that's supposed to close tomorrow. But she's not going to sell it to him, is what she's saying. And the guy's threatening to sue and a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to go deep in the rabbit hole and see what goes on with that, see if we can help her out. She doesn't want to sell it to him for whatever reason. She'd rather sell it to me. And she was tricked into a contract, she says. So watch what you're signing, ladies and gentlemen, on your phone, on your tablet, on your computer. Watch what your digital signatures are. So I'm going to see what she signed, if she signed it, and if the contract has any real teeth. Supposedly it's at the title company already, and it's a deal that's supposed to be getting closed tomorrow. But she says she's not closing anything with him. She don't want to work with him. She want to work with me. So welcome everybody to just jumping in. This video today is being brought to you by FutureCashFlowClub.com, the one-stop shop for learning real estate strategies such as wholesaling, creative financing, deal structuring, flipping, actually getting into business and doing deals in real life, lead generation, all of the stuff that I do regularly. I teach you how to do it, lifting up the hood, showing you what's going on underneath there, all the moving parts, pulling back the curtain like the Wizard of Oz, pulling back the curtain, letting you see what's going on and how you can do the same. All of that information is found at FutureCashFlowClub.com. FutureCashFlowClub.com. So we got a couple other people to call here. Let's see who's the next victim. So hopefully everyone had a good, what do you call that? Easter weekend? Easter holiday? Easter. That's your favorite holiday. People want to show up at church now. They ain't been in church in 2 years. They show up on Easter. But that's another story. Let's see what we got here. Pull up the CRM. Wholesale. Workspaces. Sellers. Sellers. So we got a couple of people else to call here. We just got a lead this morning as well. I got a call back fresh. Just came in about maybe an hour ago. But, you know, they want full-blown retail like everybody else. We're going to see what's going on with that, though. Is this the same house? Or this is a different house. So the person I'm about to call right now, William, is in University City, U City, for those who know the area of St. Louis, right where Nelly grew up, right where, who else was from U City? Some more people was from U City too. But I'm about to call this person. It's a starter home, it looks like, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Motivation says they owned it for a year and want to move on in life, so they decided to sell it. They were planning on selling other properties, but not right now. So it sounds like we're about to call an actual investor. We got a question here. What do you do when they want retail? Well, just to be honest with you, Sean, everybody wants retail. Generally, majority, I'll say. Over 90% of people think they're going to get retail, or a high number, a number that's high to you as an investor in your eyes. So that's why we stick to the fundamentals, the 4 basics. Motivation, timeline, condition, price. And when we dig into those 4 elements and see why they're doing the thing they're doing, the motivation, deep in the motivation part, we see if we can help them. We still give them an offer. This is a way we could do it as a cash offer, whatever that comes out, whatever the calculation may be. It may be low. Hey, we can pay. Like this guy here wants $210 for it. We know we ain't giving them $210. We're probably closer to $100, maybe, but who knows? So we're going to give them the cash offer first. And secondly, we give them a creative option, which is something where we can give them a little something closer, if not more than their original purchase price, depending on how the deal is structured. Price isn't so sensitive when you do a creative deal because we're paying over time. And generally, real estate appreciates over time. And generally, you're paying down the debt pay down over time. So I typically like to give at least 3 offers. 1, the cash offer I just spoke about. 2, the creative offer I just talked about. And 3, if we can, we could do something like list the property for them via novation agreement, etc. Where we list the property on the market as is, preferably, or something very, very light. But that's getting deep in the weeds. But typically I like to give them 3 offers anyway. Everybody gets that work. Just because you think, oh, they won't retail and they ain't gonna take my offer, give them the offer anyway. This is what we can pay cash. This is what we can do if you want to come up a little higher on a creative deal. And if worst come to worst, if you want to list it, we can help you with that. That's the options. And motivation will decide if they want to work with you or not. Your closing skills will decide if you are a closer or not. You cannot save everybody. Some people got to let the marketplace beat them up. Some properties go on the market 6 months, a year, sitting on the market, praying that somebody's going to come and buy it. And they find out that no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. They find out all the time that, hey, the marketplace said no. That's how we talk to people who have been on the market, on the MLS, on the multiple listing service. We speak to those people because they're expired. They've already run through the gauntlet and found out that the marketplace said no for whatever reason, and usually it's the price. Majority of the time, it's the price is too high for the market, for the condition, for the area, etc. All the other factors that we factor in. So our cash offer is what it is. It's low, but that's what it is. That's what we can pay. Whether you're talking about cash for you buying it yourself, or whether you're talking about cash wholesaling it, meaning assigning that contract to another end buyer who's going to step into your shoes and you make an assignment fee and move on down the road to the next thing, which is the easiest way to do real estate. No credit, no cash, just some specialized knowledge. And that's what you learn here. Specialized knowledge. Let's see here. Do you send it to them or tell them on the phone? I'll tell them on the phone most of the time. If they sound like that's something they're interested in, I'll give them a range and I'll take their temperature. See, a lot of this is about reading people. When you actually are talking to a person, you can feel their energy. Like, oh, are they motivated? Or are they like, well, whatever. And if I can't feel their energy, I'll ask a question that exposes their energy. For example, somebody's like, oh, yeah, well, I want 300,000. And I'm looking like the estimate say 200,000. So I just say, you really don't want to sell this house, do you? I'll just call it out. Sometimes you just got to call out what it is. Hiding it and trying to be scared and all that doesn't get you paid. It'll get you put on hold. So give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you care. Hit that little share button. Share it to somebody who needs to know this stuff as I get into the next call here. Hope that helped you out. His name is Willie. It say William up here, but he goes by Willie. So this guy here, we already know he's upside down. Well, I don't want to say it's upside down. I want to say it's probably not a good thing because the Zestimate say 145, but they want 210. Now, how they came up with 210, we're going to have to ask them. So let's see if we can get them on the phone, and then we'll go down that rabbit hole if we even get an answer. Because what if we go through all that and they don't even answer the phone? What good was that? It sounds like this number looked like a number I might have talked to a dial before or something. Maybe not. Looked like it came in yesterday. Cut, call, paste. So we got a 1:30 appointment. What up, Eugene? Good to see you, my man. Glad to see you out here swinging a bucket and swinging, making that money. Get that money, man. How do I get this thing to call? I don't want to dial out. Come on, computer. Don't start acting silly. Let's go here. Let's go here. And then let's go here. I want to dial. Can I dial a person, please? Oh, there we go. Record the call and place the call. What up, Boogie Doyle? Is that loud? If I'm loud as mud. Hello, Willie.
Hi. Yeah.
Is Willie?
Yes.
Hey, this is Chris. You spoke to my assistant yesterday about your property on Kingsland. Did you get that one sold yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely interested in buying it. I'm actually the buyer. Did you have a couple moments?
Sure.
Great. Yeah, I was just looking at it here, and it looks like there's some tenants in there. I was trying to find out, do you know when their lease is going to be ending, or are they leaving out in the next short of few months or something?
And at July.
Oh, so just in the summertime? Okay. And so were you planning on selling it as a vacant property, or you want to sell it with the tenants in place still?
We're flexible.
I'm sorry.
So if we sell now, we can sell with tenant in it, and you can take over the lease.
And do you know if they are planning on moving, or if they're going to be staying probably?
They haven't said. They said it depends on whether we sell it. They told us they would like to continue staying there.
Yeah. So I guess these are some pretty good tenants overall. I guess there's some that you would say you would recommend keeping, or they've been paying on time, I guess, and everything.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They've been here for about 3 years now.
Oh, 3 years. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So you're a real estate investor full time, I guess? You have properties all over?
No, I don't. I'm just an individual who have property.
Oh, okay. How long you been doing real estate for?
Oh, I'm not in the real estate.
Oh, you just happen to have properties. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it sounds like this property is doing pretty good and everything. I mean, what makes you want to sell it?
Oh, we're the stage we just want to kind of gradually reducing whatever we have.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. You're just ready to do something different, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And so what is the timeline that you're looking to have this sold by? Is it more so around that July time frame, or when would you like to be done with this particular property?
We really don't have a time frame, but if we can have a buy-in, we will do it.
Okay. So you're not in a rush or anything. So it doesn't really matter if you sell it soon or anything. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Not a problem. And then you were trying to get, let's see here. Is it 210?
210.
210,000. I was trying to figure, how did you come up with that amount?
The two below ones sold at 190 last year.
Oh, okay.
And we are on the top floor, and we have the new water tank installed, and we leave some furniture there if you're interested in, rental to some students and something. It might be more easier.
Yeah, because that's usually who gets this is students when school is in. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this area, this usually has a lot of college students and things like that that come in when school is in. Is that really what most of the building is?
Yeah. Yeah, mostly currently first 2 floors was still students, and then we once had like a medical student, and then like young people who like the loop area. I don't know. Are you local?
Yeah.
Region?
Yeah, born and raised in St. Louis, yes.
So you know loop areas, right?
Yes.
Belmar Loop and Forest Park. So young people like that. So you'll get, tenant easy.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to figure, are you planning on like listing it with a real estate agent or something like that if you don't sell it yourself?
I don't know, maybe you like with registering them or something. I don't know.
Because if we were to buy it, we would be probably a little bit less than what you're asking. Because I think that's right at retail or a little above. Just being honest with you, because we pay cash for the deal and just get it done. So if we were able to pay cash and close on your timeline and make this an easy transaction for you, what do you think the best you can do on the price?
Well, that's my question to you. What's the best you can do? Well, give you the price.
You're a good one, Willie. I see you're good at this. You know how to do this stuff, don't you?
Okay, I'll be your employee then.
Right. Let's see
I'll
here.
work for you.
Let me see here. That one. And this is unit C. Let's see. And you said there were 2 other ones downstairs that sold. So this is like a condo, I guess.
Yeah, 3 unit account.
Are there any HOA fees or anything right there or no?
The HOA fee is very low, $210.
$210 a year?
It's the lowest I see. That's another benefit.
$210 a year?
A month.
A month. Okay, just want to be clear, because sometimes we see them all over. I see them up as high as $600 a month on HOA fees in some properties. I'm like, wow.
Well, I saw one is $11.80.
Ooh, in HOA fees?
Yeah, look at the ones with $300 on the very close to Delmar Loop south of it. That was the one sell for $300. And if you open it to HOA fees, it's like $11.80 or something like that range. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. And just HOA fees. We're in the wrong business then, Willie. We need to go do a HOA company.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at some numbers here, and I don't know exactly what we would offer right now, but just to give you an idea or a range. It looks like, when I send this over to my underwriters and they come back, say around 140,000 or something like that, what would you say to that?
I would just say maybe then you should look somewhere else.
You tell them to go find another property to buy, huh?
Yes.
Wow. Are you able to get anywhere close to something like that on a cash deal just to be done with it?
The last year, 2 sold with cash, 190. Yeah.
190. Okay. Do you have any wiggle room on it at all, or are you pretty stuck on the price?
You already know it was sold last year at 190. So this year the property is already increased and it's still increasing around 5% and it's still going up. So what kind of a price do you think it's even?
So, just looking at it, like I say, it's kind of, especially with that rental. So we're looking more so off the income potential. So the property's renting now for $1,700. Is that correct?
Well, you could. Yeah, the bottom 2 asking for 700 and above. So we were asking for a little lower, but we they've been with us for 3 years, so we didn't increase them too much, but you could, yes.
Yeah, because if it's getting about $1,700 a month, we probably want to be, realistically, no more than about 160 on the high end. I mean, is that something you would even consider if we could get that done?
No, we will keep it.
You'd rather just
Because
keep
it doesn't make sense, right? In this market, we sell less than last year.
Yeah. So you rather just see what the market will give. You rather just wait it out. I understand. So if there was a way we can do your full purchase price, but we can do something more creative, removing you from any maintenance, property, taxes, insurance, dealing with tenants, management, any of that stuff, and still give you a cash flow every month, is that something we should speak about, or probably not?
No.
So you're not interested in anything creative?
Well, it's not too creative. We're just trying to sell it for now.
Yeah. Okay, not a problem. Is this the only one you're selling, or do you have any others we can look at?
For now, just this one.
Okay. Yeah, we're just a little too far apart on it right now, Willie, just to be honest with you. We can't jump that high because it wouldn't be beneficial for us as buyers. You know what I mean? We're not asking to steal the house, but we do have to buy it where it makes sense, you know?
Yeah, I know. Just because you're an
investor
buying, so you always give low.
Yeah, we would probably buy this and keep it, though. We probably wouldn't even sell it. We would just hold it long term, but we still have to buy it right.
Mm-hmm.
So no problem. I'll just follow up with you in a couple of weeks and see if things change, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Thanks for calling. Yeah, if you wait about 10 minutes and call right back, they'll answer at the store there. She's just opened up the door, I think, just now. So give it about, what time is it? Is it 11? Oh, it's 11. Oh, she's not even going to be there till 12 o'clock. I thought it was 12 o'clock for some reason. It's only 11, so she'll be there after 12 today. If you call back a little after 12, she can give you all the details on it, okay? You're welcome. Bye-bye. Boom. So what do y'all think about that call? No motivation. That answered your question that you just had earlier. What do you do with people that don't have any motivation? She don't really have any reason to sell. She has no reason to even be talking to me at all. What can I do for her? What problem am I solving? She has no pain. I really like people with 3 to 5 pain points, meaning they got some kind of time crunch they're on. They need a certain price for some reason. They need the money for some reason. That lady has zero pain. She's just sitting back cash flowing $1,700 a month on a property that they probably got for nothing. And she sounds like she's from the Far East. So there's nothing I can really do for that lady other than tell her what we can do and keep it moving. So no motivation. I'll say here, once too high, we follow up with her and try again later. Any questions about that particular person? And I was just going off what she said, by the way. When she was like, oh, they just sold for $190. Just saying they do sell for $190. What if we gave you $160 cash and be done with it? I don't know. Might work, may not. But from the way she's talking, nothing's going to work. She wants $210 and she's going to hold on to it. So that's what she's going to do. Hold on to it. Ain't nothing I can do about that. Keep that property. Once too high. Not motivated. I guess that's the right way to put that in here. Is that what y'all put in the notes on here? Not motivated. I mean, she got like no motivation. The only other thing, well, I did kind of ask her, what are you going to do if you don't sell it? She's just going to keep it. So she really kind of answered it without me even asking it directly. But sometimes you have to, get direct with these people. Don't waste too much time on. I was on the phone with her too long, to be honest. And it was really just for y'all to listen to the types of questions that you could possibly ask when you're willing to dealing, talking about that real estate talk. What's up, Andy? What up, Drill? What up? 3-6 Mari in the building. So we're going to go to the next victim. If there aren't any other questions on that non-motivated person. William. How'd she go about? It say Willie on here, unless her name is Willie too. It said William. I'm thinking it was a dude. Will and them. Little Will and them down there got them property down there by there. But they are in a good area. She over there by that Washington University. So they do bust heads over there for a little box. $200,000 for a little box on the 3rd floor. Are you crazy? Not me. That ain't even a house. That's like a condo. Oh, let me put that in here too. condo HOA fee is $210 a month. Just for the notes for future, if she ever calls back, I might still shoot her a text with that information. Matter of fact, yeah, I am. That's what I do with everybody. Send her a text. Learn more about us here. Boom. And keep it moving. Next. All right. Let's see who else we got on the chopping block. A man named Satish. Is that a man? This is out in is this Maryland Heights? Yeah, Maryland Heights. Satish. He's looks like a condo as well. Why are we getting all these things on condos? What up? What up? How you doing? Hey, hey, hey. Matter of fact, let me put something in the chat here. Something that'll help you guys out. Help you be great. What the hell? I messed it up. Try again. FutureCashFlowClub.com. Boom. Pin the comment. There we go. Now we cooking. Deetra, I knew that was you. What you been working on? You working on some deals? You ain't signed up for the Future Cash Flow Club yet? What you waiting on? What you waiting on? We giving away the game for pennies. All right, so let's see what we got here. There. All right, Satish. He is a condo in Maryland Heights. 2-bed, 1-bath. Little starter place, it looks like. Motivation say he bought it for his parents, but they're not into condos. That's the reason he's selling it. Condition is good, like new flooring. Vacant as of right now. The time frame is ASAP. The property is free and clear. They're asking $146,000. The estimates say $127,000. Best callback time, but the weekend is good. He mentioned if he can't answer, just leave him a message. An additional note says he won't take monthly payments, but if we offer him cash, we can ask for a discount. Well, at least he's reasonable, I guess. Let's see what his stuff looks like real quick before I call. Yeah, you tripping, bro. So here's what the person did. This is actually a FSBO. He put a for sale by owner up. You want to know what the picture looked like? Just the picture he got on there. That's the picture on a FSBO. That's the one picture he got. So how many people gonna buy that property when they can't even see it? Piss poor marketing. And that's the only reason the property won't sell. It's two times, in my opinion, two reasons why a property won't sell. One, the price is too high. Everybody know that. One, the price is too high. Or two, what's number two? Let me see if y'all know. Put it in the chat. What's another reason? We know one reason a property won't sell is the price is too high. What's another reason the property won't sell? It's only really two in my mind. What up, Investor Lady G? What up, Gabby? How you doing? You say pigs, so could be. I've heard people in the past say things like the area, seller is unreasonable. That's a good one. Any others? But the first, I think it's only really two main reasons. Two main. I guess there could be more, but the main reason. One, the price is too high is why something won't sell. And this goes outside of just real estate. We're talking real estate now, but this can be on a phone, a wallet, a mouse, a little credit card reader, anything. But so you're in the right area though, Deetra. It's the marketing. Your marketing sucks. So it's two reasons the property won't sell. The price is too high or your marketing sucks. And when I say your marketing sucks, that means you don't have pictures, you don't have video, you're not putting it in front of enough people, you're not marketed to the proper people who have the opportunity or who have the capability to actually purchase the property. What up, the real K Quick? You have two reasons the property won't sell, and that's anything. The price is too high when the price comes down, so if I had this, whatever this thing called here, and I was going to sell it, would somebody pay $1,000 for this? Would somebody pay $100 for this? Now, would they pay $1? How about a penny? They'll do it for a penny. They give it as a gift. It's nominal value. But to get the bigger price, I want to make sure I'm marketing to the right people. So your marketing sucks, meaning you're not on the internet and all the sites. You're not on Facebook, Craigslist, OfferUp, Let Go, Zillow, MLS, all these places where you can actually market and let people know, hey, I got this thing for sale. If they don't know you exist, how they going to give you the money? If they don't know you, they can't flow you. So when the price comes to a reasonable thing for the people that you're marketing to, it's going to sell no matter what it is. And that goes for new items. It goes for used items. It doesn't matter. Everything can sell because I'm in resale as well. You can sell something over and over and over again. We just sold something on eBay for something stupid. A piece of furniture we did, what was this? I bought a dresser, and it was like an antique dresser I found in this auction, an online auction. I bought it for $80. And I thought it was just a regular dresser. But lo and behold, it was an antique armoire. So it was a tall, like 7 foot tall. It folded down, and it had a key, and it was old, very old, probably from the 1800s. I thought I was buying a regular dresser, but I didn't know because they only had one picture on the auction that I bought it for. So I'm like, man, I got $80 tied up in this thing. I got to sell it. So I'm doing research. I'm like, man, just throw it on the internet for something stupid. Let's put 3,000 on it. See what happens. Guess what? It sold, but it didn't sell for 3,000. I think it sold for like 1,800. $80 to 1,800. Because I marketed it. It took about 4 months to sell it. But what's $80 tied up to get back something like that? 1,800. That's resale. Buy low, sell high. But I couldn't have got that price just here in St. Louis. Somebody out of town bought it. So this comes back to tying into what I was just saying about marketing, letting people know you exist. They got to know you exist. If they don't know you, they can't flow you. I marketed on eBay. I marketed on Craigslist. I marketed on all the local sites, Facebook, exactly. Boom, 1,800. And they made an offer and they paid shipping. They paid about $1,000 in shipping to ship it to them. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me make sure I ain't making this story up fully. Let me make sure I'm telling the truth. Let me make sure, because y'all think I be capping. What they call it, capping. Let me see if I'm capping real quick. That is a crazy ROI. But that's resale. See, I'm used to that. I'm used to making 10, 20, 30, 40, 50X on something. When I came into real estate, I was like, what? 30% discount and all that? What's that? I'm used to knocking heads off and making upsides. But you are doing that with wholesaling. My computer moving like a crazy slow snail here. I was trying to see if I can pull it up on eBay and show it to you. Stupid. And I thought I had made a mistake. And I really did make a mistake because I didn't even know what I was buying. I bought this big old 7 foot tall thing and I'm looking like, what the heck is that? It's like a tall chest of drawers, but it wasn't. It folded down, had lights inside. It was a cool little piece. Let me see. I don't even know if I can see it here. If I go to my eBay store, sold, orders. Is that how you do it? Orders. Let's see here. Last 90 days. Was it there? Let's see here. 1 second. I'm going to see if I can pull it up for y'all because I want to make sure I ain't giving you a false story. Because it could be false. I could be making this all up, couldn't I? Is it possible that I made it all up? No. Let's see here. Do I even see it? I don't even see the dang thing. I got so much stuff on here. We sell a lot of stuff on eBay, Amazon, etc. So buy low, sell high. I was going to pull it up, but I don't know. I can't even find it on here. I got too many items there. We sell multiple items per day. I mean, we even got other examples on here too. I think I just seen another thing that was something stupid. Buy it for cheap and sell it for deep. We do it all the time. All the time. So it's the same thing you can do with real estate. Don't wait to buy real estate and wait. See, I don't even know if I can get to this thing, so I'm going to keep it moving if I don't see it here in a second. I got too many orders. I can't find it. I thought I knew how to search for stuff. Let's say this here. Let's see. Nope. Here's another little stupid thing we just did. I mean, I found this. Hold on, there's another example, just another quick example, because I know y'all like examples. So this thing right here, right? This is a, what is it called? I don't even know what it's called. It's called a Robert Laboratory Spinal Cord Section. So it's like a training tool. Right? We had 175 our best offer. I think it sold for 175. Did they make an offer? Let me look. I don't even know. Oh yeah, they sold for 175. There it is. So see that item right there? But guess what I paid for this? Guess what I paid for it? And this was in March last month. So this little thing here, guess what I paid for that? And I sold it for, well, they ended up sending me $191 for it. That's the price plus tax. It was free shipping because, I mean, it's a small, the item is probably about that big. You say 50, and we got 50, when I go 40, when I go 50, when I go 40, when I go 30, when I go 30, when I go 30, when I go 20, when I go 20, go 20. Pay $5 for it. $5. I just thought it was a cool item. Oh, that's cool. I found it at a little place. $5. Throw it on the internet. Boom. Somebody buys it. Bought it for $5, man. And this is the world I was in before I got into real estate. So I know resale very good. Yeah, $5. The money you just spent on that coffee this morning, $5. The money you just spent on that smoothie this morning. There's no reason to be broke in 2024. Just keeping it raw real with you. There's too many ways to make money. Resale. Oh, here's another item we made some money on, some stupid money. Another one. That was right below that. So you see this owl right here? Well, let me see. That owl. That little owl. Beautiful, large, vintage ceramic thing. We sold that for, we ended up getting $146 because it paid for shipping. So $146 revenue generated. How much you think I paid for that owl? And that owl was probably 3.5 foot tall. Let me look on it real quick. It's kind of big. It's kind of a big, rare item. Let's see here. Did she put in the details? I can't even tell on here. But basically that, oh, here it is down here. So it's 21 inches tall. So 2 feet, less than 2 feet tall. That item right there, that owl, an owl that's about maybe that big. Ooh. I paid nothing for it. I got it for free. It came on a clean out on one of the houses we bought. See, we be making that money, man. I'm trying to show you how to do this thing. Why you should never be broke. I know it's good to stop yourself in the place at the real estate. That's what I did too. I still have a lot of items. I probably got, I don't know, 10,000 items. I do have a resale shop. Somebody else runs it. But you still make money. You see what I'm saying? But that's the thing. I tell people all the time, drop out of school and go learn real estate. That's the real truth of that. Drop out of college, drop out of school. You're wasting, unless you're going for STEM, science, technology, engineering, or math. If you ain't going for one of them, drop out, go learn real estate. It'll change your life. Like, focus your energy on this real estate for real and be serious. You remember when I started that shop? Yep, it's still popping. We still open. I might be shutting it down this year. I'm thinking about closing it, to be honest with you. We still make money, and a lot of the stuff's online anyway. People come in the store and buy stuff all the time. I mean, I do that all the time. Buy something for $5, sell it for $100. Buy something for $5, sell it for $200. Happens all the time. Get stuff for free, sell it for $100. It happens. It's not every day, but every once in a while, you're like, wow, I bought that for $50 and sold it for $500. 10x, baby. So the resale game is still on and popping. So that just comes back to what I was saying earlier about real estate. If you're marketing a deal and they don't know you exist, how are they going to get you the money? Same thing with that. Whether you're selling it on eBay, Facebook, Craigslist, OfferUp, wherever, same thing. Yep. And even with that, just like what you just said there, it's a struggle when you've done that low-hanging fruit. Some people like to deal with low-hanging fruit. That comes back to what I do. I like stuff that's $50 or more, $100 or more. I don't even deal in a little cheap stuff like this. I wouldn't even sell something like this. It's not worth my energy. I need stuff with some meat on the bone. $100 and up, $500 and up. That's why I do furniture. My specialty is furniture, collectibles, antiques, rare items, stuff that you're like, what is that? Weird stuff. Like, what are you doing selling that? Yeah, we sell them. We sell them, baby. So that's the name of the game. So hopefully this video is helping you out. Give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you care. For those that's jumping in, this is a real estate call session that I'm doing, but I got on a tangent about the resale. You drop ship gun safes from Costco. Look at you, 200 profit each. How do you go broke making a profit? So for those that don't know, my name is Chris Monroe. It's the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke. I'm out of St. Louis, Missouri. I do some real estate investing here. I buy real estate creatively. I buy real estate via cash. And I do wholesaling. And that's nationwide, no matter where you're at in the nation. Probably even out of the nation. I think they do that stuff over in Europe too, but that's a whole other story. So yes, this is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. We help people solve problems. So I'm about to call this guy here, see if he answers before it gets too late, because I do have a 1:30 appointment to go to a house that I already been to see if I can help this other lady out. You like that deviation? Now you back to regular schedule programming. Sometimes you got to go on a little rant. Just resale game, baby. Same thing we're doing with real estate, though. The only thing with this is we're doing what? Paperwork. Black ink on white paper. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. Black ink on white paper. That's all real estate is. A contract. A promissory note. A deed of trust. A mortgage statement. Payments. Monthly. Cash flow. Taxes. That's all it is. Paperwork. Paperwork makes that paperwork. So let's try to see if we can reach this guy here. Mr. What's his name? Satish, with this condo that's vacant with no pictures. Let's go here. 484 area code. Where's 484 at? What area code is that? The 484. He out of town somewhere. Let's give him a call and see if he's home. Satish, my friend. It's Pennsylvania, what it say on here. Norristown, Pennsylvania.
Hello.
Hello, Satish. This is Chris. How are you today?
Good. I'm doing good. How are you?
I am well. You spoke to my assistant the other day about your condo here in St. Louis. Did you get that sold yet?
No, not yet. I just put it out yesterday. The last weekend.
Okay. Well, I am actually interested in buying it. I was trying to figure out, do they allow rentals at this condo association, or do they have to be a homeowner occupied?
So they do have that, but I think you have to put in what they call the request or something. And they allow only certain amount of condos that you can rent out. So you have to be on the list prior to list or whatever. You have to put in a request. Then when it is becomes available, you can rent it out.
Okay, so they just have a process that I have to go through to apply to request to be a rental property on their property. Am I hearing that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem. Have you done a process like that, or this one would still have to go through it?
No, I've not done it because like my parents, I bought it for my parents. And my parents were living there. But they moved out, and that's the reason I want to sell it.
Okay, no problem. And so if we were able to agree on the price and everything, how soon would you be looking to close and being done with this?
As soon as possible.
ASAP? Okay. Mm-hmm. No problem. And then back about the HOAs, what are the HOA fees there?
HOA is $497. It increased this year. It was $370 something. It became $493. So HOA includes, outdoor maintenance and other stuff. It also includes water and trash. All of it.
Okay, and so that is $497 a month. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And I guess there's no repairs or anything as far as the condition of the property. It's move-in ready, pretty much.
It's move-in ready. I renovated it. So in the time I bought it, I renovated. I put in new luxury vinyl flooring. new quartz kitchen countertops. Everything is like very well taken care of and updated.
Oh, okay. Perfect. All right. I was trying to see. Oh, you don't have any pictures of it, huh?
I don't have pictures yet because I'm still trying to clean it up a little bit. There's about 1 more week of work on it. So after that, I'm gonna put some pictures.
Okay, not a problem. I may buy it before that. How many bedrooms and bathrooms is it here?
2 bedroom, 2 bath.
So it's a 2-bed, 2-bath. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was wrong on the line. It says it's a 2-1. That's why I always like to ask.
What is it?
Online, it's saying a 2-1, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. That's why I always like to ask and make sure. So this one's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Okay, perfect. I mean, and then you were trying to get 146. Is that right?
Yeah.
Let's see here. And then how did you come up with that amount?
It's so I looked up some of the condos in that condo association. The ones which are nice and updated like mine are in that range like 145, 147. So I kind of priced it according to what it goes for.
Right. Okay. And so what's more important to you, getting the price you want or getting a quick, easy sale?
I mean, quick, easy sale is fine, but I don't want to like drop it too much for the sake of quick sale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You want to be reasonable. So there is some wiggle room on that price. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, of course. If you buy in like cash, I just mentioned and where I mentioned. If it's a cash buy, quick sale, then I'm open for negotiation.
Because from what I'm seeing here, and I don't know if this, I'm going to send it to my underwriter team and they're going to tell me an actual price here in a few moments. But let's just say I send it to them and they come back and say a price around, I don't know, 100,000 cash. What would you say to something like that?
100,000 cash? I wouldn't entertain. It's not worth my
You wouldn't.
Thought.
You wouldn't entertain it?
Yes, it's not even worth talking. I would hang up the phone if it is 100,000.
Yeah, that would probably be too low. I mean, is it even? Are you able to get anywhere near something like that at all, or?
There's no. It's like I'm telling you, 100,000 is like insult for me. So if you're talking about that, then I wouldn't entertain. So sorry about that.
Right.
If you come anything close to what I put in, you give me a call.
Because let's see, it says on here on this estimate, it says 127. Is that right or no?
Estimate, I mean, it's like you are you a home purchaser or a new guy, or you're like a experienced person. So you don't go by the estimate. The estimate gives you like a rough idea about it. That's it.
Right.
It's not like a real accurate picture.
I can understand that. It's just that when it's priced higher, much higher than its estimate, I don't know if we can jump up that high as far as a cash. Like I said, I'm just looking at it now. I sent it over already, so we should have an offer for you in a few moments here. I was just trying to figure out if we were able to get closer to that price you want, would you consider taking a monthly payment until we paid you off in full?
No, I won't do monthly payment like what is the monthly payment. If your assistant said it was like a quick cash sale, that's the reason I'm talking to you. So if you are interested in quick sale and you have a number which is in the ballpark, what I put it on the website, give me a call back.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, because I'm thinking it's probably going to be closer to the lower to mid hundreds. I don't think it's going to be up to 146. Just being honest with you.
No. Lower to mid hundreds. Like beyond my whatever.
So you wouldn't take like 120, is that what you're saying?
No. It's like 120 would be a lot. I updated it, so it's not worth taking 120.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to lose on it. I would want you to win. So, okay, I'll just follow back up with you in a few weeks and see if something changed, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Satish crazy. Once too high. I figured he didn't have no motivation either, really. He got motivation, but the pain hasn't set in. So there's a difference in motivation and pain. Sometimes you got to let people sit, get tired of it, and then come back to them and hit them with that offer. It looks a little more appealing at that point, not on the initial call when they just listed this up 2 days ago. It's too soon. They don't have no pain. So I'm going to get him out of here too. I usually don't get these people with no motivation. Let's see here. Bought it for his parents, but they're not in the condos. That's why he's selling it. He hasn't done any research. Yeah, his estimates say 127. I know a cash deal ain't nowhere near that. I just say, so you wouldn't even take 120 for it. Well, you can't sell it because that's about what it's going to sell for, even to a retail buyer. Unless somebody really, really want to live in it or something. It is a nice property from what I can tell, the area, but I don't know about I can't see any pictures. He has no photos of. So that was him. We're going to keep it moving. Let me put a note in here for him. What do you think about that guy? He's crazy, you say, huh? And that hasn't done any research. Yeah, but that's what we get, people. We get all kinds. We're going to keep it moving. I'm going to call it the guy that just sent this form in about an hour ago. So this one's really fresh. He just came in. How do I get to that? Put in my email. How do we contact you if we need help in the cash flow club? Shoot me a DM. I'll send you my number, Tasha. I need to talk to you anyway. Yep. So futurecashflowclub.com. Let me see here. What do we got here? What is going on? Okay, I got distracted. You always got to get distracted. Yeah, shoot me a DM. I'll send you my number. Okay, what is this here? We're going to... Think about where I was going. Too many places, too many computers, too many monitors. Too much going on. So we're going to talk to Mr. Thomas. Look like he want retail too, but he want $300,000, and it was an inherited property. Let me do a quick look at this real quick. It look like it might be worth every penny he asking too. It's in a good area. University City, you see me. Yeah, the estimates say 363. He want 300. We sound like we're gonna make a deal out of this some kind of way. 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2,100 square feet. It's a nice house. Yeah, we're gonna get this deal. Let me check one more thing real quick. See, that's more realistic. If he's asking 300 and his estimate say 363, we know we're in the right area. We ain't talking about it ain't the other way around. You know a person is way too high. And I'm not saying the Zestimate know everything, but they know more than most people. Zillow, Redfin, and Realtor.com, they spend a lot more money on researching properties than you ever will or I ever will. You know what I mean? Am I putting in this address wrong or something? There it is. Yeah, they say 363 on Redfin too. So this is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. One sold for $350 over there. One sold for $349. One sold for $420. Another one sold for $300. Another one sold for $399. Another one sold for $365. We ready to go now, y'all. We about to cook. So give this video a thumbs up. Give it a like. Give it a share. Let's call up Mr. Thomas and see what he's talking about. Hope he ain't talking crazy because we're going to make a deal today, baby. These kind of people I want to talk to. They got a realistic price point. Unless this house need a bunch of work, it may not be realistic. We don't know. If he needs $75,000 worth of work, it ain't a deal. You know what I mean? It's not a deal if it's that much. So let's call him up. Let's see what Thomas is talking about. Tommy. Uh-oh, what happened? I got booted out. Hey, Chris, is that... Try again. Is my number blocked or something? What the hell going on here? It's kicking me out every time I call him. I just call him from a different number. No big deal. Where my other phone at? Switch numbers. I don't know how. I only use that phone to do follow-up calls with people. Smile and dial. What up, my brother? What up, Andre? Good to see you, my man. Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a good Easter weekend. What number am I calling from? The main line. Let's see if they go through. Oh, it goes through on that one, but the other one was blocked. Somebody didn't beat me to it. I didn't know it was a deal like that. I thought
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
I was thinking that they was asking too much, asking $300,000. He ain't too far off. Let me do a little more research on this before I call him back, so I can have more ammunition. He said this was an inherited property. Did he go through a probate? You know, it's a lot of places this thing can go. I'm gonna check something real quick to see if they got a loan on it or anything while I'm waiting to dial them back. While I'm waiting, get out of here. Over here in University City. That's a nice house, a little ranch. Damn, on here they say it's worth $400,000. Damn. It's free and clear. Empty nester. Cash property right here, baby. They ain't got no loan on it. Now, who the person name on the thing? Yep, it's already in his name, so that's good. And he's out of Georgia. So he ain't even from St. Louis. Hey, Chris, is that you? He live all the way in Georgia and got a house here and it's inherited. When did he get it? Did they tell you that on here? 2020. So he's had this house since 2020, inherited. All right, let's try to call him again. Answer the phone this time, Thomas. I want to buy your house. Good old GA. Georgia. Georgia. 60% of the population of Georgia lives in the Atlanta area. Did you know that? Just a fun fact for you Atlanta people.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
So it says on here, somebody named Anita owned it. And they did a quit claim deed in 2011. Then they did another quit claim deed in 2020. And so that's who owns it. So I don't know. Maybe it could be a private money on this or something, but I don't see any liens or anything. No mortgage history. I'm about to get this man some money. I'm about to give him about $250 and let's get it. Atlanta. Yeah, that's an Atlanta fact. Exactly. Over 60% of the population of the state of Georgia lives in the Atlanta region. That northern Georgia portion. The rest of the state is pretty empty compared to Atlanta. How I know that? I don't know. I'm like Google. Call me Krugel. Thomas need to answer this phone. I'm going to try one more again, but I'm going to call him from the phone I try to call him from. I'm going to text him if it don't go through. Oh, I went through that time. Krugel. Krugel.com.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Thomas, this is Chris. You had submitted some information about your property here in University City, St. Louis. Give me a call back here. I'll text you as well, and I'll try again later if I don't hear from you soon. We're interested in buying it. Hope to hear from you soon. Thanks. Sound like a person, not a company. A person. I'm always a person. Unless I get the indication from somebody that they like to deal with the company. Then I'll be a company. But other than that, I'm just a dude named Chris to buy houses. Regular thing. People do business with people they know, like, and trust. Be a person. How good of a person are you? That's the question of the day. Are you a good person? I'm going to send him a text. Hey, Thomas. He did go by Thomas, right? Let me see what he put on the form. Yep, Thomas. Let's call it. That's a nice house. I don't really like a lot of houses, but I like that one. And he's not unrealistic already. Unless, like I say, the house needs a lot of work. That's the only thing that'll throw you off. Say the house needs $100,000 worth of work, and that's what changes things. 300,000 might be. And I'm not giving them 300 anyway. I'm thinking 250 and I ain't even seen the house. 250, sell it for like 280, make 30 grand and keep on moving, man. That's how we do wholesale. If we wholesale it, it could be a good buy. Shoot, I might buy that house. Shoot. If you're going to buy a house, buy a good house. Don't buy no junk. Stay away from the junk. Stay away from the low-hanging fruit. So I said, hey, Thomas, I was contacting you about your property on Knob Hill. Call or text back anytime, Chris. Just a regular old Chris. Nothing special. And he don't take text messages because it got rejected. This message is rejected by the carrier. What that mean? If it come back like that, I sent that message and it say it was rejected, that red. See, when it show red, it ain't gonna work. So he can't even get a text message. So we just got to keep tapping him. Matter of fact, I'm going to forward this to my VA and have her keep calling him. That's what I usually do anyway. That was an initial call. But typically, I let her do the initial call, then I follow up to do a closing call. Please contact. All right. Who else? Who is Ryan? Did I talk to this person? I ain't never talked to this guy either. And another person that wants to sell ASAP with inheritance. Somebody named Ryan. That's another good house. He wants $275 for his. It's out here in Webster Groves. Let me see if this is a good price point, just generally. Or if he's unrealistic. Yeah, he's unrealistic. His estimates say 216. He wants 275. So we already know he upside down. And like I say, I don't know if that's right, but we know he the wrong direction. Right off the rip. What up, Nubian Queen 15? Good to see you. Good to see you. Making some follow-up calls, trying to solve some problems for some people who own real estate who got problems. Hey, Chris, is that you? Let me make sure this ain't something that's already been in the system here. What's his name? Ryan? Is there any Ryans in here? Nope. We don't have no Ryans in our CRM. All these people we talk to, nobody named Ryan. Are you serious? Okay. Let's call Ryan up. So Ryan, try to get back to him. Ryan better stop all that lying. What platform do you utilize? A lot of platforms. It depends on what you're talking about. I got a lot of moving parts here, a lot of systems. I do list them all on my website at wokerealestate.com/marketing. All the systems that I do use is all listed right there. Let me see here. 275, owned it for 5 years, wants to sell it ASAP, not listed. Let's call him up. And this came in.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 63.
Another one of these kind of people that don't answer their phone. And if you really want to know the real truth, just join the Future Cash Flow Club, futurecashflowclub.com. That's where you want to check out, because we actually list all that stuff, do trainings, get deep in the weeds, lift back the hood, pull back the curtain, see that you see what's really moving on in there. Check that out, futurecashflowclub.com. If you're serious, if you're not serious, don't do that. All right, let's see here. What do we got? This guy won't answer the phone. That's why he's still in here. Nobody spoke to him yet.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Can't reach him. So let's go back. That's why he's in there. I was looking like, why haven't we spoke to that person? Did I speak to this dude? Let me see if we got any other victims in here. So yeah, hopefully you've been talking to some sellers, talking to some buyers, creating some rapport. Where is this at? No, I don't want that either. Go back. Now, what is this dude? I don't have any notes on here, and I spoke to this guy. That was real smart. I'll take note of that. I need to send an offer to 3 people. And I need to see that. So yeah, what time is it? How are we looking on time? 66 minutes in here. Oh damn, time to wrap this up. Because I have to do 2 other things before I go to a house. Any other questions, comments, concerns before I roll for today? Because for some reason, I don't think I'm going to get this guy right now. I'll try him again this afternoon. I might come back on later this evening because I got some more calls to make, but I got some other stuff to do first before that. Any other questions? Nope. That's the lesson. So hopefully this video helped you out. If you're looking to see the replays of all these live calls, things like that, futurecashflowclub.com. If you're looking to actually get the paperwork to make the paperwork, futurecashflowclub.com. If you want the real coaching to actually understand how to do all the ins and outs, answer all the questions in the back of your mind, questions that you didn't even know you had to ask or you should be asking, futurecashflowclub.com. Do you use biz cards or everything digital? I use both. Let's see something here. I use that. I use business cards. It's got my store on the back. And they got my regular real estate stuff on the front with a picture of me. I use door hangers, marketing. Put that on a door hanger, tell them we can stop their foreclosure. I use everything. We use all the tools. Yeah. But I do have digital card as well. I do have a Blink card. Let me see. Blink. Blink. What's Blink? You on Blink? Blink. There you go. There's my Blink card. So that's the game we got, ladies and gentlemen. I will catch you on the next one. Do what you do. Be who you be. And I'll see you before you see me. Find more leads than you can even process. That's multiple listing service. That's the MLS for you real estate agents. Absentee owner information. Find the cash buyers and flippers in any market nationwide. Pull a pre-foreclosure list. And don't forget, you got to find those comps. Get nationwide access with multiple filters. Powered by PropStream at wokesource.com. Get your 7-day free trial today. wokesource.com. That's wokesource.com. You may have heard the saying, the fortunes are in the follow-up. Now there's a brand new system that is great to help you cold call, text message, drop voicemails, and so much more, all automated. You don't have to remember anything. Just set it and forget it. All you have to do is speak to people. Check it out, wokereply.com. It's a multi-touch marketing campaign where you can schedule to send text, voicemail, email, and even live calls all on autopilot. Check it out today, wokereply.com. That's wokereply.com. Hey, Chris, is that you? Damn! So in the event you come across a seller and you're in negotiations and they're like, well, and you tell them that, yeah, we can buy your house. And the only thing is, the loan will stay in your name temporarily until sometime in the future when we get it cashed out. But we would buy your house. We close through a real estate attorney and everything's disclosed in writing. So, you're protected in the deal. And, would that work for you? Many times they're going to say, well, how long is it going to be in my name for? I mean, how long do you think that'll take before you get it out of my name, that loan? And so what I would tell them is, well, to be honest with you, I mean, I really don't want to give you extra time, but it's in our best interest to get it cashed out sooner rather than later, because that's basically where we're going to make money at. We're going to sell the house for more than what we're going to get it from you for, because we got to make money somewhere in this deal, which there's really nothing in it because, the situation we're in right now. Or something to that effect, depending on the situation. But basically my position is, I'm not going to give a time if I don't have to. That's the first position. So we're going to cash it out sooner rather than later. It's in our best interest to do so. That's the first position. If they don't want to they don't like the sound of that, or they're like, oh, I don't know about that. I really need a time. Well, I mean, we could put a balloon payment or a due date on it or something if we had to. What's the longest you think you could give on something like this? See, reposition to be a question asker, not you giving them, oh, I'll do this long or this. That. Ask them, what's the longest you think you could give?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to tell you, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could do a little bit of time. I could do 3 years. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't remember the last time we did less than 10 years or some number you made up. I don't remember the last time we did less than 10 years on one of these deals, or less than 5 years, whatever you feel comfortable with, depending on their situation. I don't want to give a blanket answer because every situation is different. However, that's the generic answer, that we're going to cash it out sooner rather than later. And it's in our best interest to do so because that's basically where we're going to make our money at in this deal.
Okay. And so is this like a good option for somebody who's looking to buy another house soon?
That would be a wrap. That would when we want to do a wraparound mortgage on something like that, because we want to make sure that they can show that they have something to wash out that debt to income ratio. That's the only time we want to. And that's why I was saying on that other video, I don't know if you watched it, the difference between the subject to and a wrap. Typically, you're going to be buying on a wrap unless they're an elderly person and all that type of stuff. But majority of the time, it'll be a wrap. But if it's an elderly person or they're a deceased person on the loan or some funky stuff going on, it'll just be a subject to.
So most subject to deals are wrap deals too.
Not necessarily. There's investors out here that buying people houses subject to, and they really shouldn't be doing it. I mean, but like I say, everybody can do it the way they want. See, and that's why I want to make sure it's clear. You can do it any way you want. That's the default answer. You can do it any way you want. However, anytime you buy a house subject to existing financing, the seller has no recourse. They can never foreclose on you. They can't come back and take that house from you. They can't do nothing if you don't act right. If you stop making that mortgage payment, ain't a damn thing they can do. They just gave you their house and they're out of the picture and they're done. So we don't really want to put a seller in a bad position like that. That's why we do it on a wrap, which is going to create a new note and a new deed of trust, a new promissory note and a new deed of trust if you're in a deed of trust state, or a new mortgage if you're in a mortgage state, depending on your state. But basically, it's some documents that the real estate attorney is going to draft to close this deal out, and it gives them some type of recourse. In the event you stop making payments, they can foreclose on you and take their house back. It gives them some type of protection. Also, it gives them that protection so that they can go get a loan in the future on some property. It will give them something to show that, is washing out their debt to income ratio. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm going to be doing on this property right here. This is going to be a wrap. Most of them going to be wraps. Like I said, that's really the answer of any of them, because she's going about.
So when you take your deal to the attorney's office or title company, whatever, do you tell them like, I need this to be a wrap or a subject to, or how does that work?
So everything we do in real estate is on paperwork. I don't have to tell them nothing. What does the paperwork say? When I send that purchase and sales agreement over to them, it'll say right on the purchase and sales agreement, another note or another deed of trust should be created identical to the underlying debt, or it might say this house subject to. All this stuff is in writing. Whatever you wrote on that purchase and sales agreement is what you're supposed to have agreed with that seller, and that's why the title company drafts all those documents to make all of it come together. So that purchase and sales agreement is what's going to tell them everything they need to know. That's why we have that purchase and sales agreement. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. So when you do a wraparound, it's different paperwork than when you do a subject to.
It's different paperwork at closing. It's different paperwork at closing. You're going to still use the purchase and sales agreement, the one I showed yesterday, that long form that has all that stuff on there and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll worry about that when I get there.
Yeah. So just typically you're going to be probably doing a wrap most of the time. Unless it's, like I said, it's a different circumstance. That's the best position to put the seller in. And remember, they don't know any of this because you're the one, the expert. So, they don't know that they don't have any recourse if you buy their house subject to.
Yeah, and that's not the type of business I want to run.
Right.
I don't want to be making people over, And
so another rebuttal or something that people may say sometime is, well, what happens if you can't make the payments? I'll let that seller know that worst case scenario, we'll give you the house back in better condition than you gave it to us. Worst thing that can happen. Because I'm not going to keep your house if I can't make the payments. I'm giving it back to you. I deed that bad boy back to you in a heartbeat. Really ain't even got to deed it back to them. They don't know that, but I would just assign them my beneficial interest in the trust and they can take the house right back. But that's a whole nother conversation. I don't want to take it too deep on you, but it's easy to get it transferred right back to the to somebody else, assigning the beneficial interest of the trust.
I see.
All right. Any other, did you have any other questions? Anybody else? Ellis or who else on her? Virginia?
No.
Not yet.
All right. So they're just basically, you know, an overview of some of the stuff that you're going to come across when you out here wheeling and dealing, talking about this real estate. So they always going to say, you know, a rebuttal. So that's the biggest thing. Get good at answering those common questions. They always going to ask, how long are you going to keep it in my name for? Well, how does that work? Have an answer for that stuff, because that's, if you can answer that stuff smoothly, that's going to make them trust you more. That all you know your stuff. You're like, oh well, I don't know. We can negotiate. No, we negotiate. This is typically what we do. Well, in the past, this is what we've done, Mr. Seller or Mr. Seller. Where normally in a situation like this, we would do this, 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 and this. You know, some kind of answer, because they're going to ask the same questions over and over and over and over and over again, and you'll notice a pattern. How long is it going to stay in my name? Well, how do I know you're going to make the payments? And that's why we do it on a wrap. The real estate attorney is going to create a document that's going to protect you in the deal. That in any event we stop making payments or we don't act right for any reason, you can always foreclose on us and take your property back. However, it's in our best interest not to do that, because we're invested in the property. We're going to, you know, place a tenant. We're going to fix it up. We're going to be responsible for maintenance, repairs, tenants, toilets, termites, and whatever other benefits you can throw in there to make it sound good and juicy, to make them feel like, oh, wow, you're solving my whole problem. You're just who I've been looking for. This real estate agent couldn't help me. This wholesaler couldn't help me. This other investor couldn't help me. You're here to help them solve their problem. All right.
Mm-hmm. So what about, okay, so when you on the phone with sellers, right? And you're trying to get, like, it's the initial phone call. So like I call, we do a lot of FISBOs. And you try to like, you're trying to go through the script with them that you know, and they really are like, well, why are you asking? It really don't matter why I want to sell. I want to sell the house like what you ask them, like, why do you want to sell the house? For any other reason that somebody else would want to sell a house. And like they just won't give up that payment. How do you deal with that?
Well, it's about structuring your phone call in a way that's less intrusive. I mean, I haven't really seen, you know, I almost want to say I've never had anybody ask me to say something like that. Not saying that it couldn't happen, but I try to have a conversation with them more so than why you're selling. I always say, I ask them, tell me a little bit about the house. They tell me about it. Oh, it looks good. Oh, wow, this sounds like a pretty good house. What made you decide to want to sell it versus why are you selling? That sounds, you know, to me, that I've never had a problem with somebody telling me why they're selling. Or, you know, that other question, like I said earlier, what are you going to do if you're not able to sell? And typically, to be honest with you, if any of these people giving you too much runaround, you're probably not doing business with them anyway. Just being honest, especially when you're talking about doing terms, a long-term relationship with these people. If they're way too difficult, you're probably not going to get a deal with them anyway, because they're being a butthole. You have to have a cooperative seller or it ain't working no way. However, like I was saying when I started to answer this question, many times it's about how you position yourself in asking the question, not just why you're selling. I never ask nobody why you're selling. I let them tell me about the house. I build some rapport. Oh yeah, I used to go to school over there. I talk to them. 6, 7, 8 questions in. Well, yeah, it sounds like a pretty decent house. What made you decide to want to sell it? That's less intrusive than, hey, yeah, you want to sell your house? It's still for sale. Why are you selling? That's too quick. You know, they don't trust you. They don't know you. It sounds too, you know what I mean? It's too aggressive. I don't really want to talk to you about.
Of course, you ask them all that stuff first and like warm them up or whatever. But I don't know. Sometimes I still get that question, like, why does it matter? Like, I'm like,
well, I mean, to be honest, somebody hit me with that. Well, it matters because I'm here to solve a problem. And if I can identify what the actual problem is, we have several solutions that may be the problem solver for you, Mr. Seller. With your smart mouth? No, I wouldn't tell her that, but but you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta push back a little bit. Sometimes you don't gotta be, you know, mean or nothing, but like, hey, well, you know, we come across all different types of situations. And so I just want to see what is the best case scenario so we can solve the problem for you, make it a win-win situation for you and a win for us. So everybody's happy here. Wouldn't that make sense to you, Mr. Seller? Because, you know, if we can't work a deal here, you're not going to sell me your house if it's not going to be beneficial to you. And I'm not going to buy your house if it's not beneficial to me. So we want to make sure it's a win-win situation. Doesn't that make sense to you, Mr. Seller? If you want to go that deep. I don't normally go that deep, but I will if I have to. You see what I'm saying? You can't push you around like, oh, what does that mean? Well, you know, maybe there ain't enough before. So I don't know. I can't say because I didn't hear the phone call. But I typically don't run into that issue.
Okay.
Not saying that they wouldn't do it. And, you know, so, like I said, they mean just off the chain altogether. Oh, why you want to know how much I owe on it? Ugh. You know, that's why we got that rebuttal for that. And you saw that when I showed it to you, right? That little sheet for the mortgage information sheet. If they like, oh, I don't want to tell you how much I owe on it.
I don't think you showed me that.
Well, here you go. Boom. It's in your thing. So script to capture mortgage information. When they're like, so how much you still owe on it? That's none of your business. So what you need to know that for? You know, that same thing you talking about now. That same negative rebuttal junk that they always do. That's none of your business. Well, I understand your concern, but we buy houses using several different methods, and all will require that information for us to analyze if your house fits any. Sometimes we pay all cash, but if you owe more than we can pay, obviously that won't work. Sometimes we buy with terms or a lease purchase, and of course, that has to be structured around your debt. What we won't do is pay all cash at full market value. So if you can tell me now that's the only way you wish to sell your house, then I won't need the information because we're out. But if you're flexible enough, let us offer you more than one option at no cost or risk to you. I will need this information. Should we proceed or not? See, that's confronting the enemy. We don't let them just push you around and you know, I ain't got to do all that, you know. And that's what I say about having good rebuttals and stuff, because most of the stuff is repeat stuff. Once you got the answer to it, I mean, you don't have to go this deep into it, but this is generally what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you need, what we won't do is pay all cash at full market value. Oh, actually, I didn't got on the screen. I'm up for reading and I ain't even showed it. My bad. Boom. What we won't pay is all cash at full market value. So if you tell me now that's the only way you wish to sell it, then I won't need this information because we're out. And they get you off the phone. If they need all cash and they're not going to take terms, you're not buying it no way. Don't waste your energy on them. You're only looking for the people who say yes, or they say they're even open to terms or open to anything. If they're not open, don't waste too much energy on them people because you're not getting it anyway. We will not pay all cash at full market value. So if that's what you want, I can tell you right now, we're done. We're not your buyer. And that's getting straight to the point. And which you're not their buyer. I mean, it ain't like you're lying or making up money, just keeping it real. Sometimes you gotta let them know that we ain't here to play no games. We buy houses. Should I proceed or not? And if they say, no, we ain't proceeding, or yeah, I'll tell you, I owe $80,000. You got me. All right, so what's the monthly payment on that? $800 a month. Does that include the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance as well? It's all inclusive, yeah. Are there any HOA fees? No, we don't have that over here. You know, they got to get to the point. Get this info or get off the phone. Without this, the deal is dead. You're not doing terms if you can't get this information. Period. Done. That's the default answer.
But you can do a cash deal without that information, right?
Sure can, but you ain't going to pay all cash at full market value. And
not at all.
We're not going to pay full retail for a house at all cash. So if that's what you need to sell the house, then I can let you know we don't need that information because we're out. But if you're flexible enough to let us offer you multiple options at no cost or risk to you, I will need this information. Should we proceed or not? Remember, everything we do, we end in a question. It's up to them to decide if they want to go forward or not. They're like, hell no, I ain't doing it. Get off the phone. They're like, well, I guess I can let you know that. When you work with them, if they flexible, let's work a deal. They're not, whack them. And that's most people. You're going to end up whacking them, just being honest. You're looking for a small percentage. It's not as small as the wholesale market is when you're looking for, 5% of the marketplace. You might be looking for 15% of the marketplace on a terms deal.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments, concerns before we get up out of here and do some more woke stuff? And I think this document should be in your packet. If not, let me know and I'll make sure to get it over to you.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Ellis?
That's subject to and wraparound mortgages on YouTube.
Yeah, let me see. I think I got the link for it here. I think it's called, let's see here. Let me go to my YouSnoop channel so I can tell you exactly what it's called. or either get you the actual link for it if I'm that good. I don't know if I'm that good or not yet. Oh man, this thing don't like me doing a bunch of stuff at once. My computer don't be moving this slow. Is it an Anasanya? All right, so let's see here. I gotta change to, let's see, switch account to my other
I be
account.
wondering how Virginia computer be working because her be so small you can't even see the logo.
It don't like when you're doing multiple
Goodbye.
things at once. How you gonna hate on her thing like that?
Right?
I'm not hating,
Putting me,
but I
putting me on blast in front of the whole world. You know Chris is famous.
Ah,
that just mean you busy. That's all.
so let's see. Oh, that's a nice.
You got a good computer. That's what that means. You got good computer. Because your thing still be going fast, but I can't see the logos of each website at the top of the bars.
Good. Wraparound mortgage or subject to, which is best for the seller? That's the name of this video right here. Breaks it all down in full detail. Even though we got a commercial here. Let's get a spin in. Come on, thing, go. So yeah, this video right here. Wraparound mortgage or subject to, which is best for the seller? Breaks it all the way down. All a little detail. All right, Ellis.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Any more questions, Virginia?
Nope.
What
Thank you.
What about you, Rach?
Nah, I'm all good. Thank you.
Where's D at? Sleep?
Nah, she's probably working.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So that'll work. So y'all have yourself a great so we do buy them cash, deeply discounted on distressed properties. Right. And then some of these ones that are in perfect condition, we structure creative deals with them where we either do the seller finance or something like that, where we can get a person a full price and just make them payments and they don't have to deal with the property management, and all they do is collect the check, which is a lot easier on most investors. You have anything that fits something like that?
It's interesting. I'm not sure I do at this point. Where I'm struggling right now, and it's probably going to influence what I decide. My maintenance guy has sort of been missing in action. Okay. And that's where I'm struggling right now. So if I can't get him back on track, hello.
Hey, Philip, this is Chris. How are you today?
Good, Chris. What's up?
Yeah, I was giving you a call about your house over on, let's see, Wensley or in Blackjack. Are you still looking to sell that one?
Well, I was approached this morning, so I'm not in any hurry to sell any of my homes. However, I've got I've got about 40 houses, and I know you guys. I know there's people. Well, I get so many calls every day asking. But anyway, I've got three houses in Blackjack. And Wensley is one of them. Number 7, Hunt. So I just thought I'd hear what you guys are trying to accomplish. Are you guys trying to pick up bargains? Are you trying to rent them? What's your game plan?
Great question. So I'm basically trying to be like you when I grow up. We got about half the number of doors that you have, and we're trying to double it and get to your number. So we're right about 20 doors now. We're looking to buy and hold. We don't really flip or anything like that. And we don't do the Section 8. So we don't do anything like that. So we don't do those type of properties. So we're just looking for some nice properties we can use to do our exit strategy, which is most of the time corporate rentals, things like that. So we furnish them, make a nice home for people to come and stay temporarily, basically.
Okay,
so it's a lot better than what I found.
Well, most of mine, I'm going to say all of mine are nice homes. Okay, some nicer than others, depends on when I bought them, all that good stuff. But the three that I just mentioned are in a nice subdivision called Whitney Chase. Are you from St. Louis?
I'm definitely from St. Louis, born and raised.
Okay, so if you're familiar with North County, Whitney Chase is a big subdivision, nice homes, big ranches. So the one that I was called on, Wensley, we literally just redid the whole thing about 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh, wow.
New kitchens, really turned out nice. All of them are nice, but it just depends on what when you catch a piece of property. Has it been rented for a while, or that one that one is a 5-bedroom home, finished lower level, new kitchen, it's got a lot of bells and whistles.
Great. Do you have any that are empty right now, or they're all rented?
No, I really don't. I just had a real nice little 2-bedroom in Overland, which is a very good area.
Yep, another one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a very solid area. It's, I think it's tighter than North County. In terms of, North County's, is nice. However, a couple of blocks either way can get you into a little bit of trouble.
Exactly.
But
St. Louis, it sounds like too, huh?
Well, I was born and raised, and like I said, for the last, I was buying a few homes when I came out of college, and then with the crash of 07, 08, I probably bought about 35 houses.
Oh, wow, you were smart.
Well, it was one of those things. I just sort of thought, obviously, the pain that goes along with owning all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I sort of said, well, if you're going to get in this, get in it as deep as you can, handle. And, because I looked at it sort of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And it was.
So that's where my head's at. I'm not, I'm just being candid. I was approached regarding that piece of property. So,
well, can I be honest with you too, Philip?
Yeah.
So that whole thing that was contacting you before that text that said Chris will be calling you from this number was all AI. All of that was a computer.
Oh, really? Okay.
It did all the whole scheduling and everything for me. I'm just trying it out. So
wow.
Looks like it gets me on the phone with people, so it works, right?
Well, that's good. That's good. I don't know. I know that when I decide, these probably don't fit your business model, because I'm not looking. I'm not looking to shortchange myself, and I'm not buying anything right now because, to be candid, I think everything's overpriced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what we've been doing, so we do buy them cash, deeply discounted on distressed properties, right. And then some of these ones that are in perfect condition, we structure creative deals with them where we either do a seller finance or something like that, where we can get a person a full price and just make them payments, and they don't have to deal with the property management, and all they do is collect the check, which is a lot easier on most investors. You have anything that fits something like that?
It's interesting. I'm not sure I do at this point. Where I'm struggling right now, and it's probably going to influence what I decide. My maintenance guy has sort of been missing in action. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm struggling right now. So if I can't get him back on track, I just don't want to go through what I've been going through for the last week or two. And, at that point, I'll make some decisions in terms of an exit strategy. But right now, I'm just going to stay put where I'm at. Obviously the cash flow is tremendous. And, it helps me do things out here. I'm at my farm right now, and helps me build out my car collection, and, it gives me a lot of opportunity. So,
100%.
If you want to touch base in a couple of weeks, I think maybe we can talk a little further. And if there's something that you want to see or talk a little further, we'll do that. How's that sound?
That sounds perfect. Because, every case, is different. I understand for sure. And, if you can keep your cash flow and not have to deal with the properties, I mean, how do you lose in that situation, right?
No, you can't. You can't. No, and I'm willing to, I've started looking at, I think, what are they called? 1029 exchanges. And I think there's something called a 721. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, we need every strategy we can because taxes are extremely high.
That's it. I've only sold one or two off in the last couple of years, and end of the year, you just hate paying the taxes on this stuff. You work hard to get this stuff going and cash flowing and doing what it's supposed to do, and then when you go to sell it, you get whacked. And I'm not a fan of that.
And that's why we found that seller finance type strategy lessens that blow. So you still keep your cash flow, you get relinquished from the property, dealing with all the daily stuff with that, and then you just still get a monthly payment and don't have to worry about the property anymore. So we can definitely talk about it.
That might be something we'll consider. Okay.
Okay. So when should we follow up? You say after 4th of July? Is that okay? Or
why don't we do middle of July?
Middle of July. All right, I'll put you in for that. Other than that, anything else? Any other questions or anything for me before I let you go?
Not really. Not really. I'm fine. I appreciate the information, and we'll just go from there. We'll see what develops. How's that?
Perfect. I'm going to text you right after this my contact and our website so you'll know who you're on the phone with. Chris with St. Louis Cash Bars. Other than that, you have a great weekend, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Chris Monroe. R to the O-E. I flip houses, rent cars, and make money. You know I'm not no motherfucker dummy. This how we do.
Thanks for calling.
How you doing? This is Damon. You attempted to give me a call?
Hey, Damon, this is Chris. Yeah, I was just trying to get back with you, see what you wanted to do about the house over there in Florida.
And you're the one I was texting yesterday, correct?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. So yeah, pretty much just so I'm headed to the bank now. Oh damn, it's my turn. I'm headed to the bank now to drop off some paperwork to basically get the auction removed. I don't mind selling, you know what I'm saying? It's my late mother's home, it's not my home. It comes with a lot of different memories and you know, real sentimental value, right? But I don't want to lose it in foreclosure. In so many words, after my mom passed away, it took a while for me to get legally in control of the home per the bank and per the courts, blase. I had to put the home in probate and all that type of stuff, become the head honcho of it, and basically after doing all of that, it came about that my sister was not paying the mortgage. Now my sister was the primary person staying there. She was staying there after my mom died. She was staying there before my mom died. So I initially didn't want to just put her out, right? I just told her, hey, take care of the mortgage and you can stay here as long as you handle the business. Well, of course, you know, if you've been down this road or you know you're in this business, you know that to get a hold of it through the courts, it takes sometimes quite a long time, sometimes longer than what people have, or sometimes, you know, longer than what people would expect or really want it to be. So after getting her removed from the home and all of that legally, like I say, found out she was not paying the mortgage, wasn't keeping up on the mortgage, right? So I've been trying to get the company to you know, work with me, blase. But of course, you know how this shit go with these white folks. The system not made for our people. It's not made for us. Basically, if our parents don't pay that house off or leave a fat ass lump sum for us to pay it off or for us to keep it going and things like that, it normally doesn't happen like that in the black community, right? So I'm in that same boat, which was my sister kind of already messed up the business. The only thing I can either do is quick sell or let them people take it from me, right? So I've been trying to do everything that I can on my end to try to get it back, right? Get it caught up, things like that. Like I got a GoFundMe account going right now. It ain't reached the amount that I would prefer it to, but right now I don't have time to wait like that, right? I got to the 17th to figure something out, give or take a couple more days, just because once I turn in this application, it'll put the auction on hold. But I walk, like I told you, I'll walk away from it, you know what I'm saying, if I can get close to 200. And that's strictly because it's a balance on it. So for me to even get anything, I got to pay that balance off, and I just don't want to walk. You know, long story short,
take your house. Yeah.
Listen, long story short, I know what that property is worth. I know what's going on in that area. I know that there's a safari being built in that area. By the end of next year, there's going to be a safari within a 10-mile radius of that home. That's going to shoot the value of it up, right? Right now, houses over there, let's just say a good house that got the money into it and it look good, all that can go for $250 or more, right? I know when that safari get built and people can pull up in North County and go see, you know, exotic animals, that's going to shoot it all the way up. So realistically, 200 is for me to pay the 100 off of, you know, and I really want the 225 to pay the bank off and to walk away with $100K, and that's just basically that'll be me on some. That's my mama life insurance policy that she left us, if that makes sense.
That's right. Yeah, because if you don't do anything, they'll definitely take your
They're
house.
gonna take it. Yeah, I already know that much. That's why I say I got an application I'm about to go give to the bank, and I know that's gonna, you know, basically take the, you know, if it goes how it's supposed to, that's gonna take the auction off the table for now, push it back, blase. But I don't mind a quick sale. I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to prolong the issue or nothing.
What did the bank tell you it is to like catch up the loan to bring it current?
It's about $24,000.
Oh, okay, that ain't too bad. We just had one that was $100,000. I said, damn, that's way too much. Just to
know it
up.
ain't. Yeah. It's not much at all. You know what I'm saying? It's not. Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's not much, because if I had $24K just laying around that I could, you know, put into it, then I would. But it's not, you know, like I don't want to lose it for no $24K.
Right. Now, with the probate situation, did they appoint you as the independent representative, or did they have to say somebody else have to sign off for you to sell it?
No, it's me. I'm the head of the administration. I make all of these decisions in reference or in best interest of the estate, and I don't have to go through the courts to get if anything. Everything goes through me.
Our house. So yeah, I got you. So, property. I mean, did she take care of it and stuff when she was living there, or need some work?
I'm sorry.
When your sister was living there, did she take good care of it, or does it need some work to fix it up a little bit?
Oh, I need some work for sure, but it's all cosmetic. So if I'm being honest, right, because my sister, she did her due diligence. So basically right now, I pulled up floors, I pulled up, you know what I'm saying, carpet, of course. I pulled up the carpet. It needs some work, but it's just cosmetic. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It need new carpet. It need new floor. It need a new paint job. After that, you got a whole house.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw the pictures they had online. They like the garage door was knocked off or something. You know,
That's not current.
Oh, okay.
So that was fixed.
Okay. Yeah, they take the picture in the worst condition. I'm like, why they do that to make it look bad? I know it can't be that bad.
But that was some shit my sister did, and I had to come in and fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's another reason why I'm trying to make sure, you know, I get what it's worth. Cause shit, I put money into it, even though it didn't pan out how I preferred. I was putting my money into it. I was the one trying to keep the outside looking good. I was the one keeping the grass getting cut, keeping the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that stuff be adding up. You be having a whole bill on a house you ain't even living in.
Yeah,
So,
and that's exactly what
I mean. Are you in town?
Yes, I stay in Missouri. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Or St. Louis. I stayed in Texas in the past, but as of now, yes, I'm a resident of Missouri.
Yeah, a lot of people I know moved to Texas. I said, dang, they left St. Louis. They ain't even look back. I said, dang.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If y'all can get this $100K to me, I'm gonna do the same again. Because
I
I literally came. I came back to help take care of my sick mama. So I had really no plans. Personally, I had no plans on ever moving back to St. Louis. You know what I'm saying? I had went to Texas. I was down there for about 4 or 5 years. Started barber school, became a barber. You know what I'm saying? Started building my own little life. But my mama got sick, and it was to the point where I couldn't get her on the phone, right? And that just wasn't normal, if it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I had to go pull down on her and see like what's going on, and then I realized like, hey, she was getting mistreated, malnourished, wasn't eating correctly. You know, it was a bunch of stuff going on. To where I had to make the conscious decision. I got to go home. I got to see to it that, you know what I'm saying? Like I put like this, when my mama went on hospice at the time, I didn't even know what hospice meant, right? I was under the impression that it's okay, man. Like, you gonna get fed now. You gonna get took the curb. You're not gonna, you know, we're gonna get you together. We gonna do physical therapy. We're gonna get you back moving. And you know what I'm saying? That wasn't, you know, I didn't know what that word hospice meant. You know what I'm saying? So shit, it was a lot, right? It was different. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm the youngest out of all her kids. And then shit, my sister who was standing there, she ain't no good. She's a thief, you know, stealing, then doing what she did with the house. You know, it's just I'm just trying to gracefully get rid of it, if that makes sense, right? I don't want my mama house getting took from these white folks like this. I see, you know, we see this shit coming up in the movies, just in general in the world. I don't want that for mine. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I definitely understand that. I mean, you know, you're the responsible one, so you have to come in and save the day and make everybody happy, right?
I ain't gonna lie. At this point, I ain't put like this, right? I'm trying to make my mama's spirit happy, and then just lace my pockets if that's what I can do.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you're dealing with the right one, so I can definitely help you get all this accomplished. It just, you know, we just have to verify condition of the property, et cetera, and see what we can do as far as the numbers that make sense to you.
Do you have room to meet today? So that way we can get the ball rolling. I'm not big on prolonging or anything.
Yeah, I can definitely meet you today. What time works best for you?
What area are you in? Do you need? I'm
in Florissant right now. I live in Florissant.
Okay, I'm leaving St. Charles. Do you want to meet now or?
Let's say like around 1 o'clock. Is that okay?
Okay, so I'll see you there at 1.
1 o'clock. I'll meet you over at the house. And so if we're able to work everything out and it makes sense for you, ready to get the process started today?
Yeah. hear me out, right? And I just want you to hear this part, right? If it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Only if it makes sense. I do not want pennies on the dollar, right? Given what's going on, I know what it seems like or what it would look like. It's like, nigga, they finna take your shit, so you should take whatever we give you. I'm not that person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would never do that to nobody. Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
good.
I'm
I
just
can
telling
feel
you.
just talking to you that you actually mean well. It's not like you're trying to, get over nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I just want you to know, like, the type of person you dealing with, because some people will hear this conversation and hear the facts of, hey, I called them. I know the house was finna get auctioned, this, that, and the third, and they'll just try to spoon feed a nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Even when you see me, you gonna see that, bro. I'm not really hard up for no money, right? I'm just in a situation that I'm trying to save my mama's house. It's not my house that I was staying in. It's not like, oh, mama left it to me and I messed it up on my own. No. This house trickled down and touched a couple hands before I was able to get it in my possession. And unfortunately, they left me upside down. So I'm just trying to, again, gracefully sell it to make my mama happy, right? Because I know that she'll take me selling it this way over them white folks coming to take her house that she worked hard for.
Right.
So
we just lost one yesterday. Somebody was dragging their feet, playing around. Them people took their house. I said, damn, man. And this was in North Carolina. That wasn't even here in St. Louis. That dude played around and they just took the man's house. I said, damn.
So I just want you to know, like, I ain't bullshitting. Like I say, even when I leave from you, I'm going to drop off my paperwork to the bank to get that auction date removed real quick, right? So that's give us more time. But I don't want nobody to think just because you called me and you was like, hey, it's in auction, woo woo, that he gonna just take pennies on the dollar. Because right now on paper, I know it's worth $230, $250, right? But we're not even including what we know is coming to that area. And I know any realtor, anybody, they gonna know that the news and everybody been talking about it's a whole safari coming into that area. So I don't think my 200 or 225 that I'm asking for is a bad number, but I know how it looks because I've had people.
So if you were able to stop the auction, would you like list it or something to put it on the market, or what would you do if you were able to get the auction stopped?
I mean, I could put it on the market, but also with putting it on the market, most people so the problem I had with putting it on the market is people are coming, they want to buy, basically they want to buy the home that's already ready for them, right?
Yeah, they want perfect condition.
This ain't one of them. You got to put a 15, 20K in this motherfucker. And that's just on the real. That's just me being realistic because I've had contractors, realtors. I'm not sure what you fall under, right? But I've had 3 realtors do a walkthrough. Right. So I've had 3 realtors walk through. I've had 3 different companies do a bid on it to tell me what it would cost to get it up and going and all that, right?
What did they take to fix it up?
About 15, 20K. And that's on the high end. Like, that's not even, they said, nigga, like, basically, nigga, if you go cheap and don't replace this door, don't replace this, don't do that, it'll be cheaper. But me, I wanted to look like, put like this, bro. We were the first people in that house. So I remember walking into that house, and I remember it being brand new. So I know the potential.
Mm-hmm.
But
is there a reason you don't just go in and fix it up, or?
Shit, if I'm being honest, bro, I don't have the paper.
Yeah.
If I had,
it always costs more than it looks. Just to be honest with you, I fixed a lot of houses up. They always cost more and take longer.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, bro. Listen, like that's why I started the GoFundMe. When you called me the other day, you got me here. So that's why I even put like this. Out of everybody I could call back, that's why I called you back. Because if I am gonna do this with somebody, bro, I'm gonna do it with the nigga who called me and said, bro, your shit's scheduled for auction.
Yeah, because some people don't even be knowing. I'll be like, man, do something. Don't let them just take your house.
Listen, bro, I didn't know. If I'm not mistaken, I think you called me. I either was on my way out of town for my birthday. My birthday was just on the 29th. So when you called me, I think I was on the road, or in Chicago. I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? That was going on. So that's why I'm more intrigued to do business with you because shit, bro, signs from God. I don't not read into them or act on them. Mm-hmm. This was a sign from God. God told you, call that man. Because you probably was just looking up.
At night, too. I usually don't call people that late.
Listen, bro, you probably was just looking. Listen, bro, you probably was just looking up, thinking, and thought, let me act on this, bro. That was God. Because you could have kept it in your notes like, oh, they auctioning that. Fuck it, I go, I'll be there.
bid at the auction, right? Like most people. But I'll be like, nah, they don't get nothing when you do that. That's why I'd rather put the money in your pocket versus going through them because they get to pinch off all of that, even the auction house.
Trust me, I already know, but I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like I say, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? I ain't finna lie to you and tell you walking into a brand new house, you know what I'm saying? Hey, it needs some work. It needs some money put into it, you know what I'm saying? But we also, like I say, you gotta remember, if you didn't know, you just gotta keep in mind that, bro, that house is gonna be worth way more than what it's worth now in little to no time because they threw a fucking safari out there. They build them old houses.
In Spanish Lake. We got some houses over in Spanish Lake by the safari too, by the zoo expansion.
Exactly.
The zoo expansion, yeah. We got some houses over there too. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Damon. I'm thinking 200 probably gonna be more than we pay for it. Just to be honest with you, I mean, you tell me it need work. If we buy it at 200 and put 20 in it, that's gonna be too tight for us. Just to be honest, as a cash deal. I don't want to waste your time or anything like that. We have to be a little bit lower than that. Not saying we gotta, knock a head off or nothing like that, but we gotta be where it makes sense.
What would be lower? Like just being real, or you got to see it first to say.
No, I could tell you. I mean, let me see here. Yeah, they say it's worth about 225 or so fixed up. So we put, let me do some calculation right quick here. So if we get it, we put a little bit of work in it. Let's just say we put 30 in it. I'm gonna say 30, just to make sure, because it might be more. Minus 30K, plus we got holding costs. Oh shit, we're gonna be like, we're probably gonna be closer to probably about 140, something like that, to be honest, somewhere in that ballpark. Just from what you're telling me, I can look at it and everything, and I'll work with you and I'll help you get this auction stock because I know that can be a whole thing in itself. But realistically, we have to be, we have to buy where it makes sense because we're taking a risk. There might be stuff going on with the house you or me don't know, and when we can't come back and get a refund, we gonna fix it. Whatever go on with that house, that's our baby. We gotta deal with it, and we want to make sure we don't make a bad investment because you can't get that money back. It's gone. I mean, is that something?
I feel you, but I feel you, but I ain't gonna stunt. Like, I ain't gonna lie. That don't 100 of that going to the bank. So then
that's 96,000. Is that about right?
So that's why I'm telling you, 100 of that going to the bank. So then that leave me with the 40 bar. I'm be honest with you, bro. I own a barber shop. I'm a barber. I make some cool little money, right? 40,000, and it's like I have to weigh my options. Now it's like, nah, you might as well call any realtor and call anybody who do this and see and basically bid it out yourself. Because 40K is like,
is always an option, but that is definitely an option to do that. I mean, I'm not saying that's the number, but we will be somewhere in that ballpark. I don't know the exact number, but something near that we can probably make it happen. But when we start getting up,
I might could do 160 if I'm being honest with you, right? And that's me, right? And that's just me knowing, hey, like I say, I'm not even trying to, 160 is give or take. I know I'm walking away with a certain amount, give or take after fees and all that. But that's, even then, that's like, I don't,
Yeah, and I want to get you as much as possible. I'm not trying to rip you off, and then I just know we got to be smart with buying these properties because we bought them in the past and found out later it's a whole bunch more work than we even thought. You know what I mean? Especially if they've been sitting vacant. Has the house been winterized or anything like that?
I mean, so if I'm being honest with you, bro, the house has been vacant, but it's like it's vacant, but it's not. The structure is still good. The foundation is still good. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, everything is still some good, but you still have to remember that the house was built in like 2006. So it's not going to be, as new or as updated as some of the other houses that are being sold in the area. You know what I'm saying? You basically getting the original 2006 home, if that makes sense.
Right. So yeah,
like, but it's not.
The reason I asked about winterization is because when it get cold like this and these houses sitting empty and them pipes freeze, we gotta bust them walls open, switch out them pipes, do all that stuff. That's a whole bunch of work. Not saying we can't.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You could do your walkthrough today. It ain't nothing like that going on.
Oh, okay. So it's heat on in there and everything?
Right now it's not, but trust me when I say I walk through my home often, weekly. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm always somebody, hey, let me get a picture. I go take updated pictures. You know what I'm saying? I go take new pictures. I go do my walkthrough just to make sure ain't nobody squatting in that motherfucker, or just to make sure ain't nobody came through and tried to take copper or anything out of there. You know what I'm saying?
They'll do it, boy. You know all the stuff they'll do. They'll take your copper. They'll take your damn furnace. I had somebody break in and take my furnace in Ferguson. I said, man, these people crazy.
Yeah, but I will also say too again that we were original neighbors in that house. So everybody that's in my neighborhood, right, or that's in the cul-de-sac that we stay in, they know Damon. They know me. They watch me grow up. So they keep eyes on the house. They know whose house that is. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's in a random neighborhood and nobody knows us. No. If you pull up to that house right now, my neighbors are gonna call my phone and say, hey, it's a black guy out here in this type of car. Should he be here? And I'm gonna say yes or no. Call the police or I'm on my way.
I know that's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it open now or something, or do you or I gotta wait for you to bring a key?
It's a lockbox on there, but see, if you get there before me, I can give you the lockbox code. But
yeah, I can go over there and take a look at it. I I don't want to have you just driving over there just to be driving, because I'm real close to it. Ain't no reason to just. Unless you just want to meet me or something, that's up to you.
I mean, shit, I'm already headed that way, so that's why I was already kind of moving around. I just was in that particular area. So if you wanna head there now, then we can meet there now. But if you want to do 1 o'clock, we can just do 1 o'clock.
Yeah, let me do 1 because I gotta make one more stop before I go over there.
Okay, so I'll see you there at 1 p.m.
That'll work. I'll see you shortly.
All right.
All right. Thanks for listening to this call with Damon. He's in a pickle. Got a few days before the auction happens. Want to know what you think about this call. Did you learn anything about this call? Did you understand the way I navigated and then listened to all of his pain, problems, concerns? And will we close this deal? Would you buy this deal? We're looking at the ARV is around 235. So we're going to work the numbers and see what we can come up with. Don't forget to leave this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you care, and put a comment down at the bottom. Make sure you leave a comment. I love to read the comments and see what you think about it. With all that being said, learn more at futurecashflowclub.com, the elite package, futurecashflowclub.com. Do what you do, be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me.
So I want to get into real
I don't know
estate,
what
but
you've
don't
been
know where to
doing.
start.
You've been asleep.
Well, what I would
Let me
say
wake you up
is
with
to
something.
join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today. What up, what up, what up? Happy Monday to you. Hope you're having a good one too as you get prepared for the Turkey Day. We got a good treat for you tonight. We're going to be going over a actual deal structuring, show you a case study of a deal that I closed probably about almost a year ago. So it's one of the first deals I've ever closed as a wholesale deal. I wanted to break it down for you in detail, how I was able to close this deal. Never seen the seller, never seen the buyer, but I did get to see the house and was able to make $7,000 on this one deal. I'm going to break it all down for you and let you know exactly how I was able to do it. Now, a lot of people look at these deals and say, you can't buy a house without seeing it. You can't buy a house without seeing the seller or the buyer or any of this stuff. You got to remember that real estate breeds through paperwork. Get your paperwork game strong. Paperwork makes that paperwork. So if you go ahead and drop in where you're coming in from and put your name in and where you're coming in from, I'll give you a quick shout out before we get started on the show. We're about to get it popping in just one momento.
And we have Mr. I Stay and Mr. I Stay
Woke. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Tonight, we're going to show you a breakdown of a wholesale deal that I did where I never met the seller, never met the buyer, and was able to net a whopping $7,000 on a deal that I thought was dead. Tried to give it back, and it just didn't work. She wanted me to have it. So I said, I'll take it, baby. Let me have it. So go ahead and put your name in and where you're from. We'll give you a quick shout out. Who we got here? What's up? What's up? RBOLVS. Roblovis. Okay, what up? How you doing? Watching over here on YouTube. We are streaming on YouTube and in Facebook live with the Woke Master. I can't see who that is, but if you are watching in Facebook, in the group, in the Woke Real Estate Investors group, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the comments. There's a little link there that just says, gives you permission for me to use your picture and stuff on here because we're streaming through a third party. And, you know, when you're in a private Facebook group, we don't want to just put your name out on the internet unless you want your name on the internet. So glad you got to chop in. If you find any part of this video gives you any type of value, go ahead and hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button and bang that bell. So hopefully you're having a good Monday this evening. And so this deal here, let me see if I can get my screen up. Let me see here. Here we go. So there it is, this beautiful brick duplex. The way I found this deal was through, I actually pulled a list. What up, peoples from New Orleans? Demond Brown, Nolans in this mug. What up? I actually pulled the list. I think I got it from List Source, but I don't really use them anymore. I upgraded my list pulling game a little bit better. That cost me a little bit less. Find out more about that at wokesource.com. Wokesource.com is the website for that. So for this particular deal here, I pulled the list that was an absentee owner list, random. So I think we might have had maybe 1,300 names or something stupid on it. Like it was a lot. So I pulled the list, skip traced the list, and I actually got it and put it through the ringless voicemail system. So RVM, ringless voicemail system, is basically where a call goes out, it gives like a half of a ring, and it goes straight to somebody's voicemail versus having them answer and say, hey, yeah, who is this? What are you doing? So I used the ringless voicemail system called REI Rail, and I'll give you more information on that as we get through the stream here. If you want to get more information on every system that I use, that's on wokerealestate.com on the marketing page, every single one that I use. So, so yeah, put in your questions if you have, and I'll try to get to it before we end this stream here. So for this particular deal here, came up as an absentee owner. They owned the house for probably 20 years. I think 21 years she had it, because she actually had a tenant that lived in this house for 20 years, paying rent on one half of this duplex for 20 years. I mean, they paid off the whole mortgage long time ago, if there was a mortgage. I'm not even sure. But all I know is this house was free and clear. It also had a, it was an absentee owner, so we knew that it was a rental, basically. And in the area that it is, Dutchtown, South St. Louis City, we know it was a rental area because it's a high rental area over there anyway. So we went on and did that. What's up, Tom from Philly in the house? I see you. So we went on and pulled the list, skip traced the list, sent out the ringless voicemail. They called back. Actually, the husband called back. So I answered the phone. Yeah, we just want to know if you were interested in selling your house. Well, which house are you looking at? I'm looking at this one. Gives him the address. He's like, yeah, we want to sell it. You want to buy it? Well, let you speak to my wife. The wife wearing the big drawers, I found out. And that's very important when you're dealing with a husband and wife on any phone conversation.
figure out who is the decision maker. And I found out that the wife ran this relationship, which they normally do anyway, right? Would you agree? Who really ran a relationship? Drop it in the comments. The wife or the husband? Who really be running this thing? So in this situation here, the wife were the big draws. She owned it for like I said, 20 plus years. She had to rent it out. She had a tenant still on the bottom level, but the upper level was vacant. So I was on the phone with her. We talked for a while. I think I talked on the phone with this lady for probably a good hour. So come to find out, she wanted a certain amount. She wanted to get about $75,000 for it, which was too much. I knew that anyway. So just talking to her more, asking about it, what kind of condition it's in, all of that type of stuff. She started breaking it down, telling me that, oh yeah, well, it's okay. It's a rental. You can go look at it. So I'm like, I can go look at it? Great. So where's the key? How do I go about looking at this house? She said, oh, the key is under the doormat. How you love that? So I truck my little self over there, pull on up to this little duplex, go in, check it out. And I started to notice that this house needed quite a bit of updates. So let me see here. So this is the front and the back of the house. Pretty big, strong house. Old air conditioners, as you can see underneath the porch right there. Those are pretty old, but they worked. They had satellite dishes. I don't know about that stuff. But, tuck pointing and roof and everything looked to be pretty good condition. The outside of the house was not bad. The interior was definitely dated, as you can tell here. Old ceiling fan, old carpet, old everything old from the 80s. It's like you walked back in time, like you lost 30 years off your life if you're not even 30 years old. So I walked through the house, checked it all out. This is how it looked on the inside. I don't even know if that was a real chimney or what. So I just took pictures of all of it. I don't even know if these little lights, I think one of these lights worked. So this house was definitely out of date and needed renovation. The kitchen, that's probably the first dishwasher that ever came out in history. I don't know. Maybe it is. But as you see here, old kitchen cabinets, old electric stove, the oven, or the countertop had a burn mark on it from somebody learning how to cook. They didn't know what they were doing, stuff like that. So this house is really outdated. Even the floor, if you can see it in the bottom left of that photo there. The flooring, old, out of date, and everything. The bathroom, look at those lights. I mean, you could tell this is probably a 70s or 80s style, everything. It even had a stand-up shower in the upstairs here. Stand-up shower, not a bathtub. Downstairs had a bathtub. So both sides of this duplex was a 3-bedroom, 1 bath on each side. But actually there was an additional bathroom in the basement of this house. So I guess it's a, what's that, 6-bedroom, 3 bath, I guess. So this house was dated. As you can tell, they need everything. The tile peeling, all this blue stuff. I mean, at least it's not a pink kitchen or a pink bathroom or, one of those colors that you always see. But you can tell this is definitely out of date. So I did a little eye comps here, screenshot. They said it was worth $117. Who knows if that was right? Because, when you're doing duplexes, you have to use another duplex or another multifamily. You want to try to use an actual comparable. So these were the houses that were selling around that time. Selling from on the high end, 148. On the low end, let's see what's the lowest on here. 72, I guess. So we knew that the house could sell potentially for, somewhere around 130 to 140 fixed up, 2019, 2018 standards. This was 2018 when this was all going down, by the way, about a year ago. So looking at the property here, that's what the comps, and that's what the house looked like. In fact, I think I got a video I could show you. So yeah, here we go. There's an actual video I'll show you real quick. A little video walkthrough, about 3 minutes. Let's see if I can do this without breaking my computer or something silly going on. Let's see here. How do you make this bigger? Full screen. Going through this house. Matter of fact, let me mute that. Mute. So when you first go up the steps, this is only the upstairs unit. It had dated windows, had a handrail, then it had this old floor, had a big, beautiful wallpaper there. It had mountains and trees like that's in Montana somewhere over a lake. Beautiful view when you come up, but it's out of date. Wallpaper on mostly every wall. You walk in, and I take these pans so you can see all. This is the video I used to actually sell this house or sell this contract because I didn't sell the house. This was the first bedroom, very little. Maybe a kid can go in there. Small little room for a twin bed or something like that. Little closet. I don't even know what that flower thing is on the wall. Ugly. Who knows? Ugly stuff.
So going through the house, I don't know if this video is coming out distorted or not. It's been kind of funny on my end. This was the living room area here, big open floor plan, and another little room. Oh, that was a dining room and a living room. Huge. So this was the pictures I was just showing you a minute ago. The carpets were stained and brown and old, need to be replaced. Or you could have just shampooed them if you're really high speed. Uh-oh, there we go. It's acting funny. I never streamed the video while I was on it. So that's the dining room here where the ceiling fan is. Then that walks through straight back into the kitchen. To the right here is another little bedroom. As you can see, it's an old, outdated house. Nothing really special about it. Old light fixtures, everything old. So as you can see, it needs pretty much everything, cosmetic wise. So like I said, and also I think they replaced the roof about maybe 10 years ago. That's the only thing they really did to it was roof. And this old brown carpet was the kind of carpet I crawled on as a baby way back in the day. Old carpet, brown. Then wallpaper that's ripping on the wall here. That was the second bedroom. Or the third bedroom there. Then this is the bathroom we're walking into now. Single sink. Multi-lamped without the bulb. Stand-up shower. Who wants to do a stand-up? Don't you want to get in and soak yourself? What the heck? Nobody want to get in there and stand up. So that got to be ripped out and put that. And then this kitchen was ugly. Old cabinets like I showed you on the photos. Old everything, old dishwasher. At least it had a dual sink. That was a plus, right? So as you see, this house needs quite a bit of work. Old ceiling fan, old everything. And then it had a little sun porch on the back. And so the downstairs was similar to this, except for it had more space where the steps were from downstairs. So actually downstairs had a little bit bigger space down there, because it didn't have steps to bring you upstairs. Old refrigerator. Who's gonna move that downstairs? Not me. So let me see here. I got about what, 30 seconds or 40 seconds left. Old patch right there. Burned that up. So I want to show that. So when you're doing your videos and you're trying to sell a deal, when you do a video, do a good solid walkthrough. I didn't do an exterior video of this. What I should have did, exterior and interior. That's the way I do them now. Show all the storage and cabinet space and pantry space. All of that. And there's your house. What do you think about that house? You think it's ugly or what? Very ugly. So that's that. Let me see here. So there you go. What do you think about that house? How would you grade that house on a 1 to 10? 1, it sucks. 10, you can win, even though I made it a win. What would you be able to do with a house like this? Let me know in the comments here. So let me close all this out here. Ploop and ploop. So yeah, that was the house there. So there it is. And there's some more exterior pictures. So like I said, the everything didn't look too bad. You say, what's the website? The website for what, Mr. or Mrs. Facebook user? And the people watching on Facebook, like I said, there's a link in there that says all the way at the bottom of the description, click that link and it'll make your picture and stuff pop up and make it look all pretty. Unless you just want to be a Facebook user. You have to get permission because we're streaming live on YouTube and streaming live on Facebook in the Woke Real Estate Investors Group. Give this video a thumbs up if you learned almost anything yet. If you almost learned something, give it a thumbs up. If you didn't, just say, oh yeah, give it a thumbs down. So this was the house here. Like I said, it had all this here. It wasn't any leaks or anything on the inside. No water getting in. This was the backyard, if you can see it. It had a detached garage that was full of stuff. A lot of material were in there because these people were actually, they had multiple property. This was the last one. They were downsizing so they could retire and live out in the middle of nowhere. Giving it a 9. Yeah, it was a 10 to me because I was able to win. So when it came to the negotiations part with the seller, like I said, I had to talk to her maybe 2 or 3 times, following up with her and things like that. Had to follow up because, you know, the fortunes are in the follow-up. So I had to follow up with the lady multiple times before we can make a deal, you know, because she wanted too much. She wanted 75. So I ended up talking to her some more. We got her all the way down to we agreed on 60,000, which was still pretty tight because as you saw, I was thinking the ARV was about 130. As a matter of fact, let me see something here. Let's see here. I was thinking the ARV was about 130. Let me pull up a calculator. Can you see that? So let's see, 130 times 0.7, which represents the discount that a cash buyer may want, minus how much you think it'd be in repairs after watching the video and stuff. What do you think that'll be? Maybe 30,000 or so in repairs? 30 in repairs. That's 61 already, so we already too high. But me being a newbie, not knowing, failing forward, I locks it up for 60,000 anyway, and sent it out for 66, thinking that, hey, see, somebody might, you know, thinking they can do the work a little bit cheaper, or they may be able to do some. Can I make that bigger? I didn't even know that. Can you? Oh, you can't do that. You can't make this no bigger. So I locked it up for $60,000. 60 G's. Uh-oh. How do I get me up here? There we go. Woo. Gotta learn how to use this thing. So I locked it up for $60,000. Send it out to the buyers that I really didn't have many, because this was like my second month in the wholesaling. I just started August. I closed my first deal August 2018, and this was about November, right this month, November of 2018. So I'm like 2-3 months, maybe 4 months into the game, still learning the game as I'm failing forward. And so I locked it up for $60,000. So let's see here. I'm thinking that, you know, this may not work. So I ended up going ahead and negotiate with her, and we able to lock it up for 60 G's. I sent it out to my cash buyers, which I barely had. So the way I marketed this was I put it on Facebook Marketplace, into local Facebook groups here in St. Louis. I actually put it into, where else I put it on? myhousedeals.com. I put it on Bigger Pockets. I put it on several other Facebook groups that were just, you know, friendly for you to post your deals. You know, a lot of them now say, we don't want you coming in here posting deals unless they're really deals. But most of them say, don't post your deals in my group. But I was doing it. I posted in those groups. I posted on Craigslist. What else did I do? ConnectedInvestors.com, another site called Wholesaler Hub right here in St. Louis. It was like a little thing where you could post up wholesale deals in the local one. I put it on, let me see, I think that's all the places I put it. So everybody was coming back saying, yeah, we like it kind of. We want to get it for 40. We want to get it for 35. I mean, they were just busting me down on the numbers. I'm like, oh, man, I'm losing all faith, thinking that, man, I ain't gonna be able to get this. I got this thing locked up for 60. I'm asking 66, and every offer I get is lower than the money. So a week go by, that's going on. 2 weeks go by, still the same. I'm like, oh man, I don't know about this. Third week go by, I'm like, oh well, I'm gonna go ahead and go back and talk to the seller and let her know that, you know what, the price too high. I got my contractors in. They looked at it, the amount of work we need. You know, you didn't fix this house up. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. This seller haven't did any rehab or anything in this house for over 20 years. She just collected rent and lived off of it, which I'm not mad at her for that, because I would have did the same thing maybe. So I went back to her to tell her that, you know what, I'm going to have to give you this back because we can't do it. The price is too high at 60,000. She said, so what do you need to be at? So I say, you know what? I will go ahead and we need to be around 40,000 to make this work. She's like, 40,000, but I mean, you know, so if we're at 60 now and you need to be at 40, can we meet at the middle and do 50? So I'm thinking, 50, I don't know, that still might be too much. We would lose money doing it at that deal, just to be honest with you. You know, because we built a rapport. Like I told you, I talked to her 2 or 3 times. So I'm thinking that, you know, that we can't do it. She said, well, can you do 45? See if you can do 45 and get back with me. So I'm thinking I was giving her this house back and saying, I don't want to do it. And she gave it back to me. No. She dropped down $15,000 in less than 2 minutes. So she could have did this from the beginning, as you see, but she was being greedy. Because remember, she has no money in the deal. She just collected rent, and now she's cashing out to go retire. And they didn't need money. They had plenty of money. And I never met this lady, all over the phone. Like I said, they gave me the key that was under the doormat that was already there, which was like not safe, but it's their house. Do what you want to do. So we negotiate. She said, get 45, do 45 and see what you can do. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run it all right on back and try to put it on right back out for 52,000. I sent it back out, sent the email list right back out. Oh yeah, there was the other way I marketed too. I had a small buyers list on my MailChimp account. If you ever have a MailChimp account, you sleep. Don't be that. Be smart. So I sent it back out to say, yeah, new price, seller wants it gone. Only had maybe 100 buyers on my list, if that much, from gathering over time from, you know, different Facebook groups and things like that. That's one way you can grow your buyers. Is that's a nugget I'm gonna drop in there for you. When you see people putting deals up in your city on Facebook, say, yeah, I got this deal, ARV, this, that. Drop your email. Go in there and copy all those emails and the names of those people and put them into your MailChimp account. That'll grow your buyers list. If they're really buyers. I don't know if they're buyers, but it'll get somebody in your pipeline to get you, you know, where you can touch them at a snap of a finger. Hope that helped you. That should be worth a like right there, right? Have you given it a thumbs up yet? I ain't seen too many likes. I ain't seen my like game ain't strong as I thought it was gonna be. So I went on and did that. Let's see here. Yeah, so we did that. We went on and I sent it back out for 52. 48 hours later, I got a buyer to say they wanted to get it. So I told them where they can go look at it. They went and looked, or actually he didn't even look at it. He was out of town. He bought it by having his property manager go look at it. He had one of his property managers because he wanted to buy it as a rental. And if you watch my other video that talks about who are you talking to on the phone, I was talking to one of the best type of buyers you can find. It's a buy and hold buyer. Somebody's going to pay a little bit more because they're going to hold it long term. Now these fix and flip type people, they want to get it so cheap because they're taking all the risk. So this person was a buy and hold type buyer, which I got lucky finding him. He buys a lot of property, come to find out. He has about 20 properties in the St. Louis area. He don't even live in St. Louis. He lives in like 2 hours away. So that was good. So he ended up saying, yeah, he'll take it at $52,000 and pay the closing costs. So, let me backtrack a little bit. I forgot to tell you, this lady here was kind of a difficult negotiator too. So I had to work on her hard because she wanted me, you know how you put on a contract, $100 going to be deposited into the escrow account. She wanted me to go put that $100 in. So I actually had $100 at risk here by putting it under contract for $100. She was serious about it. She also, I'm going to let you know this too. She also went and looked up the company. She looked up my LLC, looked up my information, and found out that it was real. She found out I was the real deal. And luckily, the LLC that my company is under is older than this real estate business. She looked and said, oh, wow, you've been in business since 2011. You must be the real deal. Or she looked at our website to make sure all of our stuff is clean, crisp, and clear. Looked at our reviews and all of that stuff. That's why you got to have a good presence on the internet. It makes all of the difference. Because she went digging. She wanted to make sure, because like I said, I'm doing this deal virtual. I never met this lady. So she had to look it up to see if I was the truth or if I was just a dude with a go-to. I was the truth. So she said, okay, he's the real deal. Back to the cash buyer. The cash buyer, he came on in. Yeah, we'll take it at $52,000 and pay both sides closing costs, meaning the seller side closing costs and the buyer side closing costs. That's how I set up all of the deals. So my assignment fee is even. So remember, I have it under contract for $45,000 after a renegotiation. Sent it back out for $52,000. Found an end buyer to buy it at $52,000. Made $7,000 on a deal I thought was dead. How do you lose on that? So they gave me a check back for $7,100, had my $100 earnest money down, and my $7,000 profit on a deal that I just thought I had nothing coming from 3 weeks of having it under contract. I just really knew this deal was done. I really didn't think it was a way that I can get this done and sell it because the price was gone. And I really was trying to give the house back to the lady. That's the crazy thing about it. I really was like, yeah, you know what? We ain't gonna be able to do this. So, you know, I use that as a real thing now if I need to renegotiate. You know, you learn this stuff. That's why you got to get in the game. If you're on the sideline thinking about getting in the game, what are you waiting on? You're gonna make mistakes. I make mistakes every day. Just fall, fail forward, and get up and dust yourself off and try again. So let me see here. So I went on and put that in there. Let's see what here. Lady T. I love you, Chris. Can't even afford to talk to you in a consultation. Why you say that? Yeah, you can. You can get a consultation. That ain't nothing. Just hit me up. I'll put you on. We'll get you squared away. So let's see if you have any other questions about this here. Is there coaching still available? I'm thinking about starting it next week. Yes, the contracts, cool gear, and coaching is available at wokerealestate.com. Wokerealestate.com. That's the website. Let me see here if I can put it on the screen. Ooh, I got on there red. It's not showing too good. So we're not going to use that one. We're going to get off that. So wokerealestate.com if you want to get coaching. So when it comes to coaching, basically we're going to set it up to where you can do a weekly call. I can help you go and negotiate deals with your sellers if you need, help you get your systems in order. Because a lot of times it's just one little tweak that you're missing. Like, you know, working hard, like cold calling. Why are you cold calling when you can send a text message or send a ringless voicemail or send something else if you have a budget? and it don't cost much to send a text message. You're talking about 4 cents, 8 cents. You know, you're talking about pennies to touch 1,000 people. 4 cents each. How much is that? 30, 40, 50 bucks or something? You know, for the amount of volume you can touch and weed out a lot of people, I always say to do something like that. Text message, ringless voicemail, things like that. Or either just, you can cold call them still. You know, that's totally up to you. I'm all about a system. I'm all about finding a good system that works. So when it comes to the coaching, that's what I'm going to try to help you do. Find out what's wrong, identify problems, help answer any questions you may have, you know, help you with negotiating, help you bring up some good questions to ask these sellers. Because, you know, he who asks the questions is in control of the conversation. When you're asking good questions to these sellers and they tell you, you know what, I mean, this looks like a pretty good house, Mr. Seller. What made you decide to want to sell it? Oh, you want to sell it because of that? Wow. So let me ask you this. What are you going to do if you're not able to sell it? I mean, I ask that of every seller I talk to. I don't care what the answer is. I just want to ask that question because that tells me their motivation level. That brings them closer to me to say that, yeah, if I'm able to sell it, I'm just going to rent it out. Well, you're going to rent it out. You can rent it to me on a lease option. That gives me another exit strategy. So if you ask enough questions, they're going to tell you exactly how you're going to close them. That's what makes closing them that much easier because you got all the ammunition. You've asked all the right questions and came in and dropped it on them like, boom, sign this paper here. Okay, the paperwork. So wokerealestate.com is the place you want to go to for that. Let's see here. Did you do a memorandum? No, I did not do a memorandum on this deal. Like I said, this is like my 3rd month in it. I heard about the memorandum stuff, but I wasn't using it in my business at that time. So at that time, I just went on and, you know, locked it up under contract through DocuSign, sent her the purchase and sales agreement, put on it that I'm going to give her $100, put a closing date of about 30 to 45 days out. I think about 40 days out, something like that. I always try to put a lot of time, especially back at that time. I still do it to this day. My contract says closing will take place on or before X date. And then after that, it even says it can be extended an additional 30 days to for an assignment or after an assignment or something like that. Let me see. It says or you may have 30 days after the contract is assigned. And it also has in there an additional 90 days to clear up any title issues. So say, and that actually helped me out in my favor one time on a deal. So I had a deal in the contract and it had, you know, some title issues and, you know, our closing date was coming up and those title issues wasn't cleared up. And they was like, yeah, the title company called me. Yeah, you need to go get some sign from the seller because, you know, this and this and that, and it's going to run out of time. And I'm like, no, it's already built in my original contract, baby. My contract good. It's 1 page too. 1 page, 1 sheet of paper, easy. And that's what I make it so easy for these sellers to want to sell their house. We make it easy. So I don't want to make it a, you know, a hard thing for them. Good question there. DocuSign free? No, I don't think anything I use is free. The only thing I use that's free is Podio. Let me see. No, I lied. Podio and MailChimp. Them the only 2 things. Those are the only 2 things I think that I use is free. Good question there. But DocuSign is about, I think, $40 a month, 30 to $40 a month, something like that. I've been on auto pay so long, I don't even know. It costs though. It's a monthly fee for that. Let's see here. Kinyo Heyoko says on YouTube, pre-foreclosure best to wholesale? Possibly if there's equity. If there's no equity, you cannot wholesale it. You would have to do some other type of creative strategy. And that's where the world I live in is creative. You know, I like the wholesale. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'd rather find a way for me to stay in the deal. I'm always trying to stay in the deal because how are you going to get rich if you keep getting rid of all the deals? How are you going to get rich? I mean, because wholesaling is a job. Don't get it twisted. It's a good high-paying job, but it is a job. You got to keep working it and working it and working it to keep those checks rolling. Because, you know, more money, more problems. You're like, oh, man, I made a lot of money. That money be gone. Money got to be invested. You got to find somewhere to go ahead and invest that money and make that money go work for you when you do get your wholesale checks. Good question, though. Kinyo. And so, like I said, let's see here. Seller and buyer sees their part only, right? So the way my paperwork is written out, the purchase and sales agreement, the seller gonna fill that out. Yep, sign. They're gonna have their price in there. They're gonna have the closing date in there. And we're gonna have, what else I gotta fill in? Their name and stuff like that, and the address, you know, the basic information. And everything else is pretty much already there. It's just fill in the blank, real simple. So then I have an assignment agreement. On my assignment agreement, it's written in a way that says I'm selling my contract, not that I'm selling the house, the contract associated with this property at 123 Woke Street or whatever the address is. So for a total price of, so say like this deal here, it would say for the assignment agreement, $52,000 would be the price. It never mentioned anything about the original contract other than the seller's name is on there. The seller's name is on that additional, on that assignment agreement. So that kind of helps it out to actually make it so that I'm not selling a property. I'm just selling a contract. So the total sum purchase price of the contract is what I'm selling. So, and so if I do have to send that original contract over to the end buyer, it even says in my assignment agreement that the original sales price may be omitted. Because, you know, sometimes they're like, well, what you got under contract for? And they want to start counting your pockets. You know what I mean? Don't count my pockets, man. Get on up out of here, bro. We ain't playing that. Don't be trying to sit up here and count my pockets. I'm making $1 million if I can. That don't mean you gonna get a piece of it. So this dude here or this guy here, they're gonna see it anyway on the HUD settlement statement at the end. The buyer gonna see everything. But if you get a good title company or attorney, you're able to get these deals done where they'll have a blind HUD where they won't show the seller how much you sold it for and all of that stuff. Makes sense? That's why you need a good title company or a good attorney on your team. Good question there. Let's see here. What else we got here? How long does it typically take to begin receiving calls after sending the RVMs to sellers? You really want to know the answer to that? How about 2 minutes? You turn that thing on, that phone start ringing off the hook. You got to be able to really take those calls or have a system set up like I do where we're ready to take it. When I run that out, we're on the phone. We want to answer that live. Because many times, and I will say this too, to be honest, when you're doing ringless voicemail, a large percentage of those people are just calling back saying, yeah, I just missed a call from this number. But I got them on the phone. All I want to do is get them on the phone. Yeah, I'm not sure if I got the right number or not, but I was calling to see if you own this house here located at 123 Woke Street. Would you be interested in selling it? Well, I might sell it. What you want to give me for it? Well, I'm glad you asked. In fact, what we do is buy houses for cash in any condition, and that's regardless of how much you owe. Is this a good time to talk? And they say, yeah, what do you want to know? Yeah, I just want to know, does this house need any repairs or anything like that? I mean, you know, what kind of condition is it in? Is there any repairs that you're aware of? And that's just an open question. Are there any repairs that you're aware of? And then they go ahead and open. So all my questions are open-ended because I want them to start talking because that builds rapport, that helps them connect more with me, and I'm getting information so that I can close them on later. It's just an information gathering thing. I have my rule is ask 50 questions. If you haven't asked at least 50 questions, you haven't asked enough. You don't know enough. A lot of people go into these deals blind and not knowing stuff. I mean, I could do it that way, but why? When I look back on my history, like this deal here and other deals, I see that I left a lot of money on the table because I didn't know at that time I needed to get this information, how much they still owe on it, all this stuff, you know. And once you figure that out, you can figure out really how low you can go. And sometimes they'll sell it for what they owe on it. Some people just don't want out of the mortgage. So what do you want for your house? I just want to get rid of this mortgage. Let me see. You only owe this much, and then the ARV is this, and then, sign right here. Let's okay the paperwork. So hopefully this video is helping you out. Give it a thumbs up if it is. Share it out if you care it out. Share it to somebody. Tag somebody. Let somebody know about the Chris Monroe Show. As a matter of fact, next week we're going to be on with Chris Haskins talking about some good stuff with him. And the week after that, we're going to have a specialist coming on talking about short sales. So the next 2 Monday nights, we got some good shows coming up for you. Monday Night Raw radio style right here, talking about real estate. 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And I don't know the others. You can do the math on that. Monday night, the next couple of Monday nights coming up. So let's see, we got a couple more questions here. Can you please do a detailed video on how to calculate the numbers so that we can come up with an offer for the motivated seller? I'm in California and there are tons of opportunity. Well, Lady T, you're in California, which is the wild, wild west. Y'all numbers are crazy. You can't even buy a house for under 400,000 there, from what I understand. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I hear. You know, calculating numbers in that market is a little bit different. I can come up with something for you, but I do have one, and you know, it makes a big difference. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for California, what I would say, to be honest with you, is get with somebody that's local there. Like, go to a local RIA, somebody that's been closing deals, and get with them, because that's one of those funky markets. Florida, I think some parts of it, New York, California, the East Coast, that stuff get kind of crazy. And I'm not really familiar with that market, so I don't want to give you bad information. But, you know, generally we do the Mayo offer here at a 70% discount here in St. Louis. But there, I think they'll buy it at a different number, and it's another formula. So I don't want to give you bad information. I only want to give you good quality information like this here. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Lady T. And also, Terrell, thank you. My first $2 I ever made on YouTube. Everybody give it a round of applause. Woo! I ain't never made $2 on YouTube. Thank you for it, my brother. You the man. You the man and nobody else is. $2 that I ain't never had a $2 win that like that. No. But you ain't never seen nobody so happy for $2. Because this is my first one. I know I had it turned on because I just got qualified. Because you know these different things here, they have to qualify you to be monetized, qualify you to get super chats. Thanks for that super chat, Terrell. You the man. You got to get qualified. So that's the whole thing. I love it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So any questions about this deal or anything else before I get up out of here and do some more woke stuff? Let's see here. Chris Birch, what up? What up? How you doing? Bro, I stay woke. What is your favorite sign? We buy houses, we take over mortgage payments, etc., etc., etc. So, well, my favorite sign that works best for me is sell your house for full price. Sell your house for full price, and it's a number on there. That sign has gotten me plenty of deals. As a matter of fact, I even have magnets on one of my vehicles that says that, and it got me a deal. I'm going to do another case study on that coming up here in the coming weeks. Do y'all like these case studies? Are these good? I mean, just to let you know how a deal broke down, because I got a bunch of them, and it kind of helps you understand how this stuff works. So to recap a little bit about this deal, we locked it up for $60,000, messed it up, didn't know what I was doing. Then I actually... What is that noise? Oh, that's somebody coming in out there. We locked it up for $60,000. I was thinking that, that's too high because I sent it out for $66,000. I couldn't get a buyer. I tried to go back and renegotiate. I actually tried to go back and give it back. I didn't try to renegotiate. I tried to give her house back, like, yeah, go put it on the MLS or do something else with it because we can't buy it. The price too high at $60,000. She asked, what do you need to be at? I said $40,000 or around $40,000. She said, oh, well, can you meet me at the middle and do $50,000? I said, 50, that's going to put it kind of tight. We might lose money doing that, Mrs. Seller. She said, well, can you do 45? Try to see if you can do 45 and come back, and let me know what you can do. So I said, okay, I'll try and I'll let you know. So I sent it back out for $52,000 and ended up finding a buyer within 2 days. Price sells cars. That's what she did. Sold that house. So I got that thing down. She dropped $15,000 off the price we had under contract for. We got the deal done. The buyer's happy. The seller's happy. Everybody happy. I made $7,000 on a deal I thought was dead. I wish I could find about 2 more of them every week. Came from a ringless voicemail drop on an absentee owner list. So that was a quick recap of it. You said you broke, getting greater later. All right, I got you, bro. I'm gonna try to help you get your pockets padded. I got you. Just stick around here. And if you have any questions or need help with anything, don't hesitate to reach out. A Facebook user says, let's get it. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Everybody in the house but Chris Haskins. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be on with him next week, next Monday night, 7 o'clock Central. We're going to do a live stream right here. And like I said, then the following week, December 9th, we're going to be on with the short sale specialist. He's going to break down short sales, some case studies, and show you some of the deals he was able to negotiate and some of the strategies and tactics that he used to do short sales, because that's something I want to learn about myself. I've done some, some creative stuff, but I want to get better. Because, you can wholesale for a while, but when you get your game up, you just overpass everybody else. So everybody else stuck on this one thing, that's a good way, especially if you're in like California, like Lady T or somebody in a competitive market, everybody trying to wholesale. Why you want to wholesale when you can learn some of this other stuff like short sales and negotiating this and breaking down that and creative finance and seller finance and lease options, wraparound mortgages, subject to, all this other stuff. The world is large. So come on out and be in charge. Let's see what we got here. Who else here? What up? What up? Dragon Manifest. All right. Yep. I see you. Ernesto. What up, Ernesto? And like I said, if you're watching on the Woke Real Estate Investors Group, at the bottom of the description there's a link. Click that. It says you give permission for them to use your name and stuff on here because we're in a private Facebook group. That's why it's showing up as a Facebook user. You just got to do it one time. Once you do it, you'll be good to go. All right. Is there any way possible to sub to a reverse mortgage? You can do it, but you'll be in a world of hurt because that would trigger the due on sale clause, and they want that house. That's why they did a reverse mortgage. That bank or institution or whatever to set that up which is really kind of a scam in my opinion. They're taking the equity out of your house, and you know, people are living off the payments. So realistically, no, it's not a way to revert to do a subject to on a reverse mortgage that I'm aware of. I don't think you can do it because, like I said, that would trigger the due on sale clause. And plus, you know, once this person takes that good old dirt nap, they want that house, bro. They coming for the keys, coming from overseas. Cost a brother 200 G's. So that's what they're doing right there. Good question, though. I would not do that. I would not do a subject to on a reverse mortgage. So for the people that are watching here on the YouTube, you should already know to join the free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors. Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook, talking about subject to wraparound mortgages, lease options, and all the other funky stuff. We put a lot of content in there as well. Check that out. That's a good place to start. Also, right here on Facebook, if you're not on, if you're watching on the YouTube, like it, share it, bang the bell. Plus, don't forget, I have a whole playlist on here with over 100 videos, over 100 training videos talking about real estate. That's the name of the list, called Real Estate. I think the link's in the description of this video, as a matter of fact, too. So just watch that. It shows you from start to finish. It talks about basic things you need to do to get started. It talks about how to talk to sellers, who you're on the phone with, and a whole host of other interviews, deal structuring interviews or conversations I've had with people over the past. And you just go through and watch those videos. You can learn all this stuff. I tell people, just take the time. You know, YouTube University is real. I learned a lot of this stuff from the internet. I paid money to learn a lot of it too, but I learned the basics. Get all the basics right here for free on YouTube or on my YouTube channel at ChrisMonroeSTL. So let's see here. Who else we got here? Yeah, it's crazy because I have to be have a super motivated seller. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, don't do that that other thing though. That's what I would say. So hopefully you all learned something here. Like I said, give it a thumbs up. And if you're looking for a place to get you some good lists, I've been using PropStream. So if you want to set up for mine, get under mine here, go use my link, get a 7-day trial. It's wokesource.com. I created a domain just for it. I made it easy for you. Wokesource.com. You click on it. The link's in the description here. And you can get a free 7-day trial. And you can get access to MLS data. You can get access to vacant homes, cash buyers. You can pull cash buyers right off of there. You can see all the deals that sold for cash in a given area. It's nationwide, all 50 states. Check that out, wokesource.com. You'll be amazed. You're going to say, man, what happened? It's free for 7 days, and then it's $97 per month after that. I've been using it, and we got more leads than I can even process right now. Is that a good problem to have? More leads than you can even process. That's bad, ain't it? So check that out. And if you want to get contracts, cool gear, and coaching, like I said, that's at wokerealestate.com. wokerealestate.com. So hopefully you all learned something. I'm about to get up out of here and do some more woke stuff. So do what you do. Oh, before I do that, we got the shift coming up. The shift, March. Let me take this off of here. I done messed up my whole screen here. Get that off. There we go. We got the shift coming up March the 5th through the 8th with Christina Spells. We got Daniel Chad Moore. We got the Real Estate Gurus, Sister Shanika Lene. Chris Monroe, the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, is going to be there as well, doing my first speaking event right there in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. Join us for 3 nights and 4 days in the Smoky Mountains. It's going to be a nice retreat, food, alcohol, all that stuff's all inclusive. Check out more information on that at the shift, retreat.com, or you can go to wokerealestate.com and look at the events page, and you'll see more information on that, a full breakdown of how that all works. And you'll be amazed. You'll like it. So you can learn real estate and have a good time. Ain't nothing wrong with that, right? So with all that being said, I'm about to get up out here and do some more woke stuff. Do what you do. Be who you be. And I'll see you before you see me. Peace out, family.
And we have. And we have. And we have. Mr. I Stay Woke. And Mr. I Stay.
Today's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up phone numbers and email addresses with ease, with pricing as low as only 15 cents per match, not per search, per match. If there's no number or email address, you don't pay. Get accurate data in just minutes. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, women and children of all ages, it's about that time. It's Monday Night Raw, real estate style. What up, everybody? Hope you're having yourself a great day. I know we got some great stuff for you tonight. We're going to be doing some real estate talk. I know a lot of people ask a lot of questions. How do you do this? How do you do that? How do you buy houses, no money down? How do you structure the deal? All of those questions and more we plan to answer tonight right here on this very show. So don't be shy. Go ahead and wave high. Put your name and where you're coming in from in the comments, and we'll definitely try to get you a shout out before we get started with the show. And before we get it going here, I want to give a couple of brief announcements on what we got coming up in the following weeks. So we do have next week is what, the 15th? The 15th of June, next Monday night, we're on with Yana Epps, a real estate investor, multifamily syndicator, telling us how to make that money with multifamily. We're going to be on with her next Monday night, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you hop on in for that. That's next Monday night. I like to bring in some heavy hitters, and talk that talk. The following week, we're on with Miss Andrea States. That's right, how to find, train, and retain virtual assistants. A lot of people get into the business and find out how much actual work it is to do this business. Now, there's a lot of work. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. And you want to have some virtual assistants to help you out with this business. And that's what she's going to be coming in to talk about on Monday, June the 22nd. Be in for that. That's going to be a fun one there for sure. The following week, we're on with Just Ask Andy on the 29th of June, talking about how to build family credit, mom, dad, and their kids, and leverage it and parlay it into an empire, because a lot of people don't use credit properly. I even have a saying now. I don't even know if I came up with it or if I saw it somewhere or if it just came out of my mouth. I said, don't die with the 800 credit score, because all these people trying to get this credit score up and don't do nothing with it. We want to know how to leverage that thing and make money with it, whether it's yours or family members. And that's what we're going to have Miss Andy on the 29th for that stream there. The following week, July the 6th, we're on with my guy, Antonio J. Edwards, flipping houses in a competitive market. I know a lot of people out in California, Florida, New York, a lot of these different places, they cannot compete. We're going to talk to him, OG in the game, been doing it for a while now. Tell him, how do you compete and actually be able to get deals, find deals, and actually make money in this real estate deal, regardless of your marketplace. Because, a lot of people want to make it like the marketplace is making it tough. We don't want to make that an excuse. We want to find a way to maneuver and make that money either way. And then for tonight, we're doing the real estate case study, how the worst deal turned into one of my best deals. The goose that lays the golden eggs. That's right. That's tonight. What's up, Chris Haskins over here watching on Instagram? That's my bro. And if you are watching on Instagram, make sure you hop on over to the YouTube channel at ChrisMonroeSTL for the full experience. I'm going to have a slideshow presentation, some things and videos and stuff to kind of give you some training aids to try to show you the deal. So this is what we're actually going to be talking about as far as tonight. Don't forget to join the free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook, talking about subject 2, talking about lease options, talking about seller financing, and so much more. The Woke Real Estate Investors group on Facebook. Come on in and network with other like-minded individuals. And we're going to do it just like that. So let's see who we got up in here. What's up, Petty? What's up? What's up out in California? Good to see you. What's up, Kelly? Hey, on Facebook. All right. Exciting. That's what I'm talking about. Alberta, Canada. Oh, wow. You all the way up north. We got all the hot weather down here, and you up there chilling in the cool without the air conditioner on in the summertime. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. All right, good to see you. New Orleans in the house. Mike buys houses down south. Good to see you. Good to see you. And Petty, yep. And yeah, that's awesome. That's right, Kelly. So like I said, anybody jumping in, put your name in and where you're coming in from, and we'll give you a shout out. And also, if you don't mind, do me this one favor. The price of admission. Give this video a thumbs up. Give it a like. Give it a share. If you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and bang that bell, subscribe as well, because I got good shows coming up for you as well in the future. So go ahead and do that for me, because you know what? It's about that time, y'all. We about to get this thing popping.
And we have. And we have. And we have. Mr. I Stay. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Mr. I Stay.
Woke. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Tonight's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com, your #1 source for all of your skip tracing leads. Get your leads skip traced for only as low as 15 cents per match, not per search, but per match. WokeSkipTracing.com. So let's see what we got here. What up? What up? We got Alexander in Daytona. What up? I see you. I see you. Who else we got here? Indiana, Chris Allen. What up? Chris Jackson. What up, though? All these Chris's in here. Chris is taking over the world. That's what I'm talking about. I want to see Chris's everywhere. We got Chris Haskins over here. Chris Jackson over here. Chris is everywhere. Eric Cooper. What up? Big Texas in the house. I see you. Asia from the STLMO 314. Represent. All right. What up? What up? Go on with the Nuggets, please, from Milwaukee. That's right. And what's up, Tasha Johnson? Good to see you as well. So like I said, tonight we have a good stream for you. It's going to be a couple of different parts. The first part is going to be breaking down some of the basics about creative real estate, different acquisition strategies and things like that. And then the second part is going to be going over an actual case study real estate deal analysis where I bought a house, no money down, and it's that goose that lays that golden eggs that keeps on giving. So like I said, give this video a thumbs up if you please. Let me get this set up over here right quick. Put my slideshow presentation together for you. And we'll get you some nuggets. They said nuggets, please. How many nuggets you got? A lot. Many of them. So let me put this up here. And let's see here. How do I make that do that? View and view the slide. So let me share my screen now so you can actually see. Bloop. Share audio and bloop. Let's see. So there we go. So there we go. So this, like I said, the first part is just going to break down the different types of strategies. And you people on Instagram, hop on over to the Chris Monroe Show on YouTube so you can get the full experience. I'm ending it now for you guys. Peace. It won't do them no good. They can't see it no way. All right. So here we go. Real estate, creative real estate transactions in order by strength. And what I mean by strength, meaning the strongest position for you as the buyer. So we want to keep yourself in a good, strong position so that you can have the most control in the deal. I know a lot of people out here talk about different types of transactions like, oh, I want to lease the house. I don't want to lease no house. I want to buy the house. And I'm going to break that down for you right now. So let's see here. So seller financing / owner financing. Anytime a seller is allowing you to purchase over time, I'm going to consider that as seller financing, regardless if there's a loan in place or not, regardless if there's debt, regardless if there's liens or encumbrances. If the seller is willing, and that's a major part in this creative real estate part, the seller must be willing to sell their house and keep the loan in place if they have it. And if they don't have a loan, be able to create a document to get you in through there. If there is no loan, we can create a promissory note and a deed of trust. And that's something that the attorney would actually do. I don't want you to get too caught up in this because, like I say, this rabbit hole goes deep. But I'm going to try to keep this as simple and easy to understand as possible. So like I said, this is basically a seller financing / owner financing deal. A lot of people try to make it like, oh, it's a little different. It's the same thing in reality. You know, we can butter it up, but it's going to still be the same. So let's see here. Subject to, everybody wants to do subject to. We kind of know what that is. Buying a property subject to the existing financing. The buyer gets the deed and the seller gets to keep the debt in their name. That means you don't have to go qualify for a loan. You don't have to apply. You're only morally responsible. You're not even legally responsible to pay the debt. You're just morally. So legally, they can't do anything to you. That's why it says at the bottom there, the seller has no recourse if the buyer defaults. So basically, in short order, the seller of a property is going to sign over their property to you and leave the loan in their name. They cannot come back to you to take it back. They can't do anything. They just gave up their house. That's why in red, never sell your house subject to. Never, especially being a real estate investor. You got to really be in dire straits to sell your house subject to. There's some more safer ways to do it. And like I said, this is in order by the strength of the deal. So this is a seller financing or subject to would be pretty strong positions because you get the actual deed to the property. Whoever has the deed actually owns the house. Get the deed, you own the house. Real simple, regardless of debts, regardless of liens and encumbrances, or any of that other stuff that crazy stuff that happens later on in the real estate space. So I don't want to get you caught up in it. A wraparound mortgage or a wraparound deed of trust, depending on your state, is similar to a subject to. The only thing is they're going to add a new secondary lien on the property in second position. It's good for properties with equity. So say you're going to buy a house that say they want $100,000 for it, but it's worth $200,000. They're not going to sell that house and leave that so-called $100,000 worth of equity in there. They have to have something to show that you still owe that debt. So you can create a wraparound, or what they call a wraparound, because it's wrapping around the current financing that's already there. The seller may qualify for a loan on another property. It doesn't knock out their debt to income ratio, or a DTI, when they're trying to apply for another property, which is a problem they run into when you buy a house subject to. They usually will not be able to qualify for another loan because it just shows that loan is still there and they have nothing to show that there's something, some type of income coming in to wash out that bad debt. Is this all making sense so far? Let me know. Let me know. Put it in the comments there. The seller can foreclose on a buyer if the buyer defaults. So it's actually safer for the seller. If a person sells their house on a wrap and you as the buyer don't act right, for whatever reason, they can foreclose on you. Say you stop making payments and you just say, you know what? I don't like your style, man. I'm just going to keep this house and I ain't paying you a penny, man. And they can really do that on a subject to. They really can't do much. They're really out there naked. We don't want nobody out there naked. We want you to be protected in the deal. Thank you, Petty. So yeah, we want you to be protected in the deal. So that's why I say a wraparound mortgage is safer for the seller because they can foreclose on you in the event you don't act right. So you can sell your house on a wrap, but never sell your house on a subject to. So moving forward here, land contract, contract for deed is another way. And all of these ways that I'm talking about here are just different instruments or different ways to actually take control of a property or to buy a property. So these are just different ways, you know, and they're called different things in different states depending on where you are. Contract for deed, land contract, bond for deed, all these different words. They're interchangeable in different states, but they kind of mean the same thing in a lot of ways. So it's a written agreement to buy a house on terms. It has a price, monthly payments, and a length of time, plus an interest rate already predetermined. It's kind of like when you buy a car and the deed stays in the seller's name until you pay it off in full. So like say you go buy a car at the car dealership and you know you owe them $500 a month. You got that title, but it's still a lien on there basically, and you really don't get a clean title until you pay it off in full. That's basically what a contract for deed comes out to be. Same thing. If buying on a contract for deed, it's important for you to record it. Important for you to record it because that gives you some type of equitable interest to show, to put the public on notice that, hey, I own this house for all intents and purposes. I may not have the deed yet, but I actually own this property. If selling, you don't want to record it if possible, just in case your buyer defaults. You can just pretty much tear up the original, and they can move out, and it's not a problem. But in the event that they do mess up and you did record the deed, you're going to have to go through some legal proceedings and things like that to get a person up out of your house. That's why a land contract for deed is kind of more balanced in a lot of ways, depending on how you structure it. So that's why, you want to do that. In the event you're buying a house, buy it on a contract for deed. If a person doesn't really want to give you the deed right up front, if you're dealing with the seller, you can do something like this, which is a little bit more creative. But never buy for more than the loan balance, because you can't pay off the loan in the event that you pay it. So that's why we got that at the bottom down there. Let me see what we got here. Yes, it makes sense. Great, great. Isn't it better to sell on a wrap instead of buying with the wrap? You can do either, depending on what your strategy is, depending on your state. So like if you're in a place like Texas, where you really can't do a lease option, or you really can do them, but they have a lot of limitations and structures on them where it kind of throws you off, you can do it. Let me take that down. So yeah, you could do it that way. It just depends on your circumstances and if it works out best for you. It depends on your thing. So I wouldn't say it's better to sell on a wrap. Just depends on your deal structure. Because remember, all of this stuff is creative real estate, meaning we created it out of thin air. You can make a wrap with no payments. You can make a wrap with identical payments of the underlying deed or the underlying loan. You can make a wrap with payments to start a year from now, payments to start 5 years from now. I mean, you can really get creative and break this stuff down, but I don't want to make this too complex. Just depends on the way you structure the deal. Hope that answers your question there, Dominic. Good question. So yes, so for this here, never buy for more than the loan balance. All right. Hope that makes sense for you. So let's see here. Land contract for deed is the same as owner finance, correct? It just depends on, well, it's just the instrument on how you're going to buy the property. All of these are different instruments. So we already went over just basic seller financing, meaning they don't have a loan at all, meaning we're going to create a promissory note and a deed of trust if you're in a deed of trust state, or create a mortgage if you're in a mortgage state. They're kind of similar. And like I said, I don't want to make this too complex. The real estate attorney is going to create documents type of a deal. They're going to do a promissory note. That promissory note just breaks down your payments, your interest rate, your length of time. All of that stuff is all outlined in the promissory note. Matter of fact, I think money's a promissory note, isn't it? Something like that. I think money is, or it's a debt instrument. Same as that. It's just paper, just like all of this stuff is. So it just depends on what state you're in. So what depends on what state you're in is just what it's called. Some places call it a land contract. Some places call it a contract for deed. Some places call it a bond for deed. It's kind of similar, same thing, just different terminology. Just like a deed of trust is the same as a mortgage. Like I'm in Missouri. I'm in a deed of trust state. We don't have mortgages here at all. There are no mortgages. There's just, the deed of trust. If you're in some other state, I want to say, don't make me lie, whatever state that has mortgages, that's the state you would be in, a mortgage state. So it just depends on, the way that state is set up as far as the legal part is. But I just want to give you an overview. Like I said, this is just overview breaking down the different types of way to convey property, meaning you're going to buy the property or sell the property. So right now we're in the middle where it's kind of almost equally balanced between the buyer and the seller in this transaction. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share if you're learning something, even by accident. Even if you accidentally learn something, share it out, because somebody else is going to ask these same questions. And I'm breaking it all down here in detail just for you. All right, so going back over to this, the next status. Now we're starting to get a little weaker as far as the seller is concerned, and stronger for the buyer. If I'm going to, opposite of that. If I'm going to sell a house on a lease option, I want to sell it on a lease option because it's a stronger position for me as the buyer. Is an AKA rent to own, same thing as a rent to buy, same thing as a lease to own, same thing as a lease purchase. You hear all these words and you're like, man, that's kind of confusing, because a lot of this stuff mean the same old crap. So you do a standard residential lease. It's 2 documents. You're going to have a standard residential lease, just like you do when you rent a property, rent a house. And you're going to have a separate document that's an option agreement that says you are agreeing to buy this house at this amount of money if you activate this option. And they usually have some type of fee associated with that, some type of non-refundable fee or a non-refundable option consideration. We usually do that. So yeah, there you go, Chris. Chris says, Indiana is a mortgage state. See, he knows he's over there in the mortgage state. We're in the deed of trust state here. So yeah, so about this lease option, if the tenant defaults, you can simply evict them out of there just like you would do on any type of tenant. So it's easier to get them up out of there if they don't act right. And you still have the deed to the property. I still own the house, but I sold it per se on a lease option. And that's what the deal we're going to be showing tonight is going to be. I sold it on a lease option, but I really didn't sell it because I just leased it with an option to buy. You can do a sandwich lease option with the right to sublet. You may see a lot of people do that when it comes down to doing deals with like Airbnb, VRBO, different things like that. So they're going to rent a property, furnish it, and rent it out again. So you see a lot of people do that, like, oh, you can control real estate, and that's all you're doing, controlling it, because you don't own it if you lease the property. You're just a tenant. You're just a glorified tenant. You're leasing it with the right to sublease. If you buy a house on a lease option and sell it on a lease option, or sell it in whatever way you want to do it, you know, you're just a tenant, glorified, just to make it real simple. So that's why I say it's a weaker position. So you really don't want to buy them on it unless you really have to. You want to buy it in one of those previous ones I just showed you, which were stronger positions. You want to get the deed if possible. I'm always looking to get the deed. And if I got a downgrade, I'll downgrade to maybe, all right, we'll do the contract for deed. And if that doesn't work, all right, we'll downgrade to a lease option, which is a weaker position, but it still gives you complete control of the property depending on how you wrote it up. So hopefully this is all making sense so far. These are just some of the ways to acquire property. So this is my favorite exit strategy, as you see at the bottom of the screen there. Let me put that back up down there. So my favorite exit strategy, I love to get rid of the house or disposition or dispose of a property on a lease with an option to buy, because I retain ownership. I still own the property. I still get the tax benefits. I still get the depreciation. I still get the appreciation and everything else that goes along with home ownership. All of that still stays right there. So, and then you know about wholesaling. Wholesaling, you can wholesale anything. You can wholesale a cash deal, like most people know, or you can wholesale one of these deals that you put under contract. Say if you go get a contract for deed, or say if you get a subject to, or say if you get a wraparound mortgage. Any of these other deals that I've talked about previous to this, you can assign it, as long as it's not written on there that this is not assignable or some funky stuff like that. So you can wholesale a cash deal or a terms deal. You can cash in on the assignment fees, but you're exiting. You're getting out of the deal. You're not staying in the deal if you do this. If you're wholesaling, you're getting out of the deal. There is no cash flow in this. Those other deals, you can stay in the deal and get cash flow on them. So you can cash on assignment fees. And if you don't want to stay in, say it's got low cash for like $50 or something, you can just assign it and you don't want to stay in and deal with it. Just assign and let the other person get a better deal, you know. You can do that. As long as the document does not say is not assignable, you can assign it. And it's great for a person starting out because it virtually has no risk if the paperwork is done properly. And you know, the paperwork makes that paperwork. And we do have all the documents that you would need to do pretty much any type of real estate deal at wokerealestate.com. Wokerealestate.com. That's the place you get any type of paperwork to do these types of deals. But like I said, if you wholesale it, you're out of the deal. You're not staying in on any cash flow. You're just taking a check, moving on down the street, finding the next deal. It's a hustle at this point. You got to go try to keep hustling, keep on finding houses, keep on finding deals. So that can work for some people, but that ain't how you're going to get rich. You can make a lot of money wholesaling. Don't get me wrong. I want to build wealth. You want to get that generational wealth where you're just accumulating properties, accumulating doors, accumulating more and more and more and more. So let's see what we got here next. Questions. Any questions here? Let's see what we got over here. Alexander say land contract for deeds is the same as owner finance, correct? Just depends on what state you're in. Yeah, we answered that. Let's see here. Craig Burns, what up? Says, when you have a sandwich lease option, does the tenant buyer pay you? How? And then you pay the seller. How? Is this by third party? Good question, Craig. And the reason I'm reading all these questions off is because we're actually not streaming, but we'll be reposted up on a podcast. All of these streams that we've doing now are all on iTunes, Google, on their podcasts and everything. So we're on multiple podcasts now. So I'm going to read out everything to make sure it's nice and clear. So good question there, Craig Burns. What do you do when you have a sandwich lease option? Does the tenant buyer pay you? Yes, the tenant buyer pays you directly. You want them to pay you. So for example, I guess the best way to break this down is always by example, right? We like examples. Examples are good. You get a house. Say you find a property, somebody's willing to lease it to you with the right to sublease. So that's all it is a lease. Remember, a sandwich lease option. The reason they call it a sandwich lease option because you're staying in the middle. It's making a sandwich. Buyer, seller on one side, you're staying in the middle, and you're going to be part of that sandwich. You're the meat in the middle. So the seller will pay you, or I'm sorry, the buyer will pay you, and you will pay the seller. So for example, you're going to get a lease. Say you're going to lease it from the seller for $800 a month. $800 a month. You're going to be paying the seller, right? You agreed to do this lease with them. And with the right to sublease, very important to have that in your lease because you don't want nobody coming back and say, you can't be renting my property out, man. No, man, I ain't signing up for that. They already got to know. Everything's disclosed in this creative real estate space. We let them know, yep, we're going to be putting somebody else in this property. So nobody has no funky or hard feelings, especially being as a tenant, because like I said, it's a weaker position. So you want to disclose all of that up front. Say your payment to them is $800. You find some tenant buyer who wants to move into this property, give you $5,000 down, $10,000 down, $15,000 down, however much down. You're going to take that down payment or that option consideration payment or that option fee payment from that person that wants to move in it, that tenant buyer. They're going to pay $1,100 a month. So you get the money on the front end from the down payment, whatever that was, minus whatever you told the seller you're going to give them. Typically, I don't give the seller anything if I'm doing a lease option. I'm just going to lease it, really, if I can. But if you did promise them something, they get part of that money, the part depending on what you get down. They're going to pay you each and every month, $1,100 a month. You're going to keep that $300 a month cash flow, pay the $800 over to your seller. So you keep the $300 a month cash flow each and every month as long as that person stays in there. And let's see here. How do they pay you? However way you accept payments. You can use an app like cozy.co, C-O-Z-Y, cozy.co. You can have them paid directly into your bank account with deposit slips. That's how I do some of mine. You can have them drop off the payment straight to you every month. I mean, whatever way you take payments. I would not necessarily say do about third party, although that is an option because depending on your spread and your margins. Remember, when you put a third party involved, guess what? What that third party gonna want when you get them involved? They're gonna have to get paid to do that third party work for you. So depending on your cash flow, if your flow isn't big enough, can you afford to pay a third party to take that payment on your behalf that you don't need them for? Maybe. Depending, if you got a lot of property, yeah, you might want to hire a third party. You got 700 doors, yeah, third party. You got 10 doors, you can manage that. What are you managing? Collect the payment, make a payment. Collect the payment, keep the difference, make the payment. Pretty easy, right? Hopefully that answers your question, Craig, even though I'll stretch it all out. Let's see here. Alexander says, buying on owner finance, you gain the deed upon purchase and contract for deed. You will get the deed in the future, correct? That's correct. You've been studying, Alexander. That's what I'm talking about. You got it down pat. That's exactly how it works. Good question there. Let's see. Sean says, Chris, how often do you wholesale lease options? You want the truth? Never. I want to stay in the deal. Like I said, I don't really want to wholesale anything if I can help it. Nothing wrong with wholesaling, but I like the cash flow. If you can make $300 or $400 a month every month for some work you did last year, wouldn't you want to stay in the deal? Now, if there's no cash flow, wholesale that bad boy or do something else. But typically, I don't really want to do it. I try to create some type of spread in it. And many times, my lease options that I do have out, they all rent for more than the market rents on average. Most of them do, except for one. But most of mine all rent for more than the market rent. So say if the market rent is $800, I might be getting $1,000. It's all about setting up yourself and deal structuring and things like that. That's a little more advanced, but you can handle it. Just keep watching this channel here. Keep subscribing here. Keep thumbs up in here, and I'll show you all this every time I get a chance. But it can be done, Sean. Can you wholesale a short sale? Yes, you can, but you're going to have to do some creative stuff like double closing, double escrow. You might have heard of that. You can do it, but banks usually they have some rules. As long as they don't have any deed sometimes when you're dealing with banks and short sales and things like that. And a short sale for people who are listening and watching is when you buy a house for lower than what they owe on it, and which means the bank is going to accept a shorter payoff, a short sale. So say they owe 100,000, the bank accepts 40,000 as a payoff. I mean, it can happen, but when you do that, just make sure there's no deed restrictions to say you can't resell this property in less than 30 days or some funky stuff, because I've seen stuff like that. So you got to be careful when you're dealing with that. Read all the documents, have a good real estate attorney on your team, on your dream team, and knock it out like that. Christopher Griffith, do you put down due diligence fee and earnest money deposit on the owner finance deal? Do you put down due diligence fee and earnest money deposit on the owner finance deal? Depending, you know, you can, but it's all about, like I say, positioning yourself and knowing how to talk this talk. A due diligence fee, I don't know what you mean by that, but you mean we usually buy with nothing down. That's the down payment thing right there. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? Now, if they give a rebuttal or say something, well, what's the lowest you'll take as a down payment? But I'm not, usually we buy with nothing down, okay? Most people just say okay and don't say nothing else about it, because I'm not offering anything down. And that's where a lot of people make a mistake on these deals when they try to negotiate these deals and negotiate this stuff and come in and start running off at the mouth. Yeah, man, I'll give you 5,000 down, 800 a month, and this and this and this, and I'll do all this. You're doing too much. Ask questions, you know, versus making statements of I'll do all this weird stuff. So usually we buy with nothing down, okay? And I'm quiet, and if they say something, most people say, okay, I'm done talking about the down payment. If they say, oh, no, I can't do nothing down, so what's the lowest you think you can take as far as a down payment? And then you work it out from there, and you negotiate and try to get that thing as low to close to zero as you possibly can. Now, I'm not saying you always have to buy them with no money down, but typically we buy most of them with no money down, and it blows people away that it can happen. So let's see here. Next question, WD Property Investments. Do you have a good way for finding cash buyer info from LLCs? Got a deal I'm trying to move. I downloaded the list from PropStream, and I'm trying to skip trace the LLCs. Good question. So to skip trace LLCs, you can go to a couple of places. One is the Secretary of State of the LLC that it's in. But the problem is you don't know what state they're in. Sometimes people own property from LLCs outside of the state. So for that, I say go to the site called Open Corporates. OpenCorporates.com is a site you can go and find LLCs, and it's kind of nationwide. You can break it down to go, you know, I think it's worldwide, as a matter of fact. I might have lied. It might be worldwide, all right around here. So you can do that like that. Go to opencorporates.com. You can look up LLCs and see who own it, or you can look at the Secretary of State website for that particular state that you're actually doing business in. But like I said, we don't know. Sometimes that LLC may be out of another state. So hopefully that'll answer your question there. What up, Reginald Wilson? What's going on, brother? I see you. Look at that little baby on there with all that hair. Nice. Alexander, bro, can you give one of your favorite lead sources for creative deal structuring? Lead sources. Well, one of my favorites still to this day comes down to bandit signs and vehicle signs and things like that, even though that's kind of more guerrilla tactics. But those people, when they call, they're usually pretty motivated. They're usually ready to do business. They're not on there to play no games. So, but we use a lot of different strategies. So we market, we pull lists from wokesource.com. Get you a free trial of PropStream right there. Wokesource.com. We pull lists, pre-foreclosure lists, vacant homes, absentee owners, all of that type of stuff. We pull lists. We do, like I said, bandit signs. We also do, you can actually find a deal for sale by owner right on Zillow. I mean, they might be getting bombarded with people, but if you know how to talk that talk and you call them at the right time and you can, you know, smooth them over and get over there and lock them up quickly. Because, you know, somebody like me out here ready. We out here swinging and bucking and swinging. We knocking them down. We ain't letting them sit on there too long. You can get them right there on Zillow for a free way. Another way, you know, we get leads from our website. Another way, let's see. Yeah, I mean, those are some of the best ways to get deals. You know, referrals are good as well. Tell everybody you know. In fact, I put on my hat. People say, why you wear that hat to say how about houses? Because I bought houses from it, man. I get leads from it. You got to remember that if they don't know you, they can't flow you. People got to know you buying houses. That's the best resource you can get is other people. It's people right in your family, people right in your sphere of influence, people right at your job, people you know who know other people. Tell people what you're doing.
And you never know, a deal can fall in your lap. Hey, yeah, old girl says she's been trying to sell her house for the last 6 months. They can't sell it. Whoop-de-whoop. Come on in, save the day with a creative strategy. I save them all the time, every time I get a chance. But hopefully that helps you, Alexander. Let's see here. Yeah, this owner was asking for due diligence fee. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I mean, so what kind of fee you need? $100? You can do $100. You could do that, but I wouldn't want to go too much deeper than that, depending on you. You know what I mean? Do you need an LLC to do this? Petty Idol says, do you need an LLC to do this? No. All you need is some knowledge. Now, it is smart to do business in the LLC or do business in, legal structures, depending on what you're doing, depending on if you're wholesaling or if you're doing sandwich lease options and all these different type of strategies. You may want to operate in an LLC, but you do not need an LLC to do any of this. You do not need, but it just depends on how you're going to structure your business. Structuring your empire is important. You have to make a plan, but don't let that stop you. See, a lot of things, when people ask that type of question, they'll say, well, I ain't got my LLC, so I can't never get started. No, we're not going to let you have that crutch. No, start the business tomorrow. That's how serious this is. Get your education level up and start marketing for some deals, because you just never know. And even if you get lost, call your bro up. Hit me up. Matter of fact, shoot me an email, chris@wokerealestate.com. Anybody working on a deal, you're getting stuck on a deal, you're like, hey, I'm trying to work some. We can JV a deal or whatever, or I can figure out a way to structure a deal. chris@wokerealestate.com. That's my email address. Easy to reach. We got a question from Chris. Oh, yeah. Chris says, thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, man. Oh, I appreciate you. Have you heard anything about the Flipster software? I have not. I think I heard some about it, but I don't mess with it. So many softwares and stuff out here to do stuff. It blows you away. I mean, I think we're doing, I don't know, over $500 a month in subscriptions, subscribe to all this stuff. But you got to be making that money to pay all that stuff. You know what I mean? You got to make that money, honey. All right, let's see here. Funding, Chris. How can we get deals funded if you don't have your own capital? Can you speak on that? So yeah, there's a couple of ways. Get you a hard money lender. They depend on the deal. They're going to charge you some high interest usually. You have private money lenders, people you may know that just have money sitting in bank accounts, sitting in 401ks, earning nothing, less than 1%, losing money because they're not even beating inflation. There's people just like that right in your family, like I just said a second ago, right in your sphere of influence, people sitting up with money. But you need to know what you're doing first before you invest in these people's money, because this is real estate investing. This is investing, but you don't need the money to do it. The deal is everything. If you can find deals, there's plenty of money out here for deals. If you can find a $300,000 house for $50,000, I promise you can find the money to get the deal. Wouldn't everybody else here agree? Wouldn't you agree with that? If you can find a deal, a $300,000 house for $50,000, I'm pretty sure you can come up with the money for it. You're going to find the money for it. Let me set up my next slide presentation for you guys, so we can get to the actual deal analysis. Let's see what else we got here. Gotcha. So hopefully that answered your question there, Reginald. But let's see here. Gotcha. Let's see here. Caught me off guard. Chris thought you were someone else without your cap. That's right. You got to have that hat on. Let them know. Hats, shirts, whatever. Let them know. Assets over liabilities. Let them know we serious out here. We making money, man. So get that stuff. What's up, Angela Long? Good to see you. Glad to see you over here on Facebook. So like I said, if this video providing you any type of value, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share it out into some groups or something. Tag a friend, tag somebody, because I'm about to go into the second part of this where I actually break down the actual deal analysis of a deal that I actually went through. So you're probably going to have some questions in regards to this as well. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me get this slideshow up and popping. Start slideshow, share screen. So people who are listening in, you have to just listen in, I guess. All right, so here we go. Real estate case study deal analysis. How the worst deal turned into one of my best deals. The goose that lays the golden eggs. And it's definitely laying some golden eggs because it keeps on kicking off money for no reason. So this particular deal here, that's the house there. As you see, it sits kind of far back off the street. That's the front of the house. Weird looking house, right? I'm like, what, is that a front house? Yeah, it's got a big front yard, no backyard.
So, and actually, so the source and the pain, how I sourced and pained this puppy. What was the pain point? Why did they deal with a person like me? The seller called from a vehicle sign. And like I say, I advocate for those vehicle signs to say, we buy houses or sell your house for full price. That's our best sign right there. Sell your house for full price. People call and say, what you mean you can sell it for full? You can buy my house for full price. And now you just open yourself up to a creative deal. The only way we're going to buy your house for full price is if we're going to do something creative. If we're going to do a cash deal, you know, it's got to be wholesale. It's only two ways to buy a house to make money. You're either going to buy it for all cash with a lot of equity if you're going to do all cash. But if you're going to buy it for anywhere near close to retail or anywhere up near that without all that equity, it's got to be a creative deal or you really can't touch it. So that's why it's so important to get these tools in your tool belt. Get these tools in your tool belt. So this seller here called from a vehicle sign. The house has been vacant for several months. They have a mortgage on the loan, so they're paying on a vacant house. So you know they're paying. They're like, oh no, I hate this. So you know they mad at life. Who wants to pay on a vacant house? You know what I mean? A vacant house, nobody living in it, paying on a mortgage. That's pain. How much pain of that can you take every month? First month, oh, all right. Second month, ooh, that kind of hurt. Third month, oh my goodness, it's paining me. I can't keep paying this thing. And so that's when they come find a person like me and saw that vehicle sign and say, sell your house for full price with the phone number. And they called in and we worked out a deal. The property needed a little bit of updates to rent it again. The sellers had no more interest in this house. They were no longer interested in dealing with this property anymore, which means what? They were a disgruntled landlord. A disgruntled landlord. These are some of the best deal sources. To go back to that question somebody asked earlier, what are some of the best deal places? A place where you can get a disgruntled landlord. That's what I love. So that's that. About the house, I got a video here. It's a lease purchase. Let me see if this video is going to play or mess up or not. Let's see if I did this right. I call myself being high speed, putting a link within my slideshow. Hey, it worked. Here we are. 4450 South Compton. Nice quiet neighborhood. And you got a nice solid brick house up here ready to go. That's what the street looks like. Compton, 4450 South Compton. Nice fenced off yard. And professionally kept lawn. It's a story and a half, and it's an actual basement that used to be part of a duplex. But you take a look at the outside of the house first. Nice big deck. Two ways into the basement or lower level. Two ways into the upper level. Right here, backed up against Mount Pleasant Park. Come on out and be pleasant at Mount Pleasant Park. Nice quiet back here. This is what the back of the house looks like. Rent to own house. And let's take a look on the inside. Hey, puppy. Hi, little kitty. Nice, large, open living room. Open room with the little cutout to go into the kitchen. Already has an alarm in the house. Nice big closet, walk-in type closet. you want to look into the kitchen, you can do it from here. Your bar, and you can hang your wine glasses up top. And here's the bathroom, or should we call it the washroom? A lot of original detail in here. Needs a little bit of handyman fixes, like that toilet needs a little bit of touch up. And a couple of other things. This is the laundry area, washer and dryer, hook up right there, and a big oversized washroom. Let's check out that kitchen. Got a wine holder up there. Plenty of cabinet space in here. And that's that door we saw from the outside. That door needs some touch up as well. So you need 2 fixes on the door and a toilet fixing. Handyman fixes. Those are the 3 things that I'm aware of as of right now. But as you see, it's got this big open dining room, open floor plan. Let's take a look upstairs at some bedrooms. So this is pretty much a nice sized house already just with this space. We're gonna see what more. There's more space. But wait, there's more. Here's the kids' room with some paint of some giraffes and zebras and monkeys and lions and snakes and all type of things. Snakes on the wall. Cool little kid room with some carpet up here. And another room over here with the window unit. And then we'll go right downstairs. Turn these lights off. Lights. Save some electricity. So this is the main level of the house, the upper level of the house, and then there's another part of the house as well. The portion that's downstairs, that was the second half of a duplex. Oh yeah, plus you got this thing here. I don't know if that's going to be kept to put your TV on or something. I don't know. Store stuff in there. Do whatever you like. Let's take a look downstairs. So you got this door here, which is bolted shut from the outside. But there's another entrance we're going to go into. That's the door that you would probably want to use to go down in there, and we'll show you that in a second. Big open yard. And we're going to sneak into the basement. Ooh, just in time for Halloween. So here you go. This particular room right here used to be a kitchen. With that door that we saw from the outside right there. Electrical panel. This used to be a bathroom over here. So there used to be a bathroom in that room. This here used to be a kitchen. And then this other room over here used to be a bedroom. So you could basically live down here in a whole other house. So, and it is zoned for 2-family. It's zoned multi-family actually. So you can make that a room, this a room, and that other room a room. Or you can just leave it like it is and use it for dry storage. Plenty of space, plenty of opportunity. 314-334-1411 is the phone number. If this is something you like, South St. Louis, Dutchtown neighborhood, big yard, fenced off yard, quiet, kind of secluded. You're out of everybody's way. And
so that's what the house looks like that we're dealing with here today. That's basically the walkthrough of the property. What did you think about that house? Is that somewhere you would like to live? Is that somewhere that you feel like has some potential that is going to be something one day? Or you think it's just, it's a regular old house? It's just a house.
I mean, could you sell that house on a lease option? Or would you just pass on it and say, you know what, I don't want that house? That's the house right there. Let me see what we got over here. Let's see here. I would like to buy some of those We Buy Houses hat. All you got to do is go to wokerealestate.com. Wokerealestate.com. Get you some of these hats, and you can actually customize the visor ones. You can make it say whatever you want it to say on that. I should have made it like that for the other one too, but you can actually put your own name, like Billy Buys Houses or something like that. You can make it say that on your hat. Wokerealestate.com is where you get that. So let's see here. So that's that house there. That was the breakdown of the house, how that looks. And now back to the slide presentation. Let me get this off the screen right quick. Too much stuff up here. Bloop. Self-produced. So that was the video of how the house looked in the condition that I got it in and everything. So I was able to, the acquisition strategy, how I bought it. I bought it on a wraparound deed of trust. Like you saw when I talked about in the first part of this stream about, you know, the strengths of buying it. I was going to buy it subject to, but they were like, we don't know, you know. And I was like, you know what? We have a way that we could buy your house that's going to protect you in the deal, and you can still go buy another house, because she was moving in with her husband. So, you know, they didn't want this house anymore, and they just want to be done with it. So I bought it on a wraparound deed of trust. The loan stays in the seller's name for the life of the loan. So however much time she got on this house left, which I believe is about 20 years or something, about 20 years to still pay this house off, we can just keep that thing in place. Close it in November of 2019, started making payments in February of 2020, and that's how we did that. So let me do this here. Has potential. That's right. That's exactly what it has. So, you know, if I can get a house like this, no money down, I'm taking it. So the acquisition, about the numbers, the ARV was about $95K or so. The loan balance at that time was about $46,000. That's how much the loan balance was. I was buying a house for the amount they owe. I'm buying it for what they owe on it. They didn't want anything out of this property. They just wanted to be done with it. So I said, yeah. So this is basically a no money down deal as far as the price is concerned. Monthly payments on the loan was about $520 a month. PITI, that stands for principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Most loans are just principal and interest. There are some interest-only loans, but this one included all major parts of a loan: principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Like I said, it was no money down. And then looking at the property, it needs about $30K in repair, maybe more if you were to finish that second part, because this is actually a two-family. It's set up as a single family, but that downstairs, if somebody wanted to put another $30,000 or $40,000 into that, they can make a whole nother apartment downstairs if they wanted to, you know. But that's a lot of work, which I'm allergic to work. So I bought this house for closing costs, $1,151.63. That's what I bought this house for, just the closing costs. So the conversation with the seller was pretty simple. Now let me put me back up on the screen here. So yeah, we can buy the house. We have a way that we can structure this deal. The only thing is the loan will stay in your name temporarily until sometime in the future where we get it cashed out. They were like, well, how does that work? And I told them how it works. We would be 100% responsible for all of the maintenance and repairs of the property going forward. They said, great, that's what I want. I don't want to fix. I don't want no calls about this house, and I'll get my payment made on my behalf. So basically, I saved this person from basically letting this house go. She was behind about 3 months, but she caught her own loan up. I didn't have to make any catch-ups, and I didn't make any promise of catching up that loan either. Like I said earlier, a lot of people go out into these deals and start running off at the mouth. Oh, I'll catch your loan up. I'll do this. You don't have to do all of that. You don't have to oversell yourself. Your services should sell themselves. When you're providing a service to the marketplace, it should be able to sell it. It should sell itself straight to them, because I'm providing her something that nobody else could do. A wholesaler can't touch this deal, because if you did the ARV times the 0.7 equation and all of that, you would have to get this house for like $30,000 or something like that. And I had people trying to buy this house for cash for about $30,000. But as you see, we owed about 46, so that wouldn't make any. We couldn't make any money on that. So that's a no-go on a wholesale deal. We couldn't sell this for a wholesale cash deal because we couldn't lock it up low enough, unless we went through and did some other stuff. But like I said, I don't want to make this too complex. So they wouldn't work for a wholesaler. A real estate agent couldn't list it because, I mean, they could have listed it, but they didn't want to list it because they felt like, well, this house needs repairs and updates, and, you know, they don't want to do nothing to it. You know, most time when you go try to sell it with an agent, they want the house to be perfect, cleaned out, ready to go, all of this stuff. But you sell it to me, I'm taking it as is. I'll take over those payments in the future, make those payments on your behalf, and you know, it's good to go. So I'm gonna move forward with the slideshow here, the slide. So I know people talking about hoods. I want to see some hoods. So, you know, I have to put a hood on here that you see on the hood. Here's the breakdown of it. Shows you everything on there. The hood settlement statement. The loan balance was about $46,623, something like that, approximately at the time of closing. And, you know, that changes pretty much every day. You know, that loan balance payoff pays off, changes every day because of interest and things like that. So, you know, at that time, that's what it was. So we bought it basically for that amount. But she set it up on here, as you see that, let me see here. I think I did a zoom in one on here. Boom, here's a zoom in of it. Shows you what I paid for the property. Due from borrower or the buyer, $1,151.63. Now, the question I have for you is, how many houses could you buy for that amount? How many houses could you buy for under $1,200? You let me know. Put it in the comments. Let me know, how many houses could you buy for under $1,200? I know it's a lot. As many as you can find. As many as you can find. Because, I mean, and these deals are everywhere. And this isn't the only one I have like that. I've got several of these, approximate like this. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, so, you know, you could buy as many houses as you can actually find if you can buy them for, you know, less than $1,200. That's crazy. Closing costs only, and really didn't have to pay that. I could have let her pay her half of the closing costs, because, you know, closing costs really split up with the buyer and the seller, as you see it on this sheet here. Let me see here. Kelly says unlimited if you find them. Exactly. And they're everywhere. There's for sale by owners. There's people that need to sell, pre-foreclosures. But when you start dealing with pre-foreclosures, somebody got to bring that loan current. That's the only problem with those. But it may not be a problem. It may only be $5,000 to bring the loan current and get a seller $2,000 and then another $1,000 in closing costs. What's that, $8,000? Somebody come along and give you $15,000 and you still got no money in the deal. So there's a way to do it, just depending on the situation. You know, so you just got to find them, like Kelly says here. Unlimited. As many as you can find. So that's the HUD settlement statement for that particular house. So the summary for the acquisition side, out of pocket cost to buy about $1,151. I started making payments 60 days after. Very important when you're buying these houses like this. I don't want a gun against my head saying I got to start making payments the day I sign up for it. No. So we buy it in what was it? November. We started making payments, I think, in February or something like that. So buying a house as is, even though it needs $30,000 in repairs to be retail ready, I ain't doing those repairs. I'm going to sell it on the lease option, and that's going to come up on the disposition side. So that's the summary of the acquisition. I'm out of pocket, less than $1,200. Start making those payments 2 months later, if possible, or more. And I'm buying a house as is. Questions? Any questions about the acquisition on how I got this property? Put it in the comments right now. If you haven't already, like this video, share this video, subscribe to the channel, and follow. Any questions that I can answer about acquisitions, because I'm about to go into the dispositions next to show you how I made money on the deal. I'm just acquiring the property right now. Two sides of the transaction. How you're going to buy the house, and then how you're going to sell the house. Buy and sell it. Acquisition, disposition. So let's see here. We got a couple of questions, I think, here or something. Billy says, do you normally get your tenant buyer pre-qualified through a mortgage broker before moving in, as well as going through credit repair? Good question, Billy. No. With our program, your credit can be zero for all I care, because all credit can be repaired, rehabilitated, replaced, fixed, all of that. You can fix credit. So that credit doesn't have a factor. The number one thing that disqualifies most people from moving into these properties is down payment. They got to have some skin in the game. Put $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 down. Usually people going to act right. Wouldn't you agree? You get some money from somebody, they're usually going to do the right thing. If you let them in the house for, I'm going to let them in because they say they're on hard times, they're going to give me $1,500 down and paying me $1,500 a month, you're in trouble. As soon as they start missing payments, guess who get to make that payment now? You, because you didn't get enough money from them. You got to have some money. So when you're selling these houses, you got to have some skin in the game. But I'm going to go more into that on the disposition side. Any questions about the acquisition, how I acquired this property? Any questions about that? Put that in the comments now. I want to make sure I get all your questions answered. Chris Allen says, can explain the wrap part of the acquisition. So yeah, so just like it was in the first part of the stream here, I bought it on a wrap around mortgage. They had a loan which they owed about what, 46,000. Let me go back to it here. They owed about 46,000 was the loan balance. I'm buying it for what they owe on it, 46,000. They didn't get any money at closing. They didn't ask for anything. They didn't want anything. They just wanted debt relief. That's what I provided them. Debt relief, relief from dealing with that house and all of that type of stuff. So the wrap, the wrap just means my real estate attorney created another identical note, underlying lien that's similar or the same as the one that was already there. So they already have a loan with the bank, right? Making payments of $520 a month. My real estate attorney created something identical to what they have at the bank, same length of time, same interest rate, same monthly payments to the mortgage holder or to the bank, right? So that they created a wrap. That's why they call it a wrap. It wraps around the existing financing, the financing that's already in place, and it gives the seller some recourse in the event I don't act right. If for any reason I stop making payments on that house, they can foreclose on me. They can take me to court, get me up out that house, and take their house back if they wanted to. So they have recourse. If it was a subject to, they will have no recourse. That's why I say that's not necessarily the best interest of a seller when they sell their house on a subject to. But I bought this one on a wrap, so this seller has protection in the deal. And I hope that helps you out in your question there, Chris Allen. Let's see here. Petty says, can you go over the negotiations? So yeah, so it was a pretty slam dunk deal as far as negotiations. So the seller called up. They told me a little bit about their house. Yeah, it needs some work. We don't want it. It's vacant. It's been vacant for about 3 or 4 months. There was some tenants in there before, but they're gone. We don't care about this house anymore. We simply don't want it. Called in highly motivated. So you really couldn't do no wrong with this just by how motivated they were when they called in. I couldn't have said nothing wrong, I don't think. I could have, but I didn't because I've been studying from the greats and practicing by the greats. So I said what I needed to say. So basically they asked me, yeah, so how can you make this deal work? So I said, yeah, we can, make that payment on your behalf. The only thing is the loan will stay in your name. The loan will stay in your name. That's the only way these creative deals work. If they're not willing to leave the loan in their name, you're done. Because we don't guarantee debts. Not over here. We don't put debt in our name as far as real estate is concerned. So I actually, just told her that, yeah, we can work this deal out. We'll make those payments on your behalf starting about 2 months from now. They agreed to all the terms. We take over the payment. We take it as is. They don't have to fix up nothing. They don't have to clean out the property. There was some furniture in this property and stuff. So I bought it as is and I sold it as is. I didn't do nothing to this house. Actually, I lied. I did something to this house, which I'm going to get into on the disposition side. I didn't do much to this house. I'll say it that way. But yeah, so basically as far as the negotiations part, it was just most basically letting them know that, yeah, we'll take that payment, start making it on your behalf. We're 100% responsible for all of the maintenance and repairs on the property. We're actually buying the house. So I got the deed, remember? How I went over on that first part. That's why I want to make sure I did that first part of the stream to break down the different parts on how you acquire property and things like that. So it's not confusing. So that's why I say when you learn this stuff, you got to learn it in pieces, learn it in chunks, and digest it. You might have to replay some of this or something if you don't get the how this goes down. So as far as that, I bought it on a wrap. I negotiated the deal to say, yeah, we're responsible for the maintenance and repairs. We're taking over the payments on, we'll take over those payments. You don't have to do anything. They agreed. We closed that deal up. Slam dunk. Boom, boom, boom. Just like that. Craig Burns. So with the lease option, do you still say we usually buy with nothing down? Well, we're not buying on a lease option. We're just leasing. So that's why I say it's a weaker position. On a lease option, you're really not buying. You're just a tenant. You're leasing the property with the right to sublease if you're doing some type of lease with some seller. So I don't have to talk about no down payment part because we're not doing anything down. We're just going to lease it. And usually they might want a deposit or something. That's all about that seller. So it's all about negotiating. So if I was to do a lease, I'm usually not going to put any skin in the game, or I might put 1 month's rent or something real light. I don't want to be heavy into these deals, you know, and that's usually after I find a tenant buyer before I even pay that, because I just lock it up, put it under contract, start marketing to find an end buyer, install the tenant buyer, and then close it up with the original person. But like I say, I don't like to make this stuff too over complex for a lot of people that's coming in that's watching. But you can do pretty much anything with this. But it's about putting yourself in the right position, putting yourself in the right spot to where you're not losing out on the deal. So you can say that if you want to as far as a lease option, but I usually don't even say that. I don't even mention the down payment. I'm just going to start leasing your property. That's usually what I'm going to do with that, Craig Burns. Hopefully that helps you out. Free and Clear versus Zillow for creative deals. What do you mean, Jeff? Free and Clear versus Zillow for creative deals. I don't care if it has a loan or not, to be honest. As long as it's a long-term loan. We don't want to get a loan or buy a house like this if they have like a hard money loan, or if they have some interest-only loan, adjustable rate mortgage, or any of that funky stuff, or if they have a reverse mortgage. You don't want to do none of this creative stuff with those types of deals. So stay clear away from those. But I have done these creative deals with free and clear deals. There's actually some videos on my YouTube channel. If you look on the playlist called Case Study Deal Analysis, same one like this, breaking it down from the rooter to the tutor. You can get that right on my YouTube channel at ChrisMonroeSTL, Jeff. But I don't know what you mean by that question. I don't care if it's free and clear or not. I can make a deal out of it. All right. Kelly says, does the attorney do up the hood, or do you need a title company to do that? So typically, depending on your state, some states have attorney states and some states have title companies. In my state, we have title companies, but title companies do have a real estate attorney on staff. So I use a real estate attorney to actually do most of my creative deals. And like I said, the title company has a real estate attorney on staff. So we're closing all these deals through a real estate attorney and or title company either way. But to answer your question, yes, they create all those documents. That HUD statement you just saw me flash up here, I don't create that. I don't do none of this stuff. I don't know all these numbers and math. See how they had to break it down, the e-recording fee and the settlement statement fee, and what else they got on here? Search and exam. They charge $450 for a search and exam. What kind of scam is that? $450. That's kind of high. The title, insurance, and all of that. So it's all broken down in your HUD statement. HUD 1 settlement statement. And it's just the bottom half. I cut out the top to not show these people name and stuff on here. But yeah, as you see, Chris Monroe right here, trustee. I was a trustee on this property. That's been changed now, though. So hopefully that answers your question, Kelly. Justin Ruffin says, do you teach things in a course? Also, once locked up, how soon can you wholesale it? Quick case takes a while for lease option. So Justin, yes, you can wholesale anything. Like I said in the first part of this stream, you can wholesale any deal, but I ain't trying to wholesale nothing. I'm trying to stay in the deal. I want the cash flow. I'm trying to create that monthly cash flow in the middle so I can eat every month for no reason for the work I did last year and the year before that and the year before that. So you definitely want to do that. So let's see here. So do you teach these things in a course? I do not have a course, but I do have a coaching program. You can check that out at wokerealestates.com. wokerealestates.com if you want to get the information as far as the coaching program. But I tell people to go ahead and just learn the free stuff. I mean, I put all this stuff out for free. You don't need to be paying for it if you can get majority of it for free. Grasp the basic concepts before you try to go get coaching and stuff. For 180, 190 free videos right at wokerealestate.com, a full playlist talking about all this stuff where you can watch all those. And then if you feel like you need coaching or you need some extra clarification or some stuff, go ahead and get it. But some people say, you know, you can just go ahead and get a coaching right out the gate, but that's totally up to you. I just don't suggest people do that. I say, go ahead, get the free stuff, learn all you can, and then go get the coaching to go deeper into it. Because all of this stuff got a lot of moving parts. I don't want to make this sound simple because it's really not that simple because it's a lot of moving parts. But we do it in a safe way. We do it in a smart way. We do it in a woke way so that we don't lose that pay. Does that make sense? So wokerealestate.com gives you all the answers for the coaching program and things like that. Let's see here. Billy says, does the deed stay in their name? No, I have the deed. I own this house for all intents and purposes. I own the property. I have the deed, or my trust has the deed because I closed this in a trust. I own the property for all intents and purposes. So I can do whatever I want to with this property. I can sell it, I can rent it, I can lease to own it, I can Airbnb it, I can do whatever exit strategy my little heart desires. But my favorite exit strategy is that lease with an option to buy. Kelly says, don't guarantee debt or else Ron LeGrand will beat you with the bat. Exactly. Yep. Study from the greats and you know not to do that type of stuff. With the wrap, you get the deed or waiting on the need. With the wrap, you get the deed. So with the wrap or subject to or a straight out seller financing, you get the deed. The only time when you start saying you're not getting the deed is when you start doing the contract for deed, bond for deed, things like that, or you do a lease option. And on a lease option, the only way you're going to ever get the deed is if you cash them out. So, you know, so with the wrap, you do get the deed. That's why it's the safest way to buy a house as far as the seller and buyer is concerned, in my opinion. Let's see here. How would you structure the deal if they do not want the deed, if they do not want to deed you the home? So you could do a contract for deed. That's why I went over that on the first part of this stream. If they don't want to get you the deed, you can do a contract for deed where you can do all this stuff, break out all these numbers and stuff, the interest rate, the term, all of that stuff is broken down, monthly payments, all can be broken down. And when it's paid in full, the deed should be transferred over to you immediately when it's paid in full. So that's what you could do if they don't want to deed you the home. Good question, Billy. Jeff says, what's your second favorite lead source? I love all the lead sources, to be honest. We do a lot of lead sources. You know what I mean? You know, I have virtual assistants calling every day, doing cold calls, things like that. So, I mean, we do a lot of marketing. So just to get a few people, you know what I mean? I'm only doing about 2 to 3 deals a month, maybe. You know, we're trying to get that up to like 5 deals a month. And really, I'm not even looking to do a lot of deals. I'm looking to buy a lot of doors. I mean, we get wholesale deals and stuff too, because some people don't want this creative stuff. They just say, oh, no, I ain't doing nothing creative. I want this. I want all the money right now. And that's those people we deal with. We get them all the money right now like they say they want. Give them what they want, all cash, but you're going to take this low ball offer. But if you're willing to do something creative, we'll work it out from there. So my second favorite lead source probably be for sale by owners driving for dollars, something like that. Justice says, that's why I like you, son. That's right. That's right. That's right. So like I said, give this video a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share for people that are just dropping in. And for those who don't know, my name is Chris Monroe, the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke. And we're talking that real estate talk. All right. So you mean for creative deals? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So that's so my business is set up like this. We just market. I don't care what you want to do. If you want to sell your house, I got about 5 to 6 ways to buy it. Which way you want to sell me your house? I don't care. We can do a creative deal. We can do a cash deal. I don't care. I just market. So, you know, when you're marketing and targeting for specific, I just need wholesale deals only. That's when you get caught up into, oh, I got to market for high equity, absentee owners, and all these specific lists. I don't need to do all of that. I just needed somebody who want to sell a house. And I can buy it on a subject to, buy it on a wrap, buy it on a seller financing, buy it on a contract for deed, buy it on a lease option, or just wholesale cash deal, or buy it on a cash deal. See, that's why it makes a difference. So I see you asking, you know, the questions about lead sources, but the best lead source, I would tell you, if you want to get more leads than you can even process, go to wokesource.com. Wokesource.com. That'll get you more leads than you can even handle. You say, man, there's too many leads. And I know that's like, what? There's such thing as too many leads? Yeah, there is. You can get too many leads right there. 7-day free trial at wokesource.com. AKA PropStream. You can pull a list right off of there. Try it out for free. See if you like it. You'll be hooked. All you're going to think is when you go do this, you're going to say, man, I should have had this the day I started real estate, because you can pull vacant house data, absentee owner data, MLS data, multiple listing service, meaning you're just like a real estate agent nationwide, all the states, you know, except for ones that, you know, for whatever reason won't show, but they got all 50 states, more data. You can pull a pre-foreclosure list, divorce list, every type of list you can think of, baby mama drama, child support list, whatever kind of pain point you can think of, you can create it right there. Wokesource.com. Check it out for the 7-day free trial, and you'll be hooked. I even got some videos on that as well to show you exactly how to use it and pull those lists. You can actually pull cash buyers off that list as well. Actual people who bought deals within a certain radius or a certain zip code or a certain area right there. I mean, this thing's so powerful. It's like, man, I should have had this the day I started, like I said. So try it out for free, wokesource.com. Hopefully that helps you out. Faux show. That's right. So let me move on to the last part of this thing here because I'm getting on here a little long. I don't want to be long-winded. Y'all be having me yakking on here. Yakety yak. Don't come back. So here we go. Let me get back to the slideshow here. Bloop. There we go. So that's the thing there. So any other questions about acquisitions? Hope not, because we're moving over to dispositions. But before we do that, there was a surprise. You see how nice it was to buy that house for under $1,200? Boom, life hits you. That's the thing when it comes down to real estate. You got to be ready for life because life will hit you. The house ended up having a busted pipe underneath the house. Found out about it after closing. So I already had closed on this deal because I was having trouble actually finding a tenant buyer. It took me like 2 months to find somebody to move into this house. So I went on and closed on it. Like I said, it was less than $1,200. I'm like, yeah, I'll find a buyer. Even if I got to make a 1 month payment or something, I can handle it. I'll get somebody in it. So yeah, lo and behold, cost me $2,000 to fix. So it increased my cost from that $1,200 to up to almost $3,200 into the pot now. See how risky this could be by closing up front. So this is where I made the mistake at closing the deal before finding an end buyer. I usually don't tell people to do that, but I did it on this one to secure the deal. I did it to secure the deal, and I'm glad I did, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So dispositions. Finally, we made a deal after about 20 showings. I showed it to a lot of people. We went through all type of riffraff. A lot of people talking about, oh, I got a voucher with Section 8, or oh, will you take $1,000 down, or oh, well, I'll do this, and all these craziness. And somebody finally came along, said they can do $4,000 down, $725 a month, but they only want to rent it for short term, like 9 months. But remember, I'm in this deal already for $3,200. So I said, yeah, pew, hurry up and get to the closing table, get this tenant buyer locked in. We close these deals with a tenant buyer on a lease option through a real estate attorney as well. We close these deals here through a real estate attorney as well because we got a long-term relationship with these people. We don't want them coming back saying, I ain't know this and I ain't know that. And you tricked me. That's why we close all deals through a real estate attorney. All deals. All of this creative stuff. So remember, on the loan of the house, we only owed about what, $46,000, but I sold it for $59,900 on a lease purchase. Lease purchase. At this point, I'm glad to accept anybody that even looks close. Payment is coming up soon because remember, like 2 months had already passed. Sold it on a lease purchase. Took about 2 months. They were pretty picky about things. I found a pretty picky buyer. He wanted a working toilet. He wanted some carpet upstairs and things like that. So I went on and did something else. I put some money into a house, but I had to do something because this thing, I already closed on this deal. So I own the house now. I'm 100% responsible for this house. You got to step up to the plate and be responsible at this point. Pay the cost to be the boss. I want to close on deals before I find an end buyer. I get to pay the cost. So don't do that unless you got the money to do it. So luckily I had the money to do it. So I'm out of pocket now up to $3,600. I put him a brand new toilet in there that worked. And I actually removed the carpet. I didn't put him in new carpet. He just wanted the carpet removed upstairs. He put on his own carpet when he moved in. So this is the first time I sold the house on a lease option. He gave $4,000 down, remember, and he's paying $725 a month. So the numbers, I'm out of pocket $3,600. I got $4,000 down from the tenant buyer. Remember, my monthly payment going out is $520 a month. My rental income is $725 per month. They're responsible for all of the maintenance, repairs, utilities, everything. All of that stuff falls onto the tenant buyer. I don't pay none of that stuff. The cash flow was about $205 a month. Not a lot of cash flow, but better than zero when I was getting ready to start making a payment on the house. So I'm thinking, man, this house sucks. I ain't really make no money on it. I still own the house, but remember, I ain't got no money in it no more. All my money's gone. So in essence, I own the house without any money in it. So I got a free house. Questions about dispositions. I found that tenant buyer. Anybody got any questions about the dispositions? So like I said, I found that tenant buyer. I marketed on Zillow, Craigslist, Facebook, OfferUp, Let Go, My House Deals, Bigger Pockets. I put it on all the sites trying to find somebody to move into that house. And they moved in. Any questions about the dispositions, about how I actually sold it on the first time? Like I said, this video providing you any type of value. Give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share. Let me see here. We got people still in here watching on Periscope. We're streaming live on Facebook. We're streaming live in the Woke Real Estate Investors Group. We're streaming live at the Chris Monroe Show on Periscope and Facebook, and we got it on YouTube going. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Any questions about any of that so far? What all will VAs do for us on a daily basis? Good question, Billy Smith. Whatever you train them to do. Is that a good answer for you? Whatever you train them to do, they can run this whole business for all I care. They do run the front end of my business. I want them to run the rest of it. I don't want to work in the business. I want to work on the business, or don't work at all. I just collect checks. That's my real plan. Any other questions? Yes, break down the dispo. So yes, I marketed for a tenant buyer, went through about 20 different people, got a lot of no's, because they were trying to put little or nothing down, which we don't sell them like that. I need to get some down payment money out of somebody, because remember, I was out of pocket already, about $3 grand on this particular deal. So yeah, the numbers, I was out of pocket, $3,600. That's counting the closing costs that I paid originally, the $2,000 on a busted pipe, the frozen pipe that was underneath the house that I didn't know about until after closing on it. And I got a tenant buyer to give me $4 grand. So I recuperated all my money right there. But I ain't really made no money yet, right? Where am I making money at? I mean, I made a little cash flow. That ain't making no money. So let's see here. How did you find the How did the buyer find the property? That buyer found it on Craigslist. Matter of fact, he found it on Craigslist. He was serious from the beginning because he said he had a bunch of money stacked up. He said he had like 10 grand, but he ended up only putting 4,000 down after he saw the house. And that's the thing with these houses when you start dealing with tenant buyers. One, they got to like the house. Two, they got to have a good, reasonable down payment. And that can be whatever you determine that to be. I could have waited it out and be like, no, I'm going to wait till somebody give me more money. But I'm paying on utilities. I'm paying on a mortgage. I'm paying on a vacant house. I done traded places with the seller at this point. So I'm like, hell no, put somebody in it. A vacant house don't make nobody no money. So he sounded reasonable enough for me. I got a little bit of cash flow out of him, like you see, a little $200 and 4,000 down. So I got my money back. So, but I ain't really made no money. So we're going to go now to the second part where we actually make some money. Make a little money. Surprise number 2. After about 5 months, and the current tenant calls me and says he found a new job and he's moving to Denver. He understands that all of his prior paid monies will be forfeited, and now I get to go hunt for a new tenant buyer. Surprise number 2 is better than surprise number 1, right? That first surprise was costing me money. The second surprise is going to get me some money, because remember, he's already been living in the house and everything's moving smooth now. So let's go here. Second disposition. I began marketing ASAP to find a new tenant buyer. Someone comes along and say he can put 10,000 down. And he liked that house. He want that house. He want to fix it up. He love it. So I showed him the house, and he loved it. The previous tenant was still in the house when I showed the house. That's how serious this guy was. When somebody come along and say they got 10, 15, 20 grand, I'm getting them up in the house, because if they like the house, we can make a deal. Make sense? They got to like the house. Remember, like I said, and then they got to have that down payment. They don't have that 2 things there, they can't do it. It ain't going to work. So he liked the house, loved the house, wanted the house, and he moved on into it. I showed him the house while the tenant was still in there, the original tenant. The second tenant buyer, I sold it to him for $59,900. I'll break down the numbers right quick. Sold it to him for the same amount I sold it to the other guy for, $59,900. Remember, my loan balance is about $45,000 at this time. I only owe about $45K. He put $10,000 down. So he put $10,000 down from the $59,900, which means his balance he owes me is $49,900, owed if he cashes me out. Remember, we're selling on a lease option here. So he has to cash me out by either going to get a loan or just paying me additional monies outside of the rental amount. Outside of the rental amount. That's the only way that's going to work. $10,000 down. So $49,900 minus that $45,000 mean I'll get another $5 grand or so on the back end if he cashes me out. Only if he cashes me out. So I got $10,000 down from him on a house I got no money in. This is better than a wholesale deal, right? And I get a little bit of cash flow while I wait. Now I did lose some cash flow by selling to this guy who put a bigger down payment because he wanted his payments low, about $650. So that knocked my cash flow down to only $130 a month. But I got a $10,000 down payment on a house I got no money in, a little cash flow going, and I still got the deed to the house. I still own it. I never sold the house. I leased it with an option to buy. So rent to own. Why is lease purchase my favorite exit strategy? Down payment up front. I get a check right up front. That $10,000 that I just got from this guy for a house I ain't got no money in. Monthly payments, cash flow. I usually try to get a little more cash flow, but you know, you got to work and play the hand you dealt. No maintenance or repairs. I do not do maintenance or repairs on houses. Once the tenant buyer is installed, they 100% responsible for all of the maintenance and repairs on the property. No property management required. I don't have to pay somebody 10% to manage no property for me because I'm not managing anything. All I'm doing is collecting a payment, making a payment, collecting a payment, making a payment every month. I can sell for a higher purchase price than most other ways. A real estate agent couldn't have sold this house for this much. A wholesaler couldn't have touched this house at all, and only a creative real estate investor like me or you could have made this happen if you knew how to structure the deal. Got to structure the deal, or it ain't gonna work. Because I did, like I say, take a bunch of people saying they'll give me 30,000 cash, 35 cash, you know, all these low cash offers. I'm like, it's not a cash deal, it's a terms deal. I already knew it when I took it. I couldn't sell it on cash because they're not gonna buy it for that much. Now, if they give me more money, so even to sell it for cash, remember only owed, or the seller owed 46,000. I would have to sell it for like 50 or 60 or something to make something, because whatever I sell it for, I got to mark it up for that to make some money, right? If I owe 46, I can't sell it nowhere near 46 to make money, even if I sold it as a cash deal. That's why I sold it on a rent-to-own lease purchase, so I can make some money. So the benefit of this is it provides home ownership for those who cannot qualify for a loan right now, which is about 76% of the marketplace who cannot qualify for a loan. So I'm giving financing. Whenever you sell something on terms, you got power. You got power, and you actually can leverage and do more with it versus cash. You know, people say cash is king in real estate, but I don't think so. I think terms is king. Sweetheart terms. And when I say sweetheart terms, good terms, I'm talking about little to nothing down, low monthly payments for as long as humanly possible. Low monthly payments, so you can get a good cash flow from whoever move in it. Nothing down to the seller, little or nothing down, so you can get whatever down. You get to keep majority of that to go to Hip Pocket National Bank, free money. And then you get the cash flow, and then you get the money on the back end if you marked up the price higher than what you got it, what the loan balance is. Now remember, every month they're chipping away at this mortgage. Debt pay down. Debt pay down. Every month they're chipping away at this mortgage. So say 2 years, however much time go by, this house is going to be owed less on it by the time that he cashed me out, if he cashes me out. And they say only like 10% of people ever go get a loan and cash it out. You know, I haven't seen anybody do it yet. They still just living there. You know, they can live there to the end of time for all I care. As long as I get my monthly payment, you don't call me about no maintenance or repair issues, and you figure it out. You know, it's your baby. Home ownership, baby. This is what we're selling. So like, share, and subscribe to this video if it provides you any value so far. Let's see what we got here. So in summary, in the end, I don't have a house that I paid for. I have a house that I got paid to take. How powerful is that? Forget buying a house. Get paid to take a house. That's how creative real estate works. This is the power of this stuff right here. This is why people pay $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 or more to learn this stuff that I'm telling you right now for free. You got to learn this stuff. And this is just, like I say, an overview of how this deal worked. And you want to actually learn more about it and get some more information at wokerealestate.com. Now, why they keep calling me, man? Somebody keep calling me. I can't talk right now. I'm on a live stream. So I have no money in this deal, which makes it an infinite return on investment. You know how people are like, oh, I'm in the stock market, or oh, I'm doing these other investments, and I'm doing Bitcoin. Man, real estate. I got no money in the deal, and I make money on it for no reason from work I did previously. And it's going to continue to make money month after month after month after month. And it's just this one. All my other ones are much better than this, in my opinion, because they got better cash flow. I'm aiming for $400 or $500 a month or more on cash flow. But this one, like I said, has a small cash flow, but this little house still throwing off money after the fact. So I sold this house twice within a 6-month period. I get all the benefits of home ownership, meaning the appreciation, the depreciation, the tax benefits, and everything else that goes along with it on this particular deal. Let's see what we got here. And so also, I'm going to show something here too. Let me see here. I have a video for you that I want to show you too for the actual person who bought the house. I like to give a little thing for you. Let you see how the tenant buyer was that bought the house. It's very important to get this as well. A lot of people don't do this, I don't think, to see that, you know, what you should do as far as when you do actually help people out and provide home ownership to these people, get them to give you a testimonial. Let them tell the world how great, you know, things were and how easy you were working with me. You know, you definitely want to show that, because if you don't, you know, how people in the future going to know you're good? They might think you're bad like the rest of these jokers. So we don't want that. We want people to think you're good.
I just finished with Dan here.
So hold on, let me get the video up for you. Boop. There's the video. Let me get you this video up real
I
quick.
just finished with Dan here. How do you think everything went?
Everything went perfect. I'm very happy, me and my wife.
So you got your nice house here. Y'all gonna be in and be happy, huh?
Yes, most definitely.
All
We'll
right.
be very happy. The best location I could be in, South City, St. Louis.
I know that's right. Would you recommend this to other people that may want services?
Yes, it was very easy, very simple. All you got to do is have the money, and they got the time.
All right, thanks. And this Chris for St. Louis Cash Buyers. STLCB.com is the website.
Always get a testimonial if you can. Always. If you can now, because that's going to play leverage into the future when other people come back and want to test your credibility. Hey, or do you do deals? Or do you really buy houses? Or do you do this? Or do you do that? Testimonials is everything. I mean, you can get them written. You can get them on the phone. But a video one is always more powerful, in my opinion. We have a couple of them up on our website. So I try to put that stuff out like that to where it actually shows them that we're serious. Future people, like I said, the future people that's going to come up who may not know me, to say, hey, yeah, are you serious? Are you a real buyer? Or are you just one of these jokers that come out here and play games? Are you one of these jokers? No, I ain't no joker, man. I'm out here doing these deals, man. So let me see what we got here. So that's the summary of that. Any questions about this particular deal or any questions in period before we get up out here and do some more woke stuff? Like I said, if this video provided you any type of value, give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a share. And if you want to learn more about these types of creative real estate transactions, go ahead and go to wokerealestate.com. We got almost 200 free videos right there, a full playlist that breaks all this stuff down on a regular basis. It got seller phone calls. It's got, you know, all types of stuff on there. So let's see here. Tons of value. Thanks so much. No problem, Angela Long. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're the best. Let's see here. Jenny say, you a beast. I love listening to you. No, you a beast. Thank you for listening to me. And so, like I said, this video or this is on a podcast as well now. We got the Woke Real Estate Podcast streaming as well. Check that out on your iTunes store. Give it a 5-star rating. Help us get that going, because we just started getting that going like a couple of days ago. I got somebody converting all my older ones over to podcast format as well. So we want to keep that going. So let's see what else we got here. What's up, Diamond Baker? What up, what up, what up? One of my favorite realtors. Any other questions? Is it difficult to find a tenant buyer to do work for equity? No, not necessarily. It depends on the deal. You know, every deal is different. I wouldn't necessarily say it's difficult. I mean, it can be, because that's what this deal basically was. This house needs work. And I sold it as is with furniture in it, needing repairs, needing stuff. And I sold it just like that, as is. And they were glad to take it. And you just saw the guy with the testimonial there. He's the one who put the $10,000 down to buy it. He was happy. He's still happy. And I'm happy to let him move into that house. And it was right around the corner from his other house. He's glad to move in there and be good. That's the thing. Don't that just touch your heart that you can make somebody happy and provide them home ownership and they can't qualify for a loan right now? So hopefully that provided you some value. Let's see if we got any other questions on here. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Jeff. No problem. All right, let's see here. Chris, you're the best. Forget the rest. Ah, look at you, Angela Long. No, you're the best. STL represent. Chris Allen, I'm thinking about making a creative offer on a 4-unit property that needs quite a bit of work. I don't think it's livable in its current condition. So Chris Allen, you can do a creative offer on any type of deal, and I would encourage you to make a creative offer. But the thing is, what is your exit strategy? How are you going to make money on the deal? Are you going to fund the money to actually fix it up to get it rent ready? Are you going to wholesale this deal? Are you going to keep it as a long-term rental for yourself? Or are you going to use it as an Airbnb rental? What are you going to do with it? That's what it all comes down to, your exit strategy. You can acquire these houses the way that I showed you in the first part of this video. Those first 5 or 6 ways that I showed you to acquire property. That's the way to acquire property, the smart way, the woke way. You can get houses, 4 families, 20 families. You can do it in commercial property. All of this stuff I'm talking about, you can do it in residential. You can do it in commercial. You can do it on land, industrial, all of this stuff. You know, like I said, I don't like to make this too complex. I try to keep it simple so that you can win. I want you to win out here. So you can definitely do that. Just depends on your exit strategy. Make the offer. Just remember, we want sweetheart terms, little or nothing down, low monthly payments. And if you can, start the monthly payment 6 months from now. You know, if they ain't doing nothing with it, no way, depending on their situation. You know, I have to know more about it. See, because, you know, I even asked the seller on any person I talk to, what are you going to do if you're not able to sell it, Mr. Seller? What are you going to do if you're not able to sell it? You know, or, I mean, I would just go ahead and rent it out if I were you. Or I would go ahead and list it with a real estate agent if I were you. Or why don't you list it with a real estate agent? Or why don't you rent it out? You see, you ask these questions in a way to put you in the right position to show it that, you know, you have options. I may not be your best option, but I am an option to soothe this pain. Does this person have some type of pain, Chris Allen, that you're going to solve for him or her? You know, if it's a creative offer, you know, if it solves their problem, it might work. You might get it, no money down. You might have to put something down. Ain't nothing wrong with putting a little money down. I'd rather put something down than put the whole thing up front, because you want your money working for you, not you working for money. All right. So let's see if we got any other questions over here. Angela Long say, you see what I did there? I be saying your little rhyming phrases. Do what you do, be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me. That's right. That's right, Angela. You be doing rhymes. That's right. That's what we got here. So any other questions, comments, concerns before I get up out of here and do some more woke stuff? Don't forget, next week we'll be streaming live. We'll be on with Miss Yana Epps, talking about multifamily investing, talking about making money in multifamily, syndicating deals, putting deals together, all that creative stuff. Next week, that's Monday, June the 15th. Make sure you're right back here for that stream, because that's going to be a great one for you as well. The following week, we're on with Miss Andrea, Andrea, talking about virtual assistants, how to find, train, and retain them. Make sure you're in on that on June the 22nd. That's a Monday night, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. We're talking about them VAs and virtual assistants, getting it going. Then on the 29th, we're on with Just Ask Andy, June the 29th, talking about how to build family credit, mom, dad, and their kids, and how to leverage it into an empire. That's what we're talking about on June the 29th. And then the following week, which is going into July, Monday, July 6th. I mean, 4th of July must fall on Saturday, huh? That's going to be fun. Monday, July 6th, we're going to be talking about flipping houses in a competitive market with Antonio J. Edwards. He's one of the first people I found when I first got into real estate. Got a lot of YouTube videos and a lot of content as well. A really good brother there. And if you want to be notified of these streams as they come up, all you got to do is text JV to 31996. That'll get you the free joint venture agreement. Works with wholesalers, real estate agents, and other investors. Get the free joint venture agreement and get notified of the upcoming live streams. So you can't forget. Say, oh, I didn't know you was live. I didn't know. I forgot. Text JV to 31996. That's all you got to do. And don't forget, this video was brought to you by wokesource.com. Get more leads than you can handle. Plenty of leads, more leads. Get the skip tracing done as low as 15 cents per match, not per search, but per match at wokeskiptracing.com. And don't forget, wokerealestate.com itself is the website for contracts, cool gear, and coaching. If you want those I Buy Houses hats, wokerealestate.com. Check it out. Just rebuilt it as well. So let's see what we got here. Any other questions before we roll? Let's see what we got. This is off topic, way off topic, but do you use any type of facial moisturizer? For real, I need my skin glowing. Coconut oil, juices and berries, coconut oil. That's what you need. Get you some natural stuff. So you want to use the natural, not that fake stuff. Use you some stuff that's coming from Mother Earth. Stay woke or wind up broke. So hopefully this video provided you all some value. Like I said, even if you're watching on the replay, post in the comments any questions, comments, concerns. Let me know you came here, even if you're on a comment, if you're coming on a replay. Post in the comments. Let me know you came in. We about to roll out. Yep, coconut oil, legit. That's right. That's what I use. Did I put on enough? Let me see. Am I glowing or what? Am I shining and grinding, or am I faking out here? Am I faking and snaking? All right. So hopefully you all have yourself a great day. Don't forget to join that free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook, so you can network with other like-minded investors as well. So do what you do. Be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me. Peace.
And we have Mr. I stay woke, and Mr. I stay.
Today's broadcast is being brought to you by WokeSkipTracing.com. Look up phone numbers and email addresses with ease, with pricing as low as only 15 cents per match, not per search, per match. If there's no number or email address, you don't pay. Get accurate data in just minutes. WokeSkipTracing.com. That's WokeSkipTracing.com.
I was pressing buttons. Oh, the silo the flipper, flipping them deals. What up with your bro? So you're working on a deal, I see, huh? Deals to pay those bills. For those who don't know, my name is Chris Monroe, the student master teacher of Mr. I Stay Woke. Peace within for TLC. Is that like TLC, like T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili? Is that what that is? Or Tender Love and Care? What's the TLC stand for? Or is it just your initials? Tanya, Lorraine, something. All right, let's see what we got here. We got a live request coming in from the Silo the Live on time. That's what it's all about. Can you provide value? Let's see if we can provide some value. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
What up? What up? You say you're working on you a deal, huh?
Yeah, I actually been doing wholesaling. I kind of took a break on that because, as you know, every deal is not a wholesale deal, and kind of skews the glare. I'm trying to catch it. I got a crack on my light in the front, so I'm trying to catch that right. But yeah, every deal is not a wholesale deal, so I kind of been studying on the creative side as far as trying to help any situation out. So with this actual lead, it was actually a referral from a previous lady that I had worked with. Her brother, basically like a bird dog deal, he on Trent referred me to this guy. He did a full rehab on the property, but it has a $30,000 tax lien on it. Yeah.
I'm paying that.
Exactly. So he was trying to sell it for 160, then he went down to 120. So basically he's trying to walk away with 100,000. I already know that's not gonna work. I talked to him yesterday. I went and seen the property. He said that he was renting it out before and it was for like 9 months. Then they end up moving out and now he just did the full rehab and now he's just trying to get up from up under it. He is open to doing terms. So that's why I was trying to reach out to you because I just started watching you like 2 weeks ago. And I pretty much like your content and how you pretty much do things. I'm following you on in here and on your YouTube. So I kind of like how you handle things or whatnot. And I've tried a little bit how you talk to the sellers. I've tried it too. And it actually works as far as opening them up on terms. So I just want to reach out to you to kind of just see what do you think on the deal or what do you think I should do or what's my next step?
Yeah. So does he owe anything on this house?
No, it's free. And I just asked him, did he have a mortgage? He said he don't have a mortgage, just that tax that's on it. And he's paying monthly on, I just got that information too. He's paying monthly $900 a month on it.
On a tax bill?
Yeah.
Oh, so they gave him a payment arrangement.
Right. And
okay.
I know the rent in that area is around like $1,400.
So what is it that the guy really wants? Is it more so he just want to get rid of the house or he don't want to have to keep paying that $900 a month?
When I talked to him, it's basically, he said he's in it 85. So I'm guessing he's trying to get that out because what he said he's an investor and he's pretty much buying lots and building from the ground up.
So does he need to, so that's what I'm trying to distinguish. So he actually needs to get rid of that property or is it more so he don't want to keep paying that money that he don't need to be paying? That's the biggest pain.
He want to get rid of the property and pretty much try to take that money and take it to what else he's doing.
And so he's about 85 in, he wants 120. What's the ARV, the after repaired value supposed to be?
The ARV is around like 160, 145 at the lowest in between now.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you got a little equity. So, I mean, so he said he would consider taking some type of terms creative deal with you, right?
Right. Because I told him we pretty much work on both sides. I hit him with your line. We pretty much work on both sides of the deal where we have people that's wanting to sell and we have people that's begging to buy a house, just need a little bit more time with their credit. So I hit him with that and he was open to it.
Cool. So the next line I usually hit a person with right after that is, we usually buy with nothing down, okay?
Right.
Right. Stop right there and let them say, okay. And then I ain't talking about the down payment no more after that. Now, if they do come back and say something like, oh, yeah, well, I don't know about that. I need something down. Then you say, well, what's the lowest you could take as far as a down payment? But my first position is always, we usually buy with nothing down, okay? We're going to say, okay, all right, moving on. I ain't talking about down payment no more. I'm done with that conversation. Once I mentioned it once, I'm buying a house, no money down right there. That's a little nugget for you. Moving on from there, so if we're able to just take over that $900 a month payment for you for a period of time and get you the price you want, would you consider something like that? You could probably set it up that way where you can just take over that payment of $900 a month. Depending on what could you rent it for? What is the rent rate around there about?
It's around $1,400.
Oh, okay. So easy money. I mean, you can get a tenant buyer in there.
That he did throw at me was if we were kind of open on the terms, he would go up on the price, which is kind of understandable. But he was actually trying to go to the price where it's going for. He wanted 150. I mean, I can try to squeeze it to 160, like on the back end, go up to one extra 10,000. I don't know.
Wait, and where are you at again?
I'm in Houston.
So you in Texas, so you can't do a lease option there. We can do one, but it got to be short term.
Right.
So you would have to do something different. You would have to do a either just like a seller finance type deal or something like that.
So that's what I was thinking and trying to go at him with. That's when I got the text. I just got the text him not too long ago, getting the trying to see what he was paying monthly for the taxes or how was he paying it down or whatnot. And he just told me it's $900 a month. So that's what I'm trying to structure now, trying to see if I can do it on the finance.
Right. So that's what I would position myself as well. If we were able to just take over that $900 a month payment for you, so you won't have to deal with it anymore. We take care of all the responsibility of the maintenance and the repairs of the house going forward. You don't get any calls from us about something being broken or leaky faucets or anything. You don't have to deal with this house. No landlording on your behalf at all. All you do is collect that payment, and it pays off to your tax bill. Would you consider something like that? And if he say, yeah, he'll do it, just do it that way. Even if he said, I'll take $1,000 a month, that would be worth it because you get a little spread on it. Because really the price isn't going to kill you. You're going to sell it for more than whatever you get it for anyway. Because even when you sell it, you want to put a bump in between what you got under contract for. So even if you had to get it from him for $160, you could sell it for $165, $175, or maybe even $180, maybe full ARV, depending on what it needs. Does the house need any repairs or anything, or is it good now?
He just the bird dog, Mr. Torrance, that's his name, Mr. Torrance, who referred me to him. He told me they just got finished wrapping it up like 3 days ago as far as with the repairs.
Yeah, so I mean, if it's a move-in ready property, it's easy deal for you. All you gotta do is get it under contract, get a tenant buyer in there, man. Get you a down payment. I mean, your down payment gonna be bigger than you probably would have got from a wholesale deal. That's what people don't know on these terms is you get a check on the front end the same way. Get the passive cash flow in the middle and a check on the back end if they cash out. But we don't know if they're gonna cash out. Most people don't.
Right. So he does know, like when I opened him up to the terms, he does know that we take over our responsibilities. I just told him the only thing he would just get is a monthly check.
Yeah. So I would start there. Would you consider just letting us take over that payment for that $900 a month for you? And just let it be. Let him say yes or no. If he say, well, yeah, I would consider that because I really don't want to keep paying it, then you just lock it up and put it in the terms that, yeah, I wanted that $900 a month, for this period of time. And that's the other thing you have to figure out how long of a term you're going to need.
Right. That's what I was trying to figure out and try to get an insight on you on what's the thing.
So, yeah, when it comes to that stuff, like I say, mostly 99.9% of everything I do is a question. You ask that question to that seller. So what's the longest amount of time you think, you're comfortable with? And they might say, well, I really want a year. That's kind of tight. I mean, I can't remember the last time we did less than 10 years.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Position.
Gotcha.
Position yourself. I don't remember the last time we did less than 10 years. They're like, you can haggle and try to get it. If you get 5 years out of it, it's good. To say 5 years at that $900 a month with a balloon, all of it due in full within 5 years, 7 years, whatever you can negotiate. The longer amount of time you can get, the better. I don't think you're going to give you that much time, but you don't know until you ask.
Right.
Because I had a deal like that where I had to create a deal with a guy. We originally agreed to 10-year balloon, meaning I'll pay you $750 a month for 10-year balloon payment, meaning the whole thing is due in full within 10 years. And so he was like, well, you know what? He came back and said, I just realized I'm like 60-some years old. I might not even live that long. You think we could do like 5 years? I said, how about we just meet in the middle and just do 7 years? Is that fair? He's like, yeah, that's fair. 7 years. I don't care. I might have 2 or 3 tenant buyers through that house between that time. And I bought this house, no money down, for $1,239 in closing costs only. I mean, how many houses could you buy for $1,200?
Oh, not too many.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can't lose. The only way you lose is not play.
And then what's half a zero?
Half a zero is still zero. So get it locked up.
No money. So yeah.
So your main goal when you're speaking to him is try to get it little or nothing down if possible. Nothing down is usually how we buy, like I said earlier. Then figure out if you can just take over that $900 a month payment. And if you say, yeah, that's cool. And then about how much time do you think we can get? Or how much time would you feel comfortable with? Just see his temperature. And he might say, well, I really want 2 years or 1 year or, some low number. Well, I can't remember the last time we did less than 10 years. But, we might be able to make an exception. You could try to position yourself to try to get as much time as possible. We may be able to do something a little better. I mean, we want to really get a good person in here that's actually going to cash it out. If you got to get them to that conversation.
Cause that's where we make our money. That's your line too. I got from.
Yeah, we make our money on the back end, so it's not going to cost you any money. We're going to front everything on the front end anyway. You don't have to worry about it, and we typically pay the closing costs on these deals as well. So you come out of pocket for no money.
Right.
So and you can have your house sold pretty quickly. You know what I mean? Do you have the capability of closing that up quickly or something like that, or?
Yeah. Only thing I have to do is just put out. What I normally do is put out bandit signs, rent to own. And I just put my number, and I've tried that now. I can get at least by 6 or 7 calls a week.
So yeah, not necessarily your marketing. I'm talking about for you to take down a deal. Would you take it down first, or would you wait till you get an end buyer and try to take it down double close, something like that?
I'll take it down first because, like I said, I've tried it with the bandit signs, and I see it work. So I try it like that, and like I say, he pretty much seemed like he pretty much open. If I were to try to extend it, he'll be open to it. Cause like I say, he don't want to pay that tax. Sound like he just want to get up under it.
So these type of people, that's why I say skid marks to the closing table. If he's ready to agree to everything we just talked about, say even if you gotta give a little bit, say you gotta pay $1,000 a month, whatever, you getting 14, 15, 1,600 a month on the on your exit strategy. You roll it like that, and so that basically no matter what happens, you're gonna win for real.
Right. And
You
another
want to clear that deal.
And another thing, his credit is not all that good, and he's looking to get into a property, and he was trying to see if I can help him with his credit and get him into a property. He wanted to be in the area of Katy, Cypress, and Spring, and he said he was looking in the range from 300 to 400,000. And I asked him, I didn't ask him what's the lease that he had. I just said, how much do you have down? He said he had around 30 to 40,000. So I'm trying to get this.
Find him a house, man. Find him a house.
Right. So that's what I'm trying
Start
to do.
beating that payment.
Get someone in there, and then also get him into some and make it a win-win all the way around. So
Especially if they got a down payment, you can make anything happen, man. This creative stuff just opens up so many doors. And the answer, who is that? Home Ticks. This is not a lease option in Texas. Texas, they kind of funny with those lease options there. This would have to be a seller finance wrap type of deal, some type of wrap, or maybe a contract for deed. I don't know. Different states have different ways of doing it, but it's basically would be something other than a lease option. Unless you could do a lease option, but like I said, I'm not an expert in Texas, so I don't speak on it. If you do want to give it somebody who is an expert with it, give it a house buying Brian. He's down there in Texas doing these creative deals all the time. Okay. And he'll he can hook you up down there. Other than that, any other questions, bro?
Nah, that's pretty much it, man. Like I said, I pretty much had an insight on what I needed to do. I just want to talk to someone who's out here crushing it. And like I say, I just started watching you over 2 weeks ago, and I pretty much I like your content. So I just thought I'd reach out to you and see where we can go from here, and I'll keep you informed.
Yeah. Let me know how I go. You get stuck with anything, let me know, and I'll definitely help you out.
All right. Appreciate you, man. You have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Yeah. So that's so like it's not going to be a lease option. It would probably be some type of creative type deal. Not in there, but in the state of Missouri, I'm locking that bad boy up, putting it out on a lease option, getting me a down payment, skid marks to the closing table. So that's real easy. Real easy, just like that. So that's what I would do on something like that. Any more questions, comments, concerns before we get up out of here and do some more woke stuff? Thanks for those hearts, by the way. Anybody that's watching this, be sure to share it out. Please share. Share if you care. Like it. Subscribe, follow, depending on where you're watching, because it'll probably be on a replay on YouTube. That's going to do it. That's going to do it. All right. Boom. All right, family. So like I say, follow me on all social media outlets at ChrisMonroeSTL. That's Snapchat, that's Twitter, that's Instagram, that's Facebook and YouTube. The YouTube channel has over 100 free, I said it, 100 free real estate training videos. Check it out. The link's in my bio, the link's in the description. So check that out. So with all that being said, do what you do, be who you be, and I'll see you before you see me. It's your favorite day. It's Monday. What up? What up? What up? How's it going? Let me see here. I got to bring in. What's up, Christian? How you doing?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Another sunny Sunday. I see you trying to get in this real estate game, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, what market are you in?
Right now I'm in San Antonio. I'm originally from Akron, Ohio, so I'm more familiar with that market. I just moved down here recently, but yeah. So this is the market I'm currently in.
That sounds like that's something. I don't know if you saw my video a couple of weeks ago with Quentin Flores. He's down in San Antonio doing big numbers down there. You need to connect with him.
Okay, yeah.
If you're in San Antonio, you want to get right there with the people in the market that's doing business, you know?
Absolutely.
Right. So you haven't started market or anything as far as trying to get your first deal?
No, I've been like, I actually recently got like really interested in the whole wholesale game. It was something I like kind of saw passively through like YouTube videos and stuff, but the more I've kind of, done my research about it, it's like, okay, this is something I'm really looking to get into. But no, I haven't started marketing yet. It's kind of one of those things, like I've seen so much information, I kind of don't know where to start. But so just kind of trying to filter out everything and figure out, all right, what's gonna work for me.
Yeah, it can definitely be overwhelming. It's so much information out here and so many tools and so many systems. But all that come down to is the basics of marketing to attract the motivated seller somehow, and going with the say to them and working the deal from there. I mean, everything beyond that is actually just extra stuff to make it easier to do multiple deals, but it's really not required to have a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Especially starting out.
Okay.
Do you have a sales background or something like that? Or how are you with talking to people?
Yeah, I'm good. I actually work in a call center for an insurance company. So yeah, I mean, I talk to people every day, so I'm used to it. That's why like this is something that's appealing to me as well, because I can use what kind of my skill set now, and then speaking with sellers.
So have you been hung up on, cussed out yet, stuff like that?
Oh yeah, all that.
Oh man, you built for this stuff,
Yeah,
you built
I'm
for
used
this.
to it.
So you supposed to already gone in there and knock them down with that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, that's the biggest thing is so what have you learned so far? I mean, just some of the basics you've actually come across.
Well, really, I've like some of the videos I've seen, just kind of what you talked about, like marketing, and finding sellers and then speaking to them. I know, like here in my own market, you can kind of go out to the property. I remember seeing something about, like prior to going out and actually meeting with the seller, you want to make sure you have like comps, so you can have your offer, kind of find out the ARV, a couple of things. But that's kind of it though. And then kind of once you get the house under contract, then you go find a buyer. So that's kind of the general stuff that I know.
So that's all you really need from there. Start marketing, start talking to people. I mean, you do need some other stuff. Don't get me wrong, but once you got the basic premise of it, start talking to people, start asking good questions. My motto is ask at least 50 questions. If you ain't asked enough questions, when you ask enough questions, they'll tell you everything they're willing to do. You'll know their pain point. Why are they selling a house? What are they going to do if they're not able to sell? What do they, some people are selling a house for what they owe on it, ask them how much they owe, just build a relationship. And I'm not meaning just grill them with questions.
Right.
You actually be their friend, talk to them, be a regular person, and just weave in your questions throughout the basic conversation.
Yeah.
So you were asking something about virtual though, right?
Yeah, because like I was saying, I'm here in Texas, but I'm familiar with a few other, markets, one back home. I lived in Michigan a few years, so I have a couple markets there that I'm interested in. I have like people there that I know. One thing I was kind of seeing with virtual is kind of a common thing that I was seeing was you definitely want to have people on the ground in those different markets.
Yeah, boots on the ground. You definitely got to
Right.
have somebody there to be able to, eventually check it out.
Right.
So, like I said, that's really the secret sauce to virtual too, is just knowing how to ask the right questions on the phone. If you ask them the right stuff, they'll tell you, yeah, well, the kitchen is raggedy, or the ceiling fan is wobbly, or if you just ask the right stuff. And so,
Right.
so have you been talking to sellers at all, or not really?
I haven't started yet. I actually wanted to start today. I've been kind of like, honestly, I've been a little like scared to kind of jump into it, but it's kind of like, all right, I gotta do it now. I know I gotta jump into it, so I need to do it now. So I actually wanted to start, trying to find properties and see if I can actually find a seller, starting today. Hopefully I can find somebody within this next week or two, or, just get the process started.
So you cold calling people. You would cold call them. Is that what you would do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So here's
that's,
the easy way.
That's the thing I've seen. Yeah.
So here's the easy way to help you learn how to do it. Let's do a mock cold call right now.
I wouldn't even know where to start, but we can do it.
You got to know where to start, because if
Right.
you're going to be on the phone with a seller, you got to have something. Even if it's wrong, I can correct it right now on the fly, so you can try to get you in the right direction. Would that help?
Yeah. Okay.
He said, "Oh man, the hot seat is on." All right. So I guess you're ringing in. You're calling me, right? Ring, ring.
Right.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Christian. I was wondering if you would be interested in selling your home.
Which house?
The house on 123 Main Street.
I might want to sell. You want to buy?
Well, yeah, I would definitely be interested. I do work with a group of investors. We do buy houses in any conditions. Would you have time to kind of go over your property at this time?
Yeah, I want to sell it. I had it listed before.
You had it listed. Okay. What are you looking to sell for?
Well, I mean, I take offer. I mean, I had it listed for 85,000.
85,000. Okay. Right there. That's where I'm kind of lost. Right there. After that, it's like, all right, what now?
Right. So, okay. So they get you in the right direction. However, I would never start out the conversation, start talking about money.
Okay.
I would always talk about, really, the way I do it is talk about the house, because they know, you're interested in the house. So why don't we start talking about the house? Now, when they start going in about, well, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, yada, yada, woo, woo. So I would open up the call. We'll flip it around. I'll do the call. I'll be the caller, and you'll be the seller.
Okay.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, this is Chris. I was trying to reach the owner of 123 Woke Street.
Oh, this is he. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, the reason for my call, I was in the neighborhood and I saw your house, and I was just trying to find out if you were interested in selling it.
I would say I'm interested in selling it. Are you looking to buy now?
Oh yeah. So basically, what we do is buy houses for cash in any condition, and that's regardless of how much you owe. So it just, if it meets our buying criteria, we'd be more than happy to make you a cash offer on your property. Is this a good time to talk?
Oh, yes, sir. I can talk now.
All right. So tell me a little bit about the house. Like, how many bedrooms and bathrooms is it?
It's a 3-bed, 2-bath house.
3, 2. Okay. And are you aware of any repairs or anything that the house may need?
No, the house is pretty fine now. But you can always come and, check out and see if there's anything that needs to be fixed or if it fits your criteria.
Oh yeah, no problem. So let's see here. Is there let's see, how old is the roof?
The roof is about 20 years old.
Oh wow, 20 years. Has it been giving you any problems or anything like that, or has it been pretty much okay?
No, it's been okay.
Okay. Are you living there, or is it not occupied at the moment?
No, I'm living here.
Okay. So I guess you've lived there for 20 years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So and it doesn't need any repairs. Have you made any updates or anything in the last 5 years?
No, the house is in pretty good shape.
Okay, pretty good shape. So that's good. So, well, it sounds like it's a pretty good decision. I mean, I'm sorry. It sounds like it's in pretty good shape. What, what made you decide to want to sell it?
Well, I'm actually looking to move. I like the house, but I want to move into another city.
Okay. Are you originally from here, or are you from somewhere else?
I'm originally from Ohio. I'm here in San Antonio. Think I want to move a little more west to maybe Houston.
Oh, all right. Yeah, Houston's a nice place. I visited there last year. I like the weather.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it.
Great. So if we're able to agree on everything, about how soon will you be looking to sell?
Hopefully, if I can sell within the next month, that would be perfect.
So about 30 days. Okay, got that down here. Have you ever just thought about listing it with a real estate agent or something like that?
I have, but I'm open to all avenues to get the home sold.
Okay, sounds good. And then what did you have in mind as far as pricing? What did you think you wanted for it?
I would be good with 100,000.
All right, 100,000. And if you don't mind me asking, where'd you come up with that amount?
Just kind of looking around at some of the houses in the area. Looks like a few of my neighbors, they have purchased their homes for around that price.
So around 100,000. Okay, that's fine. About how much did you still owe on it?
Probably about 30.
30,000. Okay. So you're just trying to get it paid out and get a little cash and move on out to Houston, huh?
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that. Have you already been looking in the market to find your place to move and things like that?
Yeah, I have a couple of family members in Houston, so it's a huge city, as you visited. But yeah, I've definitely seen a few places. I've looked around, kind of have an idea of where I want to move to.
Okay, great. So you say in the next 30 days you want to get about 100,000. And let me ask you this: would you consider taking a monthly payment on your house until you were paid off in full?
I definitely take it into consideration.
Okay, so we'll get you some information on that as well. So, is there a good time I can come out and take a look at your property? Maybe tomorrow or the next day?
Tomorrow's fine. I go to work at 1:30, so anytime before 1 would be perfect.
Anytime before 1. So let's say 12 noon. Would that work?
12 noon is great.
Okay, and also, are you going to be the only decision maker, or there's going to be somebody else that's helping you make your selling decision on your property?
It'll be me, only me.
Only you. Okay. And so if we're able to agree on everything, are you ready to get some paperwork started so that we can actually get the process started when I come out?
Absolutely.
Great. Sounds good. So like I said, my name is Chris with St. Louis Cash Buyers. And did you have any other questions or anything for me before I let you go?
No, that's everything. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Great. I'll be out at 12 noon. Woolah, something like that. So it probably wouldn't go exactly like that. It'd be a little different. Right. I didn't want to make it dramatic. I would ask a couple other questions, but also I would actually do a little different because I would do it virtually. I would probably even have you locked up already before I go to your house. But I didn't want to go. That's kind of long, and I didn't want to make this for you. I want to, because you sound such like an easy caller. Most ain't that easy.
Right?
Yeah. How'd you get to my number and all that type of stuff?
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, but did you understand kind of like the format? First, I asked about the house. Second, I asked about the situation a little bit, get them talking, bounce off of that, be a person. And then thirdly, start getting into the numbers and seeing how we can actually work a deal out. Now, my first call, it's always about just gathering information. I don't know nothing. I just know to ask good questions. Going into the deal, asking questions, seeing how I can help and how I can provide value. I'm not making no offer on no first call because I need to go back and evaluate and see what offer we can make by running comp and comparables and things like that. So did all of that make sense?
Yeah. It actually helped because that was a big thing. It's like what do you actually, or like how do you kind of tailor your conversation to not come off like you're just trying to, kind of like money hungry. Like,
I want to steal your house for $1.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me your house for $1, baby.
Exactly.
So yeah, so that's the biggest thing. I mean, so once you get the basics down, just asking basic questions. I didn't do anything special there. I just asked a couple of questions just to kind of gauge your motivation, see how soon you're looking to sell, things like that. Because if you're not motivated, what am I doing? You know what I mean? If you don't have a real reason to sell, and like you say, oh, I want to move or whatever, whatever the reason is, it's good, but you need to solve their problem. That's even more important than trying to get the number they want. Really, you got to solve their problem, because some people don't really care about money like that. And you'll find that out before you get into the business. People think that it's all about the money. It can be, but not all the time. And you solve their problem.
Right.
So that's the biggest thing. And so in the event, so I do have a whole questionnaire here with basically all the questions that I asked, or I would have my virtual assistant ask, because I don't do those initial calls anymore. I let them do 99% of those, unless somebody catch me and they call in and I have to do it. But generally, it's a basic questions to ask every seller before we even make an offer, even a follow-up set of questions when we do make an offer or about to make an offer, and go from there. I didn't want to go too deep into the terms part either, because when I asked, would you take a monthly payment until we pay you off in full, I don't want to take you down that rabbit hole. I probably shouldn't even ask that question, but we do of every seller, no matter what.
Okay. So when you're doing it virtually, or I know you said you don't do it now, but like virtually, since I wouldn't be coming out to the home, would I still schedule something for, whoever I would have in that market?
So here's what I would do in the event of it being a virtual deal. I would speak to the seller. We would go through the call just like we did, instead of me saying, I'm going to come out tomorrow. When is a good time to come out? Which is what most people do in the industry. Oh, I got to run out to the house to see it. I don't need to see your house. I need you to sign this paper. That's all I really need you to do. But so I would ask enough questions to evaluate. And so since you really didn't tell me anything about the house, I would go room for room. What about the kitchen? When was the last time that was updated? The bathroom, and you already told me you really haven't updated anything. So in my mind, I already know this house is out of date. If you told me the roof is 20 years old, we know that's going to be needing to be replaced pretty soon, because most of them last 20, 25 years, maybe up to 30. Unless they got one of those Pennsylvania slate roofs that last like over 100 years, but I only came across one house like that. So I would ask those type of questions, and then once I get more information in regards to the house, like breaking it down about how's the foundation, are there any cracks, is there any water getting in the basement, other little detailed questions, I would go into detail. Like I said, I didn't want to take this too deep, but after they answered all of those questions, I would say, all right, seems like it's pretty good here. What I'm going to do now is go ahead and run some comps or comparables home sales to see what other houses in the area are selling for. And I want to either give you a call back within the next 24 to 48 hours, and we'll either present you with a cash offer or come out and make a viewing appointment. How does that sound? And they'll say, great. And they'll say, okay, great. Other than that, did you have any other questions for me before I let you go? And they're going to say, well, I did want to know about this. Well, what about that? Or if they don't have questions, great. No questions. All right. So like I said, expect a call back from us within the next 24 to 48 hours. That's when I get off the phone, do all my numbers, evaluate, say, all right, so we know that this house ain't been updated, so we can assume if the house in the area, they got to be selling for probably, close to 200 for this to be worth a wholesale deal. We know that already. If it ain't been updated in 20 years, the roof is old, all this stuff, that the house is going to have to be updated. I mean, simple as that. Ain't no way getting around it.
Right.
And so you run the comps, see what the houses sold for that are in perfect condition, do your math of the, the regular ARV times 0.7 or times 30% discount, minus your repairs, and then you get your maximum liable offer from there, basically. You understand how to run the numbers, right?
Right, yeah.
So that's basically all it is. I mean, but like I say, first call is never making offers. We're just asking questions, building rapport, and gauging motivation.
Okay, perfect.
That's the whole reason for the first call. Don't ever try to go in there, oh, yeah, man, I can say today. I'm coming in with my cape on. I can do this.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah. So hopefully that added you a little bit of value. Any other questions for me?
I know I asked in the Facebook group, like what software do you use to like find the properties? Is it a PropStream?
Well, that's one source. There's many sources.
Right.
It depends on your budget. So you got the free way and you got the way that costs you money. A lot of people come in and want to either be like, oh, I don't want to spend $1. You're gonna spend some money somewhere, man. On gas, time, energy, effort, or something. Ain't no way around it. So you got, like I say, either the freeway or close to freeway, or you got the payway where you can actually subscribe to a service like PropStream, like I got on the description right there. That's the free trial for it right there. WokeSource.com if you want to try it out for 7 days. See if it works for you. If it does work, keep it. If it don't, leave it alone because it's a bill. It's free for the 7 days, and then it's $97 per month after that. Now, in the event you decide to keep it, you'd be like, man, it's a lot of data, and it's just like anything else. You get what you pay for. You get this data nationwide, all over the United States, MLS data, vacant property data, data on absentee owners, people with liens, baby mama drama with the child support issues and all of this stuff. All those different liens and problems that come up, you could pull them off of a service like that. Now, it's not required. The cheaper way really is to go out and actually drive for dollars, actually physically see houses, things like that. That's what I usually normally suggest people. Now, are you going into the game to spend money? You got some money into a budget to market the deals, or are you going to try to do it the kind of low cost way?
For now, I would definitely try to do it the low cost way. But I mean, I'm not opposed to spending some money. I know you would have to.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, I mean,
right. Yeah.
And once you got the basics down, you'll see. Another good way to do it is bandit signs. They put them out, you see them all around down there, right?
Yeah.
They serious down in Texas. Yeah. They don't play down there, man. They be getting that money. Say, we gonna put these signs up, man. We gonna get them all locked up. Come on in, buddy. So yeah, that's the biggest thing is having some type of a way to attract motivated sellers. Do you have a method that you plan on using already?
I haven't gotten to that point yet. That's actually something that I really want to sit down today and figure out. Okay, this is how I'm doing it, and we're gonna go in this way. Because like you said, you got to be focused and consistent, with my marketing. So.
Well, a free way you can do it, and even if you just need to get more practice, start calling some for sale by owners, FSBOs, even though they get bombarded with a lot of people calling them, but at least get you on the phone with some people to get you some experience.
Right.
Because experience is the best teacher. You can go and study stuff forever and never take no action.
Yeah.
But as far as bandit signs or something like that, I would suggest, I do have a link on my site at wokerealestate.com where you can get 100 bandit signs for only $99, free shipping. And you can customize them and make them say whatever you want. We buy houses. I have a lot of them to say, sell your house for full price. That gets me those terms deals and things like that. And so something like that. So if you go to wokerealestate.com, there's a marketing page, and it actually has every detailed marketing strategy that I use every day to attract motivated sellers. And you can choose which one you want from there, whether it's something free, a free trial, or just straight up getting you some bandit signs and popping the mugs out on the street. Because a bandit sign gets somebody to call right now. Hey, yeah, I want to sell. They ain't playing around. I want to sell this bad boy.
Right. Okay.
So I mean, you can do it that way. You can go out and actually drive for dollars, actually look and find a house. Say, this house looks vacant. They may want to sell it. Look them up, give them a call, cold call them, see, what's the deal, You just go through the basics from there. I mean, it's really just, structure, find somebody to want to sell, know what to say to them, ask the right questions, make an offer, move on, and don't waste too much time on one person.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So that's really the basics there. Have any other questions for me?
No, that's everything, man. I definitely appreciate you taking the time to, work with me.
Okay, let me see here. I think we got a couple questions here on the live stream. Let's see here. What do you say? What's your experience with apartment buildings? None. I lived in one for a long time. So I would like to buy some though, but I don't really, I haven't dabbled in commercial yet. That's probably coming up at the next 24 months or so. Let's see here. Chris on Chris good on you. That's a good method. I don't know, Harrison. On Periscope. We are streaming live on Periscope, YouTube, Facebook, and on the IG page. So we're multi-streaming in multiple places. Try to help as many people as possible. Because some of those questions you ask are going to be questions that other people ask. Let's see here. What do we got here? Why is he looking? Why is he looking to sell and what's the condition? Yep, basically what we said there on the phone. That's what you want to know. But like I said, make that a personal thing though. Don't just go in like, why you want to sell it? I'll go into tell me about the house because I want them talking. The more you get that other person talking, the more they're going to trust you, know you, feel like, you know, they're your friend. Let them tell you their whole life story. Yeah, I grew up in this house and Big Mama left it to me. And yeah, and we ain't fixed on nothing. Or whatever they say. I don't care. Just get them talking. Because that's the stuff, that's the ammunition you're going to use to close them on later. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you know that from the sales you're in there. You're already in sales. So this should be easy for you, man. You're finna be killing it out here. I ain't want to tell you that. But if you got any kind of sales skills and you learn this basics, just learn the basics and start implementing, you're going to kill the game. I'll be talking to you in 6 months. Be like, man, I done did 25 deals, man. I should have been on this years ago, man. I was selling insurance. I should have been doing this real estate.
Yeah, man.
Making
Yeah,
some
that's the go.
Right. Let's see here. Hi, Chris. Great content. I have PropStream. Do you only use PropStream and running comps? I find myself getting confused when I use PropStream and other software, getting different numbers. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily use that per se for comps. I mean, you can use it in some markets, but that's not the best resource in my opinion. I use multiple sources. So I will actually go and look and see. Really, all you need to do is find houses that actually sold within the last 6 months, same condition. Or, you know, if it's a 2-story, need to be a 2-story. If it's a brick house, need to be a brick house. Same bedrooms, bathrooms, and similar square footage, plus or minus 10%. Now, there's multiple places you can find it. The PropStream site is one way to do it. Another way, you can use a site called redfin.com. I use that. It's pretty accurate, and I can get the pictures of the actual house that I'm looking at to say, well, why did this one sell for $150? What did it look like? Boom, you can see the pictures right there. If that's a free site, you can use a site called icomps.com. icomps.com that has a lot of properties on it as well. Sometimes it gets funny on when you're putting in information. You can actually even go right on the Zillow. Now, I'm not saying to go in there and use the Zestimate, because you know what a Zestimate is, right? An estimate with the Z in front of it. We don't want to use that. We want to get on there and see what actually sold. All we're looking for is the sold comps, not what number they think it is, the number we decided that it is. So when you look on these sites, you don't want to go off that Zestimate or that number they say or what PropStream say, in my opinion. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off. I'd rather look and say I found 2 or 3 properties that are similar that actually sold that I verified as comparable sales. Does that make sense? And you can find that, like I said, on one of those sites there. So yeah, you are going to get different numbers. Thanks for that question. That real estate investor from KC. Oh, you up here in Missouri, almost close to me. Cool. Did that make sense to you too, Christian?
Yeah,
Okay.
that made perfect sense.
All right. The roof, key point. Exactly. I always ask about the roof. Major things. Roof, foundation, those are majors. If anything wrong with that stuff, that changes the numbers big time. So I always ask about that stuff. Roof, foundation, major elements, things like that. The furnace, you know, the air conditioner, you know, things like that. That stuff can end up costing you some money. Let's see here. How's the neighborhood? Yeah, you got to know that. Let's see here. I got a lot of questions on here. Denise B. When buying subject to, do I put a property in the LLC or the purchase and sales or the land trust name? Just confused when trying to buy in my LLC and change it over to the land trust. So a couple of ways you can do that. So say if you're going to buy a house on 123 Woke Street, you would put the purchaser as 123 Woke Street and or signs. You can make sure you always put that on all your contracts so that you can actually assign it to something else if you need to later. Some places it's automatically assignable depending on your state statutes and things. But basically, I do it with just putting in what I'm going to name the trust. So 123 Woke Trust, whatever it is, or whatever I'm going to name it as the purchaser. And then I put the actual seller's name in there. And then down at the bottom, 123 Woke Trust, Chris Monroe as trustee, or whoever the trustee is going to be down at the bottom. Make sense? All right. Let's see here. Good question. And you don't have to stay on here if you don't want to, Christian, unless you want to see these other questions, because they got a lot of questions on here. You say,
I'm interested in.
Say, we done attracted you in. We done motivated sellers. We done attracted you into the game. So you'll be getting crazy. That's why I like to do it live, or where we can help a lot of people out, because they're going to ask stuff you're going to come across later as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say, and also on my site at wokerealestate.com, I have over 100 free training videos right on there. You can go straight on that page, wokerealestate.com, and actually get all of the free videos right there. It's a playlist that just goes over all this stuff. Now you can go watch all them videos and learn all of this stuff. But that's, but some people say, I ain't patient like that. I want somebody to come in, hold my hand and tell me exactly what to do step by step by step. That's what I have the coaching program for, where I actually go in and weekly do coaching calls with people, go over deals with them, whatever it takes to get them to the finish line, working with sellers, talking to sellers. I get on the phone with a seller and say, hey, yeah, my partner Christian here is working with you, and I see we want to try to buy your house. We just want to know if you had any concerns, talk smooth or whatever we need to do to get that deal locked up and get it to the finish line. So that's what the coaching program is for. And like I say, that's only on the on wokerealestate.com if you need that. So that's a lot of ways, like I say, to do it. But some people don't need that kind of attention. So like I said, if you want to take the time, which that's what I did, took the time and said, I'm gonna go learn this game. Ain't no excuse. The information is on the internet, man. What we waiting on?
Yeah.
Just like you came in, I see you already came in with some basics. So I know you did some type of study. And that's what a lot of people don't want to do. Like, I don't want to just go learn. I want to just go and, ask somebody and pick their brain. You can do that when you get to a certain point, because you are going to have questions. It's a lot of stuff. But get some basics under your belt. That's what I tell people. Get some basics first and then come ask questions, because it makes it more real to you, or it may be a missing link or a missing piece that you just need to put into the puzzle.
Right.
Let me see here. We got a couple more questions here. So like I said, that's at wokerealestate.com. Let's see here. What up? What up? Hey, it's not Chris Monroe. A belated Happy New Year. Oh yeah, we're like 3 months in. Happy New Year to you too. WPC guy, how you been over on Periscope? Long lost friend there. Angela Long, what's up? Hey, on Facebook. Let me see here. Tons of value. That's right. Let's see. Is it worth it to you to have what? It's worth it. You have to get your money's worth. That's right. You get what you pay for. DeAnthony Dupree say, when you get a home under contract to wholesale, do you give it to your attorney to check the title, or are you find the buyer first and let them do the title search? Good question, DeAnthony Dupree, over here on the YouTube channel at ChrisMonroeSTL. So in regards to that, yeah, we're on YouTube, Instagram people. We're over on YouTube streaming live right now. If you want to see it and feel it, be real. So to answer that question, yes, I would get the property under contract first, the way I do it. Now, some people go take the contract, turn it into their attorney or their title company and do a title search. I'm not doing it. When I turn in my paperwork, I'm going to have 2 documents, maybe even 3 documents ready. 1, the purchase and sales agreement. 2, the assignment agreement. And 3, I'm going to have another document that I created called closing instructions that just breaks down all of the information, the basic information, contact information for the buyer, the seller, and the wholesaler, so that the title company don't call me and ask me nothing. You need to know something from the seller? There's their phone number, there's their email, there's their information. That's what that closing instructions would do. But for what I would do, I would have the purchase and sales agreement signed and locked up, ready to go, the assignment agreement locked up and ready to go, and my closing instructions as a 3-piece document that I would email over, usually virtually, because I love virtual. But if I have to hand carry it, give those 3 documents, and their earnest money need to be dropped off as well to make that valid. Preferably, I get their earnest money dropped off before even signing that assignment agreement, if I can do it, because sometimes they can back out. I don't have that problem, but I've heard other people have that problem of, oh yeah, you can sign a paper to assign it, but they never put the money down at the escrow, or never put no money down. Hell no, I want some skin in the game, and that's a whole nother conversation. But definitely, if you're dealing with the cash buyer, you want to get some type of earnest money deposit. Typically, 2, 3, 4, 5 grand if you can get it, depending on the purchase price of the house. So yeah, to answer your question, I'm not turning it in until I find a buyer. I don't turn in taking no title and all that stuff till I find a buyer, because who's paying for that? You paying for that? You know what I mean? So I ain't paying for it. So I'm going to turn it in and with the buyer, because then I know it's a deal. You don't even know if it's a deal till you get a buyer, right? Good question. Black Soul Butch, what up, bro? Good to see you on Periscope. Just popped in. What's the topic? So we're doing a basic Q&A today on real estate investing, basic wholesaling questions. If you got a few more questions, you can pop them in the comments before we get up out of here and do some more woke stuff. We got my guy Christian here joined in. He asks a lot of good questions. He's trying to get in the game and make a name for himself. Thanks to you too, Denise B. Is your questions free or on your site? Or what is your questions list free on your site? No, that's part of the woke real estate wholesaling package. It's a package that's on there that you can get. It has all the contracts that you would ever need for any type of wholesale deal, all the purchase and sales agreement, the assignment agreement that protects you. Now, these ain't just regular paper now. This is good paperwork. In fact, here's one right here, a signed one. It's a one-page document, real simple, real clean, and it protects you in multiple levels. And it actually gives the seller some recourse. They feel like they got a good thing. Oh, I didn't even know this. Is this deal sold yet? Got a contract sitting here. Did I sell this yet? No. So yeah, this basically is the purchase and sales agreement right there. One page, real simple, real clean. It's not a lot of fluff because, you know, when you go into some places, they give you 19 pages. Oh, I got to get that turned into my real estate attorney or to my attorney. Hell no, I don't have that objection. It's one sheet. It's clean. It's easy. A 10-year-old can fill it out, and it's basic. And it has all of the out clauses that you would need, as well as some protections. Because I see a lot of paperwork out here that does not protect you in the deal. You want to be protected. Your contract is everything. It's so important to have good paperwork. The paperwork makes that paperwork. So yeah, if you want to get that, that's at wokerealestate.com. Or like I said, watch all the videos. I basically go over all this stuff right there. If you want to be cheap and get it free 7 days a week. All right. Robert Glenn on what is this on Facebook says, knowing that you won't secure every deal, how do you make sure that you don't lose leverage? I don't understand that, Robert. Losing leverage. My contract is going to protect me every time. My contract. See, that's why I say that paperwork is the real lifeblood, because people get in the way. Even the real estate can get in the way sometimes, but the paperwork gets you your check. All that other stuff is distractions, in my opinion. If you got good quality paperwork, it'll get you a check, because real estate breathes through paperwork. Make sense? Let's see here. Julie says, thank you. Facebook user, I was referring to PropStream. Yeah, it is. It's worth it if you use it. So when you do get PropStream, if you do get a service like that, or go to wokesource.com and get your free trial first, and then see if you like it. If you do that, you would want to try it out and actually use it, because you can pull up to 10,000 leads per month on the $97 a month plan that's on there. 10,000 leads nationwide. That's more than enough to cold call some people right there. More data than you can even handle, to be honest with you. It's probably quite a bit. So hopefully that all helps you all out. Did you have any other questions or anything for me, Christian?
No, that's everything. I'm actually about to go check out the site now. I do. Again, I appreciate everything, man. I'm ready to get rolling.
Yeah, it's a lot of information out here, so don't let information overload step you out. Sound like you got some of the basics down. Start you some kind of marketing. Start getting on the phone. Start talking to people, man, because that's the only way you're gonna get a deal. I just saw a guy the other day that's been doing this just about as long as me, which is about a year and a half. And I saw him at a thing, and they were like, "Yeah, man." I said, "You working on any deals?" "Oh no, I'm still working on my education." I said, "Your education? I did like 40 deals or something like that, 35, 40 deals, and you still talking about education? What the hell, man? Get in the game. You can learn this stuff forever, but you got to take action. Jump in that water and see if you can swim."
Right. Yeah, man. I'm gonna make it happen, man. Again, thanks for everything. Appreciate you.
All right, bro.
All right.
Thank you. So if this video provided you all any type of value, anything like that, make sure you give this video a like, give it a share, and give it a thumbs up on YouTube, and subscribe if you care. Boom, just like that. Any more questions or anything before I roll? Any questions over here on IG? Let me see. Might have missed it. Is this on YouTube? Yeah. Let me see. All over here on that YouTube. I mean, on this Instagram. If you ain't follow me on Instagram, you sleep. At ChrisMonroeSTL on IG. And I think that's gonna do that for there. Ooh, almost booted the whole thing off. Trying to push buttons. So don't forget, we'll be going live each and every Monday night, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. In fact, tomorrow night we're going to be on with my bro Chevy. Let's see. Boom. Put him up right there. Boom. My bro, the real Chevy, down out of Louisiana. We're going to be coming on talking about how he did over 60 deals in 1 year. 60 deals. That's a lot of deals, man. 60 deals in one year, working full-time in real estate. He's also going to be telling you about how you can become a master networker, because your network is your net worth. Haven't you heard that before? We'll be on with Chevy. Let's see what else we got here. And then the following week, we'll be on with another bro out of Texas, Byron, the investor, out of Texas, on Monday, March 2nd, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. The paperwork makes that paperwork. They're doing a lot of deals down there in Texas They're going to talk about that, getting your paperwork straight and things like that. Like I was just saying, yeah, I think he's going to even give you some paperwork in that, but I'm not sure. We'll let him reveal that if that's really true or not. We're going to get you something. Also, I actually give away some free paperwork as well. So all you got to do to get that is text JV to 31996. Just text JV to 31996. And that'll get you the free joint venture agreement where you can put multiple people on there. Say you got multiple people you're working with, wholesalers, real estate agents, other hosts, other real estate investors, where everybody can divvy up their money and get paid and things like that. We got that on there. Just text JV to 31996 and we'll get you in there. Also, let's see who else we got. We got a lot of good shows coming up. We got Chris Rude coming up on March the 16th, 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern. He'll be on here talking about how to get the skills to get the deals. You might have seen him on with Grant Cardone, Uncle G, doing an interview talking about Airbnb and things like that. That's been coming up on March the 16th. Come on in and check that out. That's going to be a nice show as well. And we'll be on with Real Estate Diddy as well on the 30th. On the 30th of March. I don't have a thing up for that yet. That's the 30th. I think we got another. What's up, CEO 100 over here on IG? Good to see you, Tori. Also, let's see here. What is this one here? Monday the 9th. Skipped over that one. We're going to be going over the data, how to actually find quality data nationwide quickly, and how to stack that list to maximize your efficiency. We're going to be doing that on Monday the 9th. So we got a lot of good shows coming up for you here in the next coming Monday. So Monday Night Raw, radio style, real estate style, winning style. We're going to be doing that every Monday night. All right. So hopefully you all learned something today. And also one last thing, if you haven't joined the free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook, come on in and join with REI Drea. What up, sister? I see you over here on IG. Come on in and join the free Facebook group, Woke Real Estate Investors on Facebook, talking about subject to, talking about lease options, talking about seller financing, talking about land trust, talking about virtual wholesaling, and all the other craziness right there in the group. You can ask your questions right then and there as you're working on deals, and we try to help you out as well, me and other heavy hitters in the business. All right, let me see if I had any other questions before we get up out of here and do some more woke stuff. Let's see here. This real estate training seminars are becoming like multi-level marketing, not all, but many. So yeah, so you don't need to go on any seminars. It's all right here on the internet, man. So don't go spend those $60,000 learning this real estate stuff. Please don't do that. And there's people that have done it. The information age is here. Capitalize on it. Get on this internet and learn. Talking about, you like that? Talking about? It's free. Yep. But remember one thing, freedom isn't free. If you want to be free, it ain't going to be free. You're going to have to pay the cost, either with time, either with money, or something, value. How can you provide value to others? Who have you helped today? How many people have you helped today? How many problems have you solved today? Because that's where the money's going to come from. All right. What's up, Phoenix Fish? Good to see you. So I'm about to get up out of here and do some more woke stuff. So do what you do. Be who you be. And I'll see you before you see me. Peace out.
And we up. And we up. And we up. Mr. I stay. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Mr. I stay.
Where y'all come from? Oh, wait a minute. Let's see what we got here. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. And guess what? We got Angelo. Boom. What up, bro?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
All right. Say, I put your name into the rhyme. You like that?
I always like your delivery, man. You always have a good intro coming on.
So you didn't know it was gonna be an introduction. You thought it was just gonna be a regular old something.
Yeah, man. You always add something onto it, man.
You gotta make it natural. See, freestyle. So when you practice freestyling, and make it better when you gotta freestyle. When you get into a tough situation, you know.
Right, right.
So you've been dealing with some sellers out here and trying to wheel and deal and get a deal, huh?
And just out here trying to get it by any means, you know.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. So what market are you in?
I'm in Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore. Oh, okay. I just got off the phone with somebody up there. Everybody in the DMV.
Yeah, it's a lot of heavy players up here, man. This DMV area.
DMV is kind of popping.
Yeah, man. It's always competition up here. I mean, I don't necessarily look at them as competition. I always look at them as like JV partners. But this market is definitely hot right now.
So have you been like wholesaling or something or what?
I've been in real estate on and off, but having some circumstances last year, I kind of threw me off. So like this year, I'm just trying to take it full on, just trying to go hard and, you know, just trying to get some leads and be able to close some deals this year.
So you have closed some wholesale deals before though?
No, I haven't.
Oh, all right. So you're trying to get your first deal.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my very first deal under contract. I mean, last year I had 2 properties under contract, but they were both, I had them at a higher price, so I had to back out of the contract. So I learned from those deals, you know, and not to just rush off, you know, just trying to go off of that first deal, you know, and wanting it so bad, you know.
So you wanted it so bad you locked it up too high.
Yeah, man. You know.
Yeah,
I learned from that, you know.
Yeah, I think we all did that before. So yeah, the very first one that I locked up, I actually locked it up for what they owed on it, so I couldn't go no less. They were willing to sell it for the $66,000 they owed, but I was trying to sell it for like 78 or something like that in the 70s, but I couldn't even sell it. It needed to sell right at what they owed on it for somebody to buy it, and somebody ended up buying it.
The very first deal I had on the contract, I was so excited. You know, I was just so focused on that one deal, and I didn't pay attention to the details. And I remember the house is worth around, I would say, $230 for the ARV, and he wanted $135. So to me, I'm thinking like, okay, it's a good deal. But when I looked into it, I didn't see that it was foundational issues inside the house. And you know, I brought one of my buyer partners that I met at a local VIA, and she was like, As soon as she walked in and saw that, she was like, you need to back out of this contract. So you know, I just learned, you know, from my mistakes and not rushing. So actually, this year I'm trying to take my time and actually do my due diligence before I just hop in a contract. You know.
Where did he come up with that $135,000 that he wanted from?
From around comps in the neighborhood he saw that was selling for, and I was actually trying to explain to him the reason why they sold for that much and show him what they did inside the house and stuff like that. So that's where he got that number from. And me, I didn't know a lot about creative financing because he owned the house free and clear. So to me, if I would have knew that at the time, maybe I could have did like a creative finance type deal with him or something.
I wouldn't even create. I still would have wholesale. He just should have got that money locked up for about 60.
He wouldn't budge at all. He was an Asian dude too.
Oh wow! You better learn some Mandarin.
He wouldn't budge at all, man. I was even trying to get him down. I was like, this can still be a deal if I can get him down here, but he would not budge at all. He had even renting the place illegally. Cause I had an agent that I was working with too, trying to get comps and everything for the deal. And I was telling him that he was renting it. And he was like, when he looked into the notes and stuff, he was like, well, he must be renting it illegal because there's no, there's no papers in here saying that he's collecting rent or anything, on paper.
So he just threw something together and hoped it worked out. Damn.
Yeah.
What made him decide to want to sell it though?
He was tired. He didn't want to put the work into it. It needed a full rehab.
Yeah.
So
Foundation. You talking about 30 grand probably right off the rip.
Yeah. He didn't want to deal with it anymore. He just wanted to sell it. So
what did he end up doing with the property?
I think he just kept it. I didn't want to, and I learned from that too, because I didn't want to put a bad name out there to myself by getting these properties under contract and not performing on them. You know what I'm saying? So after I learned from those two, I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to, just jump into it no more, because I want a good name for myself, out here in my market. So
let me tell you a secret though. They don't know you, so don't worry about it. Just keep it real. Now my name ring too much. I'll talk to somebody on the phone. They'll be like, is this Chris Monroe? I'll be like, oh no, change your voice. Yeah, I want to buy your house. No. But so that's what about that particular wholesale deal. Do you ever follow up with him, see if he still got it? He might still want to sell it.
Yeah, actually, I still have his contact info. I never followed up with him, but I mean, I always can follow up with him. Actually, the reason I got that deal was because I passed out a business card at my car dealership, and he was the mechanic that worked on my car. So actually, I still have his contact info and everything.
The fortunes are in the follower. Call that dude back. He might be ready to go by now.
Yes, sir. I will. I definitely will. Now that you
And
mentioned
the market might have went up, and he might have got a little more motivated, and that brings your spread to where you can actually make the deal happen.
Right.
Yeah, those are. I mean, it's easier to make a sale to a same person you already had than it is to get a brand new client.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, and it's not about, don't worry about that. Oh, keeping my name and all that. It's part of the game. And it ain't that you did something wrong. Say, hey, I just made a mistake. You got foundation issues. That's $35,000, $40,000 in repairs that I didn't know was there. And now that we see it, and when we did our inspection, the only way we can make this deal work, Mr. Seller, is if we're able to get this number a little bit down to make it still go. Now that's totally up to you if you want to do this. You don't have to, but we can make this deal go forward if you would take this $60,000 offer, or you can give us some type of deal off or something. So don't make it feel like it's all on you. You trying to help him out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about, oh, my name ain't gonna be bad. Or, hey man, it's business. It ain't like I'm trying to trick you, and then it just, hey, it need more work than I thought.
Right.
It's an honest mistake. It ain't like, we all human.
Right. I'd agree. But I'm definitely gonna follow up with him now that you mentioned it, and see if his motivation changed.
Matter of fact, follow up with everybody you ever spoke to all the way back. That's what we're doing all the next 2 weeks, following up with people. Somebody would be calling. My phone always ring. I'm on this live stream. So you say you're up in Baltimore and you're working on a terms deal. Now, what's the deal with the deal you're working on right now?
Well, the guy was supposed to, he told me he would give me all the information once he spoke to his brother. He didn't actually give me the address yet. He told me he would email me everything, so I'm still waiting for him to email me. But I spoke to him briefly about the details and the situation. He was telling me about basically him and his brother inherited a property, and they're supposed to be splitting it 50%, whatever they do with it. And right now he said it was owned free and clear, but he took out a small mortgage of $10,000 to do like small renovations and stuff like that. He said he has a sister in there right now. And basically he said once the house, is up for sale, whatever, she has to go. So basically the house would be, it would be vacant. So that's not an issue. He told me the ARV in that area is anywhere from 190 to 200. He told me the price they're looking for is about 195. So instantly in my mind, I thought of terms, because he said the house really doesn't need any work. I asked him about the roof. He said they put a new roof on 2 years ago. So the roof is fairly new. He said they did new siding 2 years ago. He said the bathrooms, the kitchen, everything is like basically updated. He told me the house was built in 1956, 3-bed, 1-bath. He didn't know the square footage right off the top of his head, but he said once he sent me the address, I told him I'll look up all the information that I need and figure out what the comps in that area and stuff and what's the rent. He told me the rent was going for about $1,300 to $1,500. So I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm gonna definitely do my due diligence, but that's the kind of little bit of information I got from him when we initially had the conversation today.
Right. So first thing I noticed when you first started talking about it is you got 2 decision makers right off the rip.
Yes.
You got to close him and his brother, or it ain't gonna work. You can throw the whole thing down the drain if they don't both agree.
And when I spoke to him, I asked him. I told him we can do a cash deal, or we can do terms. But when I asked him was he open to terms, he told me that he is, but he has to speak to his brother about it. I told him that's fine.
In fact, you speak to the brother, if you can get both of them on the phone or both of them go meet them, it would be a lot better to speak to both people at the same time, answer all their questions and their concerns right there, make it a little bit easier. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree. He asked me, did I want to come see the property next week? And I told him, yeah, sure. So once I guess he sends me over the email, all the information, I'll definitely set up an appointment, ask him, can him and his brother be there so I can speak to both of them.
Also, so you got the 2 decision makers. That may not be a problem, but that's, it can be a major problem if they don't agree. Both must agree on whatever y'all agree to.
Right.
Second to that, if this house is in pretty good condition and they want full-blown retail, why don't they just list it?
I asked him that too. I asked him why didn't he want to list it with the realtor. He told me they didn't want to pay the commissions and the fees. And I told him I understand that, and I told him with us, we take care of all that for them, so they don't have to come out of their pocket, to pay for that. And he definitely understood that. He told me if he really wanted to sell it, he could sell it with a realtor, but he didn't want to go that route.
So my real question is, what is his pain point? What problem are you going to be solving for him?
I think the pain point that I got out from him is because once they inherited, he rented it out, and he said they kind of like damaged some of everything, some of the stuff that was in there. So that's why he took out this small loan, and he has a sister staying there right now. And he told me they don't want to play the landlord game anymore. So quick off the bat, I got that he didn't want to be a landlord anymore. So that was the motivation I got from him.
Disgruntled landlord. They're all over the place.
Real estate isn't for everybody, It's definitely hard being, a landlord. You got to evict people and take care of the property. So
everybody want to be a landlord till it's time to be a landlord.
Exactly.
I don't want to be a landlord. I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to be it. So, you don't know if they would take something creative, or you said he would have to check with his brother.
Yeah, the one brother I spoke with today told me he would be open to it, but I have to figure out what the other brother wants to do.
And so they said they came up with that $195,000 purchase price because of the comps in the area.
Yeah, but once you send me the address, I'll be able to do my own due diligence to find out what the actual ARV and stuff is for.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, we can do. That's all easy stuff. It's all about working out something with them right now. Also, they said their sister's living in there. Is the sister on a lease?
No. He said once the house is sold or up for sale, she knows she has to go.
And so she's agreeing with that. She's not going to be a problem, because that could be a problem too.
That's exactly what he told me. I haven't asked any more questions about it yet, but I can definitely ask more questions.
Because that's the stuff that kills deals. When you got people living up in the house, say if they decide, I ain't paying rent, and then you got to get them out. Then according to your state, you can be California, New York, or one of these wacky places where you got to beg, borrow, steal, and pay people and all this junk just to get them up off your land. It could be a problem,
Right.
So yeah, very important, because there's really another reason why they're selling. Like I know they maybe run a landlord, but maybe that sister's giving an issue. We don't know, and I'm just throwing that out there. Keep that in mind. There's a real pain underneath all of this. What is the real pain? Not just, like I'll ask somebody, so what made you decide to want to sell? Oh, we're moving. Well, we know you're moving because you're selling the house, but what's the real reason you're selling? There is another reason, you know what I mean? Other than that, is there another reason? Or, when you just ask questions, you figure out, because you got to solve that. It don't matter. If you don't solve that problem, the numbers don't make sense no way.
Right. And that was the main reason why I was, speaking to him to figure out what was the actual motivation, because the house sounded like it was in good condition. He actually told me that him and his wife wanted to move in it himself. That's how good, condition they kept it. And I was like, I can understand why you wanted, to keep it and move it into yourself, But I'm definitely going to look into it once you send me over, all the details. But, I'll talk to him more about it.
So have you watched my video that goes over the multiple offer strategy?
No, not yet.
Yeah, because that might be the better route to give them an option more so than just saying, oh yeah, this, because it sounds like that's what you're doing anyway. Because you want to give them a cash offer as well. Sound like, I mean, this is some property you're trying to keep for yourself. Is that what you're trying to do here? Or what is your plan?
Yeah, I was asking him, would he accept, a cash offer? Because I wanted to go that route too, just to give him, options. And that's when he threw out the number. He wanted 195 for it. So I'm like, we don't really purchase, at retail. We buy it at a discounted price. And when I was talking to him about it, he didn't sound like he would budge a little bit on that. So I'm like, once I speak to him more and I figure out, exactly what the actual motivation is, maybe we can work something out. But I definitely want to have more options for him than just, a cash offer.
Yeah, because I mean, and that's why I say if you check out that thing, because it's actually in the woke real estate investors group, there's a template in there that you can use to actually send them over that offer, the multiple offer strategy. You can send them a cash offer, some type of terms offer. If they want to do the lease purchase or lease option type offer, that can be an offer. And then, that'll give them some options to actually choose which one they want. Once you gather all your information. But 195, you can't touch it. Not for that, unless they are willing to take some type of term. No investor, and you can even tell them that, how do I supposed to make money on this? If they're supposed to be kind of investors themselves, and when I'm talking to an investor, I want to be, straight up with them. Hey, how do I supposed to make money on this?
Right. And that's exactly what I was talking to him about. I was actually straight up with him because he actually asked me, how do I, acquire these properties? And I told him, we do work with other investors in the area and stuff like that. And I said, I do flip to other investors and I also keep some myself. So I was just actually, letting them know what was actually, what our company actually does and stuff like that. I just wanted to be honest with him. And he was very straightforward and understanding.
And so how did you ask him when you asked him about a terms deal? What did you say?
Well, when I first asked him about the cash, that's when he threw out the 195. And then I asked him about terms. And I told him, would he be accepted to, taking a down payment and just having a monthly payment over time? And he understood that, and he was like, they're really not, I guess, in a rush to need to sell, like need the cash, like right now. So he was actually open to it, but you can tell that he still wanted to get his brother's opinion on what he wanted to do. But he was definitely open to the terms.
Yeah, so that, because I've come across many deals like that. I had a husband and a wife. The wife was all on board. Yeah, we'll do whatever. Ooh, yeah, we love you, Chris. The husband like, oh no, we ain't doing nothing. I want this and that's it. And it's like,
and it was funny because he actually told me that his son has a business too. His son does tile. He puts down tile, and he was telling me, maybe. If I ever needed tile in the house that I was flipping, he just let me know his son does that and he's in that business and he actually has good prices and stuff. So he was actually excited to talk to me. He was like, it was coincidence that, we met each other today. I'm trying to sell a house and, we just met each other today. So it all worked out, I guess.
yeah. And so even when, so I will give you a couple of tips here. I know you said when you asked them about, terms, I don't normally go into the conversation talking about, would you take this down payment and I start paying payments? And I don't start talking like that. I just, kind of ask them, would you consider taking the monthly payment for the house? If we paid you off in full, something like that. I don't mention no down payment.
Okay.
Because that's kind of putting yourself into a position. You're putting yourself out of position, if that makes sense. Because he might let you get it for no money down. But
right.
You're offering, unless you just like spending money or something,
Try to save as much money as we can, man.
Right. So you just, you can work on that down payment part. That is something you have to address. Don't get me wrong. But I would never open up the conversation talking about, I'll give you something down. I'll give you the full price you're asking. I'll do this. I'll do that. I would tell them, though, that, we would buy your house. We close through a real estate attorney. So everything's in writing. You're protected in the deal. We buy houses like this all the time. Basically, we would write up the terms of it and everything. We would pay you a monthly payment until we paid you off in full sometime in the future. We'd be 100% responsible for all of the maintenance, repairs, tenants, or anything going forward with the property. You have no more worry of dealing with that property anymore. I mean, how would that make you feel if you didn't have to worry about that house anymore?
Right.
You know, and then, you know, just something similar like that. Don't have to be exactly that way, but you know, you work out your pitch, but you want to make it like a problem solving thing, if that makes sense, more so than I'm gonna give you this down payment. Down payment may not be their problem. Just like people do when they do wholesale deals. We'll close in 7 days. They didn't ask to close for 7 days. You offer something they didn't ask for.
Right. They just want their problem solved. Right.
Offer them what they're asking for. If you're going to offer anything, like they said, I don't like being a landlord, but we can take it off your hands. You don't have to deal with that house anymore. We'll deal with, you know, the tenants, toilets, termites, and everything else going forward with this property, so you don't have to deal with it anymore. You can go on and live your life. How would that make you feel, Mr. Seller?
Right.
You know, so that's a better way to pitch it, more than just I'm gonna give you this much down, I'm gonna sell it, I'm gonna do this. It's too much. You know what I mean? You don't want to overpromise that stuff. You know, you want to what they call underpromise and overdeliver, right?
Right.
Right. So people watching in the live, if y'all have any questions or anything or comments, put it in there. We'll try to answer before we go out of here. So did you have any questions or anything in regards to this deal?
To this deal, yeah, I wanted to know exactly what specific paperwork I would use, because I know it's specifically used, you know, in a typical wholesale deal, the purchase and sale agreement. So this would be like my first type of term deal if I were able to get it under contract. And I'm not that familiar with it. So I'm just trying to figure out what contract, you know, I would use and how I would set it up for like a buyer. You know, it's all new. Creative finance is all kind of new to me. And I know it opens up a lot of other doors than just, you know, wholesaling.
Yeah, so a lot of people want to get into this creative thing, but I'll be honest with you, it's best to take the time to really get trained to learn and stuff, to know what you're doing. Because you got a lot of moving parts. You got to deal with insurance. You got to deal with, you know, a lot of moving parts, you know, and every state is different. So first of all, I would say get you a good real estate attorney on your team that's in your market that can handle closing out this transaction to protect you in the deal. Because anytime you got something long-term where you're attached to a buyer or a seller, I always recommend closing it through a real estate attorney so that everything's disclosed, everything's legal and legit. Not required, but I always tell people to close it that way, just because it's the best way to go. Even if you do mess up, you got somebody else there that got the back to say, hey, yeah, look, you're missing this one document here. You know, I would do it this way. You know, it's, you know, little things. Like I said, every market is different, if that makes sense.
Right. I get what you're saying.
And so for the basic paperwork, you know, the contracts to do any type of real estate deal, you can get it right on the website, wokerealestate.com. wokerealestate.com. You just need a basic purchase and sales agreement. Actually, there's a whole document package on there. It's called the subject to doc pack. It has everything you will need. Even though there's not a subject to, this is a seller finance out any type of mortgage in place. It's just a straight seller finance deal. That package would basically have everything you would need to get everything started. Because you're in, what'd you say, Maryland? Is that a deed of trust state or a mortgage state?
I think it's a deed of trust state.
Yeah, so that's what your real estate attorney would create, a promissory note and a deed of trust that would basically give that seller protection in the event you stop making payments in the future, once you agree on everything else, which is the big three. How much down, how much per month, and for how long. You know, once you get those three things answered, usually I get that answered from the seller. I don't go in offering, hey, I'm gonna give you 20 grand down. No. They might don't need nothing down. I mean, I don't mind giving them something down, but why you going in there offering what they ain't asked for? You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
So the paperwork you would need is a purchase and sales agreement just to get it started. I mean, but first you got to figure out, what are we writing on this purchase and sales agreement? How much down, how much per month, and for how long? Then you go into more detail. You know, you'll see it's actually fill in the blank. You can use this purchase and sales agreement in all 50 states. You know, it's one legal size document, two-sided. You can do a $10,000 property or $100 million property on the same document, and it's real easy to, you know, figure out. Pretty simple from there.
All right.
So it's all about figuring out really what you're putting on a document, because the document isn't really the hard part. That's the first part to get it started. Once you got the purchase and sale agreement set up, filled out with all of the stuff, who's buying, who's selling, what we agreed to, take that document. That's what you turn into your real estate attorney. They create the promissory note. They create the deed of trust. They create all of the other things that you would need to actually get this deal closed up properly.
All right, well, man, it all sounds good, man. I mean, I definitely appreciate your help and all the content you put out every day, man. I'm watching every day. You're just trying to learn, man.
Yep. That's all we do is put out content and help the people. That's right. So, any other questions or anything about this particular deal?
No, man. I just wanted to let you know what was going on, how I got the lead, and hopefully we can work everything out, and I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, the biggest thing though on the front end is asking the right questions, because he who asks the questions is in control of the conversation. Once you know the right questions to ask and they, answer them however they're going to say it, and you know how to negotiate and work the deal out from there, and make it a good deal for both of you. It don't have to be a lopsided deal where you just slaughter the other person. You want to be, fair and balanced, like Fox News. Never, maybe not them though. Any other questions for me? Anything?
No, man. I appreciate your time, man. Thank you for having me on.
All right, perfect. Go knock them dead.
All right, I will.
All right. See you.
All right.
All right, so hopefully you all have any questions, put it in here. Let me see. Over here on the Instagram, let me see what y'all saying over here. Lease option. Yeah, they were asking to do some type of creative terms deal. Yep, speak with both at the same time so you're not wasting your efforts. Yep, you want to speak to all decision makers when you're trying to close these deals. You don't want somebody trying to go pitch a deal to somebody else about something you already, say you was able to convince the brother, right? Brother's like, oh yeah, man, I love this deal. We'll do everything you just said. And then he'd say, oh, let me go check with my brother. He go talk to his brother, and brother like, hell no, I ain't doing that. Hell, I want my money. No, man, I don't believe in that, man. I don't believe, no, not me, no. And they just slaughtered your deal. You can get that all handled at the first time with both decision makers, all three decision makers, all 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 decision makers, all at the same time. Because sometimes you do got a lot of people in it. Because you never know. I meant to ask him that. He said that they inherited it. I mean, did they really go through probate and all that stuff or whatever? You never know. Some people may just assume they get the property, but they haven't gone through the process through their state. Does that make sense? So hopefully that helped you out. Let me see here. We got a couple more over here on the IG. And if you need to get the free JV agreement, text JV to 31996. That'll get you the free joint venture agreement. Text JV to 31996, and that'll get you hooked up there. All right, so let's see here. What did that say? Behind there, let's see. Chris, how did things go with the home that was in your area, the one where the nosy neighbor had the key? We're still working out details with her now. I sent her the offer, and I'm going through the same thing with her. We just got through talking about dealing with another decision maker. She got to check with her husband, but everything looks good to her. Right now, we're trying to work it out where we can get it. She decided on the lease option position, which is, I said we'll do $800 a month, which is low. I think I can get, maybe $1,100 or $1,200 a month over there. So she wants to do the lease option right now. So we're working out the details with that. So that's still going on. Silo the Flipper. Have a very motivated couple that just wants from under the property with 2 liens. Woo! Make sure the numbers make sense for your deal, and lock that bad boy up and get it done. Real easy. I wouldn't say real easy, but get all the right questions, do the right due diligence, see if it's a good deal, and make that mug happen, man. I think you can do it if you got the right training. And like I tell people, to get trained with this stuff, either go through, watch all those 100 free videos on wokerealestate.com. We got over 100 free videos right there at wokerealestate.com. You can learn it for free. Or once you got the basics down and you're like, well, I think I need a little more hand holding, get the coaching program. That's the only time I tell you to get the coaching. Once you got the basics kind of there and you're like, I'm just trying to plug in these other little pieces. I don't understand this one little part over here. How do you smooth this over? Or how do you do that? That's when you go ahead and get that done that way. That's when you go ahead and get that done. Get the coaching program. Set that up at wokerealestate.com. Let's see what we got. Some questions over here on one of these other sites. Chris said we live in a small little world of creative finance. Yeah, it's a small world. I love it. It's the best world to be in. Resherl Bree said, this is exactly my experience. That's right. Brother, what up? Brother Nubian. Brother Denubian. What up? What up? Watching over here on YouTube. If you ain't follow me on YouTube yet, you sleep. Follow me there at ChrisMonroeSTL. Robert Glenn says, should you lowball to start all deals? No. That's his question. Should you lowball to start all deals? No, ask good questions to start all deals. So let me ask you this, Mr. Seller. What do you want for the house? Or what do you think you want to get for the house? Oh, I want 80,000 for it. If you don't mind me asking, where'd you come up with that amount? Well, it's the comps or this, or I just want that much, or oh, that's how much I owe on it. I just want to sell what I owe on it. That happens a lot of times. Some people just want up out the deal. I'll sell it for what I owe on it. So they made the offer to me. I didn't ever make an offer. I asked the question. So that's why I say when you get good on that phone, ask a good question and they'll tell you what they're willing to do many times. I just want to sell it for what I owe on it. I just want from under this payment on this vacant house that I've been paying on for 6 months. Nobody living in it. What low ball is that? They tell you I owe 80, selling it for 80. What am I lowballing? You see what I'm saying? I never go in doing it, because in my opinion, he who says a number first loses. I don't try to say no number first if I can help it. I will, but if I will, it's going to be in my favor. But I typically don't try to come in and just lowball you. Hey man, I give you 20 grand. I know some people may teach that, yeah, you're the expert and all that, but I always just I ask about 50 questions. If you ain't asked 50 questions, you ain't asked enough. 50 good questions, which, is right here. That's on wokerealestate.com as well. One little intake sheet. Every potential seller go through the same process. Repeat, rinse, repeat, and ring it on out. Real simple. So I would say no, not to lowball to start all deals. I would say to ask good questions to start all deals. Find out what's their situation, how you can actually add value to them, about the house, about their mortgage if they have one. How can I really help you? How do you see all this playing out, Mr. Seller? Like I said, I ask so many good questions that by the time it's time for me to make an offer, I already know everything. And I don't have to lowball them. They already told me, hey, man, I owe 80. I got to move this thing. Don't that make sense to you? Don't that seem like that's something? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a like. Give me a share if that makes sense to you. Let me know now. Let me know that's making some sense because I don't know if it is or not. It may not be making sense to you. Share it out. Even if you're watching over here on Instagram, share it straight into somebody's in their inbox. You know what I mean? Let me see if we got any other questions over here. Let's see here. What up? Somebody said, all right. D'Anthony Dupree say, where is that template on your website located? So the template for the multiple offer strategy is actually located in the Woke Real Estate Investors Group on Facebook. The Woke Real Estate Investors Group on Facebook. It's a free Facebook group. Matter of fact, here, I'm going to put the thing up for you so you can see it. Boom, right there. The Woke Real Estate Investors Group on Facebook. Go get that. It's in the files section. It's a free document. You just download it from there, edit it to make it make sense for your particular deal. You'll see the type of verbiage that's used in it. It basically has open sentence that talks about, a cash deal, talks about a seller finance type deal, and talks about a lease with an option to buy type deal if they're willing to do that, which is the weakest position, might I add. Makes you a tenant, but it is an option. And there's actually a video on my YouTube channel that actually goes over exactly how to use that in detail. How I execute the multiple offer strategy, I believe is the name of it. Go check that out on the YouTube channel. Right, the channel you're on there. All right. So let's see here. Chris, I'm looking at a pre-foreclosure ball, 30,000 ARV 20. Oh, what is that? Balance. Loan balance, 30,000 ARV 20K. What about it? Sounds like it could be a cash deal. You can buy it for cash if it don't need that much work. If they owe 30,000 and the ARV is 200, how much work does it need? What does the seller want? How does the seller see this playing out? How can I help you today, Mr. Seller? Because if you don't know how you can provide them value, numbers and stuff do make sense, but you don't know how you're going to help them. I need to know, how can I help you today, Mr. Seller? How can I help you? How can I solve you? How can I soothe your pain? Right? Let's see what we got here. Does creative financing work well in multifamily? Creative financing can work in multifamily. It can work well in single family. It can work well in commercial real estate. It can work well in any type of deal, depending on your exit strategy. That's where it gets tricky at. Now, if you're going to buy a multifamily, say a 4-family building, right? A 4-plex, they call it. You're going to buy a 4-plex on terms. What is your exit strategy? Do you plan on renting it out being a traditional landlord? Do you plan on putting it out as an Airbnb or a short-term rental or VRBO or one of those short-term rental type deals? Do you plan on doing a lease with an option to buy or something? That really wouldn't work too well with that. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about what is your exit strategy? Uh-oh, we're losing signal over here. What is your exit strategy? That's going to make the biggest determination on what you're going to do. You want to know how you're getting in. You want to know how you're getting out before you even get into any deal. Does that make sense? Hope this is providing you some value. Give it a like, give it a share, give it a thumbs up. Hope that answers your question as well here. Do you have that question sheet on the website also? Yes, that's at wokerealestate.com. It's part of the wholesale package. All those documents come right in there. The purchase and sales agreement, the JV agreement, the addendums, all of that stuff comes in the package. In fact, let me see something here. Could I pull it up on my screen here? I could pull it up on my shared screen. Let me see if I can do that. Let you see what comes with it. Let me flip my camera around again. All right, let me zoom in. I don't know if y'all can see that from there, but let's see here. I'm gonna try this. This probably ain't gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Let me pull up the website so I can show you what comes with it. Because I never really showed this to anybody really in detail. I need to make a whole video just this alone. So we're gonna share my screen here. How do you share your screen? Right there. Bloop, bloop. Let me let you see what you get. What the heck? Share your screen, share. Boom. So when you go to wokerealestate.com, this is what you'll see. You'll see never take advice from a quitter. And this right here is a playlist of 120 plus free videos that teach you everything you need to know right here. Just push play and watch them all. Subscribe to the YouTube channel when you get there. It's got the whole playlist right there on the home page. Make it easy so that you can actually learn all the basics of real estate. Now, up here at the top, you'll see, let me see here. Can I zoom in? Let's make it so you can zoom in. Zoom, 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 zoom. You got these pages. This is the home page that we came to. This page here has all the agreements and contracts. When you go there,
So I want to get into real estate, but don't know where to start.
well, what I would say is to join the Future Cash Flow Club. It's a community of investors where we talk about wholesaling, we talk about creative deal structuring, buying houses subject to, all of the creative stuff that everybody's talking about. You don't need a real estate license or any of that.
Wow, where do I sign up?
Well, I would say go to futurecashflowclub.com. That's futurecashflowclub.com. You can even get a free trial. Try it out today.
And we have Mr. I stay woke, and Mr. I stay.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? This is the student master teacher, Mr. I Stay Woke, Chris Monroe, and I'm right back at you with another real estate video. Today we got a question that came in on the Woke Real Estate Investors group, a free Facebook group where we talk about all types of real estate. So we take questions in there sometime, and I just try to come on and try to help people out. So today's question came in from Miss Tyra. Let's see if we can get this up here. Bloop. There we go. So Miss Tyra Hewitt up in Michigan, she says, there are homes like this sitting around my neighborhood for low prices. Can someone give me some advice? Well, why not? And she took a little picture of a little house here. Low prices, $57,000. We got some cheaper than that here in St. Louis. But this here, I guess she saw this house and was like, well, what do I do? So I thought I would compile a couple of steps that's real simple, real easy for anybody to follow that, you know, you want to get started in real estate. Like, how do you do this stuff? How do you even get in the game? And remember, you can get in this game with no cash, no credit, and just some specialized knowledge. And this is some of that basic specialized knowledge I'm going to go over today. This video helps you out in any type of way, make sure you give it a thumbs up, share it out to somebody else who may need to know it, and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. What you waiting on? And bang that bell. So in regards to this here, the first step you will want to do if you find a property, it could be a vacant property, a property that looks run down. It could be a person that's distressed. A lot of reasons why a person would want to sell their house. So if you found the property like this one, just, you know, a vacant house, you got to locate the owner. You need to find some type of way to find out who is the owner and try to contact them. So if you actually look up the owner, you can find this out by going on your public county website. You can use a site like or an app like Landglide. You can use another app like Deal Machine, which is an app that actually pulls up homeowners right there on the spot. You can just put in their address or drop a pin on it on a map, put it on there right on the spot, see who is the owner. Step one, who is the owner, and locate the owner. If you do use Deal Machine, go ahead and put in that promo code WOKE, W-O-K-E, for a free deal credits and a free trial. So you can just try it out, see if it works for you. But there's, like I say, free ways to do it just by going to your free actual county website. And there's public information. There's no secrets. That's one thing you must know in this game. There's no secrets. This is the information age. Everything you want to know is at the click of a button. So like I said, step one, locate the owner. Once you do locate the owner, you want to get in contact with them and see if they're even interested in selling. Would you be interested in a cash offer on your property? Would you be interested in even entertaining selling your property? Some people don't want to sell. And if they don't want to sell, you're done with them. You can follow up with them if you want to later, or leave them alone. But that's the main thing. Do they want to sell their house? Now, there's a couple of reasons why they want to sell. Maybe the house, like I said, is ran down. Maybe the property, maybe they're distressed. They're financially distressed. They're behind on mortgage payments. They have a death in the family. They inherited a property that they don't want. There's a whole plethora of reasons why somebody would want to sell their house. But you got to find out if they are even interested in selling their house. Another thing is, you know, if they do want to sell, you got to break down some math. And that's where it starts getting kind of tricky, but it's really not that hard. Basic math. And I got a little thing here I want to share with that as well. The Mayo formula. Let you see what this looks like if you haven't heard of it before. Let's see here. Add that in, bloop, like that. Like that. So it's a basic formula, the ARV, or the after repaired value. What is this house worth when it's all fixed up? The kitchen's updated, the bathroom's updated, it's not all run down, it's not holes in the wall, it's not, you know, baby stuff and dog doo-doo on the floor, all the junk. What is this? When all that's fixed up in perfect condition, all back up to 2019 HGTV standards, they call it. What is it worth after repair value? So that's our example we're using right here. So we're going to say the ARV of this example property is $100,000. When it's all fixed up, somebody on a retail market listed on the MLS, retail value, they're going to pay about $100,000 for it. Now you need to do a discount. And the way you do that, you would put in this 100,000 times 0.7 times 0.7 on your calculator. That'll give you the discount of 30%. Now that 30% just represents what a investor is willing to pay for a property. They want to get about a 30% or more. Now, if you can give them more, you're leaving money on the table, just to let you know. But general rule of thumb, 30%. You can sell properties at 20% and some other ways. But like I say, this is a basic overview training of how to get, you know, what you need to do as far as getting the deal. So the discount, 30%, 0.7, you take your 100,000 times 0.7 on your calculator. That'll get you the 30% discount. That's what investors are willing to pay, and it'll get you to 70,000. Now, say you look through the house, you find out it needs a little bit of this, it needs a little bit of that. You need to do an estimate on repairs. Now, there's some tools and things you can use for that as well to figure out how much does it cost to put in a bathroom? How much does it cost to put in a kitchen? How much does it cost? And these are just rough estimates because you really can't give a specific down to the dollar amount to this stuff anyway. All of this stuff is, you know, good educated guess. And the way I would do this is 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 in chunks like that. So you don't want to get down to, oh, it's $317,004.12. You don't know that. You know, give it a good estimate, about $5,000. So for this example here, It's about a $20,000 in repairs, we're going to say on this one here. That brings you down to $50,000. So that's where we are now. Your ARV times 0.70 minus your repairs get you down to $50,000. Now, that's what that's what your cash buyer would pay for the property. This $50,000. That's what this represents. If they want to pay that $50,000, that's where they want to be at. So you want to get in where you make money, because somewhere in this along this line, you got to make some money. You got to make some money, honey. So there you go. Your fee. Say you want to make $10,000 on a deal. You want to make $10,000. That's what this represents. You subtract $10,000 from that $50,000 that cash buyer is willing to pay for this property. So they want to pay $50. You want to subtract the fee for $10. Now, going to your seller, your maximum allowable offer to your seller, the MAO, M-A-O, you may see this term around the real estate game from time to time. The MAO is $40,000. That's so you even know you got a deal. $40,000. And then you even want to go a little bit lower than that, say 15% off of that to even see what your offer is to even start negotiating. Now, that's where it gets a little more tricky as well, negotiating and all of that stuff. So if you're working a sales job or something like that right now in life, if you have any type of sales skills, negotiation skills, all of that stuff is transferable right over into this creative real estate where, like I said, you need no cash, no credit, and you just need to know how to do this stuff. So just to do a brief recap, $100,000 is the ARV or after repaired value minus your 30%. You put in 0.70 on your calculator. 100,000 times 0.7. That'll get you a 30% discount. Brings you down to 70,000. Then you have about a $20,000 in repairs on this particular example. They get you down to 50,000. That 50 represents what a cash buyer is willing to pay to take this deal down and step into your shoes and take it on down. Over here is your fee. 10,000 is what you hope to make. Now, if you don't get it low enough, you might make less than 10,000. You might make 5,000. You might make 20,000 if you're able to get a really sweet deal. We don't know. That's why I say this is just an example. So once you do that, you go ahead and your maximum allowable offer to that seller is 40. But you want to start your negotiations below that. So you might start at and say, yeah, Mr. Seller, I want to know, would you consider an offer of $34,000 on this house? We pay the closing costs and, there's no real estate commissions. There's none of that. We'll take care of everything and you'll be good to go. They might say yes. They might say no. They might say, well, that seems kind of low. And, and like I say, this is when it comes down to start getting that negotiation skill in. Can you beat them down on price? You don't want to have to do that. But sometimes people will just tell you, hey, I only want $30,000 for the house. And when you do this math and you look and say, damn, I just did the math. And if my math is correct, they say they only wanted $30,000. This is below MAO. So you want to get your house locked up under contract below this maximum allowable offer here. Hope all that makes sense for you as regards to actually running the numbers. And this is just a general rule of thumb. Some markets, this may be a little bit different. Like California, New York, some of these places where the prices are stupid high, you're talking in millions, and so that's why I say this is just a general rule of thumb on this particular part here. So you can screenshot this or, work it out from that point and see if this works. So right there, you'll have that going. And let me see what we got here. Good intel. What's up, Denise? I see you. Good intel. So with that going there, you'll have the your maximum allowable offer ready to go. You pop that in and you should be able to get a deal out of that. If you can get that deal locked up under that price point there. Good morning, Sierra. Good morning. I see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. So that's the basics right there. So step one, like I said, locate the owner. Step two, find out if they even want to sell. Step three, if they do want to sell, you want to run those numbers and assess the repairs and look at the property. I do a lot of this virtual. This is a little more advanced. If you want to learn it, you can learn this stuff to do it without seeing the house. Because I've done about 17 wholesale deals just like this, and only met about 3 sellers. How about that? Only met them. So there's some people I actually wholesaled and or bought their house and never even met them. I know that kind of shocks you, but it's possible. That's the information age for you. Step 5, you will go ahead and submit your offer. If they accept your offer, you put them under contract. You just have a document. And I offer all of this stuff as well right on wokerealestate.com, my website here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Not that, maybe that. wokerealestate.com. That's the website if you want to get contracts, cool gear, and coaching to go through these deals, to break it all the way down from the rooter to the tutor, all the way down and say, is this even a deal? Most of the time, you're going to come across people that are not deals. I will let you know that. So that's why we have that Mayo formula to kind of break it down and let you know, even if you have a deal in your face.
I don't know what you've been doing. You've been asleep? Let me wake you up with something. Straight up. Yeah. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Chris Monroe. R to the O-E. I flip houses, rent cars, and make money. You know I'm not no motherfucker dummy. This how we